Cold. This was the first sensation that Lin Zhao felt as she regained consciousness. A bone-chilling coldness assailed her from all directions, as if it would freeze her very marrow into ice shards. The suffocating sensation of river water surging over her head still lingered clearly in her chest. That crushing despair forced her eyes open abruptly. Puff! She gasped for air like a drowning person finally breaking the surface. Her chest heaved violently, her heart threatening to leap out of her chest. Subconsciously she reached for her face. A warm touch met her fingers. Her skin was dry without the damp chill of river water or the biting cold of a winter night. I am alive. Lin Zhao's voice was hoarse and trembling, filled with the terror of a survivor. She suddenly lowered her head to look at her own hands. These hands were intact, without rotting skin or the pale swelling from being immersed in river water. Her nails were neatly trimmed and painted with pale pink nail polish. It was her favorite color at 18. Lin Zhao's pupils suddenly contracted. No, no. She jerked her head up, her gaze frantically scanning the room. Before her eyes was a slightly outdated desktop computer, its screen still emitting a faint light. On the desk were neatly stacked thick review materials, 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of mock tests, essential math problems for the Gaokao, English vocabulary 3500. These books were all too familiar to her, companions that had accompanied her through countless late nights over the years, their pages already curled and yellowed at the edges. The room was filled with a faint scent of books. Sunlight from outside streamed through the half-open beige curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor. She slowly turned her neck, her gaze landing on everything familiar. A pink and white bookshelf, a white wardrobe, a single bed covered with a floral print sheet, and on the bedside table the plush bear she had loved most in high school. This was her room before college. No. Impossible. Lin Zhao's hands began to tremble. She stood up abruptly, but her legs gave way from the sudden movement, and she nearly fell. She grabbed the edge of the desk, her gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. The screen displayed the college entrance exam application system, with the date at the top clearly reading June 25, 2008. A system prompt popped up. Are you sure you want to submit your application? Once submitted, it cannot be modified. Lin Zhao's breath caught in her throat. June 25, 2008. The deadline for college entrance exam applications. On this day, under her father's forceful demand, she had filled in the art education major at the provincial normal university. From that day on, her life was like a train racing toward an abyss, never stopping again. I'm back. I'm really back. She murmured to herself, her voice growing softer as tears fell unbidden. She reached out to touch her own cheek, feeling the real warmth and texture. She pinched her arm, and the pain came clear. She then slapped her own face sharply, the crisp sound echoing in the room. Pain. It's real pain. I've been reborn. Lin Zhao was completely struck by this bizarre situation. She collapsed into the chair, covering her face with her hands. The painful memories came flooding back like a tide. Her husband Gu Yanzhou's indifferent gaze, her father's contemptuous scolding, her mother's helpless tears, and then that day the despair as the river swallowed her. She thought she was dead. She should have been dead. But now she was sitting here alive in the room of her 18-year-old self at the crossroads that would change her destiny. Lin Zhao slowly raised her head. Through tear-blurred eyes, she saw the blinking cursor on the computer screen. The application page was still open, the system prompt still there. Are you sure you want to submit your application? Once submitted, it cannot be modified. She took a deep breath, wiped her tears, and grasped the mouse with trembling hands. Since heaven had given her a second chance this time, she would let no one make decisions for her. She would take control of her. Lin Zhao closed the system prompt and typed in the application box, Huajing University architecture. In her past life, she had followed her parents' arrangement, filling in the education major, becoming an ordinary teacher. She had married Gu Yanzhou, becoming the woman who silently gave behind him only to end up with nothing. She would go to Huajing University to study architecture, the subject she truly loved. More importantly, Gu Yanzhou was also at that university in the same architecture department. There she would tear apart his hypocritical mask with her own hands and make him pay for everything he had done to her in her past life. The moment she clicked submit, Lin Zhao felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The moment the system prompted application submitted successfully, she let out a soft sigh of relief and revealed a relieved smile. Gu Yanzhou will meet again soon. Lin Zhao leaned back in her chair, then clicked the print button to print out the application page. Lin Zhao stared at the freshly printed application form, her fingertips trembling slightly. She knew the consequences of defying her father's will would be severe, but this was also the only opportunity she could grasp now. Just then, heavy and hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind, growing closer. Lin Zhao's body instinctively tensed. She knew who it was. Lin Guodong. Her father, the one who had pushed her into the abyss in her past life. The footsteps stopped behind her, and the air seemed to freeze. The next second, Lin Guodong snatched up the just-printed application form from the table. After seeing the words, Huajing University Architecture, in big letters, his face instantly turned livid. He viciously tore the paper into shreds, the pieces falling like snowflakes. Have you lost your mind? Lin Guodong's voice was low and ice-cold, every word like a hammer hitting the ground. Who told you to fill this in? Lin Zhao slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at him with a calm gaze. This man, once her most revered father, was also the one who had driven her to the brink. In her past life, she dared not resist, only obeying. In this life, she had nothing left to lose. I chose it myself, she said calmly. Lin Guodong's face flushed red, veins bulging. He angrily raised his hand and slapped Lin Zhao hard across the face. Slap. The crisp slap exploded in the room. Lin Zhao's head was knocked aside, her cheek instantly red and swollen her ear. She didn't dodge, nor did she cry out in pain. She just slowly turned her head back, still gazing at Lin Guodong with a calm expression. No tears in her eyes, only icy indifference. That look made Lin Guodong inexplicably uneasy. He had never seen his daughter look at him like that, as if looking at a stranger, an insignificant person. If you dare to study architecture, I won't give you a single cent. After spewing this threat, Lin Guodong stormed out of Lin Zhao's room. A slight twist appeared at the corner of Lin Zhao's mouth, her voice frighteningly calm. Fine. They'll pack my things and leave right now. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly found a suitcase, opened the wardrobe, and threw clothes into the case one by one. At the doorway, her mother Lilan stood there, hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, lips trembling, wanting to speak, but unable to utter a word. She watched her daughter's cold back, her eyes gradually welling up. When Lin Zhao zipped up the suitcase, Lilan finally spoke, her voice light as a sigh. Wait, Zhao. She took out a bank card from her pocket and carefully pressed it into Lin Zhao's hand, choking out, "Hey, race, 30,000 yuan. The password is your birthday." Lin Zhao held the card, feeling the warmth of her mother's palm. Her gaze gradually softened, and she said softly, "Mom." Lilan's tears finally broke free. She shook her head, voice trembling. "I won't go. Your father." Lin Zhao gave her mother a profound look, then stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Lilan was stunned, feeling her daughter's warmth, tears flowing even more. "Mom, I will definitely take you away," Lin Zhao whispered in her mother's ear. "Wait for me." She let go, dragged the suitcase toward the entrance. In the living room, Lin Guodong sat on the sofa, his face livid, silent as an icy sculpture. Lin Zhao put on her shoes, opened the door without looking back, and walked out. Bang! The door slammed shut, the crisp sound echoing in the room as if severing all ties. The hallway was eerily quiet, only the sound of Lin Zhao's suitcase wheels rolling. She stood at the elevator entrance, looked down at the bank card in her hand, and took a deep breath. 30,000 yuan. Not much, but enough to last until school started. She would find a job and survive on her own. The elevator doors slowly opened. She dragged her suitcase inside and pressed the button for the first floor. The mirrored walls of the elevator reflected her figure. On her young face was still the red swollen slap mark, but her eyes were extremely determined. The elevator descended slowly. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Past life memories surged again. Gu Yanzhou's cold voice on the phone said, "Sign the divorce papers now." She dragged her suitcase back to her parents' home, where her father scolded her harshly, shameful. Her mother could only cry helplessly on the side. That night, she stood by the riverbank, looked at the cold river water, and leaped in. Ding! The elevator reached. The moment the doors opened, bright sunlight streamed in, making her squint. She dragged her suitcase out of the elevator, crossed the empty lobby, and pushed open the glass doors. Outside, the world was bathed in brilliant sunshine. A gentle breeze caressed her face, bringing the summer heat. The plane trees by the street were lush green, and cicadas chirped in waves. Pedestrians passed by in a hurry, each absorbed in their own lives. Lin Zhao looked up into the distance, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Now she was alive. In this life, she would rewrite her own destiny with her own hands. The summer sun blazed fiercely, heat waves oppressive. Lin Zhao, dragging a suitcase half-packed with clothes, stood on the railway station square of her hometown Qinqing City and looked up at the sky. Beneath the azure dome, cicadas chirped in relentless waves, surging one after another. She had bought a hard-seat ticket, nearly 14 hours by train from this small southern city to Huajing. The ticket cost 138 yuan. Not expensive, but she had to stretch every cent. A long queue stretched before the ticket gate, and Lin Zhao silently followed the crowd, shuffling forward step by step. Around her were travelers of all kinds, migrant workers carrying snakeskin bags to the city, a young mother with a tired face holding a baby, and a few college students with hiking backpacks chattering excitedly about something. "I heard the Olympic opening ceremony is especially spectacular." "Nonsense. It's held in Huajing, of course. It'll be grand." Lin Zhao's footsteps faltered for a moment. The Olympics. It suddenly hit her. 2008, the Huajing Olympics. August 8th, 8 o'clock in the evening, the opening ceremony at the Bird's Nest would shock the world. She gently shook her head as if these things had nothing to do with her, and silently followed the queue into the ticket gate. The night train crossed mountains and valleys in the darkness. The carriage was dimly lit by yellowish lamps filled with the smell of instant noodles and snoring rising and falling. Lin Zhao leaned by the window, watching the dark mountains racing past, her mind beginning to churn. The Olympic year. The world's eyes were on Huajing. Tourists would pour in like a flood. Job opportunities would be. In her past life, she was just a naive high school graduate. She hadn't even properly watched the opening ceremony. Things were different now. The corners of her mouth slowly lifted. Her mind raced faster, driving away most of her drowsiness. At 6 in the morning, the train pulled slowly into Huajing Station. The platform was buzzing with noise. The flow of people leaving the station was like a flood bursting through a sluice gate. Lin Zhao dragged her suitcase and surged out with the crowd. The July heat wave hit her in layers, and even her breath felt scorching. Huajing, the heart of Long Country. In her past life, she had yearned for this city. After marrying Gu Yanzhou, she had settled here for 7 years. Familiar yet strange. She ran through a mental map and made up her mind to take the subway to the area around Huajing University. Registration wasn't until early September. For the next 2 months, she needed a stable place to stay. Rental apartments and small hotels near the campus were plentiful, cheap, and convenient. After wandering around Huajing for over half an hour, she found an inconspicuous little inn with a faded sign reading Gu Yanzhou Hostel. Pushing open the glass door, she was met with a smell of disinfectant and humidity. At the front desk sat a fat woman in her 50s, slouched in a chair watching TV. The screen scrolled Olympic countdown news. Staying, the woman lazily lifted her eyelids. Single room for 2 months. Can you give me a discount? Lin Zhao pushed her suitcase aside. The fat woman sized up Lin Zhao for a few seconds. 2 months, 1,500 a month. 200 deposit. 1,300 a month. He'll pay for 2 months now. The fat woman was taken aback, then burst into laughter. All right, you little lady, sure are straightforward. Lin Zhao counted the money and set it on the counter. She took the key, grabbed her suitcase, and went up to the second floor. The room was small, a single bed and old desk. The toilet was at the end of the corridor, and the window faced a dusty wall. She tossed her suitcase onto the bed, sat down on the rickety old chair, and began planning her next moves. She had nearly 2,700 yuan left. She had to last 2 months and save enough for the first year's tuition and living expenses. Time was tight, pressure high. She took out the small notebook she carried with her and began listing plans line by line. The next day, after settling in, Lin Zhao started looking for work. Borrowing a dilapidated bicycle from the innkeeper, she toured the area around the university and Zhongguancun, visiting companies and small shops one by one. Supermarket cashier, milk tea shop, part-timer, tutoring center. After asking around, the results were almost identical. You can only work 1 month. That won't do. We need long-term. No experience. We don't hire inexperienced workers. Lin Zhao biked back to the inn, sat on the edge of the bed, and wiped her sweat. She wasn't discouraged. She had anticipated this. A fresh high school graduate with no work experience and only available short-term. Such conditions had no competitiveness in the formal job market. She reopened the small notebook and wrote down 2 words: set up a stall. In 2008, Huajing street vendors were everywhere, on roadside, subway exits, and commercial areas. Management was not as strict as it would later become. As long as you chose the right spot, you could operate smoothly. More importantly, the Olympics were about to start. Tourists were pouring into Huajing from all over the country. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions. These people would want to buy souvenirs to take home: hats, keychains, flags, plush toys. These items, sold near scenic spots and shopping districts, could yield several times the cost in profit. She wrote down a purchasing list in her notebook, then took a bus to Mushi Garden Wholesale Market. After inspecting the goods in the market, she returned to the inn and rented an electric scooter from the landlady. At dawn in Mushi Garden, the market was already steaming with activity. Lin Zhao rode the electric scooter between rows of stalls targeting Olympic-related merchandise. Little flags printed with Fua patterns, red cheering towels in the national color, keychains, and fridge magnets reading Huajing 2008, and dozens of baseball caps with the 5-ring emblem. She carefully selected, compared prices, and finally spent less than 2,000 yuan to fill a whole snakeskin bag with goods. On the first day of vending, she set up at the entrance of Huajing Street, found a spot with good visibility that didn't block pedestrians, and laid out her goods. Business didn't go smoothly at first. Passers-by glanced, asked the price, then walked away. She calculated silently, slightly lowered the prices, and put the brightest red cap on her own head as a live act. The first sale was to an elderly couple traveling from out of town. They bought 2 small flags and 4 keychains, paying She clutched the 35 yuan in her hand, watching the old couple disappear into the crowd, a bright smile spreading across her face. Cost less than 10 yuan, sold for 35, nearly triple the profit. Not a huge sum, but it was just the first sale. Over the next few days, she figured out the pattern from 8 m to 2 p.m. The most tourists, so she focused on hawking from 2 to 4 p.m. The hottest few people, she could rest a bit from 5 to 8 p.m. Another small peak before and after dinner. Her spot was good and her goods were practical and popular. On a slow day, she earned 100,200 yuan. On a good day, 300,400 yuan. Weekly net profit was nearly 2,000 yuan. Not enough to realize any big plans, but it allowed her to stand firm. More importantly, every day she rode through the bustling business districts, refamiliarizing herself with every street and alley of this city she once knew so well in her past life. 1 month later, as usual, she was riding near Huajing when a commotion caught her attention from a small alley. Turning her head, she saw dozens of people crowded around the entrance of a sports lottery station, packed inside and out, a cacophony of voices and laughter audible from far away. Lin Zhao stood still for 2 seconds, then her heart suddenly raced. Sports lottery. Competitive sports lottery tickets during the Olympic year. In her memory, during that year's Olympic Games, the Longguo delegation won numerous gold medals and produced quite a few dark horse events. Those championship results stunned everyone. These things were merely casual gossip in her past life, skimmed over carelessly, yet now they lay neatly arranged in her mind, like gleaming golden trump cards. On the 5th day after the Olympic opening ceremony, Lin Zhao withdrew 20,000 yuan in cash from the bank early in the morning and hastened to the nearest sports lottery betting station. She stood at the entrance, took a deep breath, and stepped into the sports lottery shop. The store was teeming with people, a long queue stretched before the counter, and several staff members were rushed off their feet. The walls were plastered with densely printed payout rate tables. Lin Zhao squeezed forward, scanning column after column, her eyes growing increasingly bright. Men's individual fencing, long was Zhong Man. She swiftly reviewed that memory in her mind. At the 2008 Huajing Olympics in the men's individual fencing event, long was athlete Zhong Man advanced through the ranks, winning the round of 16, quarterfinals, and final, with 3 consecutive victories, seizing the gold with absolute dominance, and shocking the entire sports world. Because before this, Long Gua had been almost entirely disadvantaged in fencing. This gold medal came so unexpectedly that no one had foreseen it. Precisely because no one predicted it, the payout rate was set so high. Her gaze fell upon that line of numbers, and a thin sheen of sweat formed on her palms. Zhong Man winning the round of 16 quarterfinals and final parley ticket with a payout rate of 20-37 times. Lin Zhao's breathing faltered slightly. She forced herself to calmly look away and continued scanning. Long Gua women's individual archery, Zhang Huanhuan. This was also one of that year's upsets. Long Gua's athlete Zhang Huanhuan swept through the group stage, advanced with relentless strength to the final, and ultimately claimed the gold medal with a payout rate of 2,125 times. She stood there for about 2 minutes, calculating rapidly in her mind. This was gambling. There was no legal certainty, and any mistake would mean losing everything. But she possessed the memories of her past life, an advantage no one else held. Moreover, such a windfall from the heavens was only within reach for her, reborn as she was. There was no point in hesitation. Go all in with the 20,000. She squeezed into the queue, waited a full 20 minutes, and finally reached the counter. Men's individual fencing, Zhong Man round of 16, quarterfinal, and final win, parley, 10,000 yuan. She pushed a stack of cash across the counter, her voice steady, without a trace of tremor. The ticket seller paused, looked her up and down, and said, "Young lady, this payout rate is high, but the risk is also high. Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Lin Zhao nodded emphatically. The ticket seller shrugged and began entering the data. After the ticket was printed, Lin Zhao spread out the remaining cash and bought another 10,000 yuan worth of Long Guizhong Huanhuan gold medal parley ticket with a payout rate of 2,125 times. The 2 lottery tickets felt thin and weightless in her hand, yet they seemed to press down like 1,000 jin. She walked out of the sports lottery shop and stood in the sunlight at the mouth of the alley, looking down at the 2 tickets as she took a deep breath. 20,000 yuan was almost her entire savings at the moment, but she could not afford to waste the advantage brought by rebirth. After buying the lottery tickets, Lin Zhao felt a lightness throughout her body. Since the bet was placed, rather than worrying all day long, she focused on handling her immediate affairs. She took inventory of the remaining Olympic merchandise stock, calculating that there was still about 1,000 yuan worth of goods left. She just needed to sell off these goods before school started. Next came the wait for the results. During the last 2 days before the opening ceremony, Lin Zhao hardly paused for rest. She divided the remaining stock into 2 batches. One continued at the Wangfujing intersection, and the other she pushed to the subway station outside the bird's nest. During those 2 days, Huajing was in a complete frenzy. Tourists from all over the country packed every main thoroughfare. The subway stations were deluged with people like floodwaters through an open sluice gate, with long queues forming at every exit. The air was thick with irrepressible excitement. Even the old man selling popsicles on the street wore a smile, shouting at passers-by, "Popsicles 1 yuan each. Refreshing popsicles 1 yuan each." Lin Zhao stood at the subway entrance. The moment she opened her sack, before she could even speak, someone reached in to browse the goods. "How much is this flag? Do you have a larger size of hat? Give me 2 sets. I'm taking them home as gifts." She barely had a moment to catch her breath, frantically collecting money and making change, her mouth never idle, as she quoted just before 3 in the afternoon, the last hat was sold, and the sack that had accompanied her for over a month was empty. Lin Zhao looked down and counted the bills in her hand, straightened the loose change into neat stacks, tucked them into her pocket, and instantly felt a wave of relief. After packing up the stall, a heavy weight lifted from her heart. She returned to the inn, handed the electric scooter back to the landlady, rushed upstairs to take a shower, changed into clean clothes, went out to eat a bowl of noodles, then bought some snacks and drinks, lay down on the bed, and fell into a comfortable sleep. August 12th, the final day of the men's individual fencing event. Lin Zhao had been distracted since morning. Although she knew the outcome, this Allen bet still made her unable to suppress her anxiety. In the afternoon, she switched on the old 29-inch TV in her room, tuned it to the sports channel, propped the pillows behind her, and sat cross-legged on the bed. On the screen, the arena was fully prepared. The fencing piste was slender and serene, with 2 athletes at opposite ends clad in white protective gear, masks lowered, revealing only taut wrists, and sword tips poised to strike. The TV commentator's voice was impassioned as he detailed the backgrounds and pre-match statistics of both competitors, unconsciously revealing his concern for the Longwei athlete. Zhong Man reaching the final was already a miracle, and his opponent was a veteran from a traditionally strong team. The outlook was not optimistic. In the stands, Longhua spectators waved flags and shouted until their voices grew hoarse. "Longhua will win." Lin Zhao's fingers unconsciously clutched the bedsheet, her eyes never leaving the screen. The match began. Lin Zhao tightened her grip on the bedsheet, counting the rhythms silently in her heart. She knew Zhong Man would not lose. Point. Longhua's athlete Zhong Man wins the gold. The commentator's voice cracked, trembling uncontrollably. Longhua has won the gold medal in fencing again after 24 years. On the TV screen, Zhong Man removed his mask and raised his fist high. In the stands, countless red flags waved fiercely and cheers were deafening. Lin Zhao stared at the screen stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then she leaped off the bed. Yeah. She covered her mouth, standing on the bed with her entire body trembling. The surging heat in her chest could no longer be contained. She jumped off the bed and facing the grimy wall outside the window threw a forceful punch into the air. Zhou man, you are my god. Lin Zhao fished out the 2 lottery tickets she had carefully preserved from her bag, staring at the small print that read 2037 times. Her hands shook so violently that she could barely hold the flimsy slip of paper. 10,000 yuan 2037 times. 37 million. She stood in that tiny room of the inn clutching that thin lottery ticket in her fingers, the national anthem from the TV, still echoing in her ears, and tears inexplicably surged forth. She didn't allow herself to cry out loud. Instead, she fiercely wiped her eyes with her sleeve, took a deep breath, and carefully placed the lottery ticket back into the inner pocket of her backpack. Calm down. It's not over yet. There's still archery. 2 more days of waiting. During these 2 days, Lin Zhao's heart was actually steadier than before the fencing final. Perhaps it was because that outburst had vented all the unsettled emotions, leaving behind only a calm, quiet certainty. Like a farmer watching over his field on the eve of autumn harvest, knowing that when dawn broke the next day the grain would all be his. On August 14th, the women's individual archery final. Lin Zhao was still sitting in front of that 21-inch. Zhang Huanhuan was up against the renowned archer known as the Queen of Archery, Piao Qingxian, who had been considered by almost everyone before the match as the undisputed favorite for the gold with a brilliant record. Lin Zhao popped a candy into her mouth and watched the screen in silence. Zhang Huanhuan's bow-drawing posture was as still water. Before every release, her breathing was so steady, her gaze so fixed, as if the clamor of the entire world had nothing to do with her. Lin Zhao crumpled the candy wrapper in her hand, clenching it quietly. As the competition entered its final arrows, Zhang Huanhuan steadily held on to the score, and the commentator's voice began to rise with the word champion appearing in his commentary for the first time. The final arrow. The pressure is on Zhang Huanhuan. She must hit a 9-ring to defeat Piao Qingxian. The commentator's voice trembled with excitement. The last arrow left the bowstring. 9 rings. Longguo's Zhang Huanhuan wins the gold. Lin Zhao tossed the crumpled wrapper into the trash bin and slowly let out a long breath. This time she didn't jump up or pump her fist. She just quietly watched the moment on the screen when Zhang Huanhuan covered her face. Lin Zhao's lips unconsciously curved upward, and her eyes grew slightly hot. 10,000 yuan multiplied by 2125. That's 25 million. The 2 lottery tickets together added up to 62 million. Lin Zhao lowered her head, forcefully rubbed her face, and forced back the warmth in her eyes. The claiming process was a bit more complicated than she had imagined, but it was completed smoothly. On the day of claiming the prize, Lin Zhao was fully armed. A mask covering most of her face, sunglasses hiding her eyes, and the hood of her hoodie pulled deep over her head. Cashing a high-value prize required presenting an ID card, filling out a prize registration form, and cooperating. Lin Zhao sorted through the procedures step by step. When she received that number, the staff member at the service window looked up at her several times with an expression that was hard to tell. Envy or astonishment. She walked out with the bank card tucked away, stood at the entrance of the sports lottery center. The scorching August sun in Huajing blazed fiercely, casting her shadow short and deep. After taxes, 29 million. She mentally calculated the accounts, breaking down that number and matching each part to her plans. First thing, buy a house. In her past life, she had a decent understanding of Huajing's real estate market. In 2008, Huajing's housing market was at the bottom of a correction cycle. There had been an emotional rise before the Olympics, and a brief pullback was expected after the Games. But from a 5 or 10-year perspective, entering the market now was a genuine golden opportunity. Buy. I must buy. He'll buy 2 units first. All near Huajing University in a mature neighborhood. Whether for self-use or rental in the future, it was a sure profit. Rent 1, live in 1, and bring her mother to Huajing, letting her leave that oppressive home and enjoy the rest of her life. Time flew by. In early September, the Olympic flame had just been extinguished, and the boiling fervor in Huajing gradually dissipated. There were fewer tourists on the streets, fewer red flags by the roadside, and even the subway station's announcements had switched from the rousing Olympic theme song back to the mechanical voice announcing stops. Lin Zhao stayed at that Guifeng hotel for a full 2 months, eating at every small eatery on that street and thoroughly exploring the real estate market around Huajing University. During those 2 weeks, she went out to view apartments almost every other day, collecting a thick stack of business cards from various agents. She recorded the average prices, building ages, and property management conditions of the surrounding neighborhoods in a small notebook filling over a dozen pages. But she never made a move. This post-Olympic pullback had not yet bottomed out. Lin Zhao calculated in her mind, according to her memory, the true low point would be around the end of the year. Buying then would be the most cost-effective price. Money had to be spent wisely. Save wherever possible. On the night before the start of the semester, Lin Zhao sat at the old desk in the hotel and dialed her home phone. The phone rang several times before she heard her motherly Lan's voice, a little flustered, a little tense. Zhao Zhao. Mom. Lin Zhao's voice was very soft. I'm starting school tomorrow. I just wanted to let you know. There was a pause on the other end, then a series of faint noises as though she was walking into the inner room. Li Lan's voice softened, carrying a suppressed sob. Are you okay? Eating well? Sleeping well? Everything. Lin Zhao pulled at the corner of her mouth, her throat tightening. Mom must have sneaked out to the balcony again away from Dad, just like every time she called her secretly before. Mom, what about you? I am fine. It was that same line again. Lin Zhao closed her eyes, her fingertips gently tracing the tabletop. In her past life, she had heard that fine for over 30 years, every time uttered so softly and quickly as if afraid that speaking slower would reveal a flaw. She knew her mother wasn't telling the truth. How much grievance and helplessness lay behind that fine. She didn't press further but calmly said, Mom, once him settled in Huajing, he'll bring you over. There was another silence on the other and then a soft sniffle, hard to tell whether a cry or a sigh. Just take care of yourself, don't worry about me. Lin Zhao gripped the receiver tightly. This time I won't let you suffer those hardships again. She took a deep breath and said nothing more. She knew how much involuntariness was in her mother's words. But those matters could be solved gradually one by one. After hanging up, she flipped to the accounting page in her notebook and she hadn't told her mother or anyone about winning the lottery. Over 30 million yuan in the pocket of an 18-year-old high school graduate. The fewer people knew, the better. This money was her biggest trump card and also the most fragile secret. Lin Zhao tapped the numbers with her pen tip. If it were leaked, Lin Guodong would never let it go. He would use every excuse to bring the money under his control and then throw it all into those so-called investments. Lin Zhao recalled that in her past life, Lin Guodong thought he had secured a wealthy son-in-law only to be swindled out of all his family assets by Gu Yanzhou's sweet talk. A chill ran down her spine. Lin Zhao opened several new bank accounts in Huajing, splitting the funds into several portions, some to earn interest in funds, some reserved for buying a house at the end of the year. This secret she intended to bear alone until the day she truly stood on her own 2 feet. She closed the notebook and looked around the small hotel room that had accompanied her for 2 months. The traces of dust on the walls, the old wall outside the window, the wobbly chair. This place had witnessed the turning point of her life. Here she had waited for Zhong Man's sword, for Zhang Huan's arrow, and for the first pot of gold in this lifetime. It had to be said this was truly a good place. Early the next morning, Lin Zhao dragged her suitcase and checked out of the hotel. September 4th, the day school started. In front of Huajing University's gate, the morning bustled with activity. Taxis, private cars, and minivans clogged the road, while freshmen carrying suitcases and backpacks streamed into campus with their parents and siblings. Banners hung everywhere, welcome booths from various departments lined up in a row. Bright red directional signs were held high, and senior students from the student union were nearly hoarse from shouting. Lin Zhao walked through the gate alone, carrying her suitcase. No family saw her off, no parents by her side, but her steps were steady and her expression relaxed. In her past life, when she entered the university gate, her parents had followed behind. Her mother nagging her to study hard, her father frowning and saying girls shouldn't push themselves too hard in school, meaning he just wanted her to marry early. A cynical smile curled at the corner of Lin Zhao's lips. Back then she had naively thought it was concern. Lin Zhao's eyes carried a calmness forged from her past life, making her stand out among the excited, chattering freshmen whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The check-in point for the architecture school was set up under the corridor outside the East Teaching Building. Lin Zhao completed the procedure step by step, consulted the dormitory layout map, and dragged her suitcase toward female dormitory building No. 5. Female dormitory building No. 5 stood at the easternmost side of the dormitory area, a 7-story old building with slightly modeled exterior walls, but surrounded by a few large sycamore trees whose thick shade provided a refreshing look. Just as Lin Zhao reached the dormitory entrance and was about to push open the door, her peripheral vision caught a cluster of figures on the right side of the building. She paused. It was a young man, his back to her, wearing a clean shirt with neat hair and a tall, straight figure. He was leaning down, talking to a girl. His posture leaned slightly forward. He held a cup of milk tea, pushing it toward the girl's hand. Although the exact words were inaudible, the deliberate tenderness carried a hint of coercion. The girl turned half her face away, her expression somewhat indifferent. She didn't take the milk tea, instead stepping half a step aside. The boy didn't withdraw. He pushed the cup forward again and said something else. Lin Zhao stood still, stunned for less than 2 seconds. Then the boy turned his face. Gu Yanzhou, a face more than 10 years younger. His features less sharp, his brows and eyes carrying a trace of youthful greenness. But that posture, that style of fake gentleness that was actually domineering, she knew it all too well. Lin Zhao felt as if a large gulp of cold water had been poured into her stomach, fishy and bitter. In her past life, he had done the same, delivering gifts over and over, saying again and again, "This is good for you, trust me, I'm right," turning care into control and love into a cage. Lin Zhao glanced again at the ponytailed girl beside him. Her temperament was elegant, her features cool. Could this be the white moonlight Gu Yanzhou had pined for? Lin Zhao let out a self-deprecating laugh, averted her gaze, and with a calm expression pushed open the dormitory door and walked inside. Let him chase whoever he wants. Lin Zhao didn't stop, nor did she want to look again. She treated it like an irrelevant tree by the roadside. The wind blew, the leaves rustled, and it had nothing to do with her. But the pent-up feeling in her heart stirred gently. In her past life, she had thought it was tenderness, thought it was devotion, thought his relentless kindness was because he truly loved her. She married him, followed him, staked her best years on him, only to receive a divorce agreement and the words, "You were just her substitute." Lin Zhao climbed the stairs with her suitcase, a faint smile curving her lips. "Fine. Since you've already appeared, take your time. They'll slowly tear off your mask." She rushed up the stairs and charged straight to the corner on the 5th floor, panting heavily before realizing she had climbed too fast and gone too far. All because of that damned Zhou Yanting. After wandering around, she found her dormitory room, 304 on the 3rd floor. The door was ajar. Lin Zhao pushed it open and saw a girl already tidying up inside. The bed by the door on the right had its quilt already laid out, a pink and blue plaid pattern neatly folded. On the desk below the bed sat an unopened textbook and a transparent pencil holder. The girl busying about had her back to Lin Zhao, her ponytail slightly loose. She was squatting, stuffing toiletries into the dormitory was a 4-person room. On each side of the entrance were 2 upper bunks. Below each bunk were a desk, a cabinet, and a chair. Farther in was the washing area, opposite which were the toilet and shower. At the far end was a balcony. 2 light-colored towels hung on the clothesline. Lin Zhao set her suitcase down next to the empty bed on the left by the door and greeted hello M from 30 for Lin Zhao. The girl turned around. It was her. Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The ponytailed girl who had refused Zhou Yanting's milk tea at the dormitory entrance. She wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, yet exuded a presence distinct from ordinary people. Her hair was casually tied into a low ponytail with a simple hair tie. Her nose was straight, her lips slightly pursed, her brows and eyes cool and clear like a pure white camellia untouched by dust. Hello, I'm Shen Ruotang. Her voice was soft. That sentence hit Lin Zhao like a blunt hammer, making her ear. Shen Ruotang. The white moonlight Zhou Yanting had chanted for 10 whole years. Shen Ruotang. A trace of shock involuntarily flickered across Lin Zhao's face, but she quickly suppressed it. In her past life, she had never met Shen Ruotang in person. She had only heard her name from Zhou Yanting and his friend. Shen Ruotang's eyes were clear and bright. She glanced at Lin Zhao with a hint of scrutiny, yet not aggressive. Lin Zhao kept her expression calm, absorbing inwardly the situation where only she felt awkward. In her past life, Zhou Yanting had said she was like a fairy from heaven, aloof, not of this world, and she is different from you. Right now, before her eyes, this person was indeed a goddess-level figure with outstanding temperament. If I were a man, I would also. A bizarre thought crossed Lin Zhao's mind. What am I thinking? Lin Zhao quickly snapped out of it, suppressing the untimely distraction. She raised her eyes to meet Shen Ruotang's gaze and gave a stiff smile. Please take care of me from now on. She curved her lips, relaxing her tone. Shen Ruotang, how do you write the character Tang? The Tang of the crabapple blossom. Shen Ruotang looked up and glanced at her. Beautiful. Lin Zhao nodded, opened her suitcase, and began unpacking with brisk movements. In her past life, Zhou Yanting had repeated the name Tang Tang countless times. Every time he said it, his eyes softened as if the word could drip honey. She suppressed the faint bitterness inside and asked, are you from this province or from out of town? From this city. You. Chinching City. The two exchanged brief conversations, swapping basic information. Shen Ruotang wasn't talkative, her answers were short, but not cold. When Lin Zhao spoke, her eyes would focus intently on the other's face, listening carefully. Halfway through tidying up, 2 more roommates entered one after another. One was Cheng Xiaoyu, a round face with dimples when she smiled, her speech rapid-fire and boisterous. The other was Fang Xiyu, wearing glasses and carrying a stack of books. She said little, first arranging her textbooks in a row. Thus the 4 of them ended up under the same roof. Cheng Xiaoyu had the loudest voice. Within a few words, she had heated up the dormitory atmosphere. Fang Xiyu kept her head down, reading, occasionally inserting a short comment. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang each tended to their own belongings, occasionally chiming in with Cheng Xiaoyu. When they were nearly done, Cheng Xiaoyu slapped her hands on her knees. Shall we go eat in the cafeteria? It's the first day of school. It must be lively. Fang Xiyu folded a corner of the page and stood up. Lin Zhao also hopped off the bed. The 3 stood in a row, their gazes naturally falling on Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang paused as if she hadn't expected to be invited together, then nodded. Okay. The 4 went downstairs. As they exited the dormitory building, Lin Zhao's peripheral vision swept to the right side of the entrance. No one was there anymore. An empty milk tea cup was thrown beside the nearby trash bin. Lin Zhao withdrew her gaze and caught up with the other 3. The 4 descended the stairs. The cafeteria was a sea of noise with heat and the smell of food rushing at them. The 4 got their meals and sat together by the window, chatting while eating from their trays. The food at Huajing University's cafeteria, though not refined, was generous in portion and properly seasoned. Lin Zhao was hungry, so she ate in big mouthfuls. The soft rice, the savory and slightly spicy shredded pork with green peppers. She relished every bite. Hey, look, that guy is so handsome. Cheng Xiaoyu raised her chopsticks and pointed at the figure walking through the shadows of the trees outside the window, her voice brimming with unbridled excitement. A white shirt, and that profile is simply flawless. Fang Xiyu kept her head down, eating her meal in silence, without looking up. Shen Ruotang's eyes flickered slightly, glancing past the window before gently returning to her own tray. Lin Zhao lifted her gaze. Amidst the swaying tree shadows, the person was looking down at their phone. How irritating. Why does Zhou Yanting, that persistent pest, have to show up again? From the corner of her eye, Lin Zhao caught sight of Zhou Yanting entering the cafeteria with several male classmates. They got their meals and walked straight toward this side, their pace unhurried, yet his gaze precisely fixed on Shen Ruotang. Lin Zhao's heart tightened. She rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, don't come over, don't come over. Yet as fate would have it, Zhou Yanting insisted on approaching. He and his classmates took seats at the neighboring table. The moment Zhou Yanting sat down, he turned his head to look at Shen Ruotang and was about to speak. Shen Ruotang stood up and said softly to her roommates, I have something to do. I'll go first. Then, carrying her unfinished meal tray, she walked toward the cafeteria exit without looking back. At that moment Lin Zhao also lost her appetite due to Zhou Yanting's presence. After a moment's thought, she silently put down her chopsticks, pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth, picked up her tray, and followed. I'll head off too. You two take your time. Zhou Yanting stared blankly at Shen Ruotang's retreating figure, his expression a mixture of disappointment and unwillingness. Lin Zhao caught this scene from the corner of her eye. This private battlefield of hers would probably play out every day from now on. A 5-year program. She would have to spend 5 years in this university with the two of them. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. Who would have guessed she'd run into Shen Ruotang here? What a disaster. Still judging by Shen Ruotang's attitude toward Zhou Yanting, it was clear she had no interest in him at all. In fact, she seemed to avoid him at all costs. Lin Zhao quickened her pace to catch up with Shen Ruotang. Is that guy pursuing you? Lin Zhao walked beside her, testing the waters. Without slowing down, Shen Ruotang replied flatly, it's not pursuit. It's harassment. Harassment? That was typical of Zhou Yanting. On the surface, he seemed warm and polite, but in reality, he pushed relentlessly, every breath carrying an unyielding sense of control. Do you really dislike him? I wouldn't say dislike. I just think people with such strong ulterior motives aren't worth engaging with. Shen Ruotang's tone was calm as she glanced at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao suddenly understood. So that was it. Shen Ruotang wasn't aloof, as she had long seen through people's hearts with clarity. This woman was no simple soul, outwardly as calm as still water, but inwardly harboring deep, turbulent currents. Still, why had she ended up with Zhou Yanting in her previous life? Lin Zhao recalled that a year before the divorce, Zhou Yanting had frequently been in touch with a woman he called Tang Tang. He even mentioned the name Tang Tang in front of Lin Zhao, without hesitation, in a tone so intimate it made her heart tremble. No matter how she looked at it, someone like Shen Ruotang would never fall for a worthless man like Zhou Yanting. But in this life, Zhou Yanting would never succeed again. Lin Zhao silently vowed to make sure he never got back on his feet. It's only the first day of registration, and he's already chasing you. Lin Zhao asked curiously. He was my high school classmate. I never imagined he'd follow me to university like a persistent ghost. Shen Ruotang let out a cold laugh and shook her head helplessly. This guy is really something else. Lin Zhao almost laughed out loud, but then saw Shen Ruotang raise her hand to check her watch. Let's go out for Malatang. My treat. Shen Ruotang looked at Lin Zhao, a rare smile touching her lips. I barely ate a few bites. I'm starving. Lin Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Sure, but we need double portions of tripe. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang arrived at a small Malatang shop off campus. They ordered a large pile of ingredients and chatted about the differences in their hometown flavors amidst the steaming hot pot. How about we get a driver's license this semester? Shen Ruotang picked up a strand of slightly curled beef tripe and suddenly asked. Yeah, I've been wanting to. Maybe we can sign up right after military training. Lin Zhao fully agreed with Shen Ruotang's suggestion. It happened that she now had some funds, so she could consider buying a car and moving her mother in to live with her. Whether it was because their personalities clicked or because they naturally found common topics, the two chatted for a long time. It was past 9 in the evening when they finally strolled slowly back to school. After the first day spent with Shen Ruotang, Lin Zhao discovered that she was actually a very independent, confident, and sincere person. The kind of poise and composure Lin Zhao had never managed to learn in her past life came not from ostentation, but from a firm inner sense of boundaries and clear self-awareness. She didn't seek approval, didn't explain herself, and didn't easily give her trust. But when faced with someone truly compatible, she would unreservedly radiate warmth and goodwill. Lin Zhao slowed her pace, gazing at Shen Ruotang's shadow stretched long by the street lamp. She still couldn't believe that this was the Tang Tang from Zhou Yanting's words in her previous life. When the two returned to the dormitory, they saw Fang Xiyu sitting at her desk, hugging a book and reading. Across from her, Cheng Xiaojian's eyes lit up as she saw Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang enter. You're finally back. Come here. We just got a notification tomorrow at 2 p.m. The department's freshman orientation has been moved to the lecture hall. Everyone must attend on time, no absences. Cheng Xiaoyu held up her phone screen. The freshman representative is Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang pursed her lips and nodded. I know. The advisor also sent me a reminder. Then our dorm is really something. We've produced a freshman representative. Cheng Xiaoyu clapped and laughed. Fang Xiyu finally closed her book and looked up at Shen Ruotang, her eyes filled with undisguised envy. Lin Zhao had already learned that Shen Ruotang was the freshman representative when they ate together off campus. Now she just nodded lightly and yawned as she headed toward the washing area. I'm going to take a shower. The next day, at 1:50 p.m., in the architecture department's lecture hall, Cheng Xiaoyu had reserved 4 consecutive seats in the third row by the aisle. The freshmen chattered excitedly, their gazes full of curiosity and exploration. At exactly 2 o'clock, Professor Chen, the department head, stepped onto the podium. After a brief opening, he announced the freshman representative speech. Shen Ruotang rose and walked to the podium. Today she wore a simple white shirt and a pair of washed blue jeans. She didn't bring any notes. Once she stood steady, Shen Ruotang began speaking directly about the combination of traditional ancient architectural Mortisian structures with modern mechanics. Her tone was not dryly academic, her points were clear and her enunciation crisp. The entire hall fell silent. Professor Chen nodded repeatedly, and several senior professors on the stage exchanged whispers, their eyes full of admiration. Lin Zhao leaned back in her seat and listened quietly. This woman truly had skill. Not only did she come from a good family, but she also had solid knowledge. In the previous life, Zhou Yanting had praised her to the skies, and now it seemed Shen Ruotang indeed deserved that pride. After more than 10 minutes, Shen Ruotang concluded her speech amid thunderous applause. Professor Chen took the microphone and announced the start of the open QA and faculty-student interaction session. No sooner had he finished speaking than a person in the very middle of the first row abruptly stood up. Zhou Yanting. He held the microphone handed over by a staff member, straightened his posture, and deliberately adjusted himself into a seemingly humble stance. Greetings, professors. I am Zhou Yanting, a freshman from Class 1 Architecture, majoring in architectural design. His voice was clear and loud, ensuring it could be heard in every corner of the lecture hall. He's in Class 1 too. Lin Zhao thought to herself in exasperation. Miss Shen's point about combining traditional architecture with modern mechanics is excellent. I've also been researching structural topics recently, especially the topological optimization of deconstructivism in earthquake resistance for super-tall buildings. Zhou Yanting glanced at Shen Ruotang, then quickly swept his gaze over the professors in the front row. His speech was steady and confident. The freshmen in the audience exchanged bewildered looks. Most of them hadn't even flipped through their professional textbooks at the start of the first semester. These terms sounded far too profound. Zhou Yanting was pleased with the reactions around him. His gaze bypassed the professors and landed directly on Shen Ruotang, who stood by the podium. Recently, a foreign journal proposed changing rigid connections in structural joints to flexible damping matrices. It's said to reduce the overall structural dead weight by 15%. I'd like to ask the professors, how promising is this cutting-edge theory for practical engineering applications in our country? He posed the question with a perfectly poised expression of curiosity. Several professors fell into thought. A freshman being able to read professional journals at that level and propose the concept of structural optimization was indeed rare. Shen Ruotang stood to the side, frowning slightly. Professor Chen rubbed his chin and was about to take the microphone to offer a few comments. Just then Lin Zhao rose from her seat. Lin Zhao did not raise a hand or ask for the microphone. Classmate, Zhou should have read the March feature article in Architectural Frontiers. Lin Zhao's voice was not loud, yet it carried an eerily cold and rational penetration. But that paper is clearly a structural hypothesis under ideal conditions. The original author's vision was admirable, yet it lacks real-world data and technical support. So how can it be promoted? All eyes in the room instantly snapped to the third row. Zhou Yanting's smile froze on his face, and he turned his head to stare fixedly at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao did not look at him. Her calm gaze remained on the professor at the podium. The original author assumed the yield strength of flexible damping materials using entirely ideal laboratory data. Given the current standards of domestically mass-produced structural steel and construction precision, when this joint design encounters strong winds or abnormal load stress concentration, will cause the deformation rate to directly exceed the critical value. The audience was eerily quiet, with only Lin Zhao's steady voice narrating. Furthermore, the theory completely ignores long-term maintenance costs. The fatigue life of such flexible joints is far shorter than that of the main building structure. Once replacement is required, large special cranes must be deployed in densely built high-rise districts. High costs constrain construction environment. For a mere 15% weight reduction, sacrificing structural redundancy will cause maintenance costs to skyrocket by over 300%. Lin Zhao finally turned her gaze toward Zhou Yanting, her eyes devoid of mockery, only the coldness of seeing through the essence. Architecture is not a drawing board. Lives are at stake beneath it. A theory so divorced from reality, if applied to real buildings, would only be a matter of time before disaster strikes. These words landed, and the lecture hall fell into dead silence. Zhou Yanting's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. His hand gripping the microphone was taut. Scientific research must always look ahead. You can't dismiss the theoretical value just because domestic construction is currently difficult. He stubbornly retorted, trying to salvage his dignity. Architecture has never been a castle in the air. To discuss structural design divorced from materials and craftsmanship is to murder for profit. Lin Zhao slammed the door shut with one sentence, leaving no room for debate. Professor Chen suddenly slapped the table. Well said. The old professor stood up with the microphone, his gaze burning as he looked at Lin Zhao. What's your name, classmate? Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao has hit the nail on the head. Professor Chen scanned the room. We build houses for people to live in. Foresight is necessary, but it must be built on the premise of safety. For a freshman to have such pragmatic engineering thinking is truly remarkable. Professor Chen started applauding, and soon the lecture hall erupted in applause. Zhou Yanting stood alone in the first row, his back rigid. He could only mutter, "I've learned my lesson," and slink back to his seat. Cheng Xiaoyu frantically tugged at Lin Zhao's sleeve under the seat, her eyes wide as saucers. Fang Xiu pushed up her slipping glasses, her face full of shock. Lin Zhao returned to her seat, watching Zhou Yanting slightly hunched back in the row ahead, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. Plagiarize anything but that paper. In her past life in 2010, a landmark building in the south adopted a similar design, only to suffer severe deformation during construction, nearly causing a major safety accident. At the time, the industry tore that paper to shreds. Zhou Yanting's habit of taking shortcuts and parading borrowed jargon to gild himself had never changed since childhood. The freshman orientation finally ended, and the crowd began to file out. Zhou Yanting didn't even look back, slipping out through the front door amid the throng. As Lin Zhao and her two companions reached the aisle, Shen Ruotang also quickly walked over. Shen Ruotang stopped in front of Lin Zhao, scrutinizing her from head to toe. You've read a lot, and you keep it well hidden. Shen Ruotang's lips curled slightly. I happened to skim that journal and memorized a couple of lines. Lin Zhao's tone was casual. To pinpoint the flaws in project cost and long-term maintenance so sharply, that doesn't seem like mere chance. Shen Ruotang's eyes flickered with scrutiny and amusement before she quickly composed herself. Still, your rebuttal was impressive. Lin Zhao shrugged helplessly. I just couldn't stand him, couldn't hold back. People who flaunt lofty concepts to build a persona don't deserve any face-saving. Shen Ruotang made no secret of her disdain for Gu Yanzhou. Exactly, thinking he's so profound. Lin Zhao echoed. Yeah, walk back to the dorm together. Shen Ruotang naturally fell into step beside Lin Zhao. Cheng Xiaoyu leaned close to Fang Xiyu from behind. These two are definitely future powerhouses. Bam! The door of dorm 304 had just closed when Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't contain herself and jumped up. So thrilling. Too thrilling. She flailed her arms, tugging at Lin Zhao's sleeve. Too bad about that handsome face of Gu Yanzhou. All twisted up. But seriously, Lin Zhao, you're amazing. Just one glance at the journal, and you memorized it. Lin Zhao pushed Cheng Xiaoyu's hands away, tossed her canvas bag on the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. I just happened to remember it. Lin Zhao brushed it off, casually pouring herself a glass of water. Fang Xiyu stacked her books neatly, pushed up her slipping glasses, and looked at Lin Zhao with a changed expression. Lin Zhao, your professional foundation is really solid. I didn't understand that damping matrix at all. Fang Xiyu's tone was earnest. Did you study it before? My family's in construction. I've been reading blueprints and hanging around construction sites since I was a kid. Lin Zhao brushed it off. Tomorrow's military training. Hurry up and pack. Shen Ruotang, seeing Lin Zhao didn't want to dwell on it, patted her shoulder with a smile. Oh right, tomorrow's military training. Cheng Xiaoyu slapped her forehead. Almost forgot about that. The four dorm mates began organizing their luggage. Cheng Xiaoyu held a bottle of sunscreen, a dreamy look on her face. I hope our squad gets a handsome drill instructor, preferably one with 8-pack abs. Fang Xiyu struggled to stuff a brick-thick history of architecture and an English vocabulary book into her suitcase, her brow furrowed in resistance. Lin Zhao tossed a folding fan and a tin of cooling balm into her suitcase, muttering under her breath, the thought of standing at attention under the sun makes my scalp tingle. She thought about how she was already in her 30s and still had to do marching drills. What a misery. She really wanted to fake an illness and bail out. Shen Ruotang was the fastest. She tossed a few cotton t-shirt, shorts, and a minimalist toiletries kit into her backpack, zipped it up, and came over to Lin Zhao's bed, lowering her voice. You're bringing that much. Lin Zhao had crammed her suitcase full almost to the brim with her clothes. She looked up at Shen Ruotang's backpack, then down at her own suitcase. You travel so light. Shen Ruotang smiled and nodded. It's only 2 weeks, not a wilderness survival expedition. Lin Zhao paused, then silently zipped up her suitcase. Look at Xiaoyu and Xiyu. Their suitcases are even bigger than mine. The next day, at the suburban military training base, the sun blazed high, scorching and relentless. Cicadas droned hoarsely, and even the wind carried waves of heat. The training ground was filled with rows of green-clad figures. 10-minute break. The drill instructor blew his whistle. The crowd scattered noisily, all diving for the shade under the trees. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang found a grassy slope sheltered from the wind and sat down. Cheng Xiaoyu dragged Fang Xiyu off to the convenience store for cold drinks. The two had just unscrewed their bottles of sun-warmed mineral water. Gu Yanzhou crossed half the training ground and walked over. He held 2 freshly bought iced drinks, beads of water still clinging to the bottles. Gu Yanzhou stopped in front of the two, his face wearing his trademark gentle smile, as if the public humiliation yesterday had never happened. At yesterday's orientation, classmate Lin pointed out my mistake very accurately. I went back and checked the data. It really was my oversight. Gu Yanzhou extended one iced drink toward Lin Zhao, his tone sincere. Classmate Lin, have some water. It's quite hot today. Then he turned and handed the other bottle to Shen Ruotang, his gaze instantly turning ardent. Ruotang, you have some too. A few resting male students nearby began to glance over. Lin Zhao didn't even lift her eyelids. No need. Gu Yanzhou's hand froze midair, but he wasn't annoyed. Instead, he thought Lin Zhao was just playing hard to get. Don't be polite. It's normal for classmates to exchange ideas and learn. I've always been open to criticism. He continued to push the iced drink forward. Shen Ruotang turned her head away in disgust and said bluntly, can't you understand plain speech? Gu Yanzhou, rebuffed by Shen Ruotang, felt a surge of anger inside, but he forcibly restrained himself and turned his attack on Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao, I don't hold a grudge about yesterday. We're in the same class and we'll see each other often. Lin Zhao finally looked up. She stood brushing the grass clippings off her camouflage pants. Since you know your shortcomings, you should focus on studying. Why come here to hand out water? Lin Zhao met Gu Yanzhou's eyes. Will handing out water help you get high marks? Or win you a scholarship? Gu Yanzhou's face darkened instantly. He glared at Lin Zhao with a fierce look, his Adam's apple bobbing, but in the end, nearby classmates who had been eavesdropping began to whisper. Shen Ruotang rose as well and shot Gu Yanzhou a glance. Move. The two walked away side by side, leaving Gu Yanzhou standing alone on the grassy slope, holding 2 bottles of water, surrounded by mocking gazes. He squeezed the plastic bottles tightly until the plastic deformed and let out a sharp, grating sound. Heels together, feet at 60 degrees, chest out and head up. The instructor's voice exploded above the training ground, booming so loud it made ears ache. The ground temperature was nearly 40 degrees Celsius, and the rubber track emitted a nauseating smell of plastic. Many female students were already swaying, their faces pale, and some even began to sob quietly. Lin Zhao stood in the first row, sweat dripping from her eyelashes into her eyes, stinging them. She didn't move, not even blinking. This level of exhaustion was nothing compared to the mental torment Zhou Yanting and Lin Guodong had inflicted on her in her past life. Besides, her current body was only 18 at the peak of physical strength. Her willpower was like a steel bar welded into concrete. Hey Lin Zhao, are you suffering from heat stroke? As soon as the rest whistle sounded, Zhou Yanting approached again. This time, he wasn't holding iced water, but a bottle of Huajing University liquid. His face, full of concern, his voice loud enough for half the class to hear. You don't look well. Don't push yourself. Your health comes first. Zhou Yanting reached out to support Lin Zhao's arm, his gesture as natural as a caring elder brother. A few boys around started jeering, and someone even whistled. Lin Zhao sidestepped her movement so quick that Zhou Yanting's hand froze midair. This classmate, please show some respect. Lin Zhao's voice was calm with no trace of emotion, yet it instantly extinguished the surrounding noise. We're not close. Zhou Yanting's smile withered like a frostbitten flower, twisting grotesquely. Holding that bottle of Huajing University, he looked like a self-deluded clown. I was just concerned. Not needed. Lin Zhao turned around, pulling the cool-faced Shen Ruotang beside her toward the shade, leaving Zhou Yanting standing alone under the scorching sun, subjected to the mocking glances all around. That night in the male dormitory. Bang! Zhou Yanting slammed the wash basin onto the shelf, splashing water everywhere. Damn it, who does she think she is, acting so aloof? He kicked the stool aside, his tone venomous. Lin Zhao definitely did it on purpose. First she humiliated me at the freshman meeting, and now she puts on this act today. He lit a cigarette, leaned by the window, and shouted at his roommates. You guys didn't see it. That girl is playing hard to get like a pro. Doesn't she just want me to look at her more? At most 3 days, and he'll definitely have her. A few roommates exchanged glances, some responded with dry laughs, others pretended to look down at their phones. One boy grinned teasingly. Bro Zhou, aren't you chasing Shen Ruotang? Why are you messing with Lin Zhao now? Zhou Yanting abruptly crushed out his cigarette. Shen Ruotang is my goddess. The goddess can do whatever she wants to me. But this Lin Zhao stepped on my face as soon as she arrived. It's clearly on purpose. Don't you think she's imitating Shen Ruotang's aloofness? I heard they're in the same dorm. Another boy chimed in. This Lin Zhao isn't worse than Shen Ruotang, bro Zhou. Are you planning to change your taste? Another boy spoke. Bro Zhou, I heard you've been chasing Shen Ruotang for 3 years and still haven't succeeded. Honestly, bro Zhou, you're so handsome. Why limit yourself to one girl? Zhou Yanting sneered. Lin Zhao is indeed not bad looking, otherwise I wouldn't bother with her. Mark my words, if I win her over in 3 days, you guys treat me to hot pot. Heh. A soft chuckle suddenly came from the corner top bunk. Gu Yanzhou took off his earphones and sat up leisurely. His skin was fair, exuding an elegant aura under the dim light, but when his eyes looked at Zhou Yanting, they were filled with the joy of watching a show. What are you laughing at? Zhou Yanting whirled around, as if his tail had been stepped on. At you. Gu Yanzhou spoke slowly with a natural sense of superiority. Do you think all the girls in the world should be infatuated with you? Anyone who doesn't respond to you is playing hard to get. Gu Yanzhou stopped pretending. Zhou Yanting flew into a rage. He couldn't stand people like Gu Yanzhou. Good family background, good looks, and self-righteous. Zhou Yanting charged to Gu Yanzhou's bunk, clenching his fists with a cracking sound. Say that again if you dare. He swung his right fist, whistling through the air directly at Gu Yanzhou's face. However, the anticipated bloody scene didn't happen. Gu Yanzhou shifted his body slightly, his left hand precisely catching Zhou Yanting's wrist, pulling it back, and his right hand turned from palm to hook, locking Zhou Yanting's arm behind his back. Clang. With a crisp sound, Zhou Yanting was pressed firmly against the mottled wall, his face against the cold plaster. At training, Gu Yanzhou whispered in his ear, his tone as gentle as discussing tomorrow's breakfast. Too bad you didn't train your fists and feet well enough, but you've trained your mouth to be foul. The dormitory was dead silent. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that Gu Yanzhou, who looked like a pale-faced scholar, could move so swiftly. Let me go. Damn you. Let me go. Zhou Yanting's face contorted in pain as he cursed continuously. Everyone stand at attention. The door was flung open, and the inspecting instructor stood at the entrance with a murderous look, the beam of his flashlight wildly sweeping across their faces. Lights out, and you're still fighting. Think the daytime training wasn't tough enough. The instructor's dark face under the harsh flashlight looked like a piece of pig iron. You two get the hell out. To the training ground. Zhou Yanting held his nearly dislocated arm, breaking out in cold sweat. Gu Yanzhou, however, remained calm, leisurely buttoning the collar of his shirt. At 9:30 p.m. on the military training ground, the rubber surface still radiated the remnants of daytime heat. Stand still. 1 hour of posture drill, move, and it'll add half an hour. The instructor sat down on a folding stool nearby. Zhou Yanting's legs were shaking like sieves. He cursed Lin Zhao 1,000 times in his heart. If it weren't for that woman, would he have had a conflict with Gu Yanzhou in the dorm? Would he be out here making a fool of himself in the middle? Gu Yanzhou stood straight, looking relaxed. He even found it amusing that he had taken action for someone else's matter. It was probably because of Zhou Yanting's words, win over Lin Zhao in 3 days. That was too harsh. Report. Huge news. Cheng Xiaoyu, barefoot in slippers with her wet hair still dripping, barged into the dorm like a whirlwind. She had just returned from the bathhouse, her face brimming with excitement. The training ground. Two handsome guys standing at attention. An acute instructor sitting nearby. What a scene. Inside, everyone was busy with their own things. Fang Xiyu lay on the bed with earphones, eyes closed. Shen Ruotang was applying layers of toner and lotion. Lin Zhao had just applied a plaster to her lower back. In her past life, she had suffered from severe lumbar muscle strain. Although she was young now, she was used to taking preventive measures early due to the intense military training. Not interested. Lin Zhao's voice was cold. Oh, come on. He's really handsome. Cheng Xiaoyu, seeing no one responded, stomped her foot impatiently. Especially that refined, fair-skinned, handsome guy. His aura. Tis completely out of place with our boot camp. The other one looked familiar, seems like Gu Yanzhou from our class. Hearing the name, Lin Zhao paused in her movements. The other four roommates who had been applying face masks or playing on their phones all scrambled up. Gu Yanzhou. What's he doing on the training ground this late? Let's go take a look. We haven't had bed check yet anyway. The four rushed out of the dorm. Within 20 minutes the same few ran back panting. Lin Zhao, you're famous. A roommate rushed to Lin Zhao's bed, her eyes full of scrutiny and curiosity. What's your relationship with that Gu Yanzhou? And that handsome guy named Gu? They got into a fight in the dorm, and the instructor made them stand at attention. Lin Zhao frowned. Gu who? Gu who? Gu Yanzhou. He's also in our architecture department. The roommate lowered her voice, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Gu Yanzhou was cursing you, saying you were deliberately leading him on. Then Gu Yanzhou said Gu Yanzhou had no shame, and Gu Yanzhou went crazy. If the instructor hadn't been there, they'd probably have fought again. Lin Zhao felt her temples throbbing. Gu Yanzhou. She searched her memory for that name, but found nothing. Neither in her past life nor this life had she known. But why did this classmate Gu Yanzhou stand up for her? Why did he speak up for me? Lin Zhao looked at the ones who had returned from the Probably Gu Yanzhou's foul mouth. Disgusted. Gu Yanzhou, said a girl with bangs. Maybe he's taken a liking to you. You made such a splash at the freshman assembly. A short-haired girl joked half seriously. Lin Zhao, your romantic luck is incredible. One day in a boot camp, and already a handsome guy fighting over you. You go, Lin Zhao. You're something. Cheng Xiaoyu clapped and teased. The roommates who had watched the excitement chattered away, their words full of gossipy excitement mixed with subtle jealousy toward Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao, impressive. You don't look like you have such skills. Exactly, first you enchant Gu Yanzhou, then make Gu Yanzhou jealous for you. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Lin Zhao closed her eyes, too lazy to argue with them. Lin Zhao lay on the bed, unable to sleep. Gu Yanzhou was just as nauseating as ever. She had witnessed his shamelessness in her past life at this very school. She wondered if he had ever been publicly humiliated by Gu Yanzhou back then. Just thinking about it made Lin Zhao want to laugh. But that Gu Yanzhou, he was quite interesting. On the training ground, the instructor snorted coldly, get back to bed. If you dare to be late for tomorrow's drill, I have plenty of... Gu Yanzhou collapsed on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Gu Yanzhou flexed his wrist and looked down at the pitiful mess of a man. One last warning, Gu Yanzhou, his voice remained gentle, yet chilling to the bone. Don't act like an idiot in front of me again, or next time he'll send you to the hospital. Gu Yanzhou stared at Gu Yanzhou's retreating figure with eyes so venomous they almost burned. The following days of military training were surprisingly peaceful. Perhaps frightened by the instructor's punishments or intimidated by Gu Yanzhou, Gu Yanzhou no longer dared to approach Lin Zhao. When he looked at her, his gaze was a mix of malice and fear, like a dog with its tail stepped on. But his eagerness toward Shen Ruotang remained undiminished. Offering water, handing out tissues, making small talk. Shen Ruotang stayed indifferent, treating him like air. Lin Zhao relished the tranquility and devoted all her energy to training. When standing at attention, she stood straighter than anyone. When marching, she performed each step with flawless precision. Every morning and evening, she ran 5 kilometers around the track. She was truly sick of the worn-out body from her past life, aching and stiff even in her 30s. Now that she had a second chance, she intended to live healthily. During breaks, Lin Zhao's gaze would unconsciously drift toward the corner of the boys' formation. Gu Yanzhou was always alone. He didn't gather to chat or play on his phone. He would either listen to music with headphones or immerse himself in a book as still as a sculpture. Sunlight fell on his fair profile, making even the fine hairs visible. Occasionally he would lift his head, let his gaze roam aimlessly through the air, then lower his eyes again. Lin Zhao felt that he was utterly out of place in this military training base. He was too quiet, as if the noisy training ground had nothing to do with him. He lived inside his own bubble, impervious to any disturbance. After a fortnight, the military training finally ended. Back in the dormitory, Cheng Xiaoyu tossed her luggage aside and collapsed onto the bed, arms and legs spread wide. Oh, I'm alive. Finally, no more of that instructor's scowling face. Fang Xiyu silently took books out of her suitcase and rearranged them on her desk. Shen Ruotang came out of the shower, drying her hair, and asked club recruitment, any ideas which one to join? Cheng Xiaoyu bounced off the bed, eyes sparkling. Of course, the street dance club. I already found out. Among all the clubs, its president is the hottest. Fang Xiyu didn't even look up. Not me. I'm going to save a seat in the library. Cheng Xiaoyu pouted. We mere mortals can't understand the brainy world. She turned to Shen Ruotang. Tangtang, what about you? A celestial maiden like you should join the Guqin club or the calligraphy club, right? Shen Ruotang paused in her hair, drying, her tone flat. Boxing club. The dormitory fell silent. Cheng Xiaoyu's mouth formed an O wide enough to swallow an egg. Fang Xiyu also stopped arranging books, adjusted her glasses, and stared at her in disbelief. Boxing club, Cheng Xiaoyu stammered. The kind where you wear gloves and punch people's noses crooked. Mum. Shen Ruotang draped the towel over the chair back and nodded, as if stating the most ordinary thing. Lin Zhao was stunned too. In her past life, she had heard Zhou Yanting talk about Shen Ruotang for 10 years. In his words, she was a fairy from the heavens, untouched by worldly dust, with a voice like wind chimes. Yet in this life, the fairy wanted to take up boxing. What? The boxing club? Lin Zhao couldn't help asking. Shen Ruotang glanced at her, the corner of her mouth lifting into an almost imperceptible smile. Just a small interest. Lin Zhao found it incredible. The fairy's small interest was quite unconventional. You don't already know how to box, do you? Cheng Xiaoyu blinked and leaned closer to Shen Ruotang. Without answering directly, Shen Ruotang gently flexed her wrist and looked at her with a smile. Cheng Xiaoyu instinctively backed away half a step. Then she turned her gaze to Lin Zhao, who had been silent. Lin Zhao? What about you? You're not planning to join some weird club too, are you? Lin Zhao thought for a moment. She had no interest in club activities. She had joined a few in her past life, but she felt they were just a waste of time. Apart from student council and competitions, she wouldn't join any club in this life. Him not signing up for any clubs for now. In the first class of the major, the old professor adjusted his glasses and slowly called the roll. Architecture class 1, Zhou Yanting. A male student in the front row stood up, his voice loud and clear. Present. Zhou Yanting was wearing a neatly ironed white shirt today, his hair meticulously combed, a perfect honor student smile on his face, which drew whispers from a few girls nearby. Lin Zhao sat by the window in the middle back section of the classroom, not even lifting her eyelids. Gu Yanzhou. The professor called the next name. From the back row came a cool voice. Present. Lin Zhao's pen paused. She turned her head instinctively. Gu Yanzhou sat alone in the corner, his t-shirt collar slightly loose, revealing a pale neck. He was flipping through a book, sunlight streaming through the window behind him, casting a faint halo around his figure. He seemed utterly indifferent to everything around him. So he was in class 1 too. Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Zhou Yanting in the front, Gu Yanzhou in the back with herself, and Shen Ruotang sandwiched in between. What a battlefield of a class. Over the next few lectures, the classroom layout became fixed. Zhou Yanting always sat in the first row, actively answering questions and trying to impress the professors. After class, he would immediately rush to Shen Ruotang's side with unctuous care. Shen Ruotang acted as if he didn't exist. Gu Yanzhou steadfastly occupied the last row corner, never speaking, mostly reading his own books, occasionally lifting his head to sweep his gaze across the room like an outsider. Lin Zhao enjoyed the piece, focusing on lectures and taking notes, gradually reclaiming the professional foundation she had missed in her past life. On the weekend, she went to the driving school registration office. Lin Zhao filled out the form and handed her ID card through the window. Shen Ruotang leaned against the wall nearby, arms crossed, watching her. You really aren't joining any club? Not interested. Lin Zhao took back her ID and said casually, I'd rather spend that time making some money. Shen Ruotang raised an eyebrow. Your family allowance not enough. I like having my own money. It feels secure. Lin Zhao said frankly. She had suffered enough from begging for money in her past life. In this life, money was her confidence, her armor. Shen Ruotang looked at her and didn't press further. Since that's the case, she paused. How about coming with me somewhere this afternoon? Where? The boxing gym. Shen Ruotang curved her lips into a smile. Just for fun. We've got nothing to do anyway. Lin Zhao felt a flicker of surprise again. She simply couldn't connect the elegant, cool beauty before her with the violent aesthetics of boxing. Sure, she nodded. Inside the boxing gym, near the school, the air was thick with the scent of sweat and hormones. Thump, thump. The sound of the punching bag being struck was deep and powerful. On the central stage, 2 boys in protective gear were sparring fiercely, their roars shaking the heavens. Lin Zhao stood at the entrance, slightly uncomfortable with the noise. Shen Ruotang walked into the changing room with ease, and when she emerged, she had changed into a different outfit. A black sports vest, tight shorts, and her hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail. Wrapping bandages around her wrists with each loop, she walked toward the stage. Her originally aloof demeanor vanished, instantly replaced by a restrained yet aggressive aura. Senior brother, she tilted her chin toward a tall male student who had just finished sparring and was wiping sweat. The guy paused for a moment, then grinned. All right, Ruotang, itching for a fight again. Lin Zhao stood off the stage, watching Shen Ruotang put on her gloves, roll her shoulders, and jump onto the ring. The bell rang. Shen Ruotang's body instantly tensed like a cheetah poised to strike. Her footwork was light and swift as she dodged the opponent's attacks, her punches fast and fierce, each one cutting through the air. That senior student named Gao was clearly holding back, but even so, he was forced back repeatedly by Shen Ruotang's rapid offense. A sidestep dodge followed by a precise left hook. Bang! The boy's headgear was knocked askew. The whole venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted in cheers. Lin Zhao was completely stunned. Only one thought remained in her mind. In her past life, Zhou Yanting had described her as an ethereal fairy who spoke like wind chimes, but now she was overwhelming a guy over 6 feet tall. This was no fairy. This was a queen. Lin Zhao suddenly found herself both amused and saddened. She recalled how in her past life, when Zhou Yanting cornered her against a wall, she could only cry and beg for mercy. She remembered the pathetic sight of being slapped by Lin Guodong, without even daring to dodge. If she had been even half as tough as Shen Ruotang back, then would the outcome have been different? How was it? Shin Ruotang stepped down from the ring drenched in sweat, pulling off her gloves, her eyes shining brightly. More than fun, Lin Zhao handed her a bottle of water and said sincerely, "You were absolutely awesome. Want to learn?" Shin Ruotang twisted open the cap, took a large gulp, and said, "I'll teach you." "Yes." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhao replied resolutely. She wanted to learn. Not just boxing, but also martial arts. Anything that could make her stronger. In this life, she would never be the Lin Zhao who was pushed around. Late at night, the dormitory was already filled with the steady sound of Cheng Xiaoyu's snoring. Lin Zhao sat up from her bed and silently opened her laptop. The faint glow of the screen illuminated half her face, her expression focused. She wasn't looking at architectural blueprints or academic papers. On the screen were colorful candlestick charts and constantly fluctuating numbers. She divided the over 30 million into several portions, investing most into several blue-chip stock funds that she recalled would skyrocket in the coming years, leaving 5 million to buy a property at the year-end real estate bottom. Watching the steadily growing balance in her account, the corners of Lin Zhao's mouth curled up slightly. On the final day of club recruitment, the mass club recruitment was drawing to a close. Lin Zhao followed Shin Ruotang to the boxing club's booth and scrawled her name boldly on the sign-up form. Done. Shin Ruotang handed both forms to a muscular senior student with a crew cut behind the booth. The senior grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. "Welcome, junior girls." Just as Lin Zhao was about to turn away, her peripheral vision caught the booth diagonally opposite, and she froze. Under the banner of Huajing Society, Gu Yanzhou was leaning back in a folding chair, flipping through a thick art book. He wasn't wearing the club's uniform. Just a simple white t-shirt with its sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms. He seemed to belong to a world entirely separate from the bustle around him. "Hey, isn't that Gu Yanzhou?" Shin Ruotang also noticed and followed Lin Zhao's gaze. A senior student wearing the Huajing Society uniform approached Gu Yanzhou and handed him a bottle of water. "Yanzhou, are you really not going to be a judge for the department's freshman design competition? Professor Chen specifically asked for you." Gu Yanzhou didn't look up, turning a page of his art book. "Not interested." "Don't be like that. Just show your face to boost the club's popularity." "Won't go." His voice was quiet, but the senior immediately shut up and walked away sheepishly. Lin Zhao withdrew her gaze, feeling a bit surprised. It seemed Gu Yanzhou had considerable influence in the department, being invited to judge the freshman competition. Just as the two were about to leave, a familiar and annoying voice came from behind. "Student Shin Ruotang." Zhou Yanting, accompanied by a staff member wearing a student union badge, walked straight up to Shin Ruotang, wearing an officious. He kept his eyes forward the entire time, as if Lin Zhao were transparent air. "I'm Zhou Yanting from the student union's academic department. On behalf of the student union, I formally invite you to join us." Shin Ruotang didn't even twitch an eyebrow. She turned and walked away. Not interested. As if expecting her response, Zhou Yanting unhurriedly blocked her path and took a stack of flyers from the staff member behind him. "Don't be so quick to refuse. The student union is co-hosting a freshman architectural design competition with the department this year, specifically for first-year students." He deliberately raised his voice to ensure everyone around could hear. "The winner of this competition will not only receive a 10th Yuan scholarship, but also a summer internship recommendation from Huajing Construction." As soon as the words Huajing Construction were uttered, several architecture freshmen nearby immediately crowded around, craning their necks. That company was one of the top 5 architectural design firms in the country, and internship opportunities were incredibly rare. Zhou Yanting was pleased with the effect. He looked at Shin Ruotang with a hint of condescending confidence in his eyes. He believed no architecture student could resist such a temptation. Shin Ruotang stopped in her tracks and stared at Zhou Yanting with eyes as cold as ice. Zhou Yanting thought she was tempted, and the curve of his smile grew wider. Just then a figure walked over unhurriedly. Gu Yanzhou. He plucked a flyer from Zhou Yanting's hand, gave it a glance as if it were trash, and casually tossed it back onto the table. The paper made a soft sound as it landed. The entire venue's noise seemed to freeze. The smile on Zhou Yanting's. Gu Yanzhou didn't look at him, nor at the crowd's center of attention, Shin Ruotang. He turned and faced Lin Zhao, who had been treated as background the whole time, and handed her a finely bound competition handbook. The handbook's cover was deep blue, with gold embossed lettering that caught the sunlight. "That competition is just child's play." Gu Yanzhou's voice was calm, but reached every ear present with clarity. "If you want to play, play big. The Qingyu Cup National University Student Architectural Design Competition registration closes next month." The color drained from Zhou Yanting's face instantly. Everyone's gaze swiveled sharply from Shin Ruotang and Zhou Yanting to Lin Zhao. "Lin Zhao, would you like to team up?" A dead silence fell over the entire hall. Every gaze, as if drawn by a magnet, was riveted on Lin Zhao, the inconspicuous girl who had always been regarded as nothing more than a foil to Shin Ruotang. A subtle twitch rippled across Zhou Yanting's face. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt choked with cotton. Not a single word escaped his lips. He knew the weight of the Qingyu Cup better than anyone. It was the premier competition in the national architectural engineering scene, a contest for which he wasn't even certain he could secure a qualifying spot. And yet Gu Yanzhou had directly extended a team invitation to Lin Zhao. Why? Lin Zhao did not answer immediately. Her eyes fell on the deep blue manual Gu Yanzhou had handed her, and flashes of industry news from her past life raced. The gold medal of the Qingyu Cup, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development's promotion list. This was indeed a shortcut to the sky. For a freshman with no background, this stepping stone carried an immense weight. How many people are on your team? Lin Zhao lifted her eyes to Gu Yanzhou. Just me for now, he replied flatly. Couldn't find anyone suitable, so ID register alone. His frankness stirred a murmur of discussion around them. Participating alone in the Qingyu Cup. Either this man was a madman or a genius. Lin Zhao said nothing. She turned and gave Shen Ruotang a meaningful glance. Shen Ruotang had worn a cold face the whole time, but now she nodded almost imperceptibly at Lin Zhao. That tiny gesture was understood only by Lin Zhao. It meant go for it. She withdrew her gaze and looked back at, I can join. She shifted her tone. But in bringing her along, Lin Zhao pointed at Shen Ruotang. The move left everyone stunned. Zhou Yanting included, his eyes blazed with jealousy and resentment, nearly spitting fire. Gu Yanzhou followed Lin Zhao's finger glance at Shen Ruotang and hesitated not at all. Okay. One word, crisp and decisive. Zhou Yanting's face turned a shade of ash. Then let's register right. Gu Yanzhou pointed to the QR code on the back cover of the manual. Just scan it. Lin Zhao naturally reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. It was a Nokia bar phone with a yellowed screen. It couldn't even scan a code, let alone had a camera. The air froze for a moment. Shen Ruotang silently withdrew the hand that had been about to take out her own phone. Gu Yanzhou looked at Lin Zhao's antique device. The corner of his mouth seemed to twitch as if he was holding back a smile. Let's go to the library, he said, retracting the manual. We'll use a computer. With that, he turned and walked away, not sparing a single glance for Zhou Yanting, who stood frozen in place. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang followed. One in front, two behind. They passed through the crowd as if no one else existed, leaving behind a sea of bewildered stares, and Zhou Yanting utterly humiliated. In the electronic reading room of the library, the three of them gathered around a computer. Gu Yanzhou expertly opened the competition's official website and brought up the registration page. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang leaned in, taking turns to call out their student IDs and personal information. Done. Gu Yanzhou clicked submit, and the screen displayed the message, team successfully registered. And so it was settled. By the time they exited the library, dusk had fallen. Him heading back, Gu Yanzhou said with a nod to the two, then turned and walked in another direction. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang walked side by side toward the dormitory. You really need to change that phone, Shen Ruotang suddenly remarked. As long as it can make calls and send texts. Lin Zhao shrugged nonchalantly, then glanced at Shen Ruotang. Your phone's not much better. Shen Ruotang rolled her eyes and fell silent. Back in room 304, Cheng Xiaoyu and Fang Xiyu hadn't returned yet. Lin Zhao tossed her canvas bag onto the desk and was about to fetch hot water. Wait a moment. Shen Ruotang pulled open her cabinet, retrieved a brown paper document folder from the very back, and handed it to Lin Zhao. For you. What is it? Lin Zhao took it, feeling its weight. She untied the string seal and pulled out a stack of blueprints. The paper was yellowed, carrying the scent of old books. The drawings were not of modern architecture, but of the beams, columns, and dugong brackets of ancient Chinese buildings. Each component was meticulously broken down and presented in cross-section and three-dimensional views. What shocked Lin Zhao the most were the dense annotations covering the blueprints. The handwriting was neat and forceful, tiny regular script penned with the finest technical pen, noting the dimensions, stress analysis of each mortise-and joint, and the evolution of restoration techniques across different dynasties. Any one of these blueprints would make a professor of ancient architecture light up with excitement. These were not materials available. Where did you get these? Lin Zhao looked up, her voice carrying a trace of surprise she hadn't noticed. I copied them. Shen Ruotang had already changed into her pajamas and was sitting on her chair waving a fan casually, as if talking about what Shed had for dinner. Just took a look. I thought it might help you understand the structure. Lin Zhao's fingers traced the delicate lines on the blueprints, her mind churning. These internal archives on ancient building restoration. Ordinary people hadn't even heard of them, let alone seen them. Not only had Shen Ruotang accessed them, but she had painstakingly copied every drawing stroke by stroke. What kind of family background did this woman have? Is your family in ancient building restoration? Lin Zhao blurted. Shen Ruotang smiled. My family does engineering, but mainly in the integration of ancient and modern architecture. Lin Zhao's heart jolted. The intersection of ancient architecture and modern engineering right in the capital region. Could it be Jingshan Huazhu, the private design institute that had won the National Cultural Heritage Administration's Special Restoration Project for 3 consecutive years? You? Don't tell me your father is Shun Ziyuan. Shen Ruotang didn't deny it. She paused her fan midair and chuckled softly. You got me. Lin Zhao's hand trembled, nearly dropping the blueprints. Jingshan Huazhu was founded by Shun Jingshan, one of the first master architects after the founding of Xinlong country. His son Shen Ziyuan took over the family business and transformed it from traditional craftsmanship into a modern architectural group. Now Shen Ziyuan was renowned in the industry for his concept of reviving ancient architecture. Lin Zhao felt as if she were dreaming. The heiress of Jingshan Huazhu was sitting across from her, fanning herself. You really keep a low-profile heiress. No latest phone, no designer clothes, and you even love street-side food stalls. Lin Zhao swallowed, carefully refolded the blueprints, and reverently placed them back in the bag. Then taking a deep breath, she bowed deeply to Shen Ruotang. Sister Shen, forgive my poor eyesight. Shen Ruotang immediately stood up and returned the bow. Don't do that, Lin Zhao. I can't accept it. That's exactly why I didn't mention my family. I was afraid of this. Between us, let's only talk about skill, not status. All right then, let's compete. Whoever gets the higher final grade is the elder sister. Seeing Shen Ruotang's openness, Lin Zhao smiled without a hint of resentment. Deal. Shen Ruotang nodded with a smile, lightly tapping the desk with her fingertip. But Lin Zhao, I need to thank you this time. For what? Lin Zhao was puzzled. For letting me join the competition. Shen Ruotang's eyes were clear. Generally, freshmen aren't even eligible for a contest of this level. And I feel this Gu Yanzhou is no ordinary person to have a spot. Lin Zhao froze for a second, then caught on. Gu Yanzhou, does he also come from an architectural family like you? Shen Ruotang shook her head. I don't know either. After the dormitory lights went out, Lin Zhao gripped her phone and walked to the stairwell of the dormitory building, pressing the dial button. Hello, Mom, are you doing well lately? Has Dad been acting up recently? On the other end of the line came her mother's weary yet gentle laughter. Zhao, Mom is fine. Your father has been out running projects lately, said. He picked up a big one, too busy to even come home. A big project? What kind of big project? Lin Zhao's heart tightened, and she pressed on urgently. Dad isn't going to take out another loan to invest, is he? She recalled that in her past life, Lin Guodong had mortgaged all the family's real estate by the end of the year. Could it be that he had already started? Her mother's voice paused, then lowered. I'm not sure either. I only heard him mention it once. Don't worry, everything is fine at home. Just focus on your studies. If you need more money, just tell Mom. Mom, don't worry, I have enough. Oh, by the way, if Dad tries to use the property deed for a loan, tell me immediately. All right, Mom will remember. Li Lan replied softly, but a rustling sound suddenly came from the other end, as if someone had pushed the door open. Mom, has Dad been hitting you lately? Her voice was very soft, asking cautiously. Li Lan was silent for 3 seconds, then let out a light sigh. No, he's been fine lately. But the tremor hidden in that trailing tone pierced Lin Zhao's eardrums like a fine needle. A lump formed in Lin Zhao's throat, and she didn't press further. She already guessed that Lin Guodong had just come back. Mom, once I'm settled in Huajing, I'll come get you. Lin Zhao's voice was firm. Everything's fine at home. Just study hard. Li Lan's voice sounded panicked, and suddenly Lin Guodong's low reprimand came through. Who's on the phone? It's Zhao. Guodong, talk to your daughter. Before Li Lan could finish, a commotion erupted from the receiver. The call was brutally cut off, the busy tone blaring harshly. Lin Zhao stood gripping her phone in the dim stairwell, the motion sensor light above flickering, casting pale shadows on her face. She slowly slid the phone back into her pocket, a cold determination churning within her. She had to buy a house quickly and move her mother away, or else Lin Guodong would drain the family dry sooner or later. On Saturday morning, after Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang finished their driving practice, Shen Ruotang tossed the car keys to the instructor and took off her sun visor. Come on, let's go spar. The taxi wound through the streets, finally stopping in front of an unremarkable gray building. No sign, just a heavy metal door with 2 black-suited security guards standing outside. Shen Ruotang swiped her card, and the metal door slid open silently. Inside was a hidden world. A vast high-ceilinged space with bright lights and minimalist industrial decor. Rings, punching bags, and all sorts of unfamiliar equipment gleamed as if brand new. There weren't many people in the gym, but every one of them had a tough, lean build and an aura that kept strangers at bay. This place was at least 3 times larger than the boxing gym they had visited last time, and much quieter. My master runs it, Shen Ruotang explained, leading the way to the changing room. A few minutes later, she emerged in a black training suit, her high ponytail revealing a smooth forehead and sharp, cold eyebrows and eyes. She jumped onto the central ring, where a middle-aged man was already waiting. He wore no protective gear, his hands were wrapped in bandages, and his eyes were sharp as an eagle's. Master, Shen Ruotang gave a slight bow. The man nodded. The bell rang. Shen Ruotang moved. Her fighting style was completely different from the last time. No feints, no fancy footwork. Each punch was swift and heavy, carrying a ferocity that seemed to want to shatter the air. Attack, dodge, attack again. Her movements were clean and precise, like a finely tuned killing machine. Lin Zhao stood below the ring, once again feeling the aggressiveness emanating from Shen Ruotang. Her master only defended his steps steady, always neutralizing her attacks at the last moment. Even so, the dull thuds of impact were enough to make one's heart clench. After more than 10 minutes, Shen Ruotang stepped down, drenched in sweat, taking the towel Lin Zhao handed her. See that, she said, panting, but with eyes blazing brightly. This is what real boxing looks like. Lin Zhao nodded. She didn't speak, just watched the unrestrained pleasure on Shen Ruotang's face, and something deep inside her was stirred. This was the real her. Not the heiress of Jingshan Huazhu, not the cold, aloof goddess. Just a living, breathing person who used her fists to vent her emotions. I'll formally take you as my disciple in a moment, Shen Ruotang said, wiping her sweat. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Lin Zhao cupped her fists and bowed. Shen Ruotang raised a hand to stop her. Come, let me teach you the basic stance first. They exchanged a knowing smile. Just then an untimely voice interrupted. Ruotang, what a coincidence. You're here too. Gu Yanzhou, wearing a brand new designer sportswear with his hair perfectly gelled, walked over with a self-proclaimed sunny smile. He was followed by 2 guys apparently brought along as an audience. The smile on Shen Ruotang's face vanished, instantly turning cold as ice. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow. This sticky piece of toffee was really persistent. I love boxing too. I think it's a sport that really builds character. Gu Yanzhou ignored Shen Ruotang's cold stare and began showing off his expertise. You see, the power of a punch comes from the core, otherwise the force won't transfer properly. As he spoke, he made a serious shadowboxing motion. Lin Zhao nearly laughed out loud. His form was as amateur as it got, soft and weak like he was doing Tai Chi. You've trained too, Zhou. Lin Zhao suddenly spoke, her tone laced with just the right amount of surprise and admiration. Zhou Yanting's attention was immediately hooked, and his eyes showed a hint of smugness. Of course, a few years. Wow, you must be really good. Lin Zhao's eyes widened innocently. With muscles like yours, you look like a pro. Zhou Yanting was buoyed by the flattery, instinctively puffing out his chest. Not bad. I just like it. Perfect. Lin Zhao clapped her hands and pointed to a resident trainer warming up nearby. Coach, would you mind sparring with this classmate? He's super professional. Her voice carried, and several people resting nearby turned to look. The trainer she pointed to was a burly man over 6 feet tall. He turned his head, sizing up Zhou Yanting with a look reserved. The smile froze on Zhou Yanting's face. I'm just passing through today. I didn't bring any gear. He started making excuses. No problem. The gym has everything. Lin Zhao was relentlessly enthusiastic, turning to the front desk and calling out, please bring a set of men's protective gear. My friend is going to spar. Now Zhou Yanting was well and truly backed into a corner. The two guys he brought began to egg him on. Come on, Zhou. Show us what you've got. All eyes were on him, eager for a show. Zhou Yanting was stuck, his face alternating between red and pale. Shen Ruotang stood with her arms crossed, watching the farce coldly, a disdainful smirk curling on her lips. In the end, for the sake of his pathetic pride, Zhou Yanting reluctantly put on the gear. The bell rang. The burly trainer barely moved, just casually raised his hands. Zhou Yanting charged in with a yell, flailing wildly. Then bam! A light jab. Zhou Yanting toppled backward like a puppet with cut strings, blood gushing from his nose. The whole place erupted. He lay on the ground, clutching his nose, tears streaming from the pain, mumbling indistinctly, I quit. I give up. No more. The pathetic sight stood in stark contrast to his earlier cocky demeanor. Lin Zhao stood still, her face expressionless, but her eyes were as cold as December ice. On the second floor, behind the floor-to-ceiling glass of the VIP training area, Gu Yanzhou took off his earphones and stopped the treadmill. From his elevated vantage point, he had witnessed the entire pathetic scene downstairs. His gaze didn't linger on the humiliating Zhou Yanting in the ring, but rested on Lin Zhao's face. That girl had been... At the moment Zhou Yanting was knocked down, he clearly saw what flashed in her eyes. Not satisfaction, not contempt, but a cold, bone-deep hatred, almost cruel. That look was like a vengeful ghost crawling out of hell, here only for revenge. Gu Yanzhou tapped his fingers lightly on the treadmill's handrail, his eyes narrowing slightly. This Lin Zhao was becoming more and more interesting. Amid the roaring laughter of the crowd, Zhou Yanting scrambled to his feet in a flustered panic. The two male students he brought with him wavered, unsure whether to help, awkwardly rooted to the spot. Humph. I hadn't warmed up, my body was completely stiff. Zhou Yanting, clutching his nose which bled profusely, mumbled an excuse in a garbled voice. And this coach doesn't play by the rules. He launched a sneak attack. His venomous gaze crossed the ropes of the boxing ring, locking onto Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao, don't you think this joke of yours has gone a bit far? His voice simmered with barely suppressed fury. I told you I was just passing by today, but you insisted on egging me on. Now look at this, my nose. Son. He let out a deliberate sigh, deflecting the blame onto Lin Zhao. The onlookers' expressions grew amused, pointing at Zhou Yanting with whispered remarks. Lin Zhao's face instantly adopted an expression of innocence and alarm. She quickly strode to the edge of the ring, looking up at him with a voice brimming with concern. Zhou, are you all right? You're bleeding so much. Should we go to the hospital? She paused, her face filled with self-reproach. It's all my fault. How was I supposed to know you've never trained? You just said you practiced for several years. The way you carried yourself, I thought you were a professional. I was blind. I'm sorry, truly sorry. These words sounded like an apology, yet every sentence rubbed salt into Zhou Yanting's wounds. The surrounding laughter grew even louder. Zhou Yanting's face turned the color of pork liver. A lump of anger stuck in his chest, unable to rise or fall. The two male students he had brought also lost face, lowering their heads to pretend to scroll through their phones. If you lack real skill, don't blame others for speaking the truth. A cool voice rang out. Shen Ruotang stood with her arms folded, her gaze disdainfully sweeping over Zhou Yanting. Didn't think about the consequences when you were boasting. Can't fight, so you blame a female classmate. Zhou Yanting, that's the extent of your ambition. This finishing blow was even more devastating than the coach's punch earlier. Zhou Yanting froze completely, his mouth open, unable to utter a single word. Shen Ruotang couldn't be bothered to look at him again as she grabbed Lin Zhao by the wrist. Let's go. Don't waste time on someone like him. The two turned and, under countless gazes of Schadenfreude, walked straight to the rest area on the first floor of the boxing gym. Just as they reached the sofa in the rest area, a figure descended the stairs from the second floor at a leisurely pace. It was Gu Yanzhou. He had changed out of his sportswear and now wore a clean white t-shirt, his expression relaxed. He walked straight up to the two and blocked Lin Zhao's path. Lin Zhao, wait a moment. Lin Zhao's body instinctively tensed. She turned her head and saw Gu Yanzhou. What was he doing here? Are you free next Saturday? Gu Yanzhou suddenly asked. Lin Zhao frowned, her tone cautious. What for? And why are you here? I'm a member here. Gu Yanzhou pulled a silver membership card from his pocket and flashed it. There's an old city renovation project in the old district. I have an internal access pass. Want to come along for a survey? Gu Yanzhou continued. The theme of the Qingyu Cup is rebirth. You can't produce good work by clinging to textbooks alone. Lin Zhao remained silent. She indeed urgently needed material, but Gu Yanzhou actually held an internal access pass. His background was definitely not simple. Even being invited by him to join this competition, she still couldn't fathom why he had chosen her. Nevertheless, whatever his motives, at least for now, the resources he offered were exactly what she desperately needed. Ruotang, are you? Lin Zhao turned her head to glance at Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang looked at Gu Yanzhou pensive, then the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. I'm busy next Saturday. How about you two go? Survey thoroughly for me, okay? With that, she threw a meaningful look at Gu Yanzhou and turned into the changing room. Lin Zhao caught the subtle expression. What did this woman mean? Gu Yanzhou gave a faint smile, his gaze lingering on Lin Zhao's face for 2 seconds. So, just the two of us. Fine. What time? Lin Zhao relented. 8 in the morning, wait for me at the school gate. Saturday morning. A black German off-road vehicle pulled up steadily in front of the school gate. Lin Zhao came out with her backpack wearing a faded denim jacket and appeared punctually at the car door. Gu Yanzhou rested one hand on the steering wheel, a pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Get in. Lin Zhao opened the door and sat down, catching a faint scent of fur. You actually have a car. She remembered that barely any freshman drove to school these days, let alone an expensive off-road vehicle like this. Rent it. Gu Yanzhou replied, casually steering with one hand, his movements smooth as if he were no novice. Lin Zhao didn't call him out on it. Would a rented car have custom EVA seat cushions on the seats and a row of cute Evangelion figurines on the center console? This was clearly his own car. Still, the fact that he liked Evangelion was quite a surprise. Lin Zhao recalled her past life when she would stay up late watching the new Evangelion movies, even saving up her allowance for a Unit 01 figure. In that past life, her husband Zhou Yanting had sneered at it, calling it childish. The car drove through the bustling western district, gradually winding into narrow gray alleys. Gu Yanzhou's driving skills were superb. He navigated effortlessly through lanes that could barely fit a single car. He spoke very little, only giving brief reminders to Lin Zhao when turning or braking sharply. Lin Zhao gazed out the window at the rapidly receding gray walls and green bricks. This was Huajing before it had been eroded by commercialization. It carried a stale, smoky atmosphere of everyday life. This area used to be a gathering of old money houses. Look at that gate. The carving on the door pillow stone is classic ancient style. Lin Zhao pointed at a half-demolished wall, speaking almost unconsciously. Gu Yanzhou stepped on the brake, bringing the car to a steady stop in front of an iron sheet enclosure at the alley entrance. He turned his head, his gaze deep. You seem very familiar with Huajing's old streets. Someone not from here or a specialist who's studied for years wouldn't recognize that kind of structure. Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. She had forgotten the Lin Zhao of 2008 had just arrived from a southern county less than a month ago. She shouldn't know every corner and every brick here like the back of her hand. I looked up information online. She averted his gaze, jumped out of the car, and ducked through a gap in the iron enclosure. It's a shame they're going to demolish this place, Lin Zhao sighed. Gu Yanzhou followed behind her, carrying a camera and a measuring tape. He showed a temporary pass to a worker inside the enclosure who nodded and let them through. How can there be rebirth without demolition? Lin Zhao, I didn't peg you for a nostalgic. He walked over to a tilted wooden pillar and brushed his fingertips over the mottled paint. I thought you were a progressive. From your speech at the freshman orientation, it was clear you've done deep research into cutting-edge technology. Lin Zhao spun around abruptly. Gu Yanzhou, did you specifically seek me out to team up because of my speech at the orientation? Partially. At least the views you expressed, I agree with them. Gu Yanzhou bent down and quickly sketched a beam structure in his notebook. For the initial draft of the Qingyu Cup, he handed the notebook over, his tone becoming professional and detached. Lin Zhao took the notebook, looking at the clean yet precise lines. His professional competence was solid. He indeed qualified to participate in the Qingyu Cup. The doubts Lin Zhao had harbored earlier dissipated like smoke. I want to do parasitic architecture. Growing new spaces atop the ruins instead of tearing everything down. She pointed at the rubble ahead. Use steel structures and glass to encase these old skeletons. The residents still live here, but their lifestyle changes. Gu Yanzhou looked at her, a glint of approval in his eyes. But handling the nodes is the challenge. If you can't solve the force balance ITLL, be a pretty vase. I can solve it. Lin Zhao's tone was assertive. Gu Yanzhou said nothing. He simply pressed the shutter of his camera at the ruins. All right, show me the drawings once they're done. He put away the camera, his tone lightening. Hungry. There's a Zhajiangmian shop ahead run by an elderly couple. Their toppings are especially authentic. Sure, lead the way. Lin Zhao smiled. Steam rose in the noodle shop. Lin Zhao lifted a strand of noodles with her chopsticks, but didn't eat immediately. She fixed her gaze on Gu Yanzhou, who was leisurely mixing his noodles across the table, and said with a serious tone, Gu Yanzhou, who exactly are you? She pressed her chopsticks against the rim of the bowl. Since the start of freshman year, you've been able to understand flexible damping matrices, get an internal access pass for the old city renovation project, and even enter a competition at the level of the Qingyu Cup, as if it were nothing. None of this looks like something an ordinary new student could pull off. Gu Yanzhou paused. He took off his glasses and met her gaze evenly. And what about you? He asked, deflecting the question instead of answering. You recognized the silver note system at a single glance, and spoke of parasitic architecture without hesitation. Lin Zhao, your depth of research into structure and materials far exceeds what a freshman should have accumulated. The noodle shop owner walked past, carrying a bowl of soup, his loud calls drowning out the eerie silence between them. Lin Zhao lowered her eyes. My family works in construction and engineering. My father runs a civil engineering company in Chongqing City. I grew up on construction sites and I've seen more blueprints than you've eaten bowls of noodles. She had used this excuse so many times it rolled off her tongue without a change in her heartbeat. Gu Yanzhou let out a scoff. A civil engineering company taught you deconstructivism. Taught you how to revive old houses using steel structures and glass. He added a spoonful of aged vinegar to his bowl. I'm not stupid. Lin Zhao's grip on her chopsticks tightened. As she was pondering how to cover herself, Gu Yanzhou suddenly spoke again. Have you heard of the Gu's real estate in Jiangxing? Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. That was the giant of Jiangxing. In her past life before she died, Gu's had become one of the top 3 real estate developers in the country. I am Gu Huaishan's son. Gu Yanzhou's tone was as calm as if he were listing dishes on a menu. The internal access pass was indeed obtained through family connections. But the competition qualification, I earned that with my own work. He watched Lin Zhao's stunned expression, and a self-mocking smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. But because I went against my family's arrangements, they've cut me off financially. Gu Yanzhou brought the noodles to his mouth. The Qingyu Cup we signed up for. It's my first step to prove myself. I want to show them that even without the Gu family's resources, I can still make a name for myself. Lin Zhao looked at him. In that moment, she found the source of the aloof distance Gu Yanzhou always carried. That fierce determination to escape the grip of family control and carve out a path through professional skill. It was almost identical to her own. Why are you telling me all this? Lin Zhao asked. Gu Yanzhou pulled out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Because you need a reason to believe in my sincerity, and I need a strong enough partner. He looked straight at her. I recognize your professionalism, and there's a fierceness in your eyes. You're the most suitable partner I've met so far. Lin Zhao didn't retort. She lowered her head and ate her noodles, the savory salty flavor of the fried sauce melting on her tongue. When's the first draft due? She asked. Gu Yanzhou leaned back in his chair, his eyes regaining their earlier coolness. Next Friday. The 3 of us will meet and work on the preliminary design plan. Got it. Lin Zhao slurped her noodles quickly. She knew in her heart that everything Gu Yanzhou said was true. Whatever the reason for his rift with his family, this kind of mutually beneficial partnership was the most reliable. Since they were both madmen, determined to turn things around with their own strength, let's see who could burn down the ruins. On a Saturday night in a corner of the male dormitory balcony, Zhou Yanting hid in the shadows, turning his phone volume to the lowest and whispering as if he were a mosquito. Hey Wei, how have you been lately? Has your asthma flared up again? Brother, I've been fine lately. Don't worry. Why are you calling so late? Is there something you want to tell me? The voice on the other end was soft and carried a hint of frailty. Zhou Yanting's throat felt blocked by a lump of fire. He recounted in exaggerated detail how he had been publicly refuted by Lin Zhao at the freshman orientation, inexplicably hit by Gu Yanzhou during military training, and humiliated at the boxing gym the previous week. I just don't get it. That Lin Zhao, was she deliberately trying to get my attention, or is she just targeting me? I didn't even know her before. What does she mean by all this? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his voice unconsciously rising. And that Shen Ruotang. She gives me a cold face every time she sees me. I really don't want to chase after her anymore. And that Gu Yanzhou acting all proper, but he throws a punch at the slightest provocation. There was a moment of silence on the phone, broken only by the faint sound of his sister, Zhou Yanwei's breathing. Brother, she spoke again, her voice still soft. Don't get worked up. That Lin Zhao really is targeting you. Zhou Yanting was taken aback. Why? I don't even know her. The reason doesn't matter. Zhou Yanwei said, her tone like she was analyzing a math problem. What matters is that for now you'd better steer clear of her. As for Shen Ruotang, her family background is the best support for your future. Don't give up. She may seem uninterested now, but you were so good to her all through high school, she can't be completely unaffected. Since you feel tired of the chase, take a break. Lin Zhao is too close to her now, so avoid her for a while. As for Gu Yanzhou, he might have a thing for Lin Zhao. Stay out of his way, you can't beat him. A flame of resentment flared up in Zhou Yanting's heart. So I just have to hide. Let them walk all over me. Brother, let me finish, Zhou Yanwei said, her voice chillingly calm. Have you forgotten your goal in coming to Huajing? Besides winning Shen Ruotang, you need to establish yourself in the construction industry. You're not ready yet for a competition like the Qingyu Cup. But have you forgotten the freshman design competition organized by the student council? Zhou Yanting's eyes lit up. You mean the internship spot at Huajing Construction? Yes, that internship is just as valuable as the Qingyu Cup. If you secure it, who in the department would dare look down on you? But Zhou Yanting hesitated. I'm not confident. I'll help you, Zhou Yanwei said softly, as if soothing a restless trapped beast. I'll organize materials and analyze previous entries. Brother, just remember this, from now on you must focus on preparing for the competition and be active in the student council. Those are your real bargaining chips. The oppressive nod in Zhou Yanting's chest loosened thanks to his sister's words. Right. What was the point of getting angry with them? Securing real benefits was the way to go. After hanging up, he felt renewed strength surging through him. On the other end of the line, Zhou Yanwei put down her phone. Her pale face was expressionless. She didn't rest, but directly opened her laptop. The light of the screen illuminated her focused eyes. She didn't search for any design competition materials. Instead, she typed 2 names into the search box one after another. She dug up everything on Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou. When she saw the information, her fingers stopped on the keyboard. After a moment, she picked up her phone and sent Gu Yanzhou a text message. Brother Gu Yanzhou's family background is beyond our reach. Remember this, don't do anything unnecessary. Focus entirely on the competition. Meanwhile, in female dormitory room 304, Lin Zhao had just finished showering and was drying her hair with a towel. Shen Ruotang leaned back in her chair swinging her legs and watching Lin Zhao with an expression she couldn't hide. So how was your day trip to the old city with Gu Yanzhou? We spent the whole day inspecting the project and discussing the plan, Lin Zhao replied without lifting her head, her tone flat. Oh, discussing the plan. Shen Ruotang deliberately dragged out her words. Then how did I see Gu Yanzhou driving you back to the dormitory himself? Cheng Xiaoyu and Fang Xiu hadn't returned yet, so only the two of them were in the room. Lin Zhao paused her hair-drying motion. He said it was on his way. On his way? Alright, what do you think of him? Shen Ruotang's face showed an unusual hint of curiosity. Lin Zhao looked up at Shen Ruotang. Was this still the aloof Shen Ruotang? She seemed even more gossipy than Cheng Xiaoyu. She pursed her lips and hung the towel over the back of her chair. He's clear-headed. He knows what he wants. And he doesn't have any feelings for me, Lin Zhao stated firmly. Shen Ruotang raised an eyebrow, her smile deepening. Oh, what a pity. Lin Zhao finally couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed the towel from the chair back and threw it at Shen Ruotang's face. Shut up. Shen Ruotang laughed and dodged sideways. The towel brushed past her ears, smacked against the wall, and slid down. Why are you getting so worked up? I looked into him recently. He's the only son of the Gu group. Why do you think he asked you to team up with him? He said he's cut ties with his family and needs a partner to prove himself, Lin Zhao said with an impatient look. Shen Ruotang suddenly dropped her smile. And you actually believe that? She reached out and pinched Lin Zhao's cheek. You're so innocent, it's adorable. Lin Zhao brushed her hand away, the tips of his ears flushing slightly. You're so annoying. Naive. How could Lin Zhao be naive? Since Shen Ruotang thought, so she might as well let her continue misunderstanding. If Gu Yanzhou truly had feelings for her, she would make good use of that affection. Just like picking up a convenient tool for— Alright, let's drop this. Next Friday, we need to start preparing for the competition proposal. Here are some materials from today's field survey. Take a look. Lin Zhao deliberately changed the subject, pulling out the drawings from his backpack. Shen Ruotang took the drawings, squinting her eyes. Not bad, very detailed, professional enough. The two soon buried themselves in the drawings until Cheng Xiaoyu, drenched in sweat after practicing street dance, pushed the door open. Oh, so serious. She shook the sweat from her hair, leaned in to glance at the drawings, and exclaimed, wow, these are so professional. Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes widened as her fingers traced the complex isometric drawings. You guys should take me along next time. She suddenly slapped her thigh. Oh, my cousin is interning at the City Construction Bureau. Maybe he can help. Want me to pull some strings? Lin Zhao looked up with a smile. He'll definitely bring you next time I lead a team. No need for strings. This time let's test our own abilities. Just then Fang Xiu pushed the door open, clutching a thick English dictionary in her arms, a deep indentation from the heavy backpack cutting into her shoulder. She stood at the doorway, her gaze fixed on the three people gathered together, and paused. Cheng Xiaoyu spotted Fang Xiu returning and called out, Fang, come look. These drawings are incredible. Lin Zhao spent a whole day surveying the old town and drew these. Check out the detail cuts. Fang Xiu walked over, stared at the stack of drawings for a few seconds, her fingers gripping the strap of her bag, turning stiff with tension. I can't make sense of these. Her voice was muffled. Without waiting for anyone to respond, she turned and sat down at her desk, slamming the dictionary heavily onto the surface. In preparing for the CET4, I need to memorize vocabulary. Keep your voices down. The lively atmosphere in the dorm cooled instantly. Shen Ruotang cast a glance at Fang Xiu's back, but said nothing, slowly twirling her pencil between her fingers. Lin Zhao understood well that the course hadn't covered this material yet, and Fang Xiu was the type to learn by rote. It was normal, she couldn't understand. Yet within that incomprehension, there might also be a tinge of bitter envy. In the same dormitory, others had already started teaming up for the national competition, even going to the site to gather first-hand data, and even the easygoing Cheng Xiaoyu had connected with the City Construction Bureau. Such a gap was indeed painful for Fang Xiu, a provincial college entrance exam top scorer with a strong sense of pride. I have some old drawings here. Xiaoyu, do you want to take a look? Lin Zhao pulled out several old drawings from the drawer. They're just basic structural plans though. Not sure if you'll find them useful. Cheng Xiaoyu snatched the drawings without hesitation. Great. I've been meaning to learn how to draw isometric projections. Fang Xiu didn't turn around, but her shoulders trembled slightly. Shen Ruotang suddenly set her pencil aside. Lin Zhao, let's go to the laundry room to wash clothes. Lin Zhao was taken aback, then smiled and nodded as she rose. In the laundry room, the public washing machine hummed, the sound of water and the rhythm of the drum echoing in the cramped space. Xiu is very sensitive. You meant well by offering the drawings, but she might not appreciate it. Shen Ruotang tossed clothes into an idle washing machine with brisk, efficient movements. Yeah, I know. Next time I'll try to bring both of them along. After all, we have to spend 5 years together. Lin Zhao bent down to pour detergent into the machine. Shen Ruotang let out a soft laugh. That's the only way. People like her who are both sensitive and fragile are the worst. Unless you don't live in the dorm. Right? I probably want you to live in the dorm next semester. But you're a local. Why are you still on campus? With Huajing's traffic congestion, commuting from home to school takes an hour and a half each way with 2 subway transfers. Too exhausting. Shen Ruotang pressed the start button, and the washing machine roared to life. True enough. Lin Zhao stared at the rotating clothes through the transparent window, lost in thought. It was already October soon. Around November, Huajing's housing prices would hit rock bottom. Then shed by a house, renovate, and apply for off-campus living next semester. 2 o'clock in the morning. Gu Yanzhou was still furiously typing at her computer, driven by a single thought: those who bully her brother would get no good end. She stared at the name, Lin Zhao, on the screen, her fingers flying across the keyboard. She had looked into Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou's backgrounds. Gu Yanzhou was the only son of the Gu group. She couldn't afford to provoke him. But Lin Zhao, a nobody from a small southern town, whose father ran an obscure construction company. What gave her the right to team up with Gu Yanzhou for the Qingyu Cup? What gave her the right to steal her brother's thunder at the freshman orientation? The resentment in her heart grew thicker, as if Lin Zhao were a thorn stuck deep inside her, needing to be pulled out. Now she had only one goal: destroy her by any means necessary. A fraudulent college entrance exam score, a boastful fool riding on her family's small company background. That was the true persona Lin Zhao deserved. Gu Yanzhou closed her eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Brother, just focus on the competition. Leave the rest to me. A few days later, strange rumors began to waft through the architecture department. It started on the department's internal forum, where an anonymous post quietly appeared. Anyone know anything about that Lin Zhao from the freshman orientation? She doesn't seem like a typical freshman, knows way too much. Soon the replies began to go off track. The OP talking about the girl who refuted Gu Yanzhou. I thought it was strange too. I asked my cousin who's in grad school, and he said those were topics usually covered in doctoral research. Fake probably. She must have memorized a script just to show off. I heard from a classmate that her college entrance exam score might be suspicious. That city hasn't produced such a high score in years. No way. Cheating. Don't jump to conclusions upstairs, but her family does run an engineering company. Maybe she pulled some strings. Rumors spread like vines, silently creeping into every corner. From online to offline, on dining tables and hallways, during casual chats in dorms. I heard that Lin Zhao is, yeah, and she's always hanging out with Shen Ruotang. Is she trying to mooch off connections? Look at what she wears. Everything's from street stalls, yet she forces herself into high circles. So embarrassing. Cheng Xiaoyu carried a bowl of steaming spicy hot pot, searching for a seat in the cafeteria when her ears were flooded with these gossipy whispers. Bang! She slammed the bowl heavily onto the table, splashing half the soup out. Got nothing better to do, huh? Your mouths are so free. Why don't you go eat shit in the toilet? Cheng Xiaoyu planted her hands on her hips, her tall frame, over 1.7 meters, standing there, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. Too lazy to argue with those gossips, she quickly finished her spicy hot pot and rushed back to the dorm. Lin Zhao. Cheng Xiaoyu kicked the door open. How can you still sit there? Outside they're practically calling you a fraud. Lin Zhao, wearing earphones and drawing, removed them at her shout, frowning slightly. What's wrong? Look for yourself. Cheng Xiaoyu slapped her phone onto the desk. The screen showed the chaotic forum post. Lin Zhao scanned it rapidly, her face expressionless. Shen Ruotang leaned in for a look, her gaze turning cold. Fang Xiu sat at her own spot, her head buried in a book, ears pricked up, listening to their conversation. It must be that petty Gu Yanzhou. Cheng Xiaoyu paced around in fury. After you humiliated him at the freshman orientation, he's using this dirty trick to get back at you. Disgusting. Lin Zhao's fingertip gently traced across the screen, stopping at a reply that read, her dad's company landed the campus infrastructure project last year. Suddenly she laughed. How would I know about that? My dad doesn't even give me tuition or living expenses, let alone any campus project. Lin Zhao muttered inwardly. Xiaoyu, don't be mad. No matter who spreads the rumors, the innocent will be cleared. She took off her earphones and pushed the phone back to Cheng Xiaoyu. Innocence will speak for itself. The next day, during the basic architectural design course. During the break, the classroom was buzzing with noise. Lin Zhao closed her book, stood up, and walked straight across the room to the first row. Gu Yanzhou was chatting and laughing with the academic monitor. When he saw Lin Zhao approaching, his smile faded slightly. Lin Zhao stopped in front of him, refusing to sit, and looked down at him from her height. The surrounding students noticed the commotion and cast curious glances. Classmate Zhou, Lin Zhao began, her voice not loud, but clear enough. I heard someone has been spreading rumors about me on the forums, saying I cheated, and that I'm a social climber. Gu Yanzhou's heart skipped a beat. He had heard about it too, but he hadn't taken it seriously. Lin Zhao, campus gossip like this, just let it slide. No need to take it to heart, he said with an air of experience. Lin Zhao smiled. I'm the type who takes things seriously. She leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice to a whisper only the two of them could hear. I just want to ask, this dirty trick of stabbing someone in the back, did you come up with it yourself, or did someone help you? You? What nonsense are you talking about? He retorted almost instinctively, his voice cracking. Oh, not you. Lin Zhao straightened up, glanced around at the curious students, and resumed her normal volume. Then maybe I misunderstood. But classmate Zhou, if you happen to know who is spreading the rumors, you'd better tell them to delete the post themselves. Otherwise, when I find out who it is, it won't end with a simple chat in the classroom. She turned and walked away, leaving Gu Yanzhou frozen in his seat. The students around him, seeing his bewildered expression, exchanged knowing glances. After school, Lin Zhao was stopped just as she left the teaching building. It was Gu Yanzhou. He carried a messenger bag and held a professional-looking SLR camera. I traced the IP of the poster, he said succinctly. Ahem, I have a friend who's a hacker. Lin Zhao looked at him. No way she believed his friend was the hacker, it was most likely him. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow. Where? Huajing City North District, an old residential area, Gu Yanzhou said, looking at her. That's Zhou Yanting's home address. Lin Zhao wasn't surprised. She had already suspected Zhou Yanting was involved. However, Zhou Yanting himself had been keeping a low profile lately, so this was probably the work of his asthmatic younger sister Zhou Yanwei. In her past life, when Lin Guodong was almost driven to bankruptcy by scheming, she had suspected Zhou Yanwei was pulling the strings behind the scenes, since all the assets eventually ended up under Mrs. Zhou's name. It seemed that her earlier appearance in this life had caused Zhou Yanwei to act sooner. A sudden realization dawned on Lin Zhao. She finally understood why Zhou Yanting, who was over 30 in her past life, had still managed to win Shenruotang. The Zhou family truly stuck together with clear goals and calculated schemes. In her past life, her family was merely a ladder for them to climb. She had been laughably foolish back then, only seeing the undisguised disgust and calculation in Zhou Yanting's eyes when she signed the divorce papers. Do you think it was Zhou Yanting? Gu Yanzhou asked, seeing Lin Zhao's furrowed brows. Lin Zhao snapped back to not sure yet. Let me see the ID and IP logs. Gu Yanzhou turned and took out an Apple laptop from his bag. He pressed the power button and the screen lit up. He quickly brought up an interface. Confirmed. It's this ID. Over the past 2 weeks, this IP address frequently logged into the school forum. The screen displayed a string of IDs followed by a list of login records. The account that posted is from a senior who just graduated, Gu Yanzhou said. Zhou Yanting probably borrowed it. Lin Zhao nodded. That must be it. Could you please take screenshots of this evidence and send them to my email? Gu Yanzhou quickly compiled the screenshots and hit send. Thanks. He'll treat you to a meal sometime, Lin Zhao said, turning to leave. Gu Yanzhou watched her retreating figure, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Sure. Back in the dormitory, she opened the school forum on her laptop and found the post defaming her. The post had already garnered many replies with various speculations and vile language. She didn't argue or fight back. Instead, she calmly posted a reply under the main thread. ID Lin Zhao. Regarding the rumors about me, I have taken screenshots to preserve all evidence. Please the poster delete the relevant content and issue a public apology within 24 hours. Otherwise, see you in court. The reply instantly exploded. Look, the person herself showed up. So bold. LL, see you in court. Who do you think you are? Trying to scare someone. Waiting for the follow-up to see if she's tough or just bluff. Lin Zhao opened the campus directory, clicked on Zhou Yanting's chat window, and quickly typed a line. Zhou Yanting, keep your... Then she sent the screenshots along with her forum reply. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Zhou Yanting had just come out of the shower when he saw the message from Lin Zhao. A sense of unease washed over him. He rushed to the balcony and dialed his sister's number. The phone rang as Zhou Yanwei leaned back in her computer chair, admiring her handiwork. In the post, the vile insults tore into the name, Lin Zhao, like hyenas, each malicious word bringing her a twisted sense of satisfaction. How dare this country bumpkin steal the spotlight from her brother? Hey bro, she answered in a cheerful tone, expecting prayer. But her brother's voice came through filled with suppressed anger. Zhou Yanwei. Was it you who posted that on the forum? Her heart dropped, and the smile on her lips froze. I was just getting back at her for you. For me, eh? Zhou Yanting's voice almost pierced the receiver. Lin Zhao confronted me in front of the whole class today, and now she's messaging me. She's already traced the IP address. She's giving us 24 hours to delete the post and apologize, or she'll call the police and take legal action. Zhou Yanwei's mind went blank. IP address. How could she possibly trace an IP? Impossible, she blurted, her voice distorted. She's just a country bumpkin, how could she trace an IP? She sent me a screenshot. The address is our home. Didn't you say we shouldn't provoke her? Zhou Yanting's voice was filled with exhaustion and anger. Bro, don't worry about this, Zhou Yanwei said, her tone suddenly calm. What's important now is that you prepare for the freshman design competition. They'll handle this. You just keep pretending you don't know anything. She paused, her voice softening. I've put together a document on Huajing architecture's past style preferences along with analyses of several of their internal award-winning projects. They'll send it to your email. Bro, you have to win. Zhou Yanting's anger was half quelled by her words. Right, the competition was what mattered most. Okay. He hung up and let out a long, heavy sigh. Zhou Yanwei's fingers clutching the phone turned white. A bone-chilling cold rose from her feet, spreading through her entire body. She abruptly sat up straight, her fingers trembling as she moved the mouse and saw the latest reply posted under Lin Zhao's ID. ID Lin Zhao, regarding the rumors about me, I have taken screenshots to preserve all evidence. Please delete the relevant content and issue a public apology within 24 hours. Otherwise, see you in court. She stared at the screen, cold sweat soaking her back. Then she quickly clicked the delete button. The page refreshed, showing this post has been deleted. But she felt no relief. A suffocating feeling of being precisely countered seized her. It was as if she had set a meticulous trap only to watch her prey bypass all the snares and push her into her own pit. She stared at the draft of her apology statement, the cursor blinking hopelessly after the word sorry. Her finger hovered over the send button, but she couldn't bring herself to press it. Apologize. The thought was worse than death. Zhou Yanwei's breathing grew rapid. For the first time, she felt matched by someone her own age. Interesting, truly interesting. She really wanted to meet this person in person. The next afternoon, there was only one English class. Lin Zhao had just walked out of the side door of the teaching building with her backpack when her phone vibrated in her pocket. The caller ID showed Mom. Lin Zhao pressed the answer button, but what came through the earpiece was not a greeting, but uncontrollable sobs. Zhao Zhao, your father is planning to mortgage all our property deeds. Mother Li Lan's voice was hoarse. He said he wants to expand the company to take over the construction work at that old factory district in the south of the city. I tried to stop him, and he pushed me into a corner, and my back still hurts. Lin Zhao gripped the phone, her knuckles. In her previous life, Lin Guodong indeed expanded the company through this move, but in the following years he increasingly looked down on her mother and even beat her so severely that she was hospitalized. Lin Zhao remembered that during her senior year internship in 2012, she rushed back to her hometown and saw her mother in the hospital ward covered in bruises, curled up on the hospital bed with an 4 needle in her hand. Meanwhile, within just 5 years, Lin Guodong had built the company into one of the top 3 in the construction industry. In 2014, he got acquainted with Gu Yanzhou, whom he considered a promising connection, and ultimately pushed Lin Zhao completely into the carefully woven web of marriage alliance orchestrated by the Zhou family. Mom, did he hit you? Lin Zhao's tone was terrifyingly calm. No, he just pushed me, and it's just an old injury flaring up. Li Lan forced a smile, but her voice was trembling uncontrollably. Li Lan habitually tried to paper over the cracks. The 30,000 yuan I gave you, use it sparingly. Try to make it last until your sophomore year. They'll figure out the rest. Before Li Lan could finish, Lin Zhao interrupted her softly. Mom, don't worry about me. I can earn my own money. And Mom, pack your essentials recently and wait for my call anytime. Lin Zhao hung up and immediately dialed an agent. I want the bottom line price for the 127 square meter unit at Yunxi Yuan that I looked at before. He'll pay in full. Miss Lin, please hold on. He'll contact the owner right away. A few days later on the weekend, early in the morning, Lin Zhao, along with the agent Xiao Wang and the owner, completed the transfer at the property transaction center. The name on the property deed had quietly changed to Lin Zhao. Holding the brand new property deed, Lin Zhao immediately took a taxi to the Yunxi Yuan residential community outside the north gate of the school. She took out the key and directly opened the door of Unit 1102, Building 3. The interior decoration was in a new Chinese style, not exactly to her taste, but it was clean, bright, and fully furnished with appliances. At a transaction price of 2 million yuan, she had bought a 127 square meter fully finished 3-bedroom apartment. A fair deal. Lin Zhao arranged for 2 cleaners through the property management to thoroughly clean the apartment and also replace the door lock with the latest smart fingerprint lock available at the time. In the evening, Lin Zhao went shopping at the mall for daily necessities like quilts, bed sheets, and pillows, and also bought herself. With everything ready, she called her mother. Mom will come back to our hometown tomorrow to pick you up and take you to Huajing. Li Lan's voice was full of shock and doubt. Zhao Zhao, don't do anything rash. Mom, don't worry. He'll tell you when. Lin Zhao didn't say more. After hanging up, she booked the earliest flight ticket for the next day on the website. Tomorrow was Monday with a full schedule only in the morning, and Lin Zhao had already asked for leave from her teacher in advance. The next morning at 7:50, Lin Zhao stood at the exit of Chongqing City Airport wearing a baseball cap and carrying a backpack. Just as she was about to hail a taxi, she caught a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Lin Guodong. He was dressed up sprucely, holding a sign with Yakin written on it, craning his neck to look inside. Lin Zhao quickly dodged behind a pillar and pulled down her cap. A few minutes later, a woman in a burgundy cashmere coat walked out holding a boy's hand. The woman was only in her early 30s, strikingly beautiful, with a coquettish charm in every expression. Old Lin, the woman called out in a sweet voice, throwing herself directly into Lin Guodong's arms. The boy, about 10 years old, also familiarly wrapped his arms around Lin Guodong's leg and called out crisply, "Daddy, I missed you so much." Lin Guodong's face beamed with joy, and he bent down to lift the boy onto his shoulders, then planted a kiss on the woman's cheek. "Oh, my little darling, you've grown taller. Come on, Dad has booked the best restaurant to welcome you." Lin Zhao hid behind the pillar, watching the happy family of 3, walking cheerfully toward the black Mercedes. Her mind buzzed. No wonder Lin Guodong had been so cruel to his own daughter in her previous life. No wonder he always called Li Lan a hen that couldn't lay eggs. So he had already built another nest outside, raising a son to carry on his lineage. Lin Zhao watched them, her eyes burning slightly, a wave of inexplicable bitterness surging within her, but she forcibly held it back. She calmed herself, took out her phone, and snapped over a dozen pictures of the 3 figures from behind. Lin Zhao lowered her phone, watching the black Mercedes slowly drive out of sight. A familiar sense of grievance welled up inside her, her eyes stinging painfully. Her vision gradually blurred, and she dared not even blink for fear that a single blink would cause the burning tears to fall onto the cold floor tiles. In her past life, after being divorced, she returned alone to her parents' home, and her mother dared not speak up for her. Her father, Lin Guodong, viciously cursed her, calling her a disgrace and unable to keep a man, then threw her out of the house, telling her, "Don't come back until you've remarried Gu Yanzhou." Lin Zhao still stood behind the pillar, tears streaming down silently like broken beads. She raised her hand and roughly wiped away the tears, her nails digging into her palms, using the pain to force herself to stay clear-headed. In this life, she was no longer that Lin Zhao who was at others' mercy. She would never choose to end herself again. Lin Zhao stood at the front door, her finger hovering over the doorbell, trembling slightly, and only pressed it after 3 seconds. Her mother Li Lan was sitting in the living room picking vegetables with a smelly medicated plaster on her lower back. She slowly stood up, limped to the door, and through the peephole saw her daughter's familiar silhouette. Her hand shook, nearly spilling the vegetables. The door cracked open, and her voice was tight. "Zhao Zhao, you really came back." Lin Zhao stepped inside and pulled her mother into a tight embrace. Mom, pack your things and come with me. Lilan was stunned. Zhao Zhao, can you first tell me what's going on? Mom, Lin Guodong has a son outside. He looks about 10 years old. Lin Zhao's voice was calm, as if she were telling. She opened her phone album and swiped through pictures one by one. In the photos, Lin Guodong was very intimate with that woman holding the boy, both smiling brighter than anyone. Lilan stared at the screen, her hands beginning to tremble uncontrollably. The vegetable basket slipped from her hands and greens rolled all over the floor. He told me he was busy with business. He said that was his comrade's child. Lilan's tears burst forth instantly. He said the biggest regret in his life was not having a son. How could he? Mom, don't cry. Go pack now. We'll leave this afternoon. I'll buy the tickets right away. Go to Huajing. If I leave, what about here? Your father will kill me. Lilan's eyes were full of fear, an instinct forged from decades of oppression. Why do you still care about him? He's definitely not coming home today. His little family of 3 is having a reunion. Lin Zhao deftly slipped into her mother's bedroom and began stuffing clothes into a bag for Lilan. He'll gather evidence of his infidelity. Mom, just be determined to divorce him. He'll fight for the house and savings for you. Lin Zhao picked up the suitcase, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Do you want to stay here and wait for him to come back? Or go to Huajing and be yourself again? Lilan looked at the unfamiliar husband in the photos, then at her daughter's resolute face. She wiped her tears, abruptly turned around, and pulled out an iron box from under the bed. Let's go. We'll leave right now. The iron box contained her jewelry, marriage certificate, household registration book, property deed, and a few yellowed old photos. Pictures of her smiling the brightest in her youth. At 1130 in the morning, Lilan stuffed the last old sweater into a woven bag, the zipper cutting through the air with a harsh sound. Lin Zhao picked up 2 heavy suitcases, pushed open the security door, and disappeared into the darkness without looking back. The mother and daughter sat in the back seat of the taxi. Lilan clutched the iron box tightly, her eyes red and swollen, her gaze sweeping over the receding street scenes outside the window. Zhao Zhao, once we leave, he's going to go mad. Lilan's voice trembled with lingering fear. Lin Zhao snorted. He's right now having lunch with his son and mistress. How would he have time to bother with us? By the time he realizes the property deeds and household registration are missing, will already be settled in Huajing. 2 hours later, the plane began to taxi, the roar of the engines vibrating against her eardrums. Lin Zhao took out her phone, about to switch it to airplane mode, when a message popped up on the screen. Gu Yanzhou, today's group discussion, you weren't there. Lin Zhao's fingers hovered for a moment before typing. Something came up at home. He replied instantly. Gu Yanzhou, if you need help, just say the word. Lin Zhao didn't respond. She simply switched her phone to airplane mode, put it in her bag, and gazed at the rolling clouds outside the window. In her past life, she had yearned for such care, but never received it. In this life, it came uninvited. Huajing University residential complex. The elevator doors opened and Lin Zhao unlocked the door with her fingerprint, pushing open the entrance to apartment 1102. The new Chinese-style rosewood furniture emitted a faint woody fragrance. Sunlight spilled across the polished marble floor, dazzlingly bright. Lilan stood at the doorway. Zhao Zhao. This house. Lilan looked around the new apartment. Mom, come in. Lin Zhao handed her slippers. I rented it, 20,000 a year. The landlord is very nice and agreed that I could buy it outright anytime. Lilan nodded silently and looked inside. You child, why waste money renting such a big house? Mom, from now on this is our home. Lilan's throat tightened. She said nothing more, only discreetly wiped the corner of her eye with her fingertip as she bent down to change shoes. Lin Zhao didn't explain that she had already paid for the house in full, nor did she mention the tens of millions sitting in her bank account. At this moment, telling the truth would only terrify her. Tuesday afternoon, a major lecture in the architecture department. The moment Lin Zhao entered the classroom, the previously noisy space fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. Zhou Yanting was sitting in the front row, twirling a pen in his hand, his eyes flickering as he dared not look at her. Shen Ruotang waved to Lin Zhao, signaling her to come over. Where did you go on leave? Shen Ruotang asked in a low voice. Went back home to handle some things. Lin Zhao put down her bag and looked toward the last row. Gu Yanzhou was leafing through a foreign magazine. Seemingly sensing her gaze, he lifted his head and nodded at Lin Zhao from across half the classroom. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Zhou Yanting stood up and tried to leave. Classmate Zhou, please stay a moment. Lin Zhao blocked his way. The classmates who hadn't left yet immediately slowed their movements and pricked up their ears. Lin Zhao, what? What do you want? Zhou Yanting's face turned ugly. Lin Zhao pulled a folded lawyer's letter from her bag and slapped it lightly onto the desk. Where's the apology letter? I didn't see it on the forum. Zhou Yanting stared at the gold-stamped emblem of a top-tier Huajing law firm on the envelope, sweat beading on his forehead. Apology letter? I don't know anything about an apology letter. Find you're really good at pretending. Lin Zhao leaned in, her voice icy cold. Tell Zhou Yanwei to apologize within a week and stop testing my limits. Next time this will be sent to her school. Zhou Yanting's pupils contracted sharply. He forced himself to stay calm, afraid that the surrounding classmates would see through his guilty demeanor. Lin Zhao walked past the rigid Zhou Yanting and headed straight to the back door. Gu Yanzhou was already waiting there. I've looked over the plan. Gu Yanzhou handed her a USB drive. Your structural model is interesting, but there's a deviation in the stress point of the load-bearing wall. Come to my place tonight. Several freshmen passing by in the hallway gasped. To his place. Shen Ruotang walked over with her bag and casually draped an arm over Lin Zhao's shoulder. "I'll come too, just to see the famous Gus mansion." A flicker passed through Gu Yanzhou's eyes, but he only replied flatly, "Fine." Gu Yanzhou's private apartment was in the bustling city center, decorated in a cold black and gray palette. The huge projector in the living room displayed the preliminary design for their entry in the Qingyu Cup competition. Here the interlocking between the steel structure and the old wall is insufficient. Gu Yanzhou pointed a laser pen at the drawing on the screen. Lin Zhao put down her water glass and started sketching directly on paper. "What if we change it to a mortise and tenon pin structure?" Shen Ruotang's eyes lit up. "Feasible." The three young people, each with their own thoughts, quickly began calculating on their own draft papers, the scratching of pens filling the air. Gu Yanzhou occasionally turned his head to look at Lin Zhao. When she was focused, the fierceness and calm far beyond her 18 years inexplicably drew him in. "Lin Zhao," Gu Yanzhou suddenly spoke. "Moi." Lin Zhao looked up. "Did you go back to your hometown to get a divorce?" The air instantly froze. The pencil in Shen Ruotang's hand dropped with a clatter onto the desk. Lin Zhao jerked her head up, staring into Gu Yanzhou's eyes that seemed to see through everything. Gu Yanzhou pointed at the bag she had placed on the sofa, its zipper slightly open, revealing a bright red marriage certificate inside. "That's a marriage certificate, presumably your parents'. And there's a scent of medical patch on you. You move freely, so it should be your mother who's been using patches recently." Lin Zhao felt as if her mind had been pierced by something. What kind of monster was he? How could he guess so accurately from just a marriage certificate? Or was Gu Yanzhou secretly investigating her? Lin Zhao lowered her eyes, staring at that glaring red, her throat constricting. "Are you investigating me?" "Not investigating, just observing." Gu Yanzhou's voice was light as he shrugged. "Classmate Gu, you're overstepping." She neither denied nor explained. In front of such a sharp person, lying was the most useless tactic. "I just wanted to say," Gu Yanzhou paused, "if you need help with your mother's divorce lawsuit, I know a few lawyers who specialize in this area." Lin Zhao watched his back, her previously tense shoulders relaxing slightly. "Thanks, but not needed for now." Shen Ruotang listened, confused, yet understood that something major had happened in Lin Zhao's family. "If you need money or a place to stay, just tell me. Jingshan Huazhu has some connections in Huajing." Lin Zhao looked at these two partners with deep backgrounds and felt for the first time since being reborn that she finally had teammates who could be called reliable. But Gu Yanzhou, this reliable teammate, always had a look that saw through her, making her feel an unsettling sense of being stripped of her shell. In the middle of the night, the first draft of the plan was finally finalized. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang walked out of the apartment together, the night breeze cool. Her phone suddenly vibrated violently. The caller ID showed Lin Guodong. Lin Zhao answered the call, and before she could even bring it to her ear, a hysterical roar erupted from the other end. "You ungrateful daughter. I raised you all this way, and this is how you treat me." Lin Guodong's voice nearly shattered the phone. "That bitch of your mother ran away, and the property deeds are gone. Did you have a hand in this?" A cold smile curled on Lin Zhao's lips. "The property deeds are with me, and Mom is with me. If you know what's good for you, sign the divorce agreement quietly. The house belongs to Mom, and you leave with nothing." "You're dreaming. Those houses are mine." "Oh really?" Lin Zhao's voice turned even colder. "Then tomorrow I'll hand over the evidence of your mistress and asset transfer to the lawyer. Oh, and the account books of your tax evasion. I think the tax bureau would be very interested." The other end of the line suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, Lin Guodong's voice turned sinister. "You dare threaten me?" "It's not a threat, it's a notice," Lin Zhao said calmly. "Sign within 3 days. Otherwise I'll see you in court." With that she hung up directly. Shen Ruotang, who had been listening in shock, said, You're really ruthless." Lin Zhao put away her phone, her eyes terrifyingly calm. "To deal with scum you have to be more ruthless than they are." Lin Zhao knew in her heart that she had deliberately provoked Lin Guodong, aiming to make him as anxious as an ant on a hot pan so that she could better control the pace afterward. In reality, she didn't have those pieces of evidence. The most stable approach for now was to pressure him into signing the divorce agreement as soon as possible, while also securing the maximum benefits for her mother. Sure enough, early the next morning, Lin Guodong's lawyer proactively called Lin Zhao, his tone probing yet tinged with anxiety. "Miss Lin, is your mother willing to negotiate?" She picked up a voice recorder, gently pressed the record button, and switched her phone call to speaker mode. "Negotiation is possible. How do you propose to proceed?" Lin Zhao spoke slowly. "Mr. Lin's intention is that half of the properties go to Mrs. Lin, and he will pay you 500 yuan per month in alimony until you graduate from university." Lin Guodong's lawyer, still with a hint of probing in his tone. "Half of the properties? How dare he say that?" Lin Zhao tapped her fingers on the desk, her voice unhurried. "Adultery? No, actually it's de facto bigamy, and he has a child from that relationship. My mother is at least entitled to 2/3 of the entire marital property." Miss Lin, this. The lawyer coughed twice. 2/3 of the marital property would be very difficult to achieve. Could you possibly concede a little more? For example, half? Before Lin Guodong's lawyer could finish, Lin Zhao spoke. "I could concede, but then all the properties under both spouses' names, 12 units in total, must be converted into cash totaling 10 million yuan to be paid in a lump sum when the divorce agreement is signed. Otherwise, I will simultaneously submit all materials to the Tax Bureau, the Civil Affairs Bureau, and the court, and apply for asset preservation and a personal safety protection order." Lin Zhao paused, hearing the rustling of papers from the other end of the call. Also, you'd better remind Lin Guodong that bigamy and tax evasion could become more than just a civil dispute if they end up in court. Miss Lin, your claim lacks legal basis. The lawyer's voice tightened, his pen scratching harshly against the paper. A faint smile curved Lin Zhao's lips. Legal basis. You should understand that the terms I've offered are already the greatest concession I can make. If you insist on a legal basis, then let's meet in court. At that point, it won't be just 10 million yuan. It will be the freezing of all assets under Lin Guodong's name and a criminal investigation. Very well, Miss Lin. He'll report to Mr. Lin right away and get back to you by tomorrow. The call ended abruptly. After the call ended, Lin Zhao turned off the voice recorder and let out a soft breath. As Lin Guodong's daughter, the conditions she had just proposed were extremely restrained. She felt she had already done her utmost for him. 10 million yuan was even less than half of the marital property, but Lin Guodong's liquid capital was limited at the moment, and he was facing multiple due debts. All 12 properties were in Chunqing City, a small city where the average price was 6 or 7,000 per square meter. Estimating from the smallest unit at 80 square meters to the largest at 200 square meters, the total value far exceeded 10 million yuan. However, the engineering company under Lin Guodong's name was the real bulk of his assets. But almost all these properties had been mortgaged for loans. They were hot potatoes to hold on to. Converting them directly into cash was the safest choice. Lin Zhao believed that by not demanding a split of the company's equity or seeking compensation for emotional distress, she had shown the utmost consideration for their blood ties. The remaining assets would be enough for Lin Guodong to maintain his dignity or even make a comeback. Wednesday night, 9 o'clock sharp. In dormitory 304, Lin Zhao was busy refining the first draft of a competition on her computer when her phone screen lit up. Lin Guodong's lawyer spoke. Miss Lin, Mr. Lin has agreed. 10 million in cash to be raised within 1 month. Let's meet on the 3rd of next month in our hometown of Chunqing City to sign the divorce agreement. Lin Zhao's tone gave nothing away. Fine. If I don't see the money, you'll go have tea at the tax bureau. The other party hung up hastily. Lin Zhao had originally estimated that 10 million was the limit Lin Guodong could grudgingly accept. She hadn't expected him to agree so readily, as she felt she might have asked for too little. Well, this matter was finally settled. Her mother could finally live a good life for the rest of her days. The week passed quickly. Lin Zhao was mostly busy polishing the competition draft, due by the 24th. Over the weekend, she spent the whole day at the boxing gym practicing fighting techniques with Shen Ruotang. At 4 in the afternoon, Lin Zhao returned to her new home in Huajing. As she pushed open the door, a faint floral scent greeted her. The house now featured several bouquets of different cut flowers, and fresh potted plants had been placed by the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. Li Lan was sitting on the balcony holding an embroidery needle, moving it across the taut fabric. Compared to the drab shadow she had been a month ago back in their hometown, her complexion was now rosy, and her eyes held a sparkle. Zhao Zhao, you're back. Li Lan put down her needle, smiling lightly. Look, the color of this thread is so perfect. Things in Huajing are so much more comprehensive than in our little town. The table was strewn with embroidery hoops, mulberry silk threads, and shimmering gold and silver threads that Lin Zhao had taken her to buy the day before. Mom, you've already started embroidering. Lin Zhao walked over and reached out to touch the fabric. Li Lan quickly grabbed her hand. Don't touch it carelessly, you might. I was thinking of finishing a piece quickly and selling it at the market for a good price, so I could share some of your burden. All right, Mom's embroidery is so beautiful it's bound to sell well. Lin Zhao said cheerfully. Watching her mother's vigor in rediscovering her dream, she felt a heavy weight lift from her heart, as if a great burden had been released. This lightness was something she had never experienced in her past life. Late at night, Lin Zhao returned to her bedroom. She had just lain down on the bed when her phone vibrated wildly at an inopportune moment. Caller ID Lin Guodong. Lin Zhao swiped to answer, but before she could speak, there was a long silence on the other end. Zhao Zhao. Lin Guodong's voice was hoarse, reeking of alcohol. No matter what happens between your mother and me, you will always be my... Hearing this, Lin Zhao immediately sat up in bed and gave a cold laugh. Dad, I'm calling you Dad for the last time. Stop being so hypocritical. The day you kicked me out of the house, I was no longer your daughter. When did I ever kick you out? Lin Guodong slammed the table on the other end, then softened his tone. All right, that day Dad was wrong. I couldn't control myself and slapped you. That day I was just confused. Lin Zhao then realized that she had inadvertently let slip memories from her past life. But on the day she filled out her college application, Lin Guodong had indeed hit her, and she had left home in anger. Weren't the three of us living happily together? Why did your mother suddenly want a divorce? Lin Guodong continued, fueled by alcohol. What three of us? You, Yakin, and your son are the real family of three. Lin Zhao gripped her phone tightly, not mincing words. Lin Zhao, don't meddle in adult affairs. Even if your mother and I divorce, you still share my surname, Lin, and you are still my own daughter. Fine, then I'll go change my surname tomorrow. I don't care about your surname. Lin Zhao was so angry her fingertips turned white. Zhao Zhao, Dad didn't mean that. Don't be stubborn. They'll transfer your living expenses and tuition right away. They'll send you 50,000 first. Is that enough? Lin Guodong immediately softened, his voice laced with pleading and panic. Don't hang up. Dad will transfer it to you now. No need. Lin Zhao let out a cold laugh. Keep the money for Yakin and her son. As long as you promise not to harass me or my mother after the divorce, they'll still consider you my nominal father. A heavy sigh came from the other end, followed by the soft clink of a liquor bottle being set on the table. Zhao Zhao, you won't change your surname, will you? You still see me as your father deep down. Lin Guodong's voice choked as if scraped by sandpaper. On the 4th of next month, you'll turn 19. Dad wants to celebrate your birthday. Lin Guodong, as long as you do what I said, I won't change my surname. As for birthdays, Lin Zhao stared at the night outside the window, her voice calm. I will never celebrate another birthday. As Lin Zhao said these words, tears streamed down her face like broken beads. She would never celebrate another birthday. In her past life, on November 4th, her 36th birthday, she had spent it in the icy river. The suffocating sensation of water flooding her nostrils seemed to return. Fine, then we won't celebrate. Dad will save them up for you. Whenever you want to celebrate, well, make up for all of them together. On the other end, Lin Guodong's voice trembled, almost inaudible. Lin Zhao cut him off. Whatever. Let me remind you again, 10 million, not a penny less. After signing the divorce agreement, next month, don't contact me anymore. You and Yakin can live your own lives. Lin Zhao hung up and noticed that her mother Lilan had opened the bedroom door at some point and was leaning against the doorframe. Lilan looked at her with a complex expression. Zhao Zhao, do you really intend to cut ties with your father? Lilan's voice was very soft. Mom, cutting ties completely is the best choice. Lilan nodded, gently, a glimmer of exhaustion, but also relief in her eyes. All right. When the divorce agreement is signed, I'll celebrate your birthday with you. Just the two of us. Mom, please don't say that. I really don't want to celebrate my birthday. Lin Zhao stood up and hugged her mother tightly, burying her face in her shoulder. Why did you stop liking birthdays all of a sudden? Before, you always pestered mommy for cake and presents. You even insisted on blowing out the candles 3 times before cutting it. Lilan gently stroked Lin Zhao's back. Mom, in my past. Anyway, from now on, I don't want to celebrate birthdays. All right, then we won't. From now on, we'll treat every day as a birthday for the two of us, okay? Lilan held her daughter tighter, her voice as soft as a feather brushing her ear. Lin Zhao wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded gently. Returning to school on Monday, as Lin Zhao stepped into the architecture building, she saw a crowd gathered around the bulletin board. I heard that Huajing Construction's HR has already taken notice of you. That internship spot is practically guaranteed. Zhou Yanting was adjusting his shirt collar, a restrained smile on his lips. Don't spread false rumors. There are plenty of talented people in the department. I'm just lucky. I had a solid foundation in high school. The bystanders immediately started teasing. Come on, everyone knows your design was privately praised by the advisor. Among our batch, you're the only one who can really shine. Zhou Yanting basked in the praise and was about to respond modestly when a figure caught his eye. Lin Zhao, carrying a black backpack, walked past swiftly. The lively crowd fell silent instantly. Their gazes darted between Zhou Yanting and Lin Zhao, brimming with the excitement of anticipation and curiosity. In the entire first-year architecture program, no one was unaware of the friction between Lin Zhao and Zhou Yanting since the freshman orientation. Especially the fight during military training between Zhou Yanting and Gu Yanzhou over Lin Zhao. It had become the talk of the campus. And now the scandal of the rumor-mongering post had thrust them into the spotlight, and many still didn't know the truth. Lin Zhao stopped in front of Zhou Yanting. Where's the apology letter? She asked directly. Zhou Yanting's smile faded. Glancing around at the onlookers, what apology letter? Still pretending. Lin Zhao sneered. There are less than 15 hours left in the 1-week deadline. Tell your sister to post the apology letter on the forum and pin it. Otherwise, my lawyer will be at your doorstep tomorrow. She deliberately raised her voice, ensuring everyone around could hear. Zhou Yanting's chest heaved. Lin Zhao, do you have to make a scene out of this? We all have to navigate the architecture industry in the future. You talk about industry circles. You're not even qualified. Lin Zhao brushed past him, her shoulder colliding with his arm, without looking back. Make sure you send it on time. Don't keep me waiting. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances as someone muttered, wow. Lin Zhao is really tough. So the post really was from Zhou Yanting. They've become rivals in the first semester. What an eventful college life. What just happened? What's the gossip? Fill me in. Zhou Yanting clutched his backpack straps, his face turning livid, his teeth grinding audibly. That afternoon at Gu Yanzhou's private apartment, the air was thick with the aroma of black coffee. The projection screen displayed dense CAD lines. Here, Gu Yanzhou pointed a laser pen. The red dot stopped at a load-bearing node on the section view. Your interlocking structure works in theory, but this kind of joint demands extremely high material toughness. Current domestic steel can't reach that stress level. Lin Zhao stared at the screen, pencil in hand, moving ceaselessly. What if we add a set of auxiliary supports hidden within the brick gaps of the old wall? Shin Ruotang sat on a beanbag nearby, flipping through a stack of freshly printed stress analysis charts. That would destroy the visual purity of rebirth. She tossed the drawings onto the table and turned to Lin Zhao. We still have 10 days. The 24th is the preliminary draft deadline. If we can't deliver a solid plan, we'll become the laughingstock of the entire school. Just some family issues lately. I promise it won't affect our progress. Has your father stopped causing trouble over the divorce agreement? Gu Yanzhou asked bluntly. Just some family issues lately. I promise it won't affect our progress. Has your father stopped causing trouble over the divorce agreement? Gu Yanzhou asked bluntly. Shin Ruotang pricked up her ears, as she usually wouldn't pry into such gossip, but she didn't want to miss it either. Probably not any. Lin Zhao picked up her water cup. Just as she took a sip, her phone on the table buzzed violently. A text from an unknown number. Hello, Sister Lin Zhao. I am Zhou Yanwei. Could we meet? I want to apologize to you in person. Another message followed immediately. I'm not in good health and my mom won't let me go out, but I really want to talk to you. The address is the Rear Mountain Cafe at the south gate of Huajing University. I've saved up my pocket money, enough to treat you to a cup of coffee. Lin Zhao stared at her phone screen, her eyes deepening. This familiar syrupy tone wrapped in a sickly posture. It was exactly the same as in her past life. Zhou Yanwei wouldn't send an apology letter and wanted to play games. Fine, she'd play along. What's wrong? Gu Yanzhou sensed Lin Zhao's shift in mood. Zhou Yanting's younger sister. Lin Zhao pushed her phone to the center of the table. A high schooler who doesn't study but spends all her time scheming behind the scenes. Shen Ruotang leaned in for a glance and scoffed. You're actually going to that kind of invitation? It's obviously a trap. If that sickly girl faints in front of you, you won't be able to clear your name, no matter how many tongues you have. Of course I'm going. Why not? Lin Zhao stood up, grabbed her jacket. I'll go play along. Let's see what drama she can cook. Gu Yanzhou rose. I'll go with you. No need. Lin Zhao refused firmly. She wants to play with me. Then Gu Yanzhou focus on the plan and compute that node. Sister Shun, help me get some things ready. Lin Zhao whispered a few words in Shen Ruotang's ear. Shen Ruotang raised an eyebrow, a gleam of excitement in her eyes. All right, leave it to me. The two of them left the apartment. The autumn wind in Huajing carried a chill. Standing by the road to hail a taxi, Lin Zhao's mind flashed back to her past life. Zhou Yanwei lying weakly in a hospital bed, yet hurling the most venomous accusations that Lin Zhao hadn't given the Zhou family a son. Back then Zhou Yanting stood by, his eyes full of pity for his sister and disgust for Lin Zhao. This time the script would be at the Rear Mountain Cafe by the south gate. A girl in a pale white dress sat by the window. Her complexion was pallid, a thick scarf wrapped her neck, and an asthma inhaler rested in her hand. She looked like a fragile flower about to wither at any moment. Lin Zhao pushed the door open, pulled out a chair, and sat down heavily. The screech of metal against the floor was loud, drawing the eyes of several nearby tables. Zhou Yanwei's shoulders flinched as if startled. She looked up at Lin Zhao, and her eyes reddened instantly. Sister Lin Zhao, you finally came. Lin Zhao ignored her act and directly took out a voice recorder, switching it on. Save the excuses. I haven't seen the apology letter yet. Did you ask me out here just to stage an asthma attack so Zhou Yanting can storm in with a crowd and catch me mistreating a patient? Zhou Yanwei's rehearsed lines caught in her throat. She hadn't expected Lin Zhao to speak so harshly, or to place the voice recorder so openly on the table. I just want to beg you, please let my brother go. Those ideas were all mine, he had nothing to do with it. Zhou Yanwei's voice trembled. Lin Zhao leaned forward, her eyes locking onto the other girl. Zhou Yanwei, I don't care what your reasons are for pulling these little stunts behind the scenes. Did you think buying a dummy account and posting rumors on the school forum would keep you from being traced? Believe me, if I release this recording, your confession that the ideas were all yours will be enough to kick your brother off the design competition shortlist. Zhou Yanwei's hand froze. A hint of ferocity finally surfaced beneath her sickly frailty. You wouldn't dare. She lunged forward, reaching for the voice recorder on the table. You can try. Lin Zhao didn't move, letting her grab for it. She picked up her phone, glanced at the time. I want the apology letter up before midnight tonight. Meanwhile, Shen Ruotang was sitting in a taxi outside the cafe, holding a telephoto lens aimed at the window. Sister Lin, keep up your performance. The wireless earbud rang with Shen Ruotang's voice. Perfect, especially the moment she reached for the recorder. Flawless expression and movement. Shen Ruotang's tone was light. Inside the cafe, Zhou Yanwei still hadn't realized she was a target in the lens. She stared at Lin Zhao, her voice suddenly turning icy. Lin Zhao, do you think you've won? Those IP screenshots of yours can't be used as evidence. Who knows if you photoshopped them? I've completely erased all traces of that forum ID. You won't find a thing now. She shook the voice recorder in her hand. Who told you I only brought one recorder? Lin Zhao stood up without sparing her enough. Go home and write that apology letter. Stop playing tricks. Aren't you tired? Lin Zhao walked out of the cafe and quickly slipped into the taxi. Shen Ruotang swung the lens toward Lin Zhao. That line. Who told you I only brought one recorder? So cool. Lin Zhao removed the wireless earbuds and handed them back to Shen Ruotang. Kids like that need a good lesson, or they won't. She fastened her seatbelt, glimpsing the receding cafe in the rearview mirror. If Zhou Yanwei doesn't post the apology letter on the forum by midnight, the recording and video will be delivered to the school's design competition committee first thing tomorrow morning. Shen Ruotang chuckled softly. Sister Lin, so ruthless. Sister Shen, don't flatter me, or I might actually get carried. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang took a taxi back to the apartment building where Gu Yanzhou lived. It was just dinner time, so the two of them packed several dishes from a Chinese restaurant downstairs. As they stepped onto the elevator carrying steaming food containers, Lin Zhao's phone vibrated. It was a text message from Zhou Yanwei's sister Lin Zhao. I've already posted an apology letter at the top of the forum. Please don't release the recording. Lin Zhao glanced at the message and quickly opened the forum page. Zhou Yanwei's apology letter was already pinned at the top with the bold headline, a sincere apology for malicious rumors. The wording was earnest, every sentence confessing to fabricating and spreading false information, even mentioning that she had been misled by hearsay and swayed by others into making erroneous judgments. In the end, she explicitly distanced this matter from Zhou Yanting, emphasizing that it was purely her own doing and that she would bear all consequences. Lin Zhao handed her phone to Shen Ruotang. Look, the apology is here. Shen Ruotang's eyes widened as her fingers swiftly scrolled across the screen. She clicked her tongue. This apology is so well written, even a high school Chinese teacher would give it full marks. She raised an eyebrow with a light laugh and returned the phone. Lin Zhao took it back, watching the elevator numbers climb. It shows she's clever. She completely absolved Zhou Yanting, even claiming she was misled by someone. Should we expose her? Shen Ruotang looked at Lin Zhao. Yes, but not now. Keep the evidence from this incident. I'll let them think I've compromised. I want to see what other tricks they can pull. Ding. The elevator reached the 11th floor. The hallway was very quiet. The door to Gu Yanzhou's apartment was not fully closed, leaving a thin crack open. Inside, the projector was still on, displaying the cross-section diagram on the screen. Lin Zhao pushed the door open and set the food containers on the dining table. Gu Yanzhou sat at his computer without lifting his head. The node calculation is done. Lin Zhao walked around the sofa and leaned over to look at the screen. You reduced the cross-section of the auxiliary supports. The material is still a problem. Gu Yanzhou opened another window. The toughness of current steel on the market is completely insufficient for this structure. The final competition depends on real parameters. Lin Zhao stared at the data without responding immediately. Shen Ruotang had already sat down to open the takeout boxes. Eat first. Only with a full stomach can you have the energy to figure this out. Gu Yanzhou finally pushed his chair back and walked toward the table. The three of them sat down around the table as the containers were open, steam rising. Lin Zhao picked up a bite of food, chewing while her gaze still lingered on the cross-section diagram on the screen. Shen Ruotang paused her chopsticks. Gu Yanzhou, did you see the apology letter? Nothing worth seeing. Lin Zhao snapped back to attention and glanced at Gu Yanzhou. Not yet. Gu Yanzhou picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, his tone calm. How did you two manage that? Wasn't she refusing to post it all along? Did she cave after meeting you? Lin Zhao's eyes curved slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Well, she didn't finish but glanced at Shen Ruotang beside her. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Don't worry about how we did it, this matter is closed now. Shen Ruotang turned to stare at Gu Yanzhou. He didn't look up, still holding his chopsticks in one hand, while scrolling through the forum page on his phone. She didn't mention Zhou Yanting's name in the post. Of course she wouldn't. She's clever. Lin Zhao took a sip of soup. Shen Ruotang let out a soft snort. There are already people asking under that post who the original poster is, and who exactly misled her. Let them guess. Lin Zhao set down her soup bowl. The focus is on her now, not me. Isn't that good? Gu Yanzhou finally looked up, fixing his gaze on Lin Zhao. So you knew all along that her sister was the one stirring up trouble. Lin Zhao met Gu Yanzhou's penetrating gaze, unsure. I investigated. I also have hacker friends. She looked down, using the tip of her chopstick to gently stir the floating scallions in her bowl, unable to meet his eyes. My friend helped me look into Zhou Yanting's family background. His sister Zhou Yanwei is currently in her second year of high school. She has many online aliases and is quite an experienced net user. Who else could it be? It's not like his parents would do something like this. Alright, you did some pretty thorough research. Gu Yanzhou let out a light laugh. Your hacker friend is much more capable than mine. You're really nosy. Lin Zhao put down her chopsticks and shot Gu Yanzhou a glare. He didn't respond, just kept staring at her with a meaningful smile on his face. Shen Ruotang couldn't help but interject from the side. What's this? You two are acting like I don't have a hacker friend. Are you done eating? If you are, then get back to work on the plan. If we don't solve the structural load problem today, nobody's going to sleep. Lin Zhao slapped the table and stood up, even rattling the takeout lids. The next day, the corridor of the architecture department building was much livelier than usual. A crowd was gathered around the bulletin board where a screenshot of the forum page had been printed and posted. It read, a sincere apology for malicious rumors. It was posted yesterday afternoon. I saw it right away. Who posted it? Didn't it say someone misled her? Who is it? Isn't it obvious? It's Zhou. He's the only one who has a grudge against Lin Zhao. The speaker lowered his voice and cast a sidelong glance down the hallway. At that moment, Zhou Yanting, backpack slung over one shoulder, entered through the side door and strode quickly down the court. His demeanor was casual, his eyes swept over the bulletin board as if he hadn't seen a thing. He greeted a familiar classmate and walked straight toward the classroom. As soon as he sat down, his deskmate leaned over. Hey brother Zhou, did you see the apology letter? Zhou Yanting looked up. I saw it. Quite sincere. So who was the poster? How would I know? He spread his hands. What does it have to... The classmate across from him uttered a thoughtful hum and didn't press further. Zhou Yanting lowered his head to flip through his book, pressing the pages flat with his fingers. He just needed to act as if nothing had happened. This matter must not be traced back to him. When Lin Zhao entered the classroom, several pairs of eyes followed her. They were not hostile stares, but the kind of appraising looks given after watching drama, carrying a sense of reevaluation. She pulled out a chair, sat down, and placed her backpack on the desk without any pause. Shen Ruotang followed shortly after, naturally sitting beside her. She lowered her voice. That screenshot on the bulletin board, I didn't put it up. I don't know who did. Let it be. Lin Zhao opened her notebook. It's not a bad thing. Who else could have posted it? Lin Zhao already had an answer in her mind. Besides Gu Yanzhou, no one else would have the leisure to do such a thing. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she caught a glimpse of Gu Yanzhou entering through the back door, wearing over-ear headphones. Over the next few days, Gu Yanzhou's apartment practically became another dorm. Takeout containers piled up on the coffee table, the whiteboard was written on and erased over, and over crumpled drafting paper littered the floor, and empty Red Bull cans were casually stacked in a corner. Gu Yanzhou moved the sofa aside and spread a large drawing board directly on the floor. The three of them sat around it, heads down, exchanging ideas. I've changed my approach here for the steel frame and brick interlocking. Lin Zhao pointed at a note on the drawing. instead of a plug-in type IM using a nested design to spread out the load-bearing surface. Gu Yanzhou bent over and looked for more than 10 seconds, then picked up a pencil and added a line to the drawing. The nesting is fine, but have you calculated this angle? The incident angle is off. When lateral load comes, the entire interlocking surface will slip. Lin Zhao thought for 3 seconds and sketched a few strokes on the paper. Then I'll add a limit piece here to lock it in place. Shin Ruotang, still bent over her own paper, without looking up, said, "You two decide on the thickness of the limit piece. I need to update it on my drawing." Gu Yanzhou glanced at Lin Zhao and saw that she had already started calculating. He adjusted his glasses, feeling that the Lin Zhao before him was like a drawn blade. She calculated with terrifying speed, not just fast, but accurate. Gu Yanzhou said nothing more, his gaze returning to his own drawing. With only 3 days left before the initial draft submission deadline, Lin Zhao's trio's proposal was largely finalized. At noon, Lin Zhao and Shin Ruotang went to the cafeteria together. In dormitory 304, only Fang Xiyu and Cheng Xiaoyu remained. Cheng Xiaoyu took her clothes to the laundry room, while Fang Xiyu was memorizing English words at her desk. She absent-mindedly flipped through a few pages without absorbing anything, and her gaze slid across the desk and came to rest on Lin Zhao's table. Lin Zhao's laptop screen was still on, displaying an unclosed floor plan. Fang Xiyu stood up and walked over to Lin Zhao's desk. She herself wasn't sure how that step had been taken. Her hand reached out, fingertips hovering an inch above the keyboard. These were Lin Zhao's competition blueprints. She mustn't touch them, yet she desperately wanted to see the structures clearly. As if possessed, she fished a USB drive from her own backpack and inserted it into Lin Zhao's computer's USB port. Just then, Cheng Xiaoyu pushed the door open, carrying a bag of clothes. Her footsteps halted at the doorway. Their eyes met. Cheng Xiaoyu froze for a second. Then she dropped the bag on the floor, strode over, and directly pressed down on the mouse. "What are you doing?" Fang Xiyu's lips moved, but no sound came out. "What are you doing?" Cheng Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rose as she snapped the laptop shut and yanked the USB drive from the computer. "Fang Xiyu, are you out of your mind?" Fang Xiyu's eyes reddened, her lips kept moving, but she couldn't utter a complete word for a long time. Cheng Xiaoyu was so furious that her chest heaved up as she took a step back and pointed at her. "Do you know what that is? That's the competition proposal that Lin Zhao and the others have been working on for days. You thought you could just take it with a USB drive?" I just wanted to take a look." "You just wanted to take a look?" Cheng Xiaoyu repeated, raising the USB drive, her voice agitated. "This is theft." "Not just looking." Fang Xiyu reached out to snatch back the USB drive, but Cheng Xiaoyu lifted her hand away, dodging. Fang Xiyu's hand froze in midair, fingertips trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sobbing, she abruptly turned and rushed out of the dormitory, the door banging loudly. "Stop!" Fang Xiyu did not stop. She dashed out of the dormitory in one breath. People in the corridor glanced sideways. Cheng Xiaoyu stood at the dormitory door, watching the receding figure at the other end of the corridor, then slowly closed the door. The room instantly fell silent. She looked down at the laundry bag on the floor, crouched to pick it up, her fingers tightening slightly on the bag's opening. When Lin Zhao and Shin Ruotang returned, only Cheng Xiaoyu was left in the dormitory. Cheng Xiaoyu had just finished hanging the laundry and was tidying the drying rack with her head down. Hearing the door open, she looked up and glanced at Lin Zhao. "You're back." Lin Zhao and Shin Ruotang walked in, chatting and laughing, not sensing anything unusual. Cheng Xiaoyu walked up to Lin Zhao and pressed the USB drive into her hand, her voice lowered. "Fang Xiyu just tried to copy your competition blueprints." She recounted the whole incident without any embellishment, from Fang Xiyu opening the folder to her pushing the door open to Fang Xiyu running away. Lin Zhao sat on the chair silent. Shin Ruotang at her own desk listened sideways to Cheng Xiaoyu's account, and also there was a moment of silence in the dormitory. "Is this the USB drive?" Lin Zhao looked at the drive in her hand. "Yes." Cheng Xiaoyu nodded. "Got it. Thank you, Xiaoyu." "No need to thank me. We're roommates, we should look out for each other." Cheng Xiaoyu looked proud, then shifted the topic. "What are you going to do about it?" "Haven't decided yet." Lin Zhao turned around, opened her laptop, and inserted the USB drive. She opened the drive. Inside there were no competition blueprints, only some architectural cases that Fang Xiyu had collected and a few coursework assignments. She turned to look at Shin Ruotang. "What do you think?" Lin Zhao asked. "Just give her a warning." Shin Ruotang leaned back in her chair, resting her chin on one hand. "Okay." Lin Zhao closed the USB window, ejected the drive, and placed it gently on the corner of the desk. "Wait, you're just letting it go like that?" Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes widened, her gaze darting between the two. "She didn't copy anything, so let it be." Cheng Xiaoyu became anxious, but she... "Xiaoyu." Shin Ruotang interrupted, her voice low. "Lin Zhao knows how to handle it." Cheng Xiaoyu shut her mouth, looked at Lin Zhao, then at Shin Ruotang, and swallowed the rest of her words. Fang Xiyu returned to the dormitory just before curfew. She pushed open the door with her head down, her steps light, as if afraid to disturb something, but as soon as she looked up, she met Lin Zhao's and Shin Ruotang's gazes. Under two pairs of sharp eyes, Fang Xiyu trudged to her own bunk, her hands almost twisting the hem of her clothes out of shape. She opened her mouth, but made no sound. Lin Zhao picked up the USB drive from the corner of the desk and handed it to Fang Xiyu. "Your USB drive. Don't touch other people's things next time." Fang Xiyu didn't take it as she stared straight at the black drive, her face pale. "If you wanted to see the blueprints, you could have just asked me directly. There was no need to copy them secretly." Lin Zhao stood up, gently placed the USB drive on her desk, her fingertips pausing for half a second on the edge. Loving to study is good, but one must be upright and honorable. Fang Siyu's throat tightened, her nails dug deep into her palms. She forced a dry smile. I didn't mean to, I just slipped and clicked the wrong thing. Before she could finish, she abruptly turned and rushed into the bathroom. The door slammed shut with a bang. She leaned against the cold door panel, breathing heavily. Inside the bathroom, sporadic sobs could be heard. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang said nothing more, they just exchanged helpless looks. Cheng Xiaoyu sat on her bed, sticking her head out, clearly seeing what was going on below, but she frowned and remained silent. October 23rd, a little past 11 p.m., with less than an hour left before the initial draft deadline. The trio packaged and uploaded their proposal. Gu Yanzhou hovered his finger over the send button for a few seconds, then glanced at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao took one last look at the computer screen and nodded. Finally submitted. Shen Ruotang collapsed onto the sofa and closed her eyes. Sleep. No one present objected. Gu Yanzhou's apartment quieted down. The analysis lines on the whiteboard were still unerased. Takeout containers piled up on the dining table and Red Bull cans were scattered on the floor. Lin Zhao also collapsed onto the sofa. Exhaustion washed over her like a tide, her eyelids too heavy to lift. Shen Ruotang had already covered her face with her jacket and was still. Gu Yanzhou watched his two teammates fall into deep sleep. He quietly got up, gathered the scattered materials, stacked the Red Bull cans and empty takeout boxes into a garbage bag, and threw it into the hallway trash bin. Then he turned off the main living room light, leaving only a floor lamp glowing with a warm yellow light. He also felt helpless. His apartment only had one bedroom, and the other two rooms had no beds at all, so he could only ask Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang to make do on the sofa for the night. Fortunately, the sofa was long enough. Yawning, he walked into the bedroom and took out two blankets. He casually draped one blanket over Shen Ruotang and gently laid the other over Lin Zhao's shoulders, moving with extreme care so as not to wake her. He crouched beside Lin Zhao, staring at her slightly furrowed brow in the dim light. He stared like that for a long time until his eyes felt a little hot. Then he stood up, looked away, and turned toward the bedroom. At 6 o'clock the next morning, before the alarm went off, Lin Zhao slowly opened her eyes. She gently lifted the blanket from her shoulders and sat up, noticing that Shen Ruotang was still fast asleep and the door to Gu Yanzhou's bedroom was slightly ajar. She tiptoed to the kitchen, boiled a pot of water, and skillfully took a pack of drip coffee from the counter. Shen Ruotang was awakened by the gurgling sound of boiling water. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, and watched Lin Zhao's back in the kitchen. I want one too. Shen Ruotang shuffled over in her slippers, rested her chin on Lin Zhao's shoulder, and said, You're up so early. Lin Zhao turned her head and smiled, skillfully brewed the coffee, and handed a cup to Shen Ruotang. Monday, that's the day after tomorrow, the results come out. Lin Zhao blew on the steam from her coffee, took a careful sip as the bitter aroma slowly spread on her tongue, and asked, Do you have confidence? No, not at all. Shen Ruotang's eyes were dazed, as if still half asleep. This is only the first round, as expected, of the Qingyu Cup. She continued, Don't worry, I think the first round should be fine. We still have classes this morning. After we finish our coffee, shall we go back to the dorm to freshen up? Lin Zhao put her coffee cup back on the counter and looked at Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang smiled and nodded. Let's go. As the two finished their coffee, Gu Yanzhou also woke up. He came out of the bedroom in a gray hoodie, his hair a mess like a bird's nest, with lingering tiredness in his eyes. He walked straight to the kitchen, took 3 cartons of milk from the fridge, handed one to Lin Zhao, pressed another into Shen Ruotang's hand, and tilted his head back to down the last one himself. Then we'll head off now. Lin Zhao held the milk carton in her hand and turned to grab her jacket and bag. She and Shen Ruotang walked side by side out of the apartment building. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang bought 2 jianbing from the breakfast stall downstairs and hailed a taxi. In the taxi, Lin Zhao gazed out at the street scene, recalling how Gu Yanzhou had crouched beside her for a long time after covering her with the blanket the night before. It was terrifying. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel his scorching gaze, as if he wanted to devour her. Could he be a pervert? The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became, and the milk carton in her hand was slightly deformed from her grip. Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao. Shen Ruotang waved her hand in front of her face and asked, What are you spacing out about? Lin Zhao snapped back to reality and turned to look at Shen Ruotang. Nothing, just remembered something. Shen Ruotang stared at the deformed milk carton in her hand, pondered for a moment, and didn't press further. Lin Zhao confined herself to the dormitory for the entire weekend, sketching tirelessly in a deliberate attempt to banish thoughts of Gu Yanzhou from her mind. Monday morning arrived, bringing with it the architecture history lecture. Seated in the third row, Lin Zhao had her notebook open, though her pen traced aimless patterns across the page. Shen Ruotang sat beside her with her phone concealed beneath the desk, while Gu Yanzhou occupied the last row with earphones, and yet his gaze persistently drifted toward the front. On the podium, the professor was expounding the structural characteristics of Gothic architecture. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, 3 phones vibrated simultaneously. Lin Zhao instantly retrieved her device to check. Qingyu Cup Organizing Committee Preliminary Review Result Notification. Her heart raced as she swiftly opened the email. Congratulations. Your team has passed the preliminary review and is now officially entering the second stage. She stared at the screen, her pulse pounding. Shen Ruotang clutched her phone as well. She turned her head toward Lin Zhao, their gazes meeting, and simultaneously they broke into smiles. Lin Zhao looked back at the last row, where Gu Yanzhou was removing his earphones and nodding at her. Excitement flickered in all 3 smiles. The professor continued his lecture oblivious to the quiet commotion in the classroom. Lin Zhao lowered her head and wrote a line in her notebook, then slid it over to Shun Ruotang. Lunch is on me. What would you like to eat? Shun Ruotang took the notebook and added a line beneath it. Let's hit a restaurant then. At noon, inside a Sichuan restaurant just outside the campus gate. The three settled around a round table, the menu circulating among their hands. Gu Yanzhou ordered several dishes, handed the menu back to the server, and turned his gaze toward Lin Zhao. So the dinner you promised me half a month ago finally comes today. Lin Zhao was pouring tea at that moment, and her hand paused momentarily. Your memory is far too sharp. Gu Yanzhou parted his lips as if to speak, but in the end he merely raised his cup and took a sip. Just then Shun Ruotang interjected. When shall we start on the second stage proposal? Lin Zhao set down the teapot, picked up her phone, and examined the email once more. BM model design drawings, renderings, design concept analysis, spatial analysis, and design documentation. She recited the deliverable list for the final design submission in a single breath. All files must be submitted by December 5th. Let's discuss the division of work right now. Shun Ruotang nodded and scooted closer to Lin Zhao. The server was bringing out dishes, steaming boiled fish and chili sauce, twice-cooked pork, shredded pork with green peppers, and mapo tofu, each placed one by one onto the round table. Not having to build a physical model will save us quite a bit of time, Gu Yanzhou chimed in. As for the design drawings, we already have a draft, we can just keep refining it. Lin Zhao glanced at him. BM model design drawings renderings. Shun Ruotang and I will handle those. You take care of the design concept analysis and spatial analysis. Then we'll work on the design documentation together. How does that sound? Gu Yanzhou picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks. Fine, but I feel like you're giving me the lightest load. Then you choose, Lin Zhao said, eating without looking up. Aren't design concept analysis and spatial analysis your strongest suits? Do you want to take on something else? Shun Ruotang smiled and pushed the mapo tofu toward Gu Yanzhou. I'm just afraid you two will overwork yourselves, Gu Yanzhou said as he helped himself to a piece of tofu. I divided the tasks based on everyone's strengths. Time is tight, and the workload is heavy. Also, since the work is allocated, let's not gather at your apartment anymore. We'll communicate online as much as possible. After saying this, Lin Zhao still felt a pang of unease. She was trying to avoid Gu Yanzhou, but in doing so, she had dragged Shun Ruotang into sharing the heaviest burden. Fortunately, she was a reincarnated soul. A few more nights of overtime should see this through. Halfway through the meal, Shun Ruotang's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, and her face instantly darkened. I have to go now. Something's come up at home. She paused at the door, looked back at Lin Zhao as if wanting to say something, but swallowed the words and pushed the door open, disappearing. Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou exchanged a look. She's been going home a lot lately, Lin Zhao remarked. Gu Yanzhou replied, showing no interest in Shun Ruotang's affairs. She never liked going home before. Do you think something's happened with her family recently? Gu Yanzhou looked at Lin Zhao. Do you need me to look into it? Lin Zhao shook her head. No, never mind. She could tell Gu Yanzhou didn't care about Shun Ruotang. His eyes held only her. It wasn't that she didn't want to respond to him, she simply dared not. In her past life, she had given everything to a man, and in return she received. The air suddenly grew still. Neither of them spoke again, leaving only the faint clink of chopsticks and bowls. After they finished eating, Gu Yanzhou rushed to pay the bill. As they stepped out of the restaurant, Lin Zhao's phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It was Lin Guodong. She rejected the call and shoved the phone back into her pocket. Not answering? Gu Yanzhou asked. I don't want to, Lin Zhao replied coldly. Gu Yanzhou looked at her, but said nothing. They walked back along the street. The autumn wind rustled the plain leaves on the roadside. After a while, Gu Yanzhou suddenly said, Do you have classes this afternoon? No, Lin Zhao blurted out. Wait, was Gu Yanzhou out of his mind? Asking if she had afternoon classes. Didn't he know there were no classes this afternoon? What was he up to now? How about we go boxing together? Lin Zhao shot him a sidelong glance. Are you that free? A bit of relaxation before the next stage will do you good. Gu Yanzhou paused, his gaze landing on her slightly furrowed brows. You've been wound too tight. Wound too tight. Thanks to you, Gu Yanzhou. Lin Zhao didn't know what to say as she lowered her head and kicked a small pebble. Come on, let off some steam. Gu Yanzhou wasn't about to give up. You might not have time to box for the next month. Don't hesitate. Lin Zhao could have refused, but for some inexplicable reason she nodded. Perhaps she wanted to ask him face-to-face why he cared so much about her affairs. At the boxing gym near the school, the same place where Shun Ruotang had first shown off her technique. When Lin Zhao emerged in her gear, Gu Yanzhou was already warming up in front of a punching bag. He wore a white tank top, his muscles moving with fluid grace, each motion crisp and clean. Lin Zhao took her hand wraps and gloves, walked to the bench beside him, sat down, and began binding her hands. Gu Yanzhou stopped his practice and turned to look at her. Need a hand? No. Lin Zhao finished wrapping her hands, walked to another bag, and started training. Her fists pounded against the bag, producing a dull thudding sound. Gu Yanzhou watched for a moment, then approached. Your power generation is off. He stood behind Lin Zhao, placing a hand on her shoulder. Relax here. The power should come from your waist. Lin Zhao's body stiffened, and she instinctively tried to pull away. Sensing her resistance, Gu Yanzhou immediately withdrew his hand. Sorry, he said, stepping back. I just wanted to help. Lin Zhao took a deep breath. It's fine. Go on. Gu Yanzhou didn't step closer again. He simply stood beside her and offered verbal guidance. Drive off the ground with your back foot when you punch. Lin Zhao adjusted her movement as he instructed and threw another punch. This time the force was noticeably greater. Yes, just like that. Gu Yanzhou nodded. They practiced for a while before Lin Zhao stopped to drink some water. Gu Yanzhou leaned against the wall watching her. How are things going with your parents? Lin Zhao unscrewed her bottle and took a long gulp. Just waiting for the signatures. Gu Yanzhou was silent for a few seconds. Have you and your father always been like this? The water bottle in Lin Zhao's hand paused midair. She turned her head toward Gu Yanzhou, her eyes growing cold. Just curious. Gu Yanzhou's tone was calm. Most people wouldn't go this far. Lin Zhao stared at him for a long moment. She took a deep breath. He had someone else. My mother couldn't take it anymore. Now she's finally getting her freedom. Gu Yanzhou's eyes darkened. So you're helping your mother secure her share of the assets? Yes. Lin Zhao set down the bottle. She deserves it. Gu Yanzhou nodded and didn't press further. But Lin Zhao could sense he still had more to say. What else do you want to ask? She said directly. Gu Yanzhou looked at her, a complex emotion hidden in his eyes. Nothing. I just think you're very strong. Lin Zhao let out a cold laugh. Strong? I just don't want to be bullied anymore. She turned back to the sandbag and continued practicing. Gu Yanzhou stood still watching her retreat. He longed to tell her that she didn't have to bear everything alone, but the words died in his throat, turning into a soft sigh. He walked to another sandbag and began to punch. His fist struck the bag, each blow heavier than the last. Out of the corner of her eye, Lin Zhao noticed his movements and felt a flicker of doubt. Gu Yanzhou's mood seemed off today. He had asked too many questions about her family, too many details. As if he cared deeply. But they had only known each other for a little over a month. Why should he be so concerned about her personal affairs? Lin Zhao stopped moving and turned to look at Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou. He paused and turned to look at her. Why do you care about my private matters? Lin Zhao asked directly. Gu Yanzhou was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Zhao to be so straightforward. Because. His voice was dry. Because we're partners. Partners. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow. Do partners have to care to this extent? Gu Yanzhou fell silent. He didn't know how to answer. Forget it. Seeing him say nothing, Lin Zhao turned and walked toward the locker room. I'm leaving first. Gu Yanzhou stood there watching her departing back. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He wanted to call out to her to tell her so many things. But his throat felt as if it were blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word. When Lin Zhao walked out of the boxing gym, she paused at the door for a few seconds and glanced back at Gu Yanzhou. He had his back to her, focused on striking the sandbag, his fists so heavy they seemed to vent all his frustration. Lin Zhao immediately averted her gaze and left without looking back. The autumn wind blew into her collar, chilling her to the bone. She wrapped her coat tighter and quickened her pace, the fallen leaves rustling under her feet. Lin Zhao's mind was filled with the scene from moments ago. When Gu Yanzhou said, because we're partners, his eyes were clearly evasive. He hadn't told the truth. Partners don't stare at her for that long. Partners don't notice the smell of medicinal patches on her. Partners certainly don't crouch beside her watching her face when they cover her with a blanket. Lin Zhao shivered and quickened her pace. The next morning, Qing Xiaoyu was already washing up. Fang Xiyu had left early and Shen Ruotang hadn't come back all night. Shen Ruotang still hasn't come back. Lin Zhao stretched and sat up. No, she didn't tell you. Qing Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Zhao, then lowered her head to continue washing her face. She said she was going home for a while, maybe staying at her place. She didn't say exactly when she'd be back. Lin Zhao will send her a message to ask. She picked up her phone and quickly typed a text, sending it to Shen Ruotang. A moment later, the phone screen lit up. Shen Ruotang, something came up at home. He'll be back tonight. Borrow your class notes then. She said she'll be back tonight. Qing Xiaoyu responded casually, hanging the towel back on the rack. After dinner, Lin Zhao and Qing Xiaoyu opened the dormitory door, chatting and laughing. Fang Xiyu was sitting at her desk reading a book. She didn't look up, only glanced at them from the corner of her eye. Lin Zhao walked straight to her desk and sat down, opening her laptop. The screen lit up, and she clicked open the folder for the competition proposal. She stared at those files for a few seconds, but the cursor landed on the chat application icon. The group chat history stopped. Gu Yanzhou had posted some thoughts on the spatial analysis framework. Lin Zhao replied with received, and Shen Ruotang replied with okay. Scrolling up, it was all proposal discussions without a single extraneous word. Perfect. From now on it would be like this. Lin Zhao closed the group chat and opened Gu Yanzhou's private chat window. The last message was from the day before yesterday, sent by him. Let me know if you need any help. She hadn't replied. Lin Zhao stared at that line for 3 seconds, exited the dialogue, and closed the chat application. She opened CAD software and began drafting. She needed to build the foundational framework of the BIM model as quickly as possible. This task wasn't difficult for her. In her past life, when Zhou Yanting used her as a tool, she had handled far more complex models with ease. The only painful part was that the software from 2008 was so ancient, with limited functionality and no real-time rendering. Lin Zhao was irritated by the lagging interface on the screen. Should she replace this computer too? She could barely tolerate it when doing floor plans, but now it was unbearable. Tomorrow she would go and build a Topophyline desktop computer. No, tomorrow she had classes all day. Thursday then. She had no class on Thursday morning. She made up her mind and continued enduring the lag. The sound of mouse clicks was especially loud in the silent dormitory. Fang Xiyu lifted her head, glanced at Lin Zhao's screen, then looked back down to continue reading. Qing Xiaoyu came over. Wow, you're already using CAD. Isn't it taught in sophomore year? Lin Zhao paused her fingers. I taught myself in advance. I'm still not very familiar with some functions. She gave an excuse that barely sounded plausible. Can I watch beside you? Sheng Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Lin Zhao glanced at her, then at Fang Xiyu, who was still reading with her head down, but hadn't turned a page in a long time. Xiyu, if you don't mind, you can join us. Lin Zhao scooted her chair aside. Fang Xiyu finally turned a page, but still didn't. No need. I don't have a computer. Lin Zhao nodded and didn't insist. At 9:30 in the evening, Shen Ruotang, when she pushed open the door, her expression wasn't pleasant. She walked straight to her desk, sat down, and turned on her computer. Lin Zhao turned and glanced at her. Sensing the gaze, Shen Ruotang smiled at her. Lin Zhao didn't ask further and looked away. The two of them busied themselves, the sounds of keyboards and mice alternating in the room. At 10 o'clock sharp, a message popped up on Lin Zhao's chat application. It was from Gu Yanzhou in the group chat. Gu Yanzhou, I've drafted the preliminary frameworks for design concept analysis and spatial analysis. Files have been sent to your emails. Please review and see if any adjustments are needed. Lin Zhao opened her email, downloaded the attachments, and quickly scanned through them. The concept analysis was thorough. Functionality, aesthetics, sustainability, community, culture, innovation, accessibility, and adaptability were all listed. Although each item was only an outline at this stage, the logical chain was solid enough to support further development. The spatial analysis was only a sketch, but it already conveyed a sense of the interaction between people and architecture. Lin Zhao replied in the group, the frameworks look fine. After we finish our part, you can proceed with deeper work. Shen Ruotang also chimed in, seen it. No issues. Lin Zhao then realized that she had marginalized Gu Yanzhou, giving him tasks that were too late in the process. She sent another message in the group, they'll send you the CAD file shortly. Please help me check the basic framework first. Lin Zhao quickly packed the CAD file into a compressed folder and sent it out. Shen Ruotang frowned and turned to Lin Zhao. What? You're not going to do it yourself? Lin Zhao's face showed a hint of difficulty. I am. I want to go get a new computer on Thursday. Will you come with me? Shen Ruotang glanced at her computer and laughed. You scared me. I thought something was wrong. This computer of yours is a few years old, isn't it? 3 years. Not that old, but with this configuration, running modeling software turns it into a slideshow. Shen Ruotang nodded. Okay, Thursday morning. Yeah. I have the Subject 2 driving test scheduled for Saturday. Are you going? Lin Zhao continued. You haven't practiced much and you want to take the test. Did you pay the registration fee for nothing? Shen Ruotang questioned. It's not difficult. You've seen my skills. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow, looking quite proud. Shen Ruotang nodded. You really do drive like a seasoned pro. Lin Zhao cleared her throat and said no more. After the lights were out, the dormitory fell into complete silence except for the occasional vibration of a phone from Fang Xiyu's side. Lin Zhao closed her eyes but heard it clearly. Fang Xiyu's phone had been ringing too often lately, especially late at night. The old Fang Xiyu used to shut off her phone at 10 o'clock sharp and sleep without fail. But recently, Lin Zhao had woken up in the middle of the night several times and saw the light from Fang Xiyu's phone screen seeping through her bed. Who was she chatting with? Lin Zhao had no answer. Ever since the incident where Fang Xiyu stole the proposal was discovered, she had been distancing herself from her roommates. Maybe she had made new friends. A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Zhao's mind, but she didn't dwell on it, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. On Thursday morning in Zhongguancun, the 5th floor of the electronic city was packed with monitors, computer cases, and cooling fans filling the entire corridor. Lin Zhao was selecting components in a store, while Shen Ruotang stood by scrolling through her phone. Suddenly she looked up and asked, aren't you planning to buy a laptop? A desktop isn't convenient to carry. Lin Zhao replied, holding a graphics card in one hand as she compared specifications. Desktops are stable for modeling, but laptops lag in cooling. Even if I buy a desktop, I still need to get a laptop in the end. Shen Ruotang was focused on her phone, her fingers typing rapidly, as if discussing something important. Let's talk about that later. First, let's finalize the modeling powerhouse. Oh, everything else is secondary. She gently placed the graphics card back on the tray and glanced at the newly arrived LCD monitor at the end of the shelf. Once Lin Zhao finished selecting her components, she placed her order, and the shopkeeper immediately began assembling the computer. Shen Ruotang stood by waiting and casually chatting. Gu Yanzhou is a very smart person. I know, Lin Zhao replied, looking at her. But don't you think? He might be too smart. What do you mean? Shen Ruotang asked, puzzled. Lin Zhao walked over to the shop's lounge area and said, come sit and talk. Shen Ruotang put away her phone, pulled over a folding chair, and sat down. His judgments are too accurate. It's the kind of precision that feels like he knows the answer in advance. Lin Zhao spoke, her expression serious. Shen Ruotang pondered for a moment and said, he is indeed a bit hard to read, but as of now, he doesn't seem to have it. What do you think of him? Lin Zhao contemplated for a second and replied, terrifying. Is he really terrifying? Shen Ruotang looked at her confused. He lacks a sense of boundaries. Lin Zhao's tone was calm. Not only does he lack boundaries, but he also looks at me with a gaze that feels like he can see through everything. Lin Zhao leaned closer to Shen Ruotang's ear. Do you remember that day we fell asleep on his sofa? He covered us with a blanket. Lin Zhao lowered her voice. After covering me, he squatted beside me, staring at me for a full 10 minutes. I was so creeped out that I didn't dare to open my eyes. After finishing her sentence, Lin Zhao leaned back in her chair, looking at Shen Ruotang with anticipation. Shen Ruotang was silent for a moment, holding her forehead with one hand. He definitely likes you, but it's just that he lacks a sense of proportion. That's why I find him terrifying. You have no idea, or I've even wondered if he might be a psychopathic killer. You've been watching too many horror movies. Shen Ruotang chuckled, then turned serious. If he were a killer, he would have silenced you. I was just joking. Lin Zhao forced a bitter smile. She was aware of his feelings for her, but when he looked at her, his gaze felt like it could penetrate everything, as if he already saw through her identity as a reincarnator. Can he be more terrifying than Zhou Yanting? Shen Ruotang continued. Stop, let's change the topic. Alright. The two of them did not continue the earlier conversation and shifted to discussing the second phase of the project. An hour later, the shopkeeper connected the assembled computer to the monitor, plugged it in, and tested it. Lin Zhao watched the new computer boot up, quickly feeling very satisfied. The shopkeeper packed the computer and monitor into a box and handed her a warranty card. Miss Lin, this is your customized computer which supports a year of on-site service. Lin Zhao carried the computer box while Shen Ruotang held the monitor box, both struggling to walk towards the elevator. Once they stood still in the elevator, in being serious, Shen Ruotang turned to Lin Zhao and said, I don't plan to date during my 5 years in college. It's too Me neither, Lin Zhao replied quickly. Shen Ruotang chuckled, but you have admirers. So do you. Lin Zhao responded swiftly. Alright, let's not talk about that. Shen Ruotang shook her head with a smile. As the two struggled to carry the computer and monitor to the entrance of the electronic city, a large hand suddenly reached over from the side and securely supported the box in Shen Ruotang's hands. Let me help. Zhou Yanting stood at the door as if he had been waiting there for a long time. Shen Ruotang clutched the box tightly. Are you Chow Chow? You just show up like that. Hearing this, Zhou Yanting laughed heartily. I just passed by and saw you from a distance. Give it to me. Gu Yanzhou appeared at the entrance of the electronic city at some point, pulling a hand-pushed flat cart behind him. He didn't say much, directly taking the computer box from Lin Zhao's hands, placing it steadily on the flat cart, and then taking the monitor box from Shen Ruotang with smooth movements. Shen Ruotang stifled a laugh and looked at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao shot her a glare, though her ears turned slightly red. Zhou Yanting, you should go back. Gu Yanzhou will take us home. Shen Ruotang glanced at Zhou Yanting, her tone impatient. I'm on the way, it's no trouble. Zhou Yanting said while reaching for the handle of the flat cart. Get away. Gu Yanzhou slapped his hand away, his gaze icy. I'm not on the same route as you. Zhou Yanting was stunned, glaring at Gu Yanzhou. Alright, you win. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang exchanged glances, tacitly quickening their pace to follow Gu Yanzhou. Lin Zhao grabbed Shen Ruotang's wrist and whispered, how does Gu Yanzhou know we are buying a computer today? He is clever. Shen Ruotang replied in fragmented phrases. She did not elaborate further, grabbing Lin Zhao's wrist and quickly catching up with Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou's car stopped at the open-air parking lot next to the electronic city. He opened the back door, gesturing for the two to get in. As soon as Lin Zhao settled in, she heard Shen Ruotang whisper, are you really not considering Gu Yanzhou? Lin Zhao rolled her eyes, thinking Shen Ruotang. Can you stop with the soul-searching questions already? Not considering. Lin Zhao replied firmly. At this moment, Gu Yanzhou also placed the computer box down, sat in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and glanced at her, not considering what. Lin Zhao was taken aback, the redness on her ears quickly spreading to her cheeks. It's nothing. She swiftly turned her face away, her gaze landing on the flowing street view outside the window. Gu Yanzhou tightened his grip on the steering wheel, but did not press further, lightly stepping on the gas pedal as the car smoothly drove out of the parking lot. Gu Yanzhou drove fast and steadily, soon arriving at the girls' dormitory, building 5. After the car stopped, Gu Yanzhou walked around to the back seat to open the door for Lin Zhao. He quickly retrieved the computer and monitor from the trunk, carrying the computer box in one hand and the monitor in the other, steadily walking towards the dormitory. Lin Zhao jogged to catch up with him, snatching the monitor box. He'll carry this. She held the monitor box tightly, lowering her head as she rushed ahead of him. How could Gu Yanzhou appear so coincidentally? Did Shen Ruotang tell him? She had just seen her sending messages at the electronic city. She needed to interrogate her later. Without looking back, she quickly stepped onto the stairs, but missed a step on the third one, stumbling and dropping the monitor box. Gu Yanzhou, quick on his feet, caught Lin Zhao by the waist, and the monitor box fell to the ground. He held Lin Zhao tightly in his embrace, and she could hear his steady and powerful heartbeat. Lin Zhao should have pushed him away, but in that moment she surprisingly did not want to move. Oh no, am I sick? Shen Ruotang followed behind the two, stifling a laugh as she quickly took a picture of the scene with her phone, then swiftly put it away, pretending nothing happened as she hurried forward. Is the monitor okay? At this moment, Gu Yanzhou's face was as red as a ripe persimmon. He swallowed hard, composed himself, and slowly. Lin Zhao's heart raced as she hurriedly straightened up, her ears burning. Thank you. The steps are slippery, be careful. Before his words finished, Gu Yanzhou had already bent down to pick up the monitor box, checking it carefully. Fortunately, it's just the corner of the box that got bumped a bit. The screen is fine. He stood upright, holding both boxes again. He'll take you upstairs. Lin Zhao opened her mouth, but ultimately did not stop him. She followed behind him, trying to calm her breathing. She hated her uncontrollable fluster. After all, she was a soul in her 30s. How could she still act like a love-struck girl, her fingertips even feeling warm? At the entrance of the dormitory, the dorm manager poked her head out, saying boys can't come in. Gu Yanzhou paused, placing the two boxes steadily on the steps. Auntie M helping a classmate deliver computer equipment. He'll be out soon. The aunt surveyed him for a moment, her gaze lingering on the two boxes, then glanced at Lin Zhao. Alright, go quickly and come back. As the door to room 304 on the 3rd floor swung open, Cheng Xiaoyu sat at her desk, tapping away at her keyboard. She looked up at the sound and froze. Gu Yanzhou, what are you doing here? At that moment, Fang Xiyu emerged from the bathroom, rooted to the spot, unsure what to do. Gu Yanzhou cleared his throat awkwardly and set the box down on the floor. I'm here to set up the new computer Lin Zhao bought. Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately leaned in. Chasing Lin Zhao all the way into the girls' dormitory. Bro, I'm rooting for you. She elongated her words, deliberately grinning as her gaze darted between Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou. Lin Zhao cleared her throat, the tips of her ears turning red. Gu Yanzhou, just leave the box here. I can connect the wires myself. Gu Yanzhou had already picked up a utility knife from the neighboring desk and was skillfully cutting open the box. It's fine, won't take a few minutes. He continued, unpacking without looking up. Lin Zhao pressed her lips together and stepped back half a pace, offering no further resistance. He moved swiftly, lifting the monitor from the box and placing it on the desk, then setting the tower underneath. Does this spot work for the monitor? He turned to Lin Zhao for confirmation. Tower on the left or right? He crouched beneath the desk, looking up, waiting for her instruction. Left. Wow, such attentive service. Cheng Xiaoyu laughed dramatically. With Boss Gu on the case, of course it's thorough. Shen Ruotang's voice came from outside the door. She walked in holding a laptop bag and handed it to Lin Zhao. Here. Lin Zhao took the bag, puzzled. This is... Gu Yanzhou, still crouched on the floor connecting cables, looked up. A laptop. I've already installed the common software for us to use in the seminar room. Lin Zhao's heart stirred. She gripped the handle of the laptop bag unconsciously. Suddenly she didn't know what to say. Honestly, she wanted to refuse it outright. Hi. Shen Ruotang nudged her arm, signaling her to accept it. Lin Zhao glanced around the dormitory. Several pairs of eyes were fixed on her, and even the doorway was crowded with curious girls. She swallowed hard, suppressing the surge of emotion, and murmured, lowering her head, "Thank you, Gu Yanzhou." Gu Yanzhou stood up, fingertips dusted with a bit of grime, casually wiping them on his trousers. A radiant smile bloomed across his face, as if that single thank you was the reply he had been waiting for all day. All set. He rubbed the back of his hand across his nose. Wipe it off. Lin Zhao pulled a pack of wet wipes from her drawer and handed them over. Cheng Xiaoyu let out an undisguised whistle, prompting Shen Ruotang to join in the teasing. Look, their eyes are practically glued together. Lin Zhao shoved the wipes into his hand, inwardly screaming. Why on earth did she just hand him a wet wipe? What kind of innocent flirtatious scene was this? Her maiden heart was on fire. Her entire reputation was ruined by that one wet wipe. Gu Yanzhou took the wipes, his ears slightly red. I'll be going now. Don't forget, tomorrow at noon, 2 o'clock, our group discussion. He turned hastily and walked out of the dormitory. Lin Zhao closed the door, leaning her back against it with a long exhale. Shen Ruotang stepped in front of her, placing both hands on the door, and leaned close to her, ear lowering her voice. Lin Zhao, you've fallen for him. Lin Zhao's blood rushed to her face. The heat from her ears spread rapidly to her cheeks. Her throat tightened. She wanted to argue but couldn't produce a sound as she wanted to deny it, but her heart was racing out of control. Shen Ruotang stepped back slightly, one arm across her chest, the other cupping her chin with a meaningful smile. Lin Zhao pressed herself against the door, her toes nearly curling as if to dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the floor. Just kidding. Come on, let's eat. Shen Ruotang dropped the teasing and took Lin Zhao's hand. Xiaoyu, see you, let's go. Cheng Xiaoyu immediately bounced after them. Wait for me. Fang Xiyu, who had been hiding on the balcony, poked her head out, her voice barely a whisper. I think I'll pass. She had intended to say I'll come too, but seeing the three of them already rushing out of the dorm, she silently retreated to the balcony, lowered her head to look at her phone. The vibration rang again. She sighed softly and resumed typing on her keyboard. After dinner, Lin Zhao sat in front of her computer, intending to work on her BIM model on the new machine, but she couldn't concentrate after everything that had happened today. Shen Ruotang had hurried home after her afternoon class, simply saying there's something at home. I won't be at tomorrow's group discussion. Lin Zhao stared blankly at the new monitor. The laptop Gu Yanzhou had gifted her sat quietly on the corner of the desk. Fang Xiyu unusually didn't return to the dorm. Cheng Xiaoyu noticed Lin Zhao's daze and tapped on her desk. Zhao, not working on your project tonight. I was hoping to pick up some BIM modeling tips from you. Lin Zhao snapped back to attention. Sure. Without saying much, she silently opened CAD and began absent-mindedly demonstrating basic operations to Cheng Xiaoyu. Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she watched the screen, pen and notebook in hand, diligently noting every shortcut key and modeling logic. Occasionally she looked up to ask, why does the extrusion command select a face instead of an edge? Lin Zhao patiently answered each of Cheng Xiaoyu's questions, gradually regaining some focus. Fang Xiyu dashed back to the dormitory 5 minutes before lights out. Lin Zhao and Cheng Xiaoyu were already lying in bed, while only the balcony light remained on. A few minutes later that too went out, and the dormitory fell into silence, broken only by the rustle of leaves outside the window in the evening breeze. Lying in bed, Lin Zhao replayed every detail of today in slow motion. That afternoon, under her persistent questioning, Shen Ruotang had confessed to tipping off Gu Yanzhou, and also about the moment at the dormitory entrance when Gu Yanzhou asked her to fetch the laptop from the car. Lin Zhao turned over, feeling that she had been maneuvered all day. But today Gu Yanzhou's eyes seemed no longer as sharp as before. Even the hint of probing and distance had vanished. His gaze had changed. It was now perfectly aligned with the clarity and fervor befitting an 18-year-old. The next day, exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Zhao gently pushed open the door to the corner seminar room on the second floor of the library. Gu Yanzhou was already seated by the window, a laptop and a cup of coffee in front of him. Lin Zhao walked in carrying a thermos and the laptop he had given her. Shen Ruotang's seat was empty, and both of them tacitly refrained from mentioning it. Let's start with the structural load analysis. Lin Zhao spoke first, her voice calm. I optimized the thickness of the limit plate last night. See if you spot any issues. She copied the new file onto a USB drive and transferred it to his computer. Gu Yanzhou opened a structural analysis software, imported Lin Zhao's model, and quickly adjusted the parameters, his fingers flying across the keyboard in a series of commands. The cross-section ratio here needs to be increased. With the current parameters, the lateral load distribution effect would be compromised. Lin Zhao sat down beside him, staring at the screen for a moment. Try shifting the angle 5 degrees towards the positive y-axis. The two exchanged no unnecessary words, their expressions so focused that they seemed to have forgotten yesterday's flutter. She didn't look at him, and he didn't stare at her. On this point, Lin Zhao felt that today was far easier than any previous meeting. She had expected him to probe again or cast that knowing look that soured the atmosphere. But nothing of the sort happened. He was simply here to discuss the project. This, however, made her feel unsettled. The effects, after adjusting the parameters, Gu Yanzhou ran a test. Let me try. Lin Zhao took the mouse from him and began experimenting with the model parameters. Gu Yanzhou didn't stop her, he merely shifted slightly to give her room, but his gaze wasn't on the screen. He quietly washed her lashes as she worked, his eyes warm and focused. He knew he had overstepped lately. Asking about her family, pressing about her father's situation, expressing concern too bluntly at the boxing gym, all of which had driven her to pull away. But now she had voluntarily sat beside him using his computer. This silent closeness spoke louder than any words ever could, offering the answer he sought. True closeness was never about relentless pursuit, but rather when she was finally willing to turn her back to him to adjust parameters side by side in front of the same screen. He immersed himself in this feeling, even his breathing became barely audible. Suddenly something occurred to him. Lin Zhao's new laptop was a native Mac system, which couldn't run Windows-based software, like PKPM, the structural analysis tool he used. A pang of awkwardness struck him, and he quickly spoke softly. Do you want me to install a dual system on your Mac? Lin Zhao paused, turning to look at him. Sure. The compatibility of older Macs isn't great. Older? Gu Yanzhou was taken aback. Lin Zhao froze as well, realizing she had slipped up. She quickly looked down and continued working on the computer. I bought this year's latest model, Gu Yanzhou said promptly. Oh, I thought it was an older model. Lin Zhao raised her voice, trying to cover her fluster. I'm not very familiar with Apple computers. Could you please help me set up a dual system? Lin Zhao nearly broke into a cold sweat. That was close. Thankfully, Gu Yanzhou assumed she meant an older Mac. They sat side by side in front of the screen, the clicks of the mouse and the tapping of the keyboard rising and falling in the quiet seminar room. Time slipped by quickly. Lin Zhao looked up. The light outside the window had shifted. She glanced at the time on the computer. It was already 5:17 p.m. She flexed her wrist and leaned back in her chair. Almost there. Getting this far today is enough. Gu Yanzhou stood up, pushed the empty coffee cup aside. Want to grab dinner together? Lin Zhao answered instinctively, sure. But the words had barely left her mouth when she realized what she had done. No, wait. She closed her laptop. I forgot I need to go home tonight. Gu Yanzhou glanced at her. Got it. He pushed his chair back, didn't press further, nor said anything like some other time. He picked up his jacket and stood there waiting for her to pack up. By the way, I need to go back to my hometown tomorrow. I've taken Monday off. Lin Zhao stood up, stuffed her things into her bag, and she reached the door, looked back at Gu Yanzhou, and said, then it'll leave the progress to you these days. Text me if anything comes up. No problem. Lin Zhao pushed the door open and stepped out. Only after the seminar room door closed again did Gu Yanzhou withdraw his gaze. He lowered his head and gathered the remaining items. The compatibility of vintage Macs really isn't great. When Lin Zhao said this, the words came out fast, as if with. She panicked the moment she finished speaking. He could tell. The way her lashes trembled when she lowered her head was unmistakable. He had seen her in many forms. The sharpness when she calmly refuted Zhou Yanting, the focused concentration as she sketched under the old city wall, the fierce determination when she pounded the punching bag at the boxing gym. But she rarely flustered, and every time she did it seemed like she was hiding something. Gu Yanzhou zipped his bag and slung it over his shoulder. Maybe he was overthinking it. Maybe she just said it offhandedly. But she corrected herself too quickly. When she said, I thought it was an older model, her voice pitched higher than usual. Just like when she said, I need to go home tonight. That slipped out was clearly a genuine acceptance. Then she forcibly changed course. Gu Yanzhou draped his jacket over his arm and pushed the door open. In the hallway, two girls glanced his way, exchanged a look, muttered something behind their hands, and walked off with a giggle. He paid them no mind and headed straight for the stairwell. When Lin Zhao got home, Lilan was busy in the kitchen. The hum of the range had drowned out the sound of the door opening. Lin Zhao changed her shoes, walked to the kitchen entrance, and leaned against the doorframe, watching her mother's back. Lilan, wearing a floral apron, was stirring something at the stove. The clatter of the spatula against the wok mingled with the sizzle of hot oil, and in the rising steam was the aroma of green peppers and shredded pork. Mom. Lilan turned around, her face brightening with a smile. Back. I was just about to call you. I made pork rib soup today. You said the school cafeteria food is too greasy. Now you can cleanse your system. Lin Zhao said nothing. She walked over and gently hugged her mother from behind. What's wrong? Lilan paused. Nothing. I just missed you. Lilan chuckled, didn't ask further, and patted Lin Zhao's hand. Go wash your hands. The soup is almost ready. Mother and daughter sat facing each other at the dining table. 2 dishes and a soup, just the right amount. Lin Zhao picked up a bite of greens, chewed twice, then suddenly said, Mom, I'm taking my driver's test tomorrow. So soon? You've only practiced for how long? Lilan put down her chopsticks surprised. I'm talented. Lin Zhao lowered her head to drink the soup, her voice muffled and soft. Lilan glanced at her, but didn't push. Lately her daughter had become increasingly decisive. Sometimes she felt Lin Zhao didn't seem like an 18-year-old girl, but rather a calm adult more mature than herself. Then after the test tomorrow, we'll go back to Qingqing. Lilan asked. I've already booked the tickets. Sunday morning. Lilan nodded, finished the soup in her bowl, and said softly, okay. Lin Zhao knew what her mother was thinking. A 20-year marriage would truly come to an end in 2 days. Her mother didn't say it, but the weight was clearly there. Mom, don't worry. Lin Zhao reached out and covered her mother's hand. After you sign, you'll be free. Lilan's eyes reddened, but she smiled. I know. After dinner, Lin Zhao helped her mother wash the dishes, then watched TV with her in the living room for a while. Around 10, Lilan went to bed first. Lin Zhao sat at her desk in her room, opened her laptop, and checked the group chat for any new messages. The group was quiet. The last messages were from the afternoon, the discussion records, and the latest design drafts between her and Gu Yanzhou in the seminar room. Lin Zhao stared at the chat box for a few seconds, then shut down the computer. She lay on the bed, her mind churning with clutter. The driving test tomorrow, the trip back to Qingqing the day after the divorce agreement, and that slip of the tongue in the afternoon about the vintage Mac. Gu Yanzhou had frozen for a moment when he heard it, but quickly responded, I bought this year's latest model. He probably didn't think much of it, right? Even if he did, so what? Lin Zhao turned over, pulling the blanket up to her chin. Stop thinking about it. The next morning, Lin Zhao was up at 6. She washed up, changed into comfortable clothes, heated a glass of milk in the kitchen, and ate it with 2 slices of toast. Lilan was still asleep, so she left a note on the table. Mom, I'm off to the test. He'll be back by noon. The test site was at the driving test center east of the city. It took Lin Zhao 40 minutes by taxi. For subject 2, reverse parking, parallel parking, hill start and stop, she executed each maneuver with flawless precision. After all, in her past life, she had been a seasoned driver for 10 years. These tasks were a piece of cake. After subject 2, she immediately moved on to subject 3, the road test. Lin Zhao handled it with ease. Gear shifts, lane changes, pulling over. All clean and decisive without any unnecessary moves. Passed. The examiner in the passenger seat glanced at her. It was 11 a.m. She stood at the entrance of the test center, sunlight warm on her skin. The driver's license in her hand still held the residual warmth of the lamination machine. In the photo, her lips were pressed together, her expression a bit serious. Still, it was better than the bitter face from her previous life. At least there was light in her eyes. Lin Zhao was very pleased with her license photo. Happily, she tucked it into her bag, pulled out her phone, and took a selfie with the shadow of the sycamore trees at the test center entrance in the background. When she got home at noon, Lilan was packing. Mother and daughter had a simple lunch and spent the afternoon doing their own things. Lin Zhao put her new license into her bag and double-checked her ID card, household register, and all the documents prepared earlier. Tomorrow would be the trip to Qingqing. Everything had to go smoothly. On Sunday morning at 7, Lin Zhao and Lilan boarded the flight to Qingqing. As the plane pierced through the clouds, Lilan leaned against the window, watching Huajing City grow smaller beneath her. She remained silent for a long time. Lin Zhao sat beside her, wearing earphones, not disturbing her. She knew what her mother was thinking. 20 years of marriage were about to end. There was hatred, resentment, and regret. But when it came to the final cut, there was always something indescribable in the heart. Lin Zhao reached out and took her mother's hand. Lilan turned to her with a smile that held both relief and a trace of bitterness. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Qingqing Airport. Lin Zhao hadn't told Lin Guodong when they would arrive, nor did she want him to pick them up. The scheduled signing time was 10 the next morning at the old house, where she had lived for 18 years, the home where her mother had poured half a lifetime of effort. Lin Zhao and Lilan settled into a hotel in downtown Qingqing, planning to spend a day strolling through the city. The ginkgo leaves in Qingqing had already turned yellow, falling in a rustling cascade that carpeted the streets. Mother and daughter walked hand in hand along the golden avenue, dappled sunlight streaming through the branches onto Lilan and the slight curve of Lin Zhao's lips. The rattan chairs at the old tea house on the corner were still in their usual place, the wood grain polished by time. Lilan pushed open the door. The familiar scent of jasmine greeted her. The proprietress looked up with a smile. Lan Jie, you're back. Lilan nodded, her eyes warming, and answered with a smile. Lin Zhao followed behind, pulled open the rattan chair by the window, and sat down with ease. The proprietress brought over 2 cups of freshly brewed jasmine tea, steam rising in delicate tendrils, the fragrance pure and refreshing. Mother and daughter sipped their tea in silence, the only sound the soft rustle of ginkgo leaves falling outside the window. It was like a silent farewell. Monday, 9:30 in the morning. The mother and daughter took a taxi and headed straight for the home they once had. Lin Guodong's lawyer had already arrived. A man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses exuding shrewdness. Miss Lin, Miss Li, please have a seat. He adjusted his glasses. President Lin will be here shortly. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open. Lin Guodong wore a dark jacket, his hair noticeably grayer than the last time they met, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had deepened. As he entered, his gaze first fell on Lin Zhao, then shifted to Lilan. The air suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Lin Guodong opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he simply pulled out a chair and sat down. Lilan did not look at him. She kept her head down, her hands gripping the strap of her bag tightly. Lin Zhao sat beside her mother, back straight, expressionless. Since everyone is here, let's begin. The lawyer slid a document to the center of the table. This is the divorce agreement. President Lin has already transferred 10 million yuan to the designated bank account. Once you sign today, the money will be officially credited to Ms. Li's account. Lin Guodong took a pen from his pocket and held it in his hand, but did not immediately sign. He looked at Li Lan, his voice a little hoarse. Li Lan, are you sure about this? Li Lan's fingers tightened. 20 years of marriage. She had thought about leaving countless times. But every time she was held back by phrases like, the child is still young, he just made a momentary mistake, and what will people think if you divorce? It wasn't until Lin Zhao took her to Huajing and they stayed in that sun-drenched house that she truly understood. She didn't have to endure it any longer. I'm sure. Li Lan looked up, her voice soft but steady. Lin Guodong stared at her for a few seconds, then lowered his head and signed the agreement. The sound of the pen scratching the paper was soft, but it cut through 20 years of entanglement like a blade. Li Lan took the pen, her hand trembling slightly, yet she still wrote her name on the signature line. Lin Zhao watched her mother sign, and a heavy weight finally lifted from her heart. Ms. Li, the money will be credited within an hour. The lawyer put away the documents with a perfunctory smile. Please confirm the receiving account again. The lawyer took a neatly printed account confirmation sheet from his bag and slid it in front of Li Lan. After Lin Zhao and Li Lan confirmed the information, Lin Guodong stood up, glanced at Li Lan, then at Lin Zhao. His lips moved, but in the end he said nothing and turned. The moment the door closed, Li Lan's shoulders finally slumped. Lin Zhao embraced her mother and gently patted her back. Mom, it's okay. It's all over. Li Lan buried her face in her daughter's shoulder. She didn't cry out loud, but Lin Zhao could feel her mother's shoulders trembling slightly. She thought of her past life. Her mother had endured most of her life in that home, countless times of forbearance and concession, only to end up with a body full of ailments and a lifetime of unresolved grievances. After confirming that the money had arrived, Lin Zhao flew back to Huajing with her mother that very afternoon. On the plane, Li Lan leaned by the window gazing at the clouds outside and suddenly said, Zhao, when we get back, I want to start the Suzhou embroidery studio. Lin Zhao turned her head and saw a light in her mother's face that she had never seen before. Yes, let's start it. When the plane landed in Huajing, the sky had already darkened. The taxi dropped the mother and daughter at the entrance of Yunqiyuan. They entered the elevator one after another. Li Lan looked at the shiny metal wall in the elevator and suddenly said, Zhao, this house. How about we buy it? Lin Zhao was startled, but before she could speak, Li Lan continued. The divorce money has arrived. I want to buy this apartment. She took a bank card from her bag. Take 2,200,000 from this 10 million to buy the house. It's nice to live. As for the rest, I've thought about it. You're right, Huajing's housing prices will definitely rise in the future. I plan to buy a few more small units. Lin Zhao opened her mouth, wanting to say, Mom, I've already bought this house, but the words stuck in her throat. She looked at her mother's earnest face and suddenly felt that there was no need to explain. Her mother's greatest regret in life was not being able to give her daughter a stable home. Now that she had money, the first thing she wanted to do was to build a roof that would never collapse for her daughter with her own hands. Okay. Lin Zhao took the bank card. Thank you, Mom. Li Lan smiled and reached out to stroke Lin Zhao's hair. Silly child, no need to thank your mother. The elevator doors opened and the mother and daughter walked into their home. Li Lan changed her shoes, walked straight to the balcony, looked at the night view outside the window, and took a deep breath. Huajing is so wonderful, she said. Lin Zhao stood behind her without a word. Yes, Huajing was wonderful. This city had given them a second life. The next morning, Tuesday, when Lin Zhao walked into the classroom, Shen Ruotang was already sitting in her usual seat. She had come earlier than usual today. An open textbook lay in front of her, but her eyes weren't on it at all. Lin Zhao put down her backpack and pulled out a chair. Morning, Sister Shun. Shen Ruotang looked up, a hint of an indescribable smile on her lips. Are you free at noon? Lin Zhao thought for a moment. She had originally planned to go to the cafeteria for lunch and then take a nap in the dormitory. Nothing much. Why? Then let's have lunch together. Shen Ruotang said quickly, as if afraid she would refuse. Gu Yanzhou is coming too. Lin Zhao glanced at her. Gu Yanzhou had indeed been much quieter lately. All right. Without thinking much, she took out her textbook from her backpack and placed it on the desk. The smile in Shen Ruotang's eyes deepened a little, but she said nothing more. The morning classes ended quickly. Shen Ruotang had already stood up with her bag and pulled Lin Zhao out. Hurry, I'm hungry. Lin Zhao was dragged through the teaching building corridor and jogged all the way to the south gate. Gu Yanzhou's car was parked by the roadside, a black SUV that gleamed with a matte finish under the midday sun. He sat in the driver's seat, the window halfway down, one hand resting on the window frame, looking down at his phone. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and put his phone into his pocket. Get in. Shen Ruotang pulled open the rear door and plopped down inside. Lin Zhao glanced at her and then followed, sitting in the back seat as well. The car still had a faint scent of fur, exactly like the first time she had been in his car. The row of chibi EVA Apostle figurines on the center console were still there. Lin Zhao's gaze lingered on those figurines for a moment, then shifted away. The car pulled out of the school gate and turned onto the main road. Lin Zhao looked out the window and realized the route wasn't heading toward the usual restaurants near the school. She glanced at Gu Yanzhou. Where are we eating? You'll know when we get there. Gu Yanzhou didn't look at her, his voice flat. Lin Zhao glanced at Shen Ruotang. Shin Ruotang was looking down at her phone, a smile on her lips that said, I know nothing. The car drove for over 20 minutes and turned into a quiet street. The rows of plane trees on both sides were tall, their branches and leaves interweaving in the air, filtering the sunlight into patches of golden fragments on the ground. At the end of the street stood a gray standalone building with no conspicuous sign. Only a small bronze plaque hung by the door engraved with a few French letters. Gu Yanzhou parked the car at the entrance. We're here. Lin Zhao got out and looked up. She had been to this place in her past life. One of the most expensive French restaurants in Huajing, the kind that required reservations 2 weeks in advance. She turned to look at Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou had already locked the car and was walking toward the door at a leisurely pace. Shin Ruotang climbed out from the back seat, leaned close to Lin Zhao's ear and whispered, he made the reservation. I was just responsible for tricking you out. Lin Zhao shot her a glare. Shin Ruotang shrugged with a I can't help it expression. The three of them walked into the restaurant. The waiter led them to a table by the window. White tablecloths laid with silverware. In the courtyard outside, an old wutong tree stood, its golden leaves swaying gently in the breeze. Lin Zhao sat down, crossing her arms, waiting to see what these two were up to. Gu Yanzhou sat across from her, flipping through the menu. He wore a light blue thin sweater today, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing part of his forearm. Sunlight streamed through the window, landing on his profile, golden specks dancing across his face. His eyelashes cast soft shadows under the sunlight. Lin Zhao averted her gaze and glanced at Shin Ruotang. Shin Ruotang was grinning mischievously, taking photos with her phone. First Gu Yanzhou, then Lin Zhao, then a selfie. After ordering, the waiter withdrew. Shin Ruotang pulled out a large box from somewhere and pushed it toward Lin Zhao. Here. Lin Zhao glanced at the big box wrapped in pink paper, then turned to look at Shin Ruotang. What's this? Just open it and see. Lin Zhao unwrapped the paper, revealing a white cardboard box. Opening the lid, a pair of pink boxing gloves lay quietly inside. The leather felt fine stitches, neat, with a white brand logo printed on the front. For you, Shin Ruotang said with a beaming smile. Your master personally picked them for you. Train hard from now on. Don't. Lin Zhao's eyes widened. She hadn't expected such a heartfelt gift. For a moment she was speechless, her fingers gently brushing over the gloves. She recalled her past life. She had never received such a gift. Zhou Yanting had given her many things, perfume, bags, jewelry, each expensive, each carrying a sense of charity. Look how good I am to you. No one had ever given her something she truly liked. Because in her past life, everything she liked was always deemed by Zhou Yanting as unrefined or beneath him. Thank you, Master. Lin Zhao said, her voice a little muffled as she placed the gloves back into the box. Shin Ruotang smiled and ruffled her hair. I'm glad you like it. Then Gu Yanzhou took out a paper bag from beside his chair, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Lin Zhao. The bag was black with no markings, but its material was fine with a matte texture. Lin Zhao glanced at him. Gu Yanzhou said nothing, only tilted his chin, gesturing for her to open it. Lin Zhao opened the bag and took out a rectangular box. She froze for a second. Opening the box, inside was an Evangelion Unit 01 figure. Not the ordinary kind costing a few hundred yuan. It was a limited edition with details so exquisite every paint application could withstand a magnifying glass. Lin Zhao stared at the figure for a long time. She recalled that in her past life, she had loved this anime since childhood. After marrying Zhou Yanting, he would say, childish, how old are you to still play with this? And what would it look like to have such things at home? After that, no anime merchandise ever appeared at home again. How did you know I like this? Lin Zhao looked up at Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou picked up his water glass, took a sip, his movement unhurried. Guessed it. His tone was flat, as if stating, guessed. Could it be that every time she rode in his car, she glanced a few more times at the angel figures on the dashboard? Lin Zhao didn't press further. She placed the Unit 01 figure back into the box. Thank you, she said. Gu Yanzhou nodded, a very gentle smile appearing on his face. Dishes came one after another. Appetizer, soup, main course, dessert. Each was exquisitely prepared. Lin Zhao mechanically cut the food on her plate and absent-mindedly brought it to her mouth. She was thinking about something else. Today was November 4th. In her past life, she jumped into the river on this very day. Her 36th birthday. No cake, no gifts, no blessings, only a cold river and utter despair. She remembered the suffocation as water flooded her nasal passages, the burning pain in her lungs, and the last thought before her consciousness faded. Finally, it's over. She tried not to dwell on that day. Since her rebirth, she had been spinning like a top, busy with everything. Setting up a stall, buying lottery tickets, starting school, freshman orientation competitions, her parents' divorce. Every event pushed her forward, leaving no time to stop and think about those things. But today was different. Today she sat here before her, an exquisite French meal. One had given her pink boxing gloves, the other a Unit 01 figure. They didn't say it was a birthday gift, nor did they mention celebrating her birthday. She didn't know if they knew today was her birthday, or if it was just a coincidence. Lin Zhao put down her knife and fork, picked up her water glass, and took a sip. The water was warm with a hint of lemon's tartness. As she set the glass down, her eyes suddenly grew hot. It wasn't just gratitude. It felt like a tangled mixture of many emotions. She couldn't quite describe the feeling. Perhaps it was those things buried deep in her heart that finally found a crack on this day, seeping out bit by bit. She remembered the version of herself standing by the river in her past life, the one abandoned by everyone. Back then, if someone had remembered her birthday, given her gifts she liked, or simply had a meal with her perhaps, would she not? Lin Zhao blinked and a tear slid down unexpectedly. Lin Zhao. Shin Ruotang's voice came from beside her, surprised. What's wrong? Lin Zhao raised a hand to wipe the corner of her eye, forcing a smile. It's nothing, just spicy. Shen Ruotang glanced at the plate in front of her. That dish wasn't spicy at all. But she didn't call her out. She just quietly watched Lin Zhao, then pulled 2 tissues from the table and handed them over. Gu Yanzhou sat across silent, but his eyes were red and swollen. He watched the tear at the corner of her eye that she hadn't fully wiped away, the forced smile on her lips, and her fingers trembling slightly as she clutched the tissue. He knew what day it was. November 4th, Lin Zhao's birthday. But he hadn't expected her to cry. He thought she would laugh or feel awkward or pretend she didn't care. When that tear fell, he felt his heart wrenched hard by something. He wanted to say something. He wanted to say don't cry, wanted to say from now on I'll be with you every year on this day. But he said nothing. He just sat there quietly watching Shen Ruotang hand over tissues, watching Lin Zhao wipe her tears, watching her dry her eyes, take another sip of water, and say, really, I'm fine. Let's keep eating. He lowered his head, steadying his breath. After the meal, Gu Yanzhou paid the bill. The 3 of them walked out of the restaurant. The sunlight outside was brighter than when they came in. The 3 got into the car. Lin Zhao leaned back in her seat, eyes closed. The figure in gloves rested on her lap, boxes side by side, heavy. She wasn't asleep. With her eyes closed, she was still thinking about what had just happened. She felt as if those 2 knew today was her birthday, yet with tacit understanding neither of them mentioned it. It made sense for Shen Ruotang to give her boxing gloves, but Gu Yanzhou giving her a figure was harder to explain. How did Gu Yanzhou know she liked Evangelion? She had never told anyone. Shen Ruotang didn't know, Chung Xiaoyu didn't know, no one in the dorm knew. Had he guessed? Too accurate of a guess. Lin Zhao opened her eyes and glanced at Shen Ruotang beside her. Shen Ruotang was looking down at her phone, expression relaxed, unaware of anything. She then looked up at Gu Yanzhou. He was driving, eyes fixed ahead, expression calm, as if nothing had happened. Lin Zhao really wanted to ask them, but the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back. She suddenly felt that some answers didn't need to be spoken. At least what these 2 partners had done for her today, she had already engraved deeply in her heart. After her birthday, the days seemed to have been fast-forwarded by an unseen hand. The 3 of them threw themselves back into the second phase of the Qingyu Cup proposal, and no one brought up what had happened that day again. Lin Zhao placed the prototype figurine on the most conspicuous spot of her dormitory desk. Every time she looked up and saw that purple and green mecha, she would recall the serene expression on Gu Yanzhou's face when he said, just a guess. That week, Shen Ruotang was surprisingly present every single day, without any absence. She showed up punctually in class, joined them in the seminar room or study hall to work on the proposal after school, and returned to the dormitory together in the evening. She even volunteered to handle the BIM modeling, but Lin Zhao couldn't shake the feeling that she was using her busyness to cover up. Lin Zhao noticed that she would occasionally stare at her phone, her brows knitting into a faint knot, but then quickly relax, as if forcing something back down. Lin Zhao did not ask. She was waiting for Shen Ruotang to speak up on her own. On Thursday evening, the 3 of them were catching up on work in the study hall. Gu Yanzhou had already expanded the design concept analysis framework to over 40 pages, each page accompanied by sketches and analytical diagrams. Shen Ruotang's initial renderings were also finished with a delicate handling of light and shadow. Lin Zhao zoomed in on her image several times and pointed at one wall. The brick pattern here is too uniform. An old house's brick wall should show signs of weathering, otherwise it looks too new. Shen Ruotang leaned in for a look and nodded. Makes sense. They'll fix it right away. No rush. There might not be a suitable texture in the material library. Maybe search online, or if that doesn't work, take some photos yourself. Lin Zhao pushed the laptop back and stretched her arms. Gu Yanzhou lifted his head from behind the screen and glanced at the time. It's 11. Let's call it a day. The 3 of them began packing up. Shen Ruotang stuffed her notebook into her bag, zipped it halfway, then paused, and looked. Do you have any plans tomorrow afternoon? Lin Zhao thought for a moment. After lunch, I'm going home. My mom is waiting for me to look at some apartments. Looking at apartments. Shen Ruotang froze for a second. Yeah, my mom wants to buy 2 small units in Huajing. We're going to check them out with the agent tomorrow afternoon. Lin Zhao said nonchalantly as she zipped up her jacket. Gu Yanzhou glanced at her, but said nothing. Shen Ruotang nodded without pressing further. The 3 walked out of the study hall, greeted by the chilly autumn night breeze. Lin Zhao pulled her jacket zipper all the way up and hunched her shoulders. He'll head back to the dorm first. Shen Ruotang waved at them and hurried toward the female dormitory building. Lin Zhao was about to follow when Gu Yanzhou suddenly spoke. Lin Zhao? She stopped and turned to look at him. The streetlight cast a long shadow behind him. His expression was hard to read at the edge of the light. Do you need any help with the apartment viewing tomorrow? Lin Zhao shook her head. No need. Just accompanying my mom. Gu Yanzhou paused for a couple of seconds, then nodded. All right. Take care on the road. Lin Zhao turned and walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped. Without looking back, she said, Gu Yanzhou, thanks for the figurine. Then she quickened her pace and disappeared beyond the glow of the streetlight. Gu Yanzhou stood still, watching her back, a faint smile curling on his lips. On Friday afternoon, Lin Zhao accompanied her mother to the bank. 2,200,000 yuan was transferred out of Li Lan's account and deposited into Lin Zhao's account. Mom, for the remaining 7,800,000, I suggest you use 6 million to buy apartments. Lin Zhao sat on the sofa in the bank's waiting area doing the math for her mother. Huajing's housing prices are at a low point now, averaging around 10,000 per square meter. A small 2-bedroom of 60 to 80 square meters costs only about 6 to 700,000. Li Lan was taken aback. All right, I'll leave it all to you. We'll go look at the apartments later. Lin Zhao smiled. buy a few residences to rent out, and we can also check out some storefronts. You can open your own Suzhou embroidery studio or lease them out. Either way, it's a sure profit, and you'll never have to worry about your retirement funds. Lilan thought it over and found her daughter's reasoning sound. Though she was only 18, she handled things more steadily than her. Alright, I'll listen to you. Over the weekend, Lin Zhao contacted an agent for her mother and inspected several small apartments. And drawing on memories from her past life, Lin Zhao gave Lilan precise advice, greatly saving time on property hunting. Li Fan settled on 3 apartments and 2 storefronts, paid the deposits, and planned to settle the remainder once the procedures were complete. The mother and daughter also took an hour to purchase a hatchback car worth about 200,000 to make it easier for Lilan to commute between the shops and home. On Sunday night, Lin Zhao did the math alone in her room with the principal and floating gains. The stock fund totaled 38.05 million yuan. Her cash balance was back to over 5.2 million, and her mother's account still had 3.81 million yuan. Lin Zhao debated whether to tell her mother that she controlled over 40 million yuan. After much hesitation, she ultimately dropped the idea. After all, she had just turned 19. It would be better to wait until after graduation, when she had her own career, before confessing to her mother. On Monday morning, the corridor of the School of Architecture was livelier than usual. Before Lin Zhao even reached the bulletin board, she could hear the buzz of voices ahead. A crowd was packed around the bulletin board, 3 layers deep. Some whispered, others snapped photos on their phones, and a few stood on tiptoe, craning to see inside. The murmur of discussion blended into a hum, making it hard to discern specific words, but the excitement was palpable. Lin Zhao hadn't planned to join the crowd. Her interest in the bulletin board was limited to class schedules and notice of schedule changes. The rest had little to do with her. But as she passed by, her peripheral vision caught the words Freshman Architectural Design Competition. She paused. All right. Today was the day the department's small contest announced results. She was about to walk on, but someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Gu Yanzhou is first. Awesome. Lin Zhao stopped. Standing at the edge of the crowd, she rose on her toes, her gaze slipping over a few shoulders to land on the red congratulatory poster at the center of the bulletin board. First place, Gu Yanzhou, Class 1 of Architecture. She wasn't too surprised by this result. From her past life, she knew Gu Yanzhou's design skills were mediocre. Without exploiting her, how could he have won so many awards and landed so many projects after marriage? But the question was, how did he get first place this time? Lin Zhao formed a question mark in her mind. Just as she turned to leave, her gaze inadvertently swept over the next few lines of the poster. Third place, Fang Siyu, Class 1 of Architecture. Lin Zhao froze completely. She stared at those words for 3 seconds, confirming she hadn't misread. Fang Siyu from dorm 304. The one who said, I can't understand these, the one who tried to copy her competition drawings. When did she even participate? Lin Zhao frowned, her mind racing. They shared the same dorm room, yet she had no idea Fang Siyu had entered this competition. Although the contest was small-scale and low-stakes, only requiring submission of design concept drawings, either hand-drawn or computer-generated, it was still an officially organized department competition with preliminary and final reviews. Winning wasn't a matter of casually scribbling a few lines. Fang Siyu didn't even own a computer. Could she have drawn by hand? Lin Zhao had seen her hand-drawn homework, solid basic skills, but stiff compositions and a lack of spatial imagination. And she easily secured third place in the entire department. She hadn't expected such a twist in a simple departmental contest. Gu Yanzhou's first place wasn't particularly surprising, but Fang Siyu's third, she had never seen that coming. Lin Zhao averted her gaze and walked toward the classroom, the questions in her mind multiplying. Lin Zhao averted her gaze and walked toward the classroom, the questions in her mind multiplying. When Lin Zhao entered the classroom, she saw Gu Yanzhou standing beside Shen Ruotang's seat, just as she had expected. He was wearing a neatly pressed beige shirt today, his hair styled with gel into a sharp look, and he held a stack of printed blueprints, leaning over to say something to Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang leaned back in her chair, her expression cold, her eyes fixed on the textbook in front of her, without even lifting her eyelids. Actually, this design concept came to me in a flash of inspiration. I suddenly thought of it the night before the competition and stayed up all night drawing it. Gu Yanzhou's voice was not loud, but it was enough for several rows around to hear. Unexpectedly, the judges quite approved and gave me first place. When he said the word first, his voice rose slightly. A few classmates nearby started to cheer. Brother Zhou is awesome. First place in the department as a freshman. Brother Zhou, treat us. You have to treat us. Gu Yanzhou smiled and waved his hand. Keep it down, keep it down. It's just a small department competition, nothing major. As he spoke, his gaze fell back on Shen Ruotang's face and his voice softened. Ruotang, would you like to take a look at my proposal? Give some feedback. Shen Ruotang finally lifted her head and glanced at him, her eyes as if looking at a buzzing fly. Not interested. The smile on Gu Yanzhou's face froze for a moment, but quickly returned. He seemed already accustomed to Shen Ruotang's coldness and wasn't annoyed, instead flashing a smile. All right, if you ever want to see it, just let me know. Lin Zhao stood at the classroom door, watching the scene, her mouth opening twice. Although no sound came out, her lip movements seemed to form the word moron. She carried her backpack and walked toward her seat. As she passed by Gu Yanzhou, she intended to go straight ahead, pretending he didn't exist. But Gu Yanzhou wasn't going to let the opportunity slip. Oh, Lin Zhao's here. He turned around, his tone carrying an unpleasant lightness. I heard your Qingyu Cup entry passed the initial review. Congratulations, congratulations. Lin Zhao didn't stop walking, merely uttering a faint hum in response. Gu Yanzhou followed her, his voice still low but loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. But honestly, isn't it a bit presumptuous for you to participate in that competition? A freshman taking on the Qingyu Cup. That's a national competition, and even many seniors in their third and fourth years don't dare sign up lightly. He paused, a smile on his lips that seemed to say, I'm just looking out for you. I suggest you be more realistic. As a freshman, you should stick to competitions within your ability like this one in the department. Take it step by step, don't aim too high. Lin Zhao placed her backpack on the desk, pulled out the chair, and sat down slowly and unhurriedly. Seeing she didn't react, Gu Yanzhou added another comment. Even if you pass the first round, it'll be hard to place in the finals. If you make such a big deal out of this competition, aren't you afraid of losing face if you don't get a ranking? The classroom fell silent for a moment. Several classmates' gazes darted between Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou. Some lowered their heads pretending to read, while others blatantly perked up their ears. Lin Zhao finally looked up at Gu Yanzhou. Her gaze was calm. No anger, no mockery. Just a serene look, as if regarding a slightly naughty child. Gu Yanzhou, she said, her voice not loud, but every word crisp. Stop with the passive-aggressive remarks. Gu Yanzhou's expression changed. Lin Zhao didn't give him a chance to speak and continued. You get first place in the department and come here to lecture me. Are you even aware of your own level? Is the winning proposal really drawn by you? The last sentence she spoke softly, but it was devastating. Gu Yanzhou's face flushed crimson, and he immediately retorted, Lin Zhao? Don't talk nonsense. But Lin Zhao had already withdrawn her gaze, opened her textbook, no longer looking at him or wanting to speak to him. The atmosphere around became subtle. Someone muttered under their breath, and others cast meaningful glances at Gu Yanzhou. He stood there, his chest heaving violently for a few seconds, then finally turned and walked back to his seat, yanking his chair with a loud clatter. Shen Ruotang leaned over from the side and lowered her voice. That was pretty harsh, wasn't it? Lin Zhao flipped a page of the book. I'm just stating the facts. Shen Ruotang let out a soft laugh and said nothing more. During the morning classes, Lin Zhao listened distractedly. She wasn't thinking about Gu Yanzhou's words, but about something else. Fang Siyu, third place in the department competition. Lin Zhao sat in the third row, while Fang Siyu sat by the window in the first row. From her angle, she could only see her side profile and half a shoulder. Fang Siyu was looking down at something, her posture no different from usual. Lin Zhao stared at her back for a few seconds, several questions swirling in her mind. When did she participate? What did she use to draw the proposal? Where did her design concept come from? Lin Zhao recalled the day Fang Siyu had tried to copy her competition drawings. Back then she said she just wanted to take a look, and Lin Zhao believed her, or rather chose to believe. But now thinking back, was Fang Siyu's behavior that day truly just wanting to take a look? Lin Zhao withdrew her gaze and fixed it on the textbook, but she couldn't take in a single word. When the bell for lunch rang, Lin Zhao didn't rush to leave. She slowly packed her things, waiting until most of the classmates had left before standing up. Shen Ruotang waited at the door. Let's go grab some lunch. You go ahead. I have something to do, Lin Zhao said. Shen Ruotang glanced at her, didn't ask further, nodded, and left. Lin Zhao walked to the first row. Fang Siyu hadn't left yet. She was bending over, packing her things slowly. Siyu. Fang Siyu looked up, saw Lin Zhao standing in front of her, and a flicker passed through her eyes. What's up? Her voice was a little tight, as if nervous. Congratulations on getting third place in the competition, Lin Zhao said, her tone natural, as if stating something ordinary. Fang Siyu paused for a moment, then forced a smile. Thanks. You didn't even share that you were in the competition with us. Lin Zhao sat down in the seat next to her, her tone casual. Fang Siyu's fingers clenched the strap of her backpack. I signed up a long time ago. I saw you all competing, so I wanted to give it a try. I never expected to win an award. She paused. Maybe it was luck. Lin Zhao nodded. I saw your drawing. Your fundamentals are solid. Fang Siyu's shoulders tensed for a brief moment. I just came up with it casually, she said, her voice even lower. Maybe the judges prefer that style. Lin Zhao looked at her without speaking immediately. Fang Siyu's eyes were evasive, her fingers kept twisting the backpack strap until her knuckles turned white. She was lying. Lin Zhao reached the conclusion in her mind, but didn't press further. That's nice. She stood up and patted Fang Siyu on the shoulder. Next time there's a competition like this, we'll join together. Fang Siyu looked up at Lin Zhao, her lips moving as if about to say something, but in the end she only nodded. Okay. Lin Zhao turned and walked out of the classroom. There were no classes in the afternoon, so Lin Zhao went straight back to the dormitory. Cheng Xiaoyu was sitting at her desk eating instant noodles. When she saw Lin Zhao come in, she spoke with noodles still in her mouth. Did you eat? I have another cup here. No thanks, I just had something. Lin Zhao put down her backpack, sat at her desk, and turned on the computer. She opened the department forum and found the announcement post for the freshman design competition results. The post included thumbnail images of the top 3 entries. Low resolution, but enough to get the gist. Cheng Xiaoyu finished her noodles, took the cup to throw it away, and glanced at Lin Zhao's screen as she passed by. What are you looking at? The department competition results, Lin Zhao said. Cheng Xiaoyu leaned in for a look. Oh, this. Did you know Fang Siyu got third place? I saw it on the bulletin board this morning and was shocked. You're surprised too. Lin Zhao turned to her. Of course I am. Cheng Xiaoyu tossed the empty cup into the trash, wiped her mouth, and said, didn't she say before that she couldn't understand your drawings? How did she suddenly get enlightened? Cheng Xiaoyu said it casually, but Lin Zhao caught the implication. Even Cheng Xiaoyu thought something was off. Maybe she's been working hard lately, Lin Zhao replied offhandedly. Cheng Xiaoyu shrugged, didn't press further, and went back to her seat to binge-watch a series. Lin Zhao gazed at the computer screen, her fingers resting motionlessly on the mouse. The thumbnail of Fang Xiyu's award-winning piece had been scrutinized by her multiple times. The composition was indeed more mature than her usual assignments, and the handling of spatial relationships showcased deeper layering, yet an indescribable sense of incongruity lingered. Let it go? Lin Zhao closed the browser, leaned back in her chair, and massaged her temples. The sound of a TV drama emanated from Cheng Xiaoyu's side. Some cliched melodrama, the heroine sobbing, the hero shouting, a cacophony, grating on the nerves. Just as Lin Zhao was about to put on headphones to block out the noise, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang, Zhao, I need to take leave this week. Keep an eye on the competition for me. I might not have time to work on it. Lin Zhao frowned, her finger hovering above the screen. This wasn't the first time. In recent weeks, Shen Ruotang had been frequently asking for leave, each time, with a curt family matters offering no further explanation. Lin Zhao typed, what's wrong? Something happened at home. After sending it, the chat fell silent for 2 minutes. Shen Ruotang, nothing major, don't worry. Focus on the competition. Lin Zhao stared at the line, tapping the edge of the screen with her finger twice. She typed another line, Ruotang, what's really good? You've been asking for leave far too often lately. This time the wait was longer. Nearly 10 minutes later, Shen Ruotang replied. Shen Ruotang, it's really nothing, just some trivial family matters to handle. Don't bother with me. Finish the competition proposal first, they'll catch up next week. Lin Zhao read the message, her brow furrowing deeper. Shen Ruotang wasn't the type to vanish without reason. She was responsible, and the part she handled in the competition had never let them down. Now she suddenly asked for a week off, and said she might not have time, indicating the situation was far more serious than she let on. Lin Zhao chose not to press further. She knew Shen Ruotang's personality well. If she didn't want to talk, 100 questions would yield nothing. Lin Zhao put down her phone, thought for a while, then picked it up again and opened the chat with Gu Yanzhou. She typed a few words, deleted them, and repeated the process twice. It wasn't that she didn't want to ask Gu Yanzhou for help, she was afraid of owing him more than she could repay. But she was genuinely worried about Shen Ruotang, worried that she might be shouldering too much alone. Lin Zhao took a deep breath and quickly typed, do you know what's happened in Shen Ruotang's family? She said she needs to take leave again this week. Gu Yanzhou replied swiftly. Gu Yanzhou, no idea. What's up? Lin Zhao, she needs leave again this week, says it's family stuff, but won't tell me anything. Same last week. She kept going home on and off, and each time she came back she seemed down. There was a brief silence on Gu Yanzhou's end. Gu Yanzhou, she didn't specify. Lin Zhao, no, I've asked several times, but she always says it's nothing. Another silence. Then Gu Yanzhou sent a message. Gu Yanzhou, need me to look into it. Lin Zhao bit her lip. Lin Zhao, go ahead. Gu Yanzhou, alright, I'll let you know when I find out. Lin Zhao locked her phone and leaned back in her chair. The TV drama from Cheng Xiaoyu's side was still blaring. The female lead had been dumped, running in the rain with background music thundering. Lin Zhao put on her headphones, opened CAD, and forced herself to focus on the BIM model. But as she stared at the lines on the screen, her mind was filled with Shen Ruotang's recent demeanor. During class, she would occasionally zone out, staring blankly at her phone. After class, she'd rush off hurriedly, sometimes even skipping meals. And that day when she came back from home, her complexion was especially pale, yet she forced a smile and said it's nothing. Shen Ruotang was never one to voice her hardships. She believed she could endure it, so she bore it silently. At 3:30 p.m., while Lin Zhao was revising details of a BIM model, her phone suddenly vibrated. Gu Yanzhou found it. If you're free, meet me at the east gate. Lin Zhao immediately threw on her coat, dashed out of the dormitory, and ran toward the east gate. Gu Yanzhou's car was parked by the roadside. He leaned against the door holding a craft paper envelope. Seeing Lin Zhao approach, he straightened up and handed it to her. Take a look at this first. Lin Zhao took the envelope, unsealed it, and pulled out several sheets of paper. The first page was a hospital record, patient name Shen Zuan, diagnosis cardiogenic cerebral embolism, admission date October 27, 2008. Lin Zhao's fingers paused. October 27th. That was the day they were celebrating the team's advancement in the preliminaries, and Shen Ruotang had left abruptly in the middle of the meal. Her dad is hospitalized. Lin Zhao looked up at Gu Yanzhou. Yeah. Gu Yanzhou opened the passenger door. Get in, let's talk. Lin Zhao hesitated for a second before getting in. Gu Yanzhou walked around to the driver's seat, didn't start the car, but took the papers from Lin Zhao and flipped to the second page. This is the internal board appointment at Jingshan Huazhu. He pointed to a line on the paper. At the beginning of the month, Chen Mailan assumed the position of interim chairperson. Who is Chen Mailan? Lin Zhao immediately questioned. Shen Ziyuan's wife. Gu Yanzhou continued, his tone even. Probably his second wife, not Shen Ruotang's biological mother. Shen Ruotang also has a brother 2 years younger. A biological brother. Lin Zhao asked instinctively. I haven't looked into that yet. Maybe you can ask Shen Ruotang herself. Gu Yanzhou's voice remained calm. Lin Zhao absorbed the information, piecing together the picture in her mind. Stepmother, brother, father hospitalized, newborn. Jingshan Huazhu also issued an announcement recently. Gu Yanzhou handed her the third sheet. Said they're undergoing strategic adjustments, planning to aggressively expand into modern commercial real estate. Lin Zhao took the paper and scanned it quickly. The announcement was full of official jargon, aligning with market trends, optimizing business structure, creating new growth engines. But Lin Zhao understood the underlying meaning. Revival of ancient architecture was the foundation of Jingshan Huazhu. Now that Shen Ziyuan was hospitalized, the company wanted to transform into commercial real estate. This wasn't strategic adjustment, it was changing the game. A family business that had cultivated ancient architecture for decades suddenly pivoting to an unfamiliar field must be directly linked to that new board seat. Lin Zhao folded the papers and placed them back in the envelope. So Shen Ruotang's absences. Is she at the hospital with her dad or at the company fighting her stepmother? Gu Yanzhou glanced at her. Could be both. Lin Zhao leaned back in her seat, staring at the plane trees beyond the windshield, and fell silent for a moment. Why didn't she tell me? The words seemed directed at Gu Yanzhou, yet also at herself. Maybe she felt it wouldn't help. Gu Yanzhou's voice was soft. Or she didn't want you to worry. Lin Zhao didn't respond. She thought of her past life. Shen Ruotang, so clear-headed, so proud. How could she have ended up with Zhou Yanting? Unless she had no other choice at the time. Her father gravely ill, her stepmother in power, the family business in turmoil. If all this happened when Shen Ruotang was at her most vulnerable, Zhou Yanting exploited it, using resources as bait. Had Shen Ruotang been forced to agree in order to save Jingshan Huazhu? Lin Zhao remembered Shen Ruotang appearing in her life when she was 34. Could it be that her own premature arrival in this life had triggered an early eruption of her family's crisis? The more Lin Zhao thought, the tighter her chest felt. Gu Yanzhou, thank you for looking into this. Lin Zhao turned to him. Don't tell anyone about this. Gu Yanzhou nodded. I understand. Lin Zhao pushed open the car door, 1 foot already on the ground, when she said, can you dig deeper? Like the current shareholding structure of Jingshan Huazhu, how much equity Chen Milin holds, what leverage Shen Ruotang has, and about her brother. Gu Yanzhou was silent for 2 seconds. Yes, but it'll take time. No rush. Lin Zhao got out, closed the door, and bent down to look at him through the window. Send it to my email when you find it. She turned and walked toward the school gate, stopped after a few steps, and looked back. Gu Yanzhou's car remained in place. He hadn't started the engine or gotten out, just sat quietly in the driver's seat watching her. Lin Zhao averted her gaze and quickened her pace into the campus. In the week that followed, the group chat grew as still as a stagnant pond. Lin Zhao attended classes and spent the rest of her time in the dormitory, clicking away at the lines of BAM models on her new computer screen, tapping keys, adjusting parameters, and revising drawings. She hadn't fallen behind schedule. The years spent as Zhou Yanting's errand girl in her past life had forged a highly, with no one to disturb her, she focused even better. The preliminary framework of the model was completed 2 days ahead of schedule, yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Gu Yanzhou had also taken leave. On Friday morning, when Lin Zhao walked into the lecture hall for her specialized course, her gaze instinctively flickered to the last row. That seat was empty. It had been empty since Tuesday. She withdrew her gaze, sat down, and opened her textbook. The seat beside her, Shen Ruotang's, was also empty. 2 empty seats, like 2 pulled nails, left glaring blanks in the classroom. Cheng Xiaoyu leaned over from the side, lowering her voice. Why hasn't Gu Yanzhou come? Shen Ruotang isn't here either. Has your group disbanded? No. They had something to attend to and asked for leave. Lin Zhao opened her notebook, her tone flat. Oh. Cheng Xiaoyu drew back, but her eyes clearly said, I don't believe you. Lin Zhao offered no further explanation. The last message in the group chat was still the one she had sent on Thursday, preliminary framework of the model completed. Gu Yanzhou replied with received, and Shen Ruotang with okay. Nothing more followed. Lin Zhao opened her chat history, with Gu Yanzhou wanting to ask how his investigation was going. But her fingertip hovered over the send button, and in the end she didn't press it. A twinge of guilt pricked at her heart. Gu Yanzhou had taken leave to investigate the Jingshan Huazhu matter. Lin Zhao had asked him to look into it. Although he hadn't said he needed to take a leave for it, and though Lin Zhao hadn't imagined he would specifically take time off for her request, he had indeed vanished for 4 days. What kind of person was he? You ask him for help, and he doesn't ask why, nor does he care how troublesome it is. He just silent. The morning classes ended quickly. When Lin Zhao walked out of the teaching building, the sunlight was just right, and the plane leaves rustled in the wind. She stood on the steps and glanced at her phone. Still no new messages. She turned and headed toward the north gate. Yunqi Yuan was just outside the north gate, a 10-minute walk away. Ever since she bought that house, she had made a point of returning for lunch every Friday afternoon when she had no classes. Zhao Zhao, you're back. Lilan opened the door, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. I made lotus root and pork rib soup today. You said you wanted it last time. Lin Zhao changed shoes, tossed her backpack onto the sofa, and walked into the kitchen. Mom, let me help. No need, go rest, Lilan said, pushing her out of the kitchen. You've been in class all week. Exhausted, aren't you? Lin Zhao didn't argue. She picked up a teacup, walked slowly to the balcony, and sat down. The sunlight streamed in through the French windows, warm and cozy. She leaned back in the chair and closed her eyes, but her mind was still churning with all those tangled matters. Lunch was lotus root and pork rib soup, accompanied by a plate of sautéed seasonal greens and a bowl of rice. Lin Zhao ate 2 bowls and finished every drop of the soup. Lilan watched her eat, a look of maternal satisfaction on her face. Is it good? Delicious. After lunch, Lin Zhao helped her mother wash the dishes, then returned to her room and opened her laptop. There were no new emails in her inbox, and she had no idea how Gu Yanzhou's investigation was progressing. She was about to shut down the computer and lie down for a while. Suddenly her phone buzzed. Lin Zhao picked it up almost instantly. It wasn't Shen Ruotang, it was Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou found it. There's quite a bit of material. I've sent it to your email. Lin Zhao immediately checked her email. A new message was there with an attachment in a compressed folder. She clicked downloaded and unzipped it. The first file was an equity structure chart of Jingshan Huajing. It was dense with shareholding percentages, shareholder names, and affiliated companies. Lin Zhao stared at the screen for half a minute, then zoomed in on the image and began to sort through it bit by bit. Shun Ziyuan held 28, Shun Ruotang 15, Shun Milan 17. Li Jiaming held 6, Wang Qidong 11. Xinmei Investment held 15, Tianqing Real Estate held 8. Her gaze paused on the line for Tianqing Real Estate. Chairman Gu Huayu. Gu. That surname made Lin Zhao's fingertip hesitate on the mouse. She stared at the name for 2 seconds, a thought flashing through her mind. The surname Gu wasn't all that common, and Tianqing Real Estate was a Jiangxin-based company. Gu Yanzhou was also a Gu and from Jiangxin. Was it a coincidence? Or? Lin Zhao set aside her curiosity for the moment and continued reading. The second file was the list of board members of Jingshan Huajing. The current board consisted of 7 members with Shun Zi. The other members included Chun Milan, Qin Xiaoju, and Zheng Weizhou, He Qingshu, and Lu Weidong, and Hu Xinghua. On November 1st, Shun Ziyuan was temporarily unable to perform his chairman duties due to health reasons, and board member Chun Milan was appointed as acting chairman. The third file was Chun Milan's personal profile. She had previously been an administrative director at a design institute, married Shun Ziyuan in 2002, and had no major blemishes on her record, but her social circle was extensive with close ties to senior executives of several commercial real estate companies. One of those companies, called Jiahua Real Estate, also appeared in the equity structure of Xinmei Investment. The fourth file made Lin Zhao's breath catch for a moment. A medical record summary from the first affiliated hospital of Huajing University. Patient Shun Ziyuan. On October 27th, he was admitted to the emergency room due to sudden loss of consciousness and diagnosed with cardiogenic embolic cerebral infarction. On October 28th, an emergency thrombectomy was performed, after which the patient was transferred to the neurologic post-operative status. The patient regained partial consciousness on the 3rd day after surgery, currently in a state of intermittent coma. When awake, he can follow simple commands such as opening his eyes or clenching his fist, but has complete aphasia and right-sided hemiplegia. Prognosis assessment: low likelihood of language function recovery. Limb function requires long-term rehabilitation, and whether the level of consciousness can improve further requires observation. There was also a note at the bottom, presumably added by Gu Yanzhou. According to the nurse station, the patient is emotionally stable when awake. His daughter visits every afternoon, often reading to him and wiping his hands. The patient shows obvious reactions to his daughter's voice changes and heart rate eye tracking. Lin Zhao stared at that line for a long time. She thought of Shun Ruotang's casual, "There's something going on at home," every time she asked for leave, the forced smile she wore when returning from home, and how she rushed to do BIM modeling in the seminar room, as if burying herself in work could make her forget everything else. Her father was in the hospital, and her stepmother was steadily taking over the company. Yet that day she had even pushed the pink boxing gloves in front of Lin Zhao with a smile. She knew everything, she saw everything. But she didn't breathe a word. Not a single one. Lin Zhao scrolled down the page. The last file was a summary of recent board meeting topics at Jingshan Huajing, dated just after Chun Milan assumed the role of acting chairman. The topic was group strategic transformation, a full-scale push into modern commercial real estate. Core content of the proposal: reduce the company's current resource allocation for ancient architecture restoration and integration projects from 60 to 20, and complete the transformation of the main business to commercial real estate design within 3 years. Attached was a report entitled Input-Output Analysis of Ancient Architecture Projects, which concluded that such projects had long cycles, thin profit margins, and high policy risks, while commercial real estate was the direction of the future. The report was signed at the end by Chun Milan. Time was slipping away. The sunlight outside shifted from the harsh glare of noon to the warm gold of the afternoon, and finally to the orange glow of evening. Lilan knocked on the door once to ask what she wanted for dinner. Whatever, Lin Zhao replied, her eyes never leaving the screen. That girl. Lilan muttered and didn't disturb her again. In the evening, Lin Zhao wolfed down a few bites of food and returned to her room. Lilan watched TV in the living room, the volume turned low with occasional bits of dialogue drifting in. Lin Zhao read through the files twice from beginning to end, then started taking notes. She organized the equity structure, key figures, timeline, and interest relationships into a clear mind map. By the time she finished sorting everything out, it was dark outside. Lin Zhao glanced at the time, 1:20 m. She leaned back in her chair, stretched, then picked up her phone and sent a message to Gu Yanzhou. Lin Zhao, I've received the materials. Very detailed. Thank you. Can we meet tomorrow? I'd like to discuss the analysis results with you. Within a minute of sending the message, her phone vibrated. Gu Yanzhou, sure. What time? Lin Zhao was taken aback. Awake this late? Lin Zhao, 10 in the morning at Yuguang outside the north gate. Gu Yanzhou, okay. Lin Zhao, good night. A few seconds later, Gu Yanzhou replied with good night. Lin Zhao set down her phone, lay in bed, and closed her eyes, but the mind map was still spinning in her head. Shun Ruotang had been silent for a week. What was she doing now? Staying at the hospital with her father? Wrestling with her stepmother at the company? Or hiding somewhere alone, swallowing all the pressure? Lin Zhao turned over. She recalled her past life. Shun Ruotang had been such a proud person, yet in the end, she had to settle for Zhou Yanting. If someone had given her a hand back, then would the outcome have been different? In this life, that someone can be me. When Lin Zhao awoke, sunlight had already seeped through the gaps in the curtains, painting a slender line of light on the bedsheet. She turned over, groped for her phone, and glanced at it. 9:12. The house was very quiet. Slipping on her flip-flops, she padded out of the bedroom. On the dining table lay a note pressed down with Li Lan's neat and rounded handwriting. Zhao Zhao, mom's gonna pick up the car. Breakfast is in the pot. Heat it up yourself. Fix whatever you want for lunch. I'll be back in the afternoon. Lin Zhao replaced the note on the table, walked into the kitchen, and lifted the lid. 2 steamed buns, and a bowl of millet porridge still warm. Leaning against the counter, she wolfed down the buns in a few bites, left the porridge untouched, washed the dishes, changed into clean clothes in her room, and headed out. At 10 minutes to 10, the Yuan Cafe had just opened. The shop was tucked away in an alley across the street from the school's north gate. Its storefront was modest, but the interior stretched deep, with half-height greenery separating the seats. Few patrons were there in the morning. Only 2 or 3 tables of students murmuring about something. When she pushed open the door, Gu Yanzhou was already seated in the booth at the very back. Before him lay an Americano, and he was flipping through an architecture magazine. Hearing her footsteps, he looked up and gave a nod. Lin Zhao sat down across from him. A waiter came, and she casually ordered a hot Americano. During the wait for the coffee, neither spoke. Lin Zhao pulled several sheets of paper from her bag, printouts from the materials Gu Yanzhou had given her the night before. Equity structure board roster and a summary of that strategic transformation proposal. The pages were covered in her red pen lines and circles, dense and meticulous. The coffee arrived. Lin Zhao took a sip, then asked directly, Gu Huayu of Tianqing Real Estate. Is she your Gu Yan's, his hand turning pages, paused. He closed the magazine, set it aside, and did not deny it. My aunt. Lin Zhao nodded. She had guessed as much the night before. You knew all along. I only found out when I looked into Tianqing Real Estate, Gu Yanzhou said, glancing at Lin Zhao. And does she know the current situation of Jingshan Huazhu? She does. Gu Yanzhou took a sip of his Americano. It's been giving her headaches lately too. Headaches? Gu Yanzhou set down the cup. When she first invested in Jingshan Huazhu, Chen Xiaojun brought her in. He told her the company was working on an ancient architecture integration project. Unique, defensible, with a promising future. She invested on the strength of that revival of ancient architecture concept. Now Chen Milan, Chen Ziajin's sister, wants a complete transformation, betraying the original promise. On Wednesday I met with my aunt, Gu Yanzhou said, his tone flat. She said she wants to meet Chen Ruotang and have a face-to-face talk. She needs to confirm which path Jingshan Huazhu will take from now on. Lin Zhao's finger traced a circle around the rim of her coffee cup. This is good news. It is. But her 8 voting rights are still held by Chen Xiaojun. A voting rights entrustment agreement was signed when she invested. Reclaiming them requires legal proceedings, which will take some time. Lin Zhao said nothing. She looked down at the papers on the table, at the names circled in red. Li Jiaming, Wang Qidong, Tianqing Real Estate. Together these 3 made up 25. Shen Ziyuan held 28, Shen Ruotang 15. If all could be secured, that would be 68. The problem was that Shen Ziyuan now lay in the hospital. Who could decide on behalf of his 28? What's the status of Shen Ziyuan's shares? Lin Zhao looked up. Gu Yanzhou shook his head. Not sure about the specifics. From what we've learned at the hospital, he's conscious, but aphasic with right-sided hemiplegia. In that condition, whether he's legally considered fully competent depends on a judicial appraisal. If he's deemed to have limited or no civil capacity, his voting rights will be exercised by a guardian. That guardian would be his wife. Right. Lin Zhao fell silent for a few seconds. That meant if Chun Milan obtained guardianship over Shen Ziyuan, that 28 would be hers. Added to her own 17, the 15 controlled by Chun Xiaojuan and Tianqing Real Estate's 8, that would total 68. By then there would be nothing left to fight for. So the key lies in 2 things. Lin Zhao pushed her cup aside and tapped the paper with her finger. First, Shen Ziyuan's 28 must not fall into Chun Milan's hands. Second, we need to win over Tianqing Real Estate's 8. Even if we can't get it by the shareholders' meeting, at least we must prevent Chun Milan from using it. And Li Jiaming and Wang Qidong, Gu Yanzhou added. Those 2 together hold 17. If Tianqing's 8 can't be moved for now, these 2 are decisive. Lin Zhao rotated the paper and looked at it for a while. Li Jiaming is a company veteran. He's been with the firm since Shun Jingshan's time and has a passion for ancient architecture. Wang Qidong is Shun Ziyuan's college classmate. She raised her eyes to Gu Yanzhou. What do you think would sway these 2? Gu Yanzhou thought for a moment. For Li Jiaming, it should be legacy. Shun Jingshan's work must not end in their generation. Wang Qidong. He paused. I've found little information about him, only that he and Shun Ziyuan share a close bond. Then let him know what Chen Milan is doing, Lin Zhao said calmly. Chen Milan's brother Chen Xiaojun controls Xinmei Investment, and Chen Ziajin's wife Wu Qian is the controlling shareholder of Jiahua Real Estate. Jingshan Hua's pivot to commercial real estate means Jiahua Real Estate is the ready-made strategic partner. This isn't a transformation, it's a backroom transfer. Gu Yanzhou looked at her, a barely perceptible smile in his eyes. You didn't sleep last night. Got some sleep. I can tell. Lin Zhao ignored him and continued. Shen Ruotang's problem isn't that she lacks leverage, it's that she doesn't know where her leverage lies. She has 15 equity, and as for her father's 28, as long as he's conscious, there's a chance to secure it. She pulled a pen from her bag and drew a few lines on the paper. A shareholders' meeting will be called sooner or later. Chen Milan is currently acting chairwoman, and the board is largely her people, so she can easily push through board-level resolutions. But major strategic shifts require not just board approval, but a shareholders' vote. She needs a majority at the meeting to lock in the direction. Gu Yanzhou picked up the thread. So she's now trying to secure Shin Ziyuan's proxy while courting other shareholders. Once she has enough votes, she'll call the meeting and deliver a knockout blow. Exactly. Lin Zhao put down the pen. What Shin Ruotang must do before that meeting is safeguard her father's votes and win over as many other shareholders as possible. If she can just reach 51, Shun Milan can't turn things around. 51 isn't enough, Gu Yanzhou said. You need at least 60 to be safe. Lin Zhao shot him a look, but didn't argue. She knew he was right. The shareholders' meeting was a battle that could not be lost to lose it, and Jingshan Huazhu would no longer belong to the Shin family. They sat in silence for a moment. One more thing, Lin Zhao said. The Qingyu Cup. Gu Yanzhou raised his eyes. What Shin Ruotang needs most now is proof that the revival of ancient architecture path is viable. Lin Zhao's voice was measured as if she were thinking aloud. Shun Milan's justification to the shareholders for the pivot is that ancient architecture projects are long-cycle low-margin and have no future. If Shin Ruotang can produce something showing that combining ancient architecture with modern design can not only win awards, but also be implemented and find a market, her voice will carry much more weight. You're saying we tie the Qingyu Cup proposal to Jingshan Huazhu? Not tie, Lin Zhao corrected. The proposal was already done by Shun Ruotang together with us. The concept of parasitic architecture has always been applied to ancient building renovations. The Qingyu Cup's theme this time is Old City Renewal, but the core logic is almost identical. We just need to extend the spatial analysis and design concepts from our proposal and directly adapt them to cases involving ancient architecture. Gu Yanzhou regarded her for a long moment. You want her to use the Qingyu Cup proposal as a bargaining chip when winning over the shareholders? Not a bargaining chip. Lin Zhao took a sip of her now cold Americano. It's the answer. It's the answer to the future direction of ancient architecture and old city renewal, and it's the answer sheet Shin Ruotang needs to give Jingshan Huazhu. One that will silence every doubter. Lin Zhao took out a sheet of paper and began writing on it. Gu Yanzhou finished his Americano, pushed the empty cup aside, and let his gaze rest on the paper in her hands. Do you think Shin Ruotang herself knows all this? Lin Zhao's finger paused on the rim of her cup. She definitely knows, she said. But she doesn't know anyone will help her. She's used to carrying everything alone. Gu Yanzhou nodded and said nothing. Of course he knew exactly what Lin Zhao was talking about. He was that kind of person himself. Lin Zhao picked up her phone to check the time. It was 1120. He'll give her a call. She dialed Shin Ruotang's number. It rang several times before being answered. The line was very quiet. Shin Ruotang's voice was low, tinged with exhaustion. Zhao Zhao, are you at the A brief silence on the other end. Have you had lunch? Not yet. We'll bring you some. What do you want to eat? Another silence. Lin Zhao could hear soft breathing and the faint rhythmic sounds of medical equipment. Anything is fine, Shin Ruotang said. All right. He'll call you when we get there. Lin Zhao hung up and looked at Gu Yanzhou. Let's go. Gu Yanzhou was already on his feet, grabbing his jacket from the back of the chair. To the hospital. First we'll pick up lunch, then head to the hospital. Gu Yanzhou glanced at her, his lips twitching slightly, but he said nothing. The two of them ordered 3 takeaway meals at a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant next to the cafe. While waiting, Lin Zhao checked her phone again. She sent Shin Ruotang a message about 20 minutes. Shin Ruotang replied with a single word, okay. The hospital was on the other side of Huajing City. Gu Yanzhou drove with Lin Zhao in the passenger seat, holding 3 boxes of takeaway in her lap. The car was filled with the mingling aromas of char siu and roast duck. Outside the window, most of the leaves had fallen from the plane trees, the few remaining hung precariously swaying in the wind. Lin Zhao stared out for a while, then suddenly said, "Why do you think she never tells anyone anything?" Gu Yanzhou didn't answer immediately. Only after the car turned a corner did he speak. Maybe she thinks telling others won't help, or maybe she doesn't want anyone to see her falling apart. Lin Zhao didn't respond. She remembered the day Shin Ruotang gave her the boxing gloves. How lighthearted she had been, her eyes sparkling as she pushed the box forward. It had been Lin Zhao's birthday. Shin Ruotang had taken her to a meal, gifted her a pair of pink boxing gloves, and said with a laugh, "Train hard from now on. Don't embarrass your master." Not a single word about her father lying in the ICU. Lin Zhao hugged the food boxes a little tighter. The car pulled into the parking lot of the first affiliated hospital of Huajing Medical University. Lin Zhao messaged Shin Ruotang. A few minutes later, Shin Ruotang emerged from the inpatient building's main entrance. She wore a gray hoodie, her hair casually tied back. Her complexion was paler than usual, but her expression remained composed. Seeing the food boxes in Lin Zhao's hands, she walked over and said, "That's a lot." "It's for 3 people," Lin Zhao replied. Shin Ruotang glanced at Gu Yanzhou, then at Lin Zhao, but didn't ask why they had come together. She took the box Lin Zhao handed her, sat down on the edge of a flower bed on the first floor of the inpatient building, broke apart the disposable chopsticks, and began to eat with her head down. Lin Zhao sat beside her, and Gu Yanzhou sat on a stone pier across from them. The 3 of them had lunch by the flower bed. Shin Ruotang ate very slowly, as if completing a task, chewing a few times, pausing, then chewing again. Lin Zhao didn't rush her or discuss anything serious while eating. Only after Shin Ruotang closed the food box and placed the chopsticks on top did she speak. "Ruotang, what's the situation with your dad now?" Shin Ruotang set the box on her lap and stared at her fingers. "He was in the ICU for 5 days after the surgery, and now he's been moved to a general ward." Her voice was calm. "He's conscious but can't speak. The right side of his body is paralyzed. The doctors say the chances of language recovery are slim and he'll need long-term rehabilitation for his limbs. Can he communicate? Shen Ruotang nodded. He can understand. He uses blinking and his left hand to give simple responses. His periods of wakefulness are getting longer, but he still has intermittent comas for a few hours each day. Lin Zhao was silent for a few seconds. So his mind is clear. Very clear. Shen Ruotang's voice finally wavered. He knows everything. About the company, about that woman. He just can't say it. Who controls his shares now? Gu Yanzhou asked. Shen Ruotang looked up at him, but didn't ask how he knew about these matters. She simply said, technically he still does. But in his current state, Chun Milan has been looking for lawyers to apply for a judicial review aiming to declare him lacking full civil capacity. If she succeeds, she'll act as his guardian and exercise his shareholder rights. What about your 15? My voting rights are held by my father. Shen Ruotang's voice dropped. When my mother passed away, she left me 15, but I was underage then, so my father held them in trust. After I turned 18, he was too busy and I didn't push for the transfer. Now he's in the hospital, and those 15 voting rights, along with his 28, could all fall into Chun Milan's hands. Lin Zhao felt a sinking sensation in her heart. The Shun family's combined 43. If it all fell into Chun Milan's hands plus her own 17 and Chun Zaijian's 15, that would be 75. At that point, there would be no room for recovery, let alone a fight. Did your mother leave a will? Lin Zhao asked bluntly. Shen Ruotang's eyes lit up. Yes, it's notarized. Then draft a written statement for your father to sign, apply for inheritance notarization, and go directly to the business registry to change the shareholder record. I know, but my father can't sign right now. He can't even hold a pen steadily. Shen Ruotang's eyes dimmed again. Then let him express his intent another way. Gu Yanzhou said, blink once for agreement, twice for disagreement. All you need is a lawyer and a notary present to witness, with the entire process recorded on video. Shen Ruotang looked at Gu Yanzhou, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, but it quickly faded. Even if I can get back my own 15, Chun Milan will definitely find a way to take my father's 28. She might. Your father is conscious. Lin Zhao interrupted her. He knows who's protecting his assets and who's trying to take them. If he can express his will, he can return your 15 voting rights to you. He could even entrust his 28 to you. Shen Ruotang took the food box off her lap, placed it on the edge of the flower bed, and clasped her hands together. Even if I get my 15 and my father's 28, that's still only 43. It's not enough. Lin Zhao saw her knuckles turn white. Chun Milan is wooing the shareholders. Shen Ruotang's voice dropped. The board has already approved the transformation plan. The next step is a shareholders meeting. Once she gathers enough votes, she'll call the meeting to turn the transformation proposal into a fait accompli. Which votes does she have? Gu Yanzhou asked. Her own 17, Chun Zaijian's she may investment with 50. Shen Ruotang paused. The 8 voting rights from Tianqing Real Estate are also under Chun Zaijian's control. That's 40. She only needs another 11 to get a majority. What about Li Jiaming and Wang Qidong? Lin Zhao asked. Shen Ruotang looked at her, clearly surprised that Lin Zhao knew those names. But she didn't press, simply saying, Uncle Li has been with the company since my grandfather's time. He has a deep attachment to historic architecture. But he's old and soft. Chun Milan has been working on him. Uncle Wang was my father's college classmate. They've always been close. But he's the type. She searched for the right word. A man of principle. He won't be swayed, but he might not necessarily side with me. He'll side with whatever is right. Then let him see what's right, Lin Zhao said. She took out the paper covered in red underlined notes, unfolded it, and spread it over her knees. The light by the flower bed was good. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the plane trees, casting mottled shadows on the paper. Ruotang, what you need to do most now isn't to fight Chun Milan for shareholders. It's to show them that Jingshan Huajing has a future even without commercial real estate. Shen Ruotang looked down at the paper. The Qingyu Cup, she said. Exactly. Lin Zhao's finger tapped the words, revival of historic architecture, parasitic architecture, the answer. Chun Milan says historic architecture projects have no future. So you produce a work that combines historic and modern architecture, proving to everyone that this path not only works, but leads far. We'll extend the parasitic architecture concept to historic buildings. If we achieve a good ranking this time, the proposal has a chance to be realized. You'll gain a voice in the company, and the shareholders won't see you as a child anymore. Shen Ruotang stared at the paper for a long time. The wind blew a few strands of hair across her forehead, but she didn't brush them away. There's one more shareholder. Gu Yanzhou suddenly spoke. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang both looked at him. Tianqing Real Estate, Gu Huayu. Gu Yanzhou looked at Shen Ruotang. She's my aunt. She invested in Jingshan Huajing because she was drawn to your family's ancient architecture philosophy. Now that Chun Milan wants to pivot, she's not too happy about it. She said she wants to meet you. Shen Ruotang was taken aback. Clearly she had no idea about Gu Yanzhou's connection with Tianqing Real Estate, but she didn't dwell on the matter for long. What does she want to talk about? She wants to determine which path Jingshan Huajing will take moving forward. If your answer satisfies her, she'll try to retrieve the voting rights from Qin Xiaojun. Can she get them back? A note of urgency crept into Shen Ruotang's voice. Yes, Gu Yanzhou said with certainty. Legal proceedings take time and may not be ready before the shareholder meeting, but it will put pressure on Chun Milan. At the very least, it will show the other shareholders that even her investor is turning against her strategic transformation. Shen Ruotang was silent for a few seconds, then lifted her head. When can I meet her? She happens to be in Huajing now. Let me know your availability. Tomorrow, Shen Ruotang said firmly. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. He'll ask my dad for the time off. Lin Zhao watched her. Since they sat down, Shen Ruotang's shoulders had been tense. But now her spine straightened, and her chin lifted slightly like a fighter at the bell of a boxing match. There's one more thing. Lin Zhao hesitated, but decided to say it anyway. Gu Yanzhou looked into the timeline from when your father fell ill to when he entered the operating room. There were several hours in between. Shen Ruotang's pupils constricted slightly. He said he felt unwell that morning. Chen Milan was at home. Lin Zhao's voice was soft. She didn't call an ambulance. She didn't send him to the hospital until noon, when he was completely incapacitated. In the distance, the sirens of an ambulance approached, and then faded away. A gray sparrow landed on a nearby branch, tilted its head at the three of them, then fluttered its wings and flew off. Shen Ruotang lowered her eyes, gazing at her clasped hands. Her fingers were slender with distinct knuckles, and calluses from boxing remained at the base of her fingers. Those hands were trembling slightly. After a long pause, she spoke, her voice hoarse as if rubbed with sandpaper. I understand. She didn't say, "I'll make her pay," or "I won't let her get away." She simply said, "I understand." But Lin Zhao could see something heavier than anger in her eyes, like a frozen lake in winter calm on the surface, but with a coldness beneath that could swallow a person whole. Ruotang. Lin Zhao placed her hand over Shen Ruotang's. One step at a time. First get back what's rightfully yours. Shen Ruotang gripped her hand back, holding on tightly. Gu Yanzhou stood up from the stone block, gathered the 3 empty lunchboxes into a plastic bag, and walked toward a nearby trash can. He moved slowly, giving them enough time. When he returned, Shen Ruotang had already let go of Lin Zhao's hand, and was folding the paper covered with red lines, tucking him. Heading up first, Shen Ruotang said. My dad should be awake by now. Go ahead, Lin Zhao said. Shen Ruotang stood up, took a couple of steps, then stopped, and turned back. Zhao. Moi. Thank you. She paused. And thank Gu Yanzhou for me. Gu Yanzhou nodded, but Shen Ruotang turned and walked into the hospital building. On the drive back, Lin Zhao leaned against her seat with her eyes closed. The car still smelled of char siu and roast duck, mingled with the faint scent of cold fur from Gu Yanzhou's vehicle. Do you think she can win? Lin Zhao asked. Gu Yanzhou flicked on the turn signal and smoothly steered out of the parking lot. Yes. Lin Zhao opened her eyes and turned her head to glance at him. You seem quite confident. Gu Yanzhou didn't look at her, his gaze remained fixed on the road ahead. She's like you. The kind of person who becomes even fiercer when backed into a corner. Lin Zhao didn't reply. She turned her head back and watched the trees whizzing past her window. The car exited the hospital parking lot and merged into the main road traffic. Lin Zhao leaned against the passenger seat, her head tilted toward the window. Sunlight filtered through the sparse branches of the plane trees, casting flickering patches of light on the windshield. Her eyes narrowed as she watched, then she suddenly turned around. How did you find out so much? Gu Yanzhou was looking at the road ahead, and at her question, he tilted his head slightly. Which parts? All of it. Lin Zhao immediately sat up straighter. The shareholding structure, the board of directors list, that strategic transformation proposal, and... She paused. The delayed hospitalization of Shen Ziyuan. She stressed the last few words very softly. The car stopped at an intersection, waiting for the light to turn green. Gu Yanzhou tapped his fingers on the steering wheel twice, as if organizing his thoughts. The shareholding structure and board of directors weren't hard to find. Jingshan Huajing is a legitimate company. Its business registration information is public. It just takes time to organize. I got the strategic transformation proposal from a former employee. They were unhappy with Chen Milan's management style, and after a few chats, they were willing to hand over the documents. The light turned green, and the car started moving again. As for the hospital information, it came from several sources. I got the medical records through a contact at the hospital. It required a bit of networking, but nothing too difficult. He spoke flatly, as if reporting on an ordinary task. Lin Zhao didn't interrupt him, waiting for him to continue. Gu Yanzhou was silent for a few seconds. I found out about the delayed hospitalization from a nanny who had been fired. Lin Zhao's fingers tightened slightly. The Shen family had a Livian nanny surnamed Wu. She had worked for them for over 3 years. Gu Yanzhou's voice was emotionless, as if reading a report. On the morning of October 27th, Shen Ziyuan said he felt unwell at home. Dizziness and numbness on the right side of his body. Annie Wu had cared for elderly stroke victims before and thought the symptoms looked serious. She suggested calling an ambulance immediately. Chen Milan said there was no need and told Shen Ziyuan to lie down and rest for a while. Auntie Wu insisted a few times, but Chen Milan lost her temper and said, what does a nanny know? And told her to mind her own. Shen Ziyuan himself said it was probably just fatigue and that resting would help. Auntie Wu was worried and stayed in the living room. At noon, she went in to bring water and found Shen Ziyuan unable to speak with half his body completely paralyzed. She rushed out to call an ambulance, and only then did Chen Milan dial the number. Lin Zhao's hands clenched into fists. By the time Shen Ziyuan was carried into the ambulance, at least 5 hours had passed since he first complained of dizziness. The car fell silent for a few seconds. Why was Annie Wu fired? Lin Zhao asked. Chen Milan accused her of stealing. Gu Yanzhou's voice carried a hint of coldness. She was dismissed in early November and had half a month's wages deducted. Auntie Wu said she didn't steal anything, but Chen Milan was adamant, and being just a nanny, she couldn't fight it. When I went to her hometown to find her, she was initially afraid to talk, worried about causing trouble. It took a few visits before she told me the whole story from beginning to end. Would she be willing to testify? Gu Yanzhou shook his head. No, she's terrified. She said Chun Milan has power and influence, and she doesn't want any trouble. The fact that she even told me what happened was out of consideration for my repeated visits. Lin Zhao shifted her gaze from his face and looked out the window again. Plane tree leaves were swept up by the wind, spiraling down onto the sidewalk. A janitor was sweeping them with a large broom, gathering them into piles one stroke at a time. You went there several times, she said, her voice very quiet. Gu Yanzhou didn't answer. Lin Zhao calculated in her mind. Gu Yanzhou took leave starting Tuesday, and today was Saturday. For days. He had to check business archives, track down former employees, retrieve hospital records, chat up hospital staff, find the dismissed nanny, travel to her hometown multiple times, and build enough trust for her to tell the truth. For days. He probably hadn't slept much each night. How did you find Auntie Wu? Lin Zhao asked again. From the domestic service agency's registration records. It took a while to dig that up. The agency is small and not well organized. It took me several days of going through their employment logs to find her contact information. How did you get her to talk? Gu Yanzhou tapped his fingers on the steering wheel again, this time in a slower rhythm. The first time I went, she refused to say anything. Wouldn't even let me in the door. I stood outside for nearly an hour. Her daughter-in-law came out to take out the trash, saw me still standing their side, and let me in. The second time I brought a sketchbook for her granddaughter. The girl is learning drawing and wants to study art at university. The third time she told me everything that happened that day. Lin Zhao remained silent. She was simply reflecting on how when she asked him to investigate he had indeed left no stone unturned. This man, while scrutinizing the equity structure of someone else's company, could also recommend a sketching book for the nanny's granddaughter. Now Aunt Wu was the key, but she refused to testify in court and was unwilling to sign a written affidavit. What if they hired Aunt Wu as a live-in nanny, softening her up day by day until she relented? Gu Yanzhou had already pulled the car over to the curb. He turned his head to glance at her. We're here. Lin Zhao snapped back to reality and looked up to find they had arrived at the north gate of the university. What were you just thinking about? Gu Yanzhou noticed her furrowed brow. I was thinking, if we hired Aunt Wu as a nanny and coaxed her every day, would she be willing to testify? Gu Yanzhou chuckled. That's an interesting approach. Will you hire her? Lin Zhao's eyes widened as she stared at him. Gu Yanzhou's eyes widened too. But I don't like having strangers in the house. I usually just hire a cleaning service once a week. Well, I can hire her. Anyway, my mom is about to get busy with opening the shop. Give me Aunt Wu's contact information. Lin Zhao continued. He'll send it to you later. Gu Yanzhou went on. Let's focus on the competition first. Shen Ruotang has to take care of her father, so the two of us need to finish the proposal as soon as possible. The BIM model framework is complete. How about we work on it at your place? The moment Lin Zhao said it, she regretted it. Why had she offered to go to his place? Well, the words were already out. She might as well go. He hadn't seemed so intimidating lately. Sure. We'll pick up some groceries on the way. He'll cook dinner tonight. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Gu Yanzhou's mouth, and a rare lightness flickered in his eyes. He turned the steering wheel to the right and pulled into a fresh grocery store on the street east of the university. It wasn't a large chain store, but a small shop frequented by nearby residents. Several baskets of seasonal vegetables sat at the entrance, lush green and still glistening with dewdrops. Lin Zhao followed him out of the car and stood at the entrance watching him pick out vegetables. Gu Yanzhou picked up a bunch of scallions, examined the soil on the roots, then put them back and chose another bunch. His movements were unhurried, as if performing a well-practiced task. You can cook? Lin Zhao asked. Gu Yanzhou placed the scallions into the shopping basket and picked up a pack of enoki mushrooms, inspecting it. After my father cut off my allowance, I had to support myself. He said it casually, as if commenting on the fine weather. Lin Zhao said nothing and followed him further inside. Gu Yanzhou shopped with a decisive style. He didn't look at prices, only at the quality of the items. The fish had to be alive, the tofu made that day, and the chilies of vibrant color. When he picked up a pack of pickled mustard greens, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. Sour cabbage fish. Gu Yanzhou dropped the pickled greens into the basket. Can you handle spicy food? Yes. Then I'll add extra pickled peppers. A smile unconsciously curved Lin Zhao's lips. The fact that she loved sour cabbage fish was something Zhou Yanting had never remembered in her past life. Every time they went out to eat, he would order his favorite dishes and say, try this, it's delicious. She would nod each time, finish every bite, and never once told him she actually didn't like those dishes. She watched Gu Yanzhou's profile as he bent down to pick out potatoes, and a strange thought struck her. He was only 19. How could he be so steady and composed? He checked the freshness of vegetables while shopping, examined the color of gills when choosing fish, and said to the vendor, please Deb, one this grass carp and slice it, with the natural ease of discussing the most ordinary matter. He didn't seem like a freshman just learning to live independently. Rather, he resembled an adult who had lived alone for many years. Lin Zhao suppressed the thought and followed him to the checkout counter. Gu Yanzhou pulled out his wallet, paid, and picked up 2 plastic bags. Let me take one. Lin Zhao reached out. Gu Yanzhou shifted both bags to one hand, freeing the other to lift the transparent plastic door curtain. Let's go. His apartment was in the city center. He freed one hand to press his fingerprint on the lock, and the door clicked open. The light in the entryway came on automatically, a warm yellow. Lin Zhao took another careful look around the apartment. It was much tidier than the last time she had visited. The living room was spacious, decorated in a black and gray palette, but the wool throw on the sofa, the architecture magazines on the coffee table, and the potted plant in the corner softened the atmosphere, preventing it from feeling cold. The countertop of the open kitchen was spotless, holding only an Italian espresso machine and a pour-over kettle. On the shelf beside it, rows of coffee beans were neatly arranged along with several packs of drip bags. Lin Zhao's gaze lingered on the coffee beans for a few seconds. Last time she and Shen Ruotang had nearly drunk all of Gu Yanzhou's beans, especially the morning after they slept over when they had to resort to drip bags. Gu Yanzhou put the fish and pickled greens into the refrigerator, leaving the rest on the counter. Then he walked to the living room and cleared the coffee table. "Have a seat." Lin Zhao sat down on the sofa. It was so soft that she sank into it. Last time she was here, the three of them had gathered around the coffee table, the floor covered with tracing paper and Red Bull cans. Today, it was just the two of them. The living room was much quieter. The faint hum of the central air conditioning, the occasional car horn from the distant street, and the sound of Gu Yanzhou boiling water in the kitchen all became strikingly clear. "What would you like to drink?" Gu Yanzhou poked his head out of the kitchen. "What do you have?" "Coffee, tea, water." "Coffee, pour over or drip bag?" "Pour over takes a while, drip bag is faster." Lin Zhao hesitated. She wanted pour over, but asking him to brew a special cup for her seemed like too much trouble. "Drip bag is fine." Gu Yanzhou nodded and disappeared back into the kitchen. A few minutes later, he came out carrying a white mug and placed it on the coffee table in front of Lin Zhao. The cup held a deep brown coffee with wisps of steam rising, carrying a fruity floral acidity. Lin Zhao picked it up and took a sip. It was a drip bag, but not an ordinary one, she could tell. The water temperature was just right, the pouring technique correct, and the balance between sourness and bitterness was perfect. She looked up at Gu Yanzhou. He had already returned to the kitchen and was brewing another cup for himself. "Who taught you how to pour coffee?" Gu Yanzhou's movements paused, so faintly it was almost imperceptible. "Figured it out myself," he set his back to her. "After drinking enough, you learn." Lin Zhao didn't press further, but she wondered, could someone really figure out such a professional technique on their own? The flow rate, the angle of the pour, the blooming time. All of it required practice. A 19-year-old boy brewing coffee better than cafes. She recalled what Shen Ruotang had said. Gu Yanzhou was indeed somewhat inscrutable, but the coffee was really good. She took another sip, then set the cup down and opened the proposal file on her laptop. The two quickly fell into a working rhythm. The living room was filled only with the sound of keyboard clicks and occasional discussions. Gu Yanzhou sat on the carpet, his back against the edge of the sofa, his laptop on the coffee table. Lin Zhao sat on the sofa looking down at her screen. The distance between them was close enough to catch the faint scent of coffee mingled with the smell of sun-dried fabric from each other's clothes. The proposal was nearing its final stage. The basic framework of the BM model was set up and the stress analysis data. What remained was refining the model, rendering the visualizations, completing the design documentation, as well as the design concept analysis and spatial analysis. Time passed quickly. It was 10 minutes to 5. "They'll go make dinner." Lin Zhao was taken aback and instinctively stood up. "You can cook." Gu Yanzhou glanced at her. A little. Lin Zhao mimicked his earlier tone. "After my father cut off my allowance, I had to support myself." Gu Yanzhou let out a soft laugh, said nothing, and turned toward the kitchen. Lin Zhao followed him, but when she reached the kitchen doorway, she suddenly realized a problem. The apartment's kitchen was large, open concept, and connected to the living room. But the space in front of the counter was a bit cramped for two people to stand together. Gu Yanzhou was already washing the vegetables. He placed the scallions and enoki mushrooms into the sink, and turned on the faucet, the water gushing noisily. "Take the pickled greens and pickled peppers out of the fridge," he said without turning around. Lin Zhao opened the refrigerator door and retrieved the pack of pickled greens and a small jar of pickled peppers. The fridge was neatly organized: eggs, milk, several containers of vegetables, and an array of condiment bottles. It didn't look like a male college student's refrigerator. She placed the items on the counter and stood there unsure of what to do next. "Can you cut vegetables?" Gu Yanzhou fished the scallions out to drain them and turned to look at her. "Yes." "Then chop the scallions into small pieces." Lin Zhao washed her hands, picked up the knife, lined up the scallions, and began slicing. She wasn't fast, but her cuts were even, each piece roughly the same length. Gu Yanzhou worked on the fish fillets beside her. He placed the grass carp slices into a bowl, added cooking wine, salt, and starch, and mixed them with his hands. His movements were deft, as if he had done this many times before. "When did you learn to cook?" Lin Zhao asked. "High school. No one at home cooks." Gu Yanzhou's hand paused for a moment. "There's a housekeeper." He set down the bowl and turned on the faucet to wash his hands. "But the meals she made didn't suit my taste, so I learned to cook myself." Lin Zhao didn't press further, but she could tell there was something hidden in his words. A high school student learning to cook just because the housekeeper's meals didn't suit his taste. Wouldn't most people just settle for whatever was served or ask their family to hire a different housekeeper? Unless he didn't want to trouble others, or he wasn't accustomed to letting others do things for him. She brushed the chopped green onions into a bowl and picked up the enoki mushrooms to trim the roots. The only sounds in the kitchen were the knife against the cutting board and the occasional rush and stop of the faucet. The setting sun streamed through the window, painting the entire kitchen in a warm tangerine hue. The range hood hummed softly, drawing up the fragrance of green onions and pickled chili peppers, letting it linger between them. "Taste it and see if the seasoning is right." Gu Yanzhou picked up a slice of just blanched fish with his chopsticks, one hand cupped beneath, and held it out to Lin Zhao. The fish slice was paper-thin, trembling slightly at the tips of the chopsticks, coated with a thin sheen of oil. Lin Zhao bowed her head, and taking from his hand, bit the slice into her mouth. The fish was so tender it barely needed chewing. The flavors of sour cabbage and pickled peppers were just right, savory, slightly spicy, very authentic. How is it? Delicious, she mumbled through the mouthful. Only after speaking did she realize how natural that gesture had been. He offered it, and she took it without a second thought. She swallowed the fish and suddenly felt a warmth creep up to her ears. Gu Yanzhou had already turned back to continue blanching the fishes back to her, his expression unreadable. But the tips of his ears, bathed in the sunset light, seemed to have reddened slightly too. Lin Zhao averted her gaze back to the enoki mushrooms in her hands and continued cutting. After finishing the mushrooms, she started on the ginger shreds. The sound of the knife on the cutting board was a little quicker than before. That's enough ginger. Gu Yanzhou glanced at the amount she had cut. Help me cut the tofu into cubes. Lin Zhao scooped the silken tofu out of the bowl and carefully cut it into 2-centimeter cubes. The tofu was so soft it crumbled at the slightest pressure, so she worked slowly. How did you know I liked sour cabbage fish? She asked, her head lowered. Gu Yanzhou fished the blanched slices out and placed, just a guess. Those same 2 words again. Lin Zhao arranged the cut tofu cubes in a bowl and didn't press further. But she thought back to the time he gave her the Unit 01 figure. He said it was a guess. Now with the sour cabbage fish, he said it was a guess again. Was he really just lucky, or did he know something? She recalled how she had glanced a few extra times at the angel ornament in his car. That could have been chalked up to his keen observation. But the sour cabbage fish. She had never eaten it in front of him, nor had she ever mentioned it. Could it be from the time they ate together with a third person, and she had helped herself to a few extra bites? No. That time the 3 of them ate together, they had ordered boiled fish, not sour cabbage fish. Then how did he know? Lin Zhao felt her heartbeat quicken. She pushed the tofu bowl aside, picked up a cloth, and wiped her hands. Anything? No, it's fine. Gu Yanzhou lowered the fish slices and tofu into the pot, and put the lid on. 3 minutes of simmering, and it's done. Go sit down. Lin Zhao didn't leave. She leaned against the kitchen counter watching him wipe down the stove, and place the used bowls and chopsticks into the sink, every move methodical. The setting light grew deeper red, warming his profile in a golden glow. Lin Zhao suddenly remembered Shen Ruotang's words, have you really never considered Gu Yanzhou? She quickly suppressed that thought, turned around, and walked back to the living room, settling onto the sofa. A few minutes later, Gu Yanzhou emerged with a large bowl and set it on the coffee table. The sour cabbage fish glistened under a layer of bright red oil. The sour cabbage and tofu lay buried beneath the fish slices, topped with chopped green onions and a few Sichuan peppercorns. Steam rose, and the aroma rushed into her nostrils. He went back to the kitchen and returned with 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks along with 2 bowls of rice. Let's eat. Lin Zhao picked up a slice of fish and put it into her mouth. The tang of the sour cabbage, the heat of the pickled peppers, and the freshness of the fish melted together on her tongue. It was even better than the test piece, more infused with flavor. Delicious, she said, then took another slice. Gu Yanzhou sat on the carpet across from the coffee table, eating his rice with his head lowered a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. The 2 sat facing each other with the large bowl of sour cabbage fish between them. Steam rose between them, blurring each. The TV was off, no music played. Only the faint clink of chopsticks against bowls and the distant murmur of traffic outside. Do you usually cook this many dishes when you're alone? Asked Lin Zhao, picking up a piece of tofu. No. Gu Yanzhou scooped a piece of sour cabbage into his bowl. When I'm by myself, I just throw something simple together, boiled noodles or fried rice. Then why did you make so much today? Gu Yan's chopsticks paused in midair. There are 2 of us, so a bit more. He brought the sour cabbage to his mouth and continued, eating head down. Lin Zhao said nothing more, but the speed at which she picked up food slowed. Outside the window, the sky shifted from orange to deep blue, and the city's lights flickered on one by one. The traffic on the distant elevated road became a ribbon of light, flowing slowly. After the meal, Lin Zhao stood up to clear the dishes. Leave them. Gu Yanzhou took the bowls from her hands. They'll handle it. I can't just freeload your cooking without doing anything. You chopped the green onions and the mushrooms. Does that count? It counts. Gu Yanzhou placed the dishes into the sink and turned on the faucet. Go back to refining your model. Lin Zhao had no choice but to walk back to the living room and open her laptop again. From the kitchen came the sound of water running over dishes and the soft clink of porcelain. She suddenly thought of her past life. During the years with Zhou Yanting, it was she who washed the dishes, mopped the floor, and cooked the meals. Zhou Yanting would come home from work, flop onto the sofa, and say I'm exhausted, without even a single thank you for your hard work. Back then she thought it was nothing. Family didn't need to keep score. Now she realized it wasn't that family didn't keep score, it was that he had never truly considered her family. She didn't know when Gu Yanzhou had finished washing the dishes. He stood behind her, looking down at her computer screen. He stood very close. His breath fell on the top of her head, carrying a faint lemon scent from the dish soap. Gu Yanzhou glanced at the screen for a moment, then turned and headed to the bedroom. From the bedroom came the sound of his voice. He seemed to be on the phone. Lin Zhao caught the gist of it. He was talking to his aunt, discussing tomorrow's meeting between Shen Ruotang and Gu Huayu. Lin Zhao pulled her attention back to the screen. Not long after, Gu Yanzhou pushed the door open and came out, sitting down as well. He began tweaking the rendering parameters, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Done talking to your aunt? Lin Zhao spoke up. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon at my place. They'll go pick up Shen Ruotang in advance. Gu Yanzhou continued, my aunt will arrive in the morning. Do you want to come along? She'd like to meet you. Me, eh? Lin Zhao's fingers froze. Wouldn't that be awkward? Not at all. She knows we're teaming up for the Qingyu Cup, and she praised our proposal as brilliant. He paused, shifting his gaze from the screen to her. As the core creator of our team, you'd be the most suitable person to introduce our design philosophy to her. All right then. Lin Zhao nodded lightly. He'll go pick up Shen Ruotang tomorrow. He'll drive. Drive. Gu Yanzhou was taken aback, a note of surprise in his voice. You have a driver's license. I thought you just started learning to drive, he added. You can have one and I can't. Can't I learn fast? Lin Zhao shot back without hesitation. Gu Yanzhou let out a soft laugh, tapping his fingertips on the edge of the keyboard. All right if you say so. Lin Zhao ignored him and lowered her head to continue her work. Only then did she realize she had almost slipped up again. Getting a driver's license in less than 2 months was indeed a bit fast. But since it was 2008, and there was no mandatory check-in while it wasn't common, it was still possible. Might as well claim she was a gifted driver. The two of them worked quietly around the coffee table, and a few hours slipped by. Lin Zhao glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of her computer. 9:30. She closed the laptop and stood up. They'll head back now. They'll walk you. No need. She stuffed the laptop into her bag. I can go back on my own. Gu Yanzhou didn't insist. He picked up her mug from the table, placed it in the sink, then walked to the entrance and opened the door for her. Send me a message when you... Lin Zhao changed her shoes at the door, slung her bag over her shoulder, and stepped out. While waiting for the elevator, she looked back. Door 1101 was still open. Gu Yanzhou stood in the doorway, one hand resting on the door handle. Thanks for today, Lin Zhao said. For what? The meal. You helped too. The green onions were nicely chopped. The elevator door chimed open. Lin Zhao stepped in and pressed the button for the first floor. Just before the door closed, she saw him still standing there. Then the door slid shut, slicing that image into a thin line before it disappeared. The elevator began to descend. Lin Zhao leaned against the elevator wall and closed her eyes. The elevator came to a halt on the first floor, its doors sliding open, and Lin Zhao stepped out. The night wind surged in from the direction of the unit entrance, carrying the chill of November. She zipped her jacket up to the top, pushed open the glass door, and walked into the darkness. The streetlights in the residential compound were spaced far apart, casting pools of light, separated by long stretches of shadow. She walked along the edge of the light, her shadow shifting from behind to ahead, then pulled back again by the next lamp. Lin Zhao's mind was in turmoil. It wasn't because of today's work. She had a clear grasp of the project's progress. Following the current pace, she would have no trouble submitting it before December 5th. Nor was it because of Shen Ruotang's matter. That was already sorted out, as she just needed to take it step by step. It was because of Gu Yanzhou. She thrust her hands into her jacket pockets and walked on, head down. Her fingers curled inside her pockets, her nails digging into her palms. The laptop, the first edition mecha figurine, the hand-poured coffee, the pickled fish. And the way she had lowered her head to eat the slice of fish from his hand when he offered it. Lin Zhao stopped beneath a street lamp, closed her eyes. She told herself silently, Lin Zhao, you can't afford to fall for anyone again. The debts from your past life are not... Gu Yanzhou was still alive and well, playing the top student in the classroom, taking first place in design competitions, weaving his web with his sister's help. Lin Guodong had signed the divorce agreement, but only because she had held a knife to his throat. He could stage a comeback at any moment. Zhou Yanwei's apology letter was pinned on the forum, every word seemingly sincere, but Lin Zhao remembered that girl's eyes clearly. They were not eyes of surrender, but eyes that kept a tally of debts waiting to be repaid slowly. She still had too much to do. She had no right to be in love. Moreover, she opened her eyes and stared at her own shadow huddled into a tiny patch under the street lamp. What's more, she was someone who had already died once. The 35-year-old Lin Zhao had perished in the river waters of November 4th, 2025. The person standing here now was one who had crawled out of hell. Her body housed the skin and bones of a 19-year-old, but the coldness that seeped through her marrow was the accumulated chill of over 30 years from her previous life. Could someone like that deserve to be liked? If Gu Yanzhou knew who she truly was. Not the talented freshman who had come from Qinqing City to Huajing, but a woman who had been drained dry by her husband in her past life, abandoned by her father, and finally jumped into the river on her birthday. Would he still make her pickled fish? Would he still hand her that piece of glistening fish? No. Lin Zhao suppressed that thought and kept walking. But another voice inside her, tiny and thin like a needle, wriggled through those heavy thoughts. Yet today you ate too bold. The hours you spent sitting on his couch were the most relaxed you felt in weeks. When you were chopping scallions, he was blanching the fish slices, the setting sun streaming in, and the kitchen was filled with the aroma of pickled peppers. When you handed him the pieces of tofu, your fingers brushed his. His fingertips were cold, wet from washing the vegetables. And you didn't pull away. You have feelings for him. That voice said. Lin Zhao pinched her palm hard. As she walked out of the north gate of the compound, her phone vibrated. Gu Yanzhou, have you arrived? Lin Zhao stood by the guardhouse looking down at those 3 words. Gu Yanzhou never used modal particles in his messages. No ba, no ma. Just clean and neat, like the black and gray decor of his apartment. Yet those 3 words on the screen made her feel as if something had gently brushed against her heart. Lin Zhao just reached the compound entrance. Gu Yanzhou, good. He sent nothing else. Lin Zhao shoved her phone back into her pocket and continued walking. From Gu Yanzhou's apartment to Yunxi Elegant Garden took half an hour by taxi. She had taken this route many times, as she remembered every street lamp, every corner. But today the road seemed shorter. When she got out of the taxi and reached the entrance of Yunxi Elegant Garden, her phone vibrated again. She thought it was Gu Yanzhou, but picking it up she saw it was Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang, Gu Yanzhou said, you're coming to pick me up tomorrow. Lin Zhao, yes, he'll be at the hospital to get you at 1:30 p.m. Shen Ruotang, okay. Lin Zhao thought for a moment and typed another line, how's your dad today? Shen Ruotang, he was awake for over 3 hours. I read him the summary of our proposal. When he heard about the parasitic architecture, a light flickered in his eyes. Lin Zhao stared at that line for a long time. Shen Zhuan couldn't speak, the right side of his body paralyzed, but when he heard what his daughter was working on, his eyes lit up. That was enough. Lin Zhao, see you tomorrow. Shen Ruotang, see you tomorrow. Lin Zhao put away her phone and walked into the compound. The lights at home were still on. Lilan hadn't gone to bed, yet as she was curled up on the sofa watching TV with the volume very low. On the coffee table lay a picture album of Suzhou embroidery with several skeins of silk thread scattered beside it, red, blue, white, gold. Back. Lilan sat up on the sofa. Have you eaten? Yes, Lin Zhao replied, changing her shoes and sitting down beside Lilan. Where did you eat? At a classmate's place. Lilan glanced at her, her gaze lingering on Lin Zhao's face for a moment, then smiled and didn't press further. She merely gathered the silk threads on the coffee table, clearing a space for Lin Zhao to set down a cup. Did you pick up the car today? Yes, I did, Lilan replied, her tone tinged with undisguised excitement. I took it for a couple of spins. Drives beautifully. Want me to drive you to school tomorrow? Tomorrow's the weekend, and it's only a 10-minute walk to school. Do we even need a car? Oh right, Lilan said, slapping her forehead. I got so excited I forgot your school is right next door. Lin Zhao leaned back on the sofa watching her mother arrange the silk threads one by shade. Mom, moi, how do you think a person should live if they get a second chance? Lilan's fingers paused. She placed a strand of bright red next to a deep red one, compared the color difference, then shifted its position. I'm not sure either, she said, still focused on the threads. But I think if you get another chance, you shouldn't dwell on what happened in your past. Lin Zhao remained silent. If you suffered losses, endured grievances, or misjudged people in your past life, remember them, but don't carry them in your heart. Lilan continued, placing the last thread in place and looking up at Lin Zhao. Carrying them is too heavy. You won't get far. Lin Zhao lowered her gaze to the neatly arranged threads on the coffee table. A row of reds, from pale pink to deep crimson, a row of blues, from moonlight white to indigo, and a single strand of gold placed on top, glinting finely under the lamplight. Mom, do you hate him? I used to, Lilan replied, her voice calm. But I don't anymore. Hating someone is exhausting, and I've had enough exhaustion in this life. The remaining days I want to live for myself. The living room fell silent for a long time. The TV was playing an old series, the scenes slow and the dialogue unhurried, as if they belonged to another era. Lin Zhao stood up. I'm going to take a shower. Mom, go to bed early. Go ahead. Lin Zhao walked into the bathroom. The faucet roared as the water heater ignited with a whoosh. She turned the tap to full blast, the sound of water drowning out everything else. She stood at the sink staring at her reflection in the mirror. A face of 19. Taut skin, no fine lines under the eyes, a forehead smooth as an unwritten sheet of paper. But those eyes were not the eyes of a 19-year-old. They had seen too much. They had seen Zhou Yanting's cold profile, Lin Guodong's descending palm, her mother's figure curled in the corner, and the last sliver of sky as the river water closed over her head. Could such eyes deserve the bowl of pickled fish Gu Yanzhou had handed her? Lin Zhao raised her hand to wipe the steam from the mirror, but the white surface was soon covered again by mist. She took a deep breath, shook her head, and stepped into the shower. Hot water cascaded down, and she tilted her face upward to meet the stream, letting it wash over every inch of her skin, every old scar, every heartbeat. She recalled her mother's words, if you get another chance, don't dwell on what happened in your past life. As the warm water flowed over her body, the two little voices in her heart finally stopped their quarrel for a while. Meanwhile, in room 1101 of a downtown apartment, Gu Yanzhou walked to the coffee table and stood for a moment beside the spot where Lin Zhao had been sitting. A shallow indentation remained on the sofa left by her hours of sitting. He did not disturb it, he simply stood there looking. Then he turned and walked into the study Lin Zhao had never entered, pulling open an inconspicuous drawer beside the desk. Inside the drawer lay nothing but a black notebook and a pen. He flipped open the notebook, revealing page after page of dense writing. It was not a diary, it was a record. March 15, 2006. I have been reborn. Check Lin Zhao. Chenqing No. 1 middle school. Father Lin Guodong. Mother Lilan. It's her. November 4th, 2006. She turned 17. Bought the Unit 01 figure. Because she liked it, I started liking it too. August 2007. She entered her senior year ranked first in her grade. Her father's company landed a government project, a sizable one. Her father was always a hidden threat. November 4th, 2007. She turned 18. Bought the Unit 02 figure and placed it on the top shelf of the bookcase. By the time she graduates from university, they'll have collected the full set for her. June 23, 2008. The college entrance exam results were released. She ranked 3rd in Chongqing. According to my past life memory, she should apply to the provincial normal university. Wait for me. They'll come find you after I finish university. Gu Yanzhou's finger paused on that line. Provincial normal university. In her past life, Lin Zhao studied art education there. After graduation, she became a teacher, married Zhou Yanting, quit her job, and turned into a tool behind that man. Gu Yanzhou flipped to the last few pages of the notebook. Those records were from late August to early September this year, and the handwriting was noticeably more hurried, with ink trails breaking off intermittently, as if his hand had been trembling while writing. September 1st, 2008. Freshman list. Architecture Class 1 Lin Zhao. She's here. Why is she here? What went wrong? Could it be because of my rebirth? September 4th, 2008. Registration day. I saw her from a distance. She was alone, dragging her suitcase with no family to see her off. When she stood at the dormitory entrance and watched Gu Yanzhou pestering Shen Ruotang, her expression was calm. At that point, she didn't know them yet. September 4th, 2008. Freshman orientation meeting. She refuted Gu Yanzhou. September 19th, 2008. She agreed to team up with me for the Qingyu Cup, but why did she insist on bringing Shen Ruotang along? September 21st, 2008. Boxing gym. When she saw Gu Yanzhou knock down, a cold hatred flickered in her eyes. Was it because of the military training incident that she hated him? Or was there another reason? September 27th, 2008. Field trip to the old city renovation. Her understanding of architecture far surpassed her peers. She proposed the concept of parasitic architecture. She really resembled her past self. October 7th, 2008. She quickly identified the rumor monger as Gu Yanzhou's sister. Her knowledge of the Zhou family was too deep. November 3rd, 2008. She accompanied Li Lan back to her hometown to sign the divorce agreement. She was very calm. Her attitude toward Lin Guodong was unusually cold and distant. In her past life, she had never defied Lin Guodong. November 4th, 2008. Her birthday. I took her to a French restaurant, gave her the Unit 01 figure. Neither Shen Ruotang nor I mentioned her birthday. But she cried. Why? Because of her parents' divorce. Or because she was the one who on her birthday. Gu Yanzhou closed the notebook and put it back in the drawer. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the city's nightscape. Huajing's nights were much brighter than Jiangcheng's. The traffic on the elevated bridge flowed like a glowing river, slow and ceaseless. He had stood before this window many nights. After his rebirth, he often suffered from insomnia. Closing his eyes would bring back scenes from his past life. Lin Zhao's serious profile, when she pointed out the design flaw at the exhibition, the arc of her hair, as she turned to leave, the way she quickened her steps when Gu Yanzhou called her back. Then came the later events, those he had investigated, pieced together, and couldn't bear to dwell on. Finally, the river. He had never seen that river with his own eyes, but he had dreamed of it countless times. On November 4th, 2027, he stood before Lin Zhao's grave and gently placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums before the headstone. That night he got drunk, crashed his car into another vehicle, and his breath stopped. He thought it was finally over, that he would never have to dream of her again. But he did not die. Or rather, he died, reborn in 2006, at 16, before anything had happened. The first thing he did after his rebirth was to check. She was also only 16, attending high school in that southern city of Chongqing. She had excellent grades. Her father's company had not yet been targeted by Gu Yanzhou, and her mother had not yet been beaten into the hospital by domestic violence. She was still alive, still capable of laughter, still had a future ahead. He made a decision: finish university, then go find her. But she came to Huajing. Sitting in the third row at the freshman orientation meeting, when she stood up to refute Gu Yanzhou, every word she spoke pointed to the flaws in his past life thesis. When she saw the regulations of the old city bank, the words she blurted out were not something a girl raised in a southern county. When she said the archaic Mac, in the seminar room, the panic that followed suggested she realized she had let something slip. Today she said she has a driver's license, but she only signed up for driving school in late September. She got her license in less than 2 months, and with hardly any time to practice. It was only because of his rebirth that he had rushed to get his license. And she? Could she also be reborn? Gu Yanzhou pressed his forehead against the cold glass. If she were reborn, her attitude toward Shen Ruotang made no sense. In the past life, Shen Ruotang was the name that appeared in Gu Yanzhou and Lin Zhao's marriage. Gu Yanzhou did not know whether Shen Ruotang was complicit or acted willingly in that past life, but regardless, her name was the sharpest thorn in Lin Zhao's ravaged marriage. So in this life, he had always been cold toward Shen Ruotang. It was not dislike, it was that every time he saw her, he was reminded of those past life events, and of how Lin Zhao had spent her final years. But Lin Zhao was different. Lin Zhao treated Shen Ruotang well. Not the kind of polite superficiality. She truly regarded her as a friend, a partner, someone worth protecting. She sat on the flowerbed edge holding Shen Ruotang's hand and said, one step at a time. That was not the attitude one would have toward a third party, unless she did not know about Shen Ruotang's relationship with Gu Yanzhou in the past life. But that was impossible. In the year before the divorce, Lin Zhao often posted bitter remarks on social media. In some of those words, she even mentioned that she wished she could be Tang Tang. That left only one possibility. She knew, but she didn't care. Or rather, she chose not to care. Because the Shen Ruotang she saw was not the name Gu Yanzhou had constantly uttered in the past life, but the living, breathing person standing before her in this life. Cold, proud, saying nothing, carrying everything alone, just like herself. Gu Yanzhou lifted his head from the glass. The city outside the window remained the same city, the lights remained the same lights. But the look in his eyes had changed. Lin Zhao was also reborn. This thought had not come to him only today. It had been lingering in his mind for a long time, ever since the freshman orientation meeting. He just hadn't dared to believe it, hadn't been willing to admit it. He had been seeking other explanations. Her family worked in construction. She grew up on construction sites. She happened to read that thesis. Her knowledge of Huajing's old streets came from research. She had hacker friends. But today he suddenly no longer wanted to find any other explanation. He opened the drawer, took out the black notebook again, and flipped to the last page. Picking up the pen, he wrote a new line. November 15th, 2008. She is 2. The pen tip paused on the last stroke of the character 2, and the ink slowly bled into the paper. Gu Yanzhou closed the notebook and placed it back in the drawer. The soft sound of the drawer closing was like a sigh. Then he stood before the bookcase, gazing for a long time at the row of EVA figures on the shelf. Unit 01, Unit 00, Unit 02. Unit 01 stood in the center, identical to the one he had given Lin Zhao. He picked it up, rubbed off a nearly invisible speck of dust from the paint with his thumb, and gently set it back in place. Good night, Lin Zhao. Good night, the other soul, who crawled out of hell. At 3 in the morning in the dead of night, Gu Yanzhou lay completely sleepless, utterly tormented by insomnia. He struggled out of bed, and as if driven by an unseen force, paced to his study. He opened the drawer and retrieved the black notebook once more. Gently flipping it open, his fingertips traced across the pages, turning them one by one. March 15, 2006, November 4, 2006, August 2007, November 4, 2007. Each page bore only a single name. Until the last page. November 15, 2008. She too. He stared at that line for a long time. Then he picked up a pen and added another line beneath it. If she really is, then would she remember meeting me at the 2020 exhibition? He asked himself, his voice as light as a sigh. He suddenly let out a cold laugh. What had he been like in his past life? Hair flowing down to his shoulders because he was too lazy to cut it. A stubbly beard because he never remembered to shave. Deeply sunken eyes from countless sleepless nights. Back then he was nothing but a pathetic wreck, spending his days and nights with cigarettes and alcohol. The reek of smoke mingled with the stench of liquor had become almost part of his very being. In those days, even the people who came to see his designs at the exhibition dared not let their gaze linger on his face for too long. He himself couldn't bear to look in the mirror for more than a moment. There was no way she remembered. He closed the notebook and sat down at the desk. Then he leaned back heavily in the chair, shutting his eyes. The only sound in the air was his own breathing. After a long while, perhaps an hour, perhaps longer, he kept turning over a single question in his mind. Should he confirm it once more? Just once, to verify that she had truly been reborn. He couldn't ask her directly. If she were indeed a reincarnator, a direct question would only make her wary, deny it, and pull away. And if she weren't, the moment he uttered that question, he would become a complete madman. The only option was to set a trap. A trap that only a reincarnator would step into. The new Evangelion theatrical series prologue released in 2007. Break hadn't come out yet. News said it would be out by year's end, but it would be delayed until the summer of 2009. Hue and Final wouldn't arrive until after 2012. People in 2008 only knew about prologue and at most had heard that Break was being postponed. If she were a reincarnator, given her love for Evangelion, she would certainly be very familiar with the 4 new theatrical. He rose from the chair, walked out of the study, and one by one took down the row of Evangelion figurines from the bookshelf, moving them to the living room bookshelf. He placed Unit 01 right in the center. He cast a glance at the row of figurines, his finger lingering for an instant on the purple paint of Unit 01, then turned and went back to the bedroom. That night the city of Huajing was shrouded in the deep autumn mist. Some lay sleepless, others woke too early. Lin Zhao was also suffering from insomnia. At 5 in the morning she crawled out of bed. She sat at the computer organizing the materials Shen Ruotang had sent the night before, detailed data on Jingshan Hua's ancient architecture restoration projects over the past 5 years. After that she combed through the trends and policy support and made predictions and analyses regarding the post-Olympics policy tilt toward cultural heritage protection. Until Li Lan gently knocked on the door and came in, handing her a cup of warm honey water. Zhao Zhao, have some water, then come out for breakfast. Only then did Lin Zhao look out the window. The sky had begun to lighten, and the morning glow was creeping inch by inch across the windowsill. She finished breakfast in a hurry and went back to her room to continue organizing the data. Finally, just before lunch, she completed the last report, an analysis of future trends in commercial real estate. She printed out every single PPT slide, and only under Li Lan's repeated urging did she head to the living room for lunch. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Lin Zhao drove the new car Li Lan had picked up yesterday, a blue Volkswagen Golf, to the hospital. When she parked at the entrance of the inpatient building, Shen Ruotang was already waiting on the steps. The mid-November wind blew past, carrying the burnt sweet aroma of sugar-roasted chestnuts from the street. Shen Ruotang wore a knee-length camel coat, her hair tied up, revealing her entire face. She had also put on some light makeup, looking especially vibrant and capable. Lin Zhao rolled down the car window and looked at her from a distance, feeling that she seemed even more elegant and refined than she had back in school. Shen Ruotang waved at Lin Zhao, walked over briskly, pulled open the door, and got in. "Have you eaten?" Lin Zhao asked. "Yes, I have," Shen Ruotang said, pausing to buckle her seatbelt. "After you left yesterday, I called an old friend of my father's, a professor of clinical medicine at Huajing Medical University." Lin Zhao started the engine and slowly drove out of the parking lot. The old man in the security booth waved at them. "He recommended a reliable appraisal agency," Shen Ruotang said, her voice much steadier than the day before. "I spoke with the head of the agency this morning. On Monday they'll send someone over together with my lawyer." Lin Zhao glanced at her. Shen Ruotang was looking down, adjusting the knot on her coat belt. "What about Chen Milan?" "She came with her lawyer this morning." A faint movement crossed Shen Ruotang's lips, neither a smile nor a sneer. "I didn't let them into the ward. I stopped them right at the nurse's station. I told them I had already retained a lawyer and would cooperate with proper procedures on Monday." Lin Zhao nodded, but said nothing. The car turned onto the main road. The sunlight outside the window was beautiful, illuminating Shun Ruotang's profile brightly. "How is your father today?" A hint of softness finally crept into Shun Ruotang's expression. The nurse asked him questions this morning, and he answered by blinking. Over a dozen questions, all correct. Lin Zhao tapped her fingers lightly on the steering wheel. "Then tomorrow we'll a red light." Lin Zhao stopped the car and turned her head to look at Shun Ruotang. "The materials are in the back seat. Do you want to take a look?" Shun Ruotang reached back, picked up the folder, and flipped through it page by page, reading with great focus. "Another red light. Sister Lin, you're incredible," she said, yawning as she closed the folder. Lin Zhao noticed faint shadows under her eyes, though her makeup concealed them remarkably well. The weariness in her gaze was unmistakable. "You didn't get much sleep last night, did you?" Shun Ruotang didn't answer. She turned her head to look out the window at an elderly couple crossing the street hand in hand on the sidewalk. "What kind of person do you think Gu Huayu is?" Gu Yanzhou said she invested because she was drawn to Jingshan Hua's ancient architecture concept. "Then she must be genuinely angry. Don't worry, we'll calm her down today." Shun Ruotang nodded slightly, and the light turned green. Lin Zhao pressed the accelerator, and the blue Golf merged into the traffic. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Gu Yanzhou's apartment, Gu Huayu was much younger than Lin Zhao had imagined. This woman in her early 40s was elegantly dressed, yet understated. She wore a camel cashmere knit top paired with cream wide-leg trousers, clean and impeccably tailored. She sat upright on the sofa, her back straight, a cup of coffee placed before her. "Please sit," she said, her voice not loud, but carrying a weight that brooked no perfunctory response. Lin Zhao and Shun Ruotang took their seats on the side sofa. After a brief introduction, Gu Yanzhou settled into the single armchair beside Gu Huayu, leaning forward slightly. Gu Huayu dispensed with pleasantries, her gaze falling directly on Shun Ruotang's face as she got straight to the point. "What's your take on Shun Milan's proposal?" Shun Ruotang pulled a folder from her bag, placed it on the coffee table, and slid it toward Gu Huayu. The folder was dark gray with no markings. "This is the profit margin for Jingshan Hua's ancient architecture restoration projects over the past 5 years. She opened the first page, her finger pointing at a red line. From 2003 to 2007, the profit margin remained stable between 12 and 15. In 2008, it dipped slightly due to rising raw material prices, but policy subsidies have already caught up. She flipped to the second page. This shows the trend in policy support. Since the second half of this year, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development has begun researching urban renewal guidelines. For projects involving the preservation of historic buildings, the subsidy ratio has been raised from the original 20 to 30. She turned to the third page. These are the market risk signals emerging in commercial real estate since the second half of 2008. Office vacancy rates have risen for 2 consecutive quarters, and residential sales volume has declined year on year. The data were concise, every page hitting the mark. Gu Huayu didn't rush to leaf through them. Instead, she fixed her eyes on Shun Ruotang. "Did you compile all this yourself?" Shun Ruotang met her gaze without flinching. "No, it was my friend Lin Zhao who helped me organize it." She glanced at Lin Zhao. She analyzed the data and identified the trends. "I only provided the raw materials." Gu Huayu's eyes shifted to Lin Zhao and lingered for 2 seconds. "Well, tell me then, what are your analysis conclusions?" Lin Zhao sat up straighter, her voice calm, yet every word landed with unwavering steadiness. "The ancient architecture restoration project. The policy window is opening, profit margins are stable above 12%. This is the foundation, cannot be abandoned, should not be abandoned." She paused, her fingers lightly tapping on her knee. "Commercial real estate. Long-term there is potential, but entering now carries too much risk. The market hasn't cleared yet and policy signals remain ambiguous. My advice is to wait. After this round of adjustments ends, it won't be too late to enter." Gu Huayu nodded after hearing Lin Zhao's analysis, then looked back at Shun Ruotang. "Having others work for you is also a capability." Gu Huayu's gaze slowly swept between Shun Ruotang and Lin Zhao before she lowered her head to browse the charts. She read slowly, pausing for a long time on each page. When she reached the profit margin page, her finger tapped on the... When she turned to the policy support page, she uttered a soft When she reached the commercial real estate risk page, she lifted her eyes and shot a glance at Lin Zhao. She closed the folder without pushing it back. She picked up her coffee cup, took a sip, then raised her head. "Now tell me your plan." She looked at Lin Zhao. "That parasitic architecture." Lin Zhao didn't consult any materials, though she started from the very first sketch she had designed. "Let old buildings continue to live within new structures. Not demolition, not replication, but symbiosis." When she mentioned the interlocking method between steel frames and old walls, Gu Huayu interrupted her. "What's your take on steel price fluctuations?" 3 alternative plans. Lin Zhao replied without hesitation. "First choice is high-strength, low-alloy steel. Higher price, but lower volume, overall cost controllable. Second choice is weathering steel. Higher initial investment, but lower maintenance costs. If the budget is tight, use ordinary carbon steel with surface treatment, sacrificing some durability for cost." Gu Huayu then inquired about construction techniques. Lin Zhao broke down the critical difficulties of joint processing, material differences between old walls and new steel frames, structural synergy, construction methods, and durability assurance. Every point hit the mark with not a single superfluous word. Finally, the policy window. Lin Zhao mentioned that draft guidance from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development. This window won't stay open for long. The first batch of demonstration projects will receive the highest subsidy ratios and the most relaxed approval channels. By the time the second and third batches follow, the dividends will have diluted. Gu Huayu leaned back on the sofa, silent for a moment. The living room was very quiet, only the faint hum of the central air conditioning vent. The 8% voting rights of Tiancheng Real Estate, she finally spoke, her voice steadier than before, will not be cast in favor of Chun Milan's transformation proposal. Shen Ruotang's shoulders relaxed slightly. But before she could say anything, Gu Huayu continued. At the next shareholder meeting, I will propose a motion to retain the ancient architecture business line. She looked at Shen Ruotang. But I need to warn you about one thing. Chen Milan has already approached Li Jiaming last week. Shen Ruotang's fingers tightened slightly. She offered Li Jiaming an olive branch using Jiahua Real Estate's mixed-use project in the south of the city. Gu Huayu's voice was flat. Li Jiaming's attitude was ambiguous. He didn't agree on the spot, but he didn't refuse either. You need to act fast. Shen Ruotang nodded. I understand. Thank you, President Gu. After the serious discussion, the atmosphere finally relaxed. Gu Huayu picked up her coffee cup and found it had gone cold. Gu Yanzhou stood up to get her a fresh one, but she waved him off. Holding the cold coffee, her gaze swept between Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang, then over Gu Yanzhou, and suddenly, she changed the subject. You freshmen in this batch are better than we were back then. We just copied master's works and couldn't even copy them properly. The four of them chatted back and forth for nearly half an hour, from Liang Xiqing to the disappearing hutongs of Huajing. Gu Huayu reminisced about her childhood living in a courtyard house with a skylight. On summer nights, the whole family would gather in the courtyard with bamboo stools to enjoy the cool. A sweet osmanthus tree grew in the southeast corner. When it bloomed, a clear, sweet fragrance filled the entire yard. Grandma waved a palm leaf fan. Grandpa sipped his old wine. Later, that house was demolished, and a shopping mall was built on the site. But the mall performed poorly, most of the space stood empty. Once you tear something down, rebuilding it can never make it the same, she said. Shen Ruotang looked up at her, but said nothing. Lin Zhao noticed that when Gu Huayu said this, her finger traced a circle on the rim of her coffee cup. At 4 o'clock sharp, Gu Yanzhou saw Gu Huayu to the door. As she changed her shoes, her movements suddenly slowed. She glanced toward the living room. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang were bent over, whispering about something, their voices too soft to hear. She lowered her voice and asked just loud enough for Gu Yanzhou to hear, which one are you interested in? Gu Yanzhou subconsciously glanced at Lin Zhao. Gu Huayu followed his gaze and smiled. That Lin Zhao, she's good. Gu Yanzhou didn't respond, but the tips of his ears flushed slightly red. All right, go back inside. Gu Huayu patted his arm, then straightened up, picked up her bag, and turned toward the elevator. Her steps were neither fast nor slow, her high heels tapping against the polished floor in crisp, even beats. Gu Yanzhou stood at the door, watching her figure disappear behind the elevator doors before closing the door. The living room was left with only the sound of keyboards and occasional discussion. The three sat around the coffee table. Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou each stared at their screens, refining the design for the Qingyu cup, while Shen Ruotang organized the notes from their conversation. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, painting a bright rectangular patch on the floor that slowly shifted eastward. After about half an hour of work, Gu Yanzhou took a sip from his coffee cup and glanced at Lin Zhao beside him. Lin Zhao was resting her chin on her hand, deep in thought, her gaze fixed on the row of EVA figurines on the bookshelf. Gu Yanzhou's eyes followed hers, and suddenly something came to mind. He casually remarked, by the way, I heard a new Evangelion movie is coming out. Just then Lin Zhao's phone rang. She picked it up to check. Lilan asked her what she wanted for dinner. She typed, whatever, then deleted it and typed instead, Mom, I won't be home for dinner tonight. I'm eating at a classmate's place. Shen Ruotang glanced at the two, said nothing, and had already filled several A4 sheets with talking points. Lin Zhao only then realized that Gu Yanzhou had been talking about the new Evangelion movie. She casually replied, oh yeah, and added, which one do you like? Gu Yanzhou continued. Lin Zhao sent the message and replied offhandedly, I like Q, though the ending is too heartbreaking. The way Nagisa Kaworu and Shinji piloted Unit 13. She stopped mid-sentence. Wait, what year was it now? 2008. How many Evangelion rebuild movies had been released? She looked up and saw Gu Yanzhou browsing Shen Ruotang's notes, his expression unchanged. His fingers were pinching the corner of an A4 sheet, about to turn the page. Q. He frowned slightly, looked up at her, and asked with just the right amount of puzzlement. Hasn't only Sue been released? Isn't Pastille not out yet? Which movie is Q? Oh, I must have mixed them up. Lin Zhao laughed, turned off her phone screen, and set it on the coffee table. I meant Sue. She paused as if recalling. That song Beautiful World is really nice. Gu Yanzhou murmured softly, not pressing further. He turned the page of the A4 sheet and scribbled a line. Lin Zhao didn't notice Gu Yanzhou's fingertips gripping the pen tightly, his knuckles turning white for an instant before relaxing. Shen Ruotang looked up and shot a glance at Gu Yanzhou. His face showed no expression, his brow had already smoothed and the corner of his mouth still held its usual indifferent curve. But she clearly saw his hand that had just been holding the pen. The knuckles were white, a mark of excessive force. She then turned her gaze to Lin Zhao, who had already refocused on the screen, her fingertips sliding on the trackpad to adjust the model angle, muttering, this note still isn't right, completely unaware. Shen Ruotang lowered her head and continued organizing the talking points. She singled out the mention of Li Jiaming from earlier and added a small line in the margin, Jiahua Real Estate. Southern City complexly jamming. Her handwriting was neat and tidy, every character resting on the horizontal lines. After some more time, the sunlight had retreated from the floor to the corner of the wall. Shin Ruotang carefully organized the documents, stood up in haste, saying she had to rush back to the hospital. Her father needed dinner by 6, and she never felt at ease with the caregiver feeding him. Lin Zhao quickly reassured her, saying she and Gu Yanzhou would give their all to the competition. Shin Ruotang nodded lightly. She grabbed her bag, walked briskly to the door, changed her shoes, and pulled it open. Just as the door opened halfway, she stopped abruptly, turned back to look at Lin Zhao first, then at Gu Yanzhou. Her lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. In the end, she only softly dropped, "Don't stay up too late." The door closed gently with a soft click. Only 2 people remained in the living room. The clatter of keyboards rose and fell starkly clear in the silent space. Neither of them brought up the Evangelion matter again. The clatter of keyboards rose and fell starkly clear in the silent space. Neither of them brought up the Evangelion matter again. At 9 in the evening, Lin Zhao returned home. As the door opened, warm yellow light spilled out. Li Lan was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, a sketchbook open on her lap, holding a pencil, sketching something with her head bent. On the coffee table were scattered several colored pencils and an eraser with eraser shavings strewn about, not yet tidied up. "Mom, I'm back." Li Lan looked up, still holding the pencil. "Have you eaten?" "Yes, at a classmate's place." Lin Zhao changed her shoes and walked over to sit on the edge of the sofa. Li Lan shifted aside to make room for her, but her eyes returned to the sketchbook. Lin Zhao leaned in to look. The sketchbook displayed the draft design for the sign of Lawn Embroidery Studio. The 3 characters were sketched in 3 distinctly different fonts. The first was a dignified and steady clerical script, the second a flowing and smooth-running script, and the third an ancient and elegant seal script. The edges of each character were lightly shaded with colored pencils, the clerical script with deep crimson, the running script with moon white, and the seal script with dark gold. Li Lan was holding a pencil, carefully annotating something next to the third font, her handwriting small and neat. "Is this the shop sign?" Lin Zhao asked. Li Lan switched the pencil to her left hand and flexed her right wrist. "The agent took me this afternoon to transfer the shop's ownership. 2 shop spaces, one of 30 square meters, is already rented out with a 3-year contract for a flower shop. The other I'll use myself." She flipped the sketchbook to the previous page, which showed a rough floor plan of the shop's interior. "This one," she pointed. "It's in the West District, 50 square meters. I measured it. 3 embroidery frames on one side, a display area on the other." Lin Zhao took the sketchbook and flipped through it page by page. Besides the sign design, there were elevation drawings of display cabinets, placement plans for embroidery frames, and even the layout of a small tea room. Every page was meticulously drawn in pencil, the proportions not necessarily accurate, but every stroke was earnest. "Mom, how long did this take you?" "I started drawing right after the transfer this afternoon." Li Lan smiled, a little embarrassed. "I haven't drawn in a long time, I'm out of practice. When I learned Su embroidery from your grandmother, the first step was learning to sketch. If you can't sketch well, you can't embroider well." Lin Zhao looked up at her mother. When Li Lan said this, her face bore an expression Lin Zhao had never seen before. It was not the anxious caution of the days before the divorce, nor the hollow relief after signing the divorce papers. It was a steadfast light, as if a person had finally remembered who she was meant to be. "And the 3 apartments." Li Lan flipped to the last page of the sketchbook, where a row of numbers was listed. "Once the transfer procedures are done in a few days, we'll rent them all out." The agent said these small apartments are easy to rent, close to schools and the subway. "I calculated it. The monthly rent will be more than enough for the 2 of us." Lin Zhao didn't look at the numbers. Her gaze rested on her mother's fingers. They were hands long accustomed to household chores, the knuckles slightly enlarged, and recently from picking up the embroidery needle again, a thin layer of calluses had formed on the fingertips. "Mom, they'll make a render of the sign for you. Did you take a photo of the shop?" Li Lan paused, then picked up her phone and scrolled through it. "I did. I took several during the transfer." Lin Zhao took the phone. The photos showed the shop's exterior, a floor-to-ceiling glass door, and above it a blank horizontal space waiting for the sign. "They'll work on it on my computer first." Lin Zhao took out her laptop from her bag, logged into a messaging app, and sent the photos from her mother's phone to her own account using the same app. She pulled out a bamboo drawing tablet from her bag and a stylus from the side pocket. Li Lan looked at the tablet. "What's this?" "A drawing tablet. For sketching." Lin Zhao connected the tablet to the computer and opened Photoshop. "Which font have—" Li Lan leaned close to the screen, laid the 3 font drafts on the keyboard beside it, and compared them for a long while. She indicated the running script version. "Moon white. It looks elegant. And the background color?" "Deep wood. The same color as the old embroidery frame I used to use." Lin Zhao nodded and began to draw. First, she traced the outline of the sign space on the photo, then using the running script font Li Lan had drawn, she meticulously rendered the 3 characters, Lawn Embroidery Studio, stroke by stroke. The moon white lettering had an extremely thin dark gold border. The background was a deep sandalwood color with a subtle wood grain texture. Li Lan pulled up a chair and sat beside Lin Zhao, watching her work. "Could this border be a little thinner?" Li Lan pointed at the screen. "Too thick and it looks clumsy." Lin Zhao thinned the border. "And the wood grain, can it be fainter? Don't let it be too prominent." Lin Zhao reduced the opacity of the wood grain. Mother and daughter worked like this, one drawing, the other watching, making adjustments and pausing. The living room was quiet with only the rustling of the stylus on the tablet and the occasional sound of traffic from outside the window. About half an hour later, Lin Zhao finished the final render and placed it onto the sign area of the shop photo. On a light wood-grain background, a traditional-style border was embedded. The words "Lawn Embroidery Studio" appeared in moonlight running script edged with an almost imperceptible dark gold trim. Around the characters, a few elegant orchid motifs were decorated, and at the lower right corner, Lin Zhao added a small seal using Li Lan's name in seal script. Li Lan stared at the screen for a long time. "Beautiful," she said. Her voice was soft, but her eyes shone. Lin Zhao exported the render and sent it to Li Lan's phone. Li Lan remained seated in the chair holding the running script, draft, her thumb gently stroking the paper surface. "Mom, moi. When the sign is ready, you'll go hang it up with you." Li Lan looked up at her daughter and smiled. "All right. Then I'll embroider a big piece for you and hang it in your room." Lin Zhao smiled and nodded, took her mother's arm, and they walked together to sit side by side on the sofa. She leaned gently against Li Lan's shoulder, burying her face in the crook of her mother's neck, rubbing softly, as she had when she was little. Outside the window, the lights of Huajing City stretched into a continuous tapestry in the November night. The city was vast enough to hold countless people who had fled from elsewhere. But this living room was small, just small enough to hold the two of them. After her shower, Lin Zhao lay in bed replaying the details of the day's conversations when she suddenly remembered the look in Shen Ruotang's eyes before she left. A look as if she wanted to say something. What did that expression mean? Lin Zhao frowned, unable to figure it out. Next time they met, she would have to ask. But then she thought if Shen Ruotang really wanted to say it, she would have said it already. She stared at the ceiling for a while. On the ceiling was a flush-mounted light with a milky white shade. Inside, the shadow of a tiny insect was still motionless, probably dead, having crawled in God knows when. Suddenly, the afternoon's conversation flashed through her mind. But the ending was too heartbreaking. The parts where Kaworu and Shinji piloted Unit 13 together. She turned over and picked up her phone. She opened the browser and searched for Evangelion New Theatrical Edition. Search results popped up one by one. 1. You Are Not Alone was released on September 1st, 2007. 2. You Cannot Advance was not yet released. Some news said it would premiere at the end of the year, while others said it had been postponed to 2009. 3. 0-inch and 3. 0-1. 0-inch had no information whatsoever. No official announcements, no media reports, not even any forum discussions. She stared at the screen, her heartbeat quickening a few beats. She remembered all the plots of both the old and new theatrical editions, but she couldn't recall the exact release years of each part. In her previous life, she had watched them many times, but she had never paid attention to the release dates. She didn't know which year 3.0-inch was released. Damn, she had slipped up again. She put down her phone and stared at the ceiling. The shadow of the tiny insect was still there, motionless. Why had Gu Yanzhou suddenly asked that? A thought emerged in her mind. Was he testing her again? She reviewed the entire afternoon scene in her mind. He had asked casually, and his puzzled expression seemed very natural. Too natural. Maybe she was overthinking. Gu Yanzhou was only 19, or it was normal for him to like Evangelion. He had so many figures at home, and he had even given her a Unit 01 figure. It was also normal that he knew the release dates of the theatrical editions. He had heard that too. 0-inch was coming out soon and casually asked. It was her own fault for blurting out a film that hadn't been released yet. Luckily, he hadn't pressed further and just thought she had mixed things up. She turned over, buried her face in the pillow, and took a deep. In her previous life, she had always been like this. Unable to keep things to herself, unable to guard her tongue. Zhou Yanting had caught her every time. Even after being reborn, this bad habit still followed her. I need to fix this loose tongue, she muttered softly and closed her eyes. On Monday morning, the wind beneath the inpatient building felt a degree colder than yesterday. Shen Ruotang stood under the porch, pulling her coat collar higher. Sunlight struck the glass curtain wall opposite the reflected glare, forcing her to squint slightly. At exactly 9 o'clock, Lawyer Zhou arrived first. A woman in her 40s dressed in a light gray suit carrying a leather briefcase. She glanced around the lobby entrance, spotted Shen Ruotang, and walked over quickly. Ruotang. Aunt Zhou. Shen Ruotang stepped forward. Lawyer Zhou was a close friend of her mother Su Mingyu during her lifetime. The year Su Mingyu passed away, Lawyer Zhou was still in the legal department of Jingshan Huazhu, having been mentored by Su Mingyu. Later, she left Jingshan Huazhu and co-founded a law firm with several colleagues specializing in divorce cases and inheritance disputes, earning a solid reputation in the industry. When Shen Ruotang called her last week, she only asked when and without inquiring why. Then Lawyer Wu also arrived. Shun Zuan's personal attorney in his 50s, dressed in a navy suit, a black briefcase tucked under his arm. He nodded at Lawyer Zhou when he saw her. The two were clearly acquainted. Shen Ruotang had fully authorized Lawyer Zhou to handle the inheritance transfer on her behalf, while Lawyer Wu represented Shin Zuan. The three stood under the porch conversing in low tones. All the documents are ready. Lawyer Zhou pulled out a file from her bag. This written statement only needs your father's signature to proceed with the inheritance certificate, so your mother's shares can be smoothly transferred to your name. Shen Ruotang took the file and flipped through it. I've arranged for the notary to come at 10, Lawyer Wu added. President Shen agreed to cooperate after our discussion yesterday. Shen Ruotang smiled. Uncle Wu. Before she could finish, a black commercial van stopped at the inpatient entrance. The door opened, and Chun Milan stepped out first. She wore a long light blue coat, her hair pinned up revealing pearl earrings. Her makeup was meticulously done. Behind her followed a young man carrying a briefcase. Chun Mylan stopped before Shen Ruotang, her gaze slowly sweeping over her face before landing on the file in her hand, pausing for a moment. Ruotang, so early. Her voice was low, laced with an uncomfortable concern. You've been exhausted looking after your father these days, haven't you? Your complexion looks terrible. Shen Ruotang didn't respond. Chun Mylan showed no irritation. She tilted her head, glanced at Lawyer Zhou and Lawyer Wu, and curved her lips. Lawyer Zhou, long time no see. Lawyer Wu is here too. Quite the entourage. Lawyer Zhou nodded slightly without replying. Lawyer Wu switched his briefcase to the other hand, his tone steady. Ms. Chun. Shen Mylan retracted her gaze, focusing on Shen Ruotang again. She pulled out a file from her bag and handed it over. This is your father's medical summary. I had it translated into English. I've contacted the Vals in Switzerland. Once things stabilize here, we'll send your father over. Shen Ruotang didn't take. She looked at Chun Mylan, her gaze level. The doctor said he's not fit for long-distance transport now. That's the current. Chun Mylan retrieved the file and put it back in her bag. Once his condition improves, foreign rehabilitation is better than domestic. I'm doing all this for your father. When she said for your father, her tone was appropriately gentle, like a devoted wife. The porch fell silent for a few. I need to supervise today's assessment, Chun Mylan said, her tone shifting from warmth to formality. I am Shen Ziyuan's legal spouse. I have the right to know the process. Shen Ruotang's fingers tightened slightly. But before she could speak, Lawyer Zhou stepped forward half a pace. Ms. Lawyer Zhou's voice was not loud, her pace unhurried, every word clearly enunciated. According to Article 19 of the General Rules of Judicial Appraisal Procedures, the principal or close relatives of the appraised may apply to observe, but observers must obtain consent from the appraisal institution and must not interfere with the process. You are the spouse of the appraised. That is fine. Lawyer Zhou paused. However, you are also an interested party regarding you share property with Mr. Shen Ziyuan and currently act as acting chairperson, creating a direct conflict of interest with the appraisal conclusion. According to the institution's regulations, interested parties are not allowed to observe. Chun Mylan's smile faded slightly. Lawyer Zhou, I've never heard of that regulation. You may consult the appraisal institution now. Lawyer Zhou took out a business card from her bag and handed it over. This is the lead appraiser today, Forensic Dr. Jiang, from the Judicial Appraisal Center of Huajing Medical University. The number is on it. Chun Mylan didn't take the card. She curved her lips, then quickly regained her composure. She looked at Lawyer Zhou, and Lawyer Zhou looked back at her. The air beneath the porch seemed frozen. Interested party. Chun Mylan repeated the phrase, a smile slowly forming on her lips. Lawyer Zhou, your words are a bit excessive, aren't they? Lawyer Zhou didn't respond. She put the card back in her bag, her movements unhurried. Chun Mylan shifted her gaze from Lawyer Zhou to Shen Ruotang's face. She stepped half a pace closer, near enough to smell her faint perfume. Ruotang, think carefully. Her voice dropped very. Your father is in this state now. The company needs someone to hold things together. You're only a freshman, haven't even finished your core courses. Can you manage? Shen Ruotang looked at her without stepping back. Whether I can manage or not is for my father to decide, not you. Chun Mylan straightened up and smiled. That smile carried an air of assured victory. Fine, she said. They'll head back to the company. And good luck with the assessment. She turned and walked toward the commercial van, her high heels clicking crisply on the ground. The young man with the briefcase followed and opened the door for her. The black van's taillights curved around the inpatient building's gate and disappeared behind the withered branches of the plane trees. Forensic Dr. Jiang's car is here, Lawyer Wu said, glancing toward the parking lot. A white sedan slowly pulled into a parking space. The door opened and two young people, a man and a woman in white lab coats, stepped out first, each carrying a silver equipment case. Finally, a middle-aged man in his early 50s emerged, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his hair meticulously combed, a white lab coat over a dark gray suit, holding a briefcase. Forensic Dr. Jiang, a senior appraiser from the Judicial Appraisal Center of Huajing Medical University. Shen Ruotang stepped forward. Forensic Dr. Jiang, thank you for coming. Forensic Dr. Jiang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over her face, and then to the two lawyers behind her. Ms. Shen, according to regulations, the entire assessment must be recorded and no unauthorized personnel may be present. I understand, Shen Ruotang said. We've made arrangements. She turned and walked toward the inpatient building's entrance with Forensic Dr. Jiang and the two assistants following. Lawyer Zhou and Lawyer Wu walked at the back, exchanging a glance without speaking. The elevator was quiet. Forensic Dr. Jiang stared at the changing numbers above the elevator door. One assistant stood beside the equipment case, the other held a folder. The elevator doors opened and Shen Ruotang led the way. The ward was at the end of the corridor. A nurse stood at the door and nodded at Shen Ruotang as she approached. In the private room, Shen Ziyuan was already awake. He was half reclined on the raised hospital bed, two pillows behind his back, his head tilted slightly to one side. The monitor beside the bed showed a steady green waveform emitting a faint beeping sound. His left hand lay outside the blanket, fingers slightly curled, while his right hand remained motionless by his side. When he saw Shen Ruotang enter, his eyes brightened. Shen Ruotang walked to the bedside, bent down, and whispered near his ear. Dad, the appraisal team is here, she said softly. It's the judicial assessment I mentioned yesterday. Don't be afraid. Just answer whatever they ask. They'll record it like the tests the nurses do with you. Shen Ziyuan blinked once. Shen Ruotang straightened up and turned to look at Forensic Dr. Jiang. You can begin. Forensic Dr. Jiang placed his briefcase on the bedside cabinet and pulled out several forms. He didn't glance at Shen Ruotang, but walked directly to the monitor to check the data. Then he said to the two assistants, prepare. The male assistant opened the equipment case and took out a portable video camera. The female assistant clipped several forms onto a clipboard and uncapped a pen. Forensic Dr. Jiang approached the hospital bed, looking down at Shen Ziyuan. Mr. Shen Ziyuan, I am Jiang Hongyu, appraiser from the Judicial Appraisal Center of Huajing Medical University. Entrusted by a district court in Huajing City, I will conduct a judicial assessment of your civil capacity. The entire process will be recorded. Do you understand? Blink once for yes, twice for no. Shen Ziyuan blinked once. Now please let non-authorized personnel leave the ward. Forensic Dr. Jiang turned to Shen Ruotang. Family and lawyers, please step out. Shen Ruotang looked at Shen Ziyuan. His eyes were open, his gaze passing over Forensic Dr. Jiang's shoulder to rest on his daughter's face. He blinked once, then shifted his focus back to Forensic Dr. Jiang. They'll be outside waiting for you, Shen Ruotang said, then turned and walked out of the ward. Lawyer Zhou and Lawyer Wu. Meanwhile, in the School of Architecture at Huajing University, the first lecture on fundamentals of architectural design had. The elderly professor switched off the projector, took a sip of water from his thermos, said take a 10-minute break, we'll continue next class, and then ambled out of the classroom. The classroom instantly erupted into chaos. Students flipping pages, yawning, napping on their desks, or tapping on their phones. A cacophony of murmurs filled the air. Lin Zhao closed her textbook and stuffed it into her bag. Out of habit, she glanced toward the back row. Gu Yanzhou was still sitting by the window in the last row, bent over a sketch drawing something. Lin Zhao stood up and slung her bag over her shoulder. Her phone buzzed in her pocket as she pulled it out and glanced at it. Shen Ruotang, the appraisal has begun, waiting for results. Lin Zhao stared at the line for 2 seconds, then tucked the phone back into her pocket. After a moment of hesitation, she hoisted her bag, walked the entire length of the classroom, and sat down in the empty seat next to Gu Yanzhou. The chair legs scraped softly against the floor. Gu Yanzhou turned his head to look at her, his pencil pausing on the sketchbook. What are you drawing? Lin Zhao asked softly, her gaze falling on his sketchbook. Nothing. He quickly closed the sketchbook, shoved it into the drawer, his ears slightly red. Just doodling. Lin Zhao didn't press further. She turned around and saw 2 classmates up front chatting quietly at their desks. One suddenly burst out laughing and was tapped by the other. Lin Zhao set her bag by her feet and lowered her voice. I called about Aunt Wu's matter. Gu Yanzhou shifted sideways, one hand resting on the edge of the table, leaning slightly toward her. This distance was closer than their usual discussions, close enough for her to see a tiny mole on his eyelid. What did she say? She said the company has already assigned her work. Lin Zhao frowned. She can't come. Gu Yanzhou nodded, paused for a few seconds, then spoke. Then I'll go talk to that company. How? I'll say I specifically request Aunt Wu and I'll offer a higher salary. He paused. This kind of thing is common, the company won't refuse. Whoever pays more gets the worker. Lin Zhao thought for a second. That plan is feasible. Send me the contact info of that company later. No need, I'll handle it. I'll hire her as my live-in housekeeper. Lin Zhao turned to look at him. Gu Yanzhou wore the same expression, neither warm nor cold, as if discussing something very ordinary. I've been thinking these past 2 days, and having a live-in housekeeper isn't a bad idea. Didn't you dislike having strangers in the house? Lin Zhao blurted out. Gu Yanzhou's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. True, I don't like it, but Aunt Wu is special. Because she's a wit. Lin Zhao whispered the question almost directly into Gu Yanzhou's ear, afraid the classmates in front might overhear. Gu Yanzhou's ears immediately reddened. He didn't deny it, but his body tensed slightly, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his gaze remained steady on her face. Lin Zhao noticed the flush spreading to his ears and quickly pulled back. They fell silent for a few seconds. No one around seemed to notice anything unusual. Only the shadows of plane tree leaves outside the window gently swayed on the edge of the desk. All right, I owe you one. Lin Zhao spoke first. No, Gu Yanzhou cleared his throat. Even if someone owes, it's not you. It's Shen Ruotang. Lin Zhao was taken aback, about to speak. I want to help Shen Ruotang too, Gu Yanzhou continued, mostly because my aunt asked me to help Shen Ruotang. Aunt? Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. So Gu Huayu had fully sided with Shen Ruotang. You handle Aunt Wu's matter, and I'll let Shen Ruotang know. Lin Zhao took out her phone and sent a message to Shen Ruotang. The corridor of the hospital ward was very quiet, broken only by the low hum of the central air conditioning vents. Shen Ruotang sat down on a bench in the hallway, hands folded on her knees. Attorney Zhou sat beside her. Attorney Wu stood across from them, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Ruotang, Attorney Zhou began, when Chun Milan mentioned sending your father to Switzerland. Have you considered what she really... Shen Ruotang looked up. She's taking my father abroad, she said flatly, likely to use foreign laws to seize control of my father's money and himself. Attorney Wu nodded. Valet high-end nursing home in Switzerland is very expensive and highly secluded. If she checks him in as a spouse and restricts visitation under the pretext of convalescence, it will be nearly impossible for you to see him. She didn't insist on staying for the hearing today. Attorney Zhou frowned. That feels off somehow, but I can't pinpoint why. Shen Ruotang said nothing. She stared at the tile joints on the hallway floor, counting them one by one. There's something else, she suddenly spoke. On October 27th, Chun Milan delayed taking him to the hospital. Both Attorney Zhou and Attorney Wu turned to look at her. What? That morning around 8 a.m. My father started complaining of dizziness and numbness in his right side. The housekeeper Aunt Wu had cared for stroke patients before and recognized the symptoms. She urged calling 120 immediately. Shen Ruotang took a deep breath and continued. Shen Milan said it wasn't necessary, that he just needed to lie down and rest. Aunt Wu insisted several times, but Shen Milan lost her temper and told her to mind her own business. When did Shen Milan call 120? After 130 in the afternoon, a gap of 5 hours. The corridor fell silent for several seconds. Attorney Zhou's expression shifted. As a lawyer who handled family disputes for years, she understood exactly what this time. The golden window for thrombolysis in cerebral infarction is within 4-5 hours of onset. For every hour of delay, mortality and disability rates rise. 5 hours. Attorney Zhou's voice dropped. She was killing him. Will Aunt Wu testify? Asked Attorney Wu. Shen Ruotang shook her head. She's afraid. Shen Milan fired her, accusing her of theft and docking half a month's wages. She's too scared to cause trouble. What about the evidence? My friend found the dispatch record from the emergency center. The 120 call came in at 1:47 p.m. Shen Ruotang took out her phone from her bag and scrolled to the message Lin Zhao had sent her. And the hospital's emergency admission record shows he was admitted after 2 p.m. The two records corroborate each other. Attorney Zhou took the phone, examined it closely, then looked at Attorney Wu. Attorney Wu also leaned in for a look. Even if these records are genuine, they don't prove that Shen Milan deliberately delayed. We need evidence that Shen Milan knew the severity of Mr. Shen's condition, yet refused to send him to the hospital. Attorney Zhou picked up the thread. Exactly. Only if we establish that Shen Milan subjectively allowed the harmful result to occur can it constitute intentional delay in legal terms. If Shen Milan knew Mr. Shen showed classic pre-stroke signs, but stalled, and even obstructed others from helping, that could amount to abandonment. When Mr. Shen fell ill, he was incapacitated. Shen Milan's behavior is a classic case of having a duty to support, but refusing to fulfill it. If the circumstances are serious, she could lose her guardianship and even inheritance rights. Aunt Wu's testimony. Shen Ruotang asked. Yes. Attorney Zhou handed the phone back to Shen Ruotang. Besides her statement, it would be best if she could testify in court recounting how Shen Milan obstructed the ambulance that day. Shen Ruotang nodded and said nothing. She recalled Lin Zhao telling her that Aunt Wu refused to testify because she feared Shen Milan. But she also remembered Lin Zhao saying she would find a way. Shen Ruotang decided to trust her. I'll handle Aunt Wu's matter, she said, putting her phone back in her bag. Today let's first finish the appraisal and notarization procedures. Just then the door of the hospital room opened. First came the two young forensic assistants. The female assistant removed her mask, smiled, and nodded at Shen Ruotang. Miss Shen, your father is in great shape, she said in a low but relaxed tone. He answered all questions correctly and is fully alert. Much better than we expected. The male assistant tidying his forms leaned in to add, eye tracking command, response time, orientation, numerical calculation, all passed. Should be fine. Ahem. A low cough came from the doorway. Forensic Dr. Jiang stood in the frame, his gold-rimmed glasses glinting coldly as he swept his gaze across the two assistants. His expression was as stern as before he went in. The two assistants immediately fell silent and began packing up their equipment. Forensic Dr. Jiang tucked the folder under his arm, took a wet wipe from his pocket, and leisurely cleaned his hands. Forensic Dr. Jiang, my father's condition. Shen Ruotang stood up. We'll discuss it after the appraisal report is issued. He cut her off, his tone even brusquer than before. Per regulations, the appraisal agency will produce a written report within 1 month. He tossed the used wipe into the hallway bin and strode toward the elevator. The two assistants carrying equipment cases, Shen Ruotang stood in place watching Forensic Dr. Jiang's back disappear behind the elevator doors. Uncle Wu, has the notary arrived? Attorney Wu glanced at his watch. Almost 9:50. Should be here soon. He paused. I'll go downstairs to meet them. At 10 o'clock sharp, the notary office personnel arrived. There were two staff members in deep blue uniforms, one male and one female. The male notary carried a black briefcase, while the female notary held a stack of folders. In the hospital room, sunlight streamed through the half-drawn curtains, casting a bright rectangle on the floor. Shen Ziyuan was still half reclining on the hospital bed, his position similar to when he was being examined, but a trace of weariness adorned his face. The previous questioning had drained the hard-earned strength he had gathered. The notary stepped forward, retrieving a camera from the briefcase and setting it up opposite the bed. The female assistant opened the folder and began recording. Mr. Shen, lawyer Wu approached the bedside, bending down to gently place a document on the bedside table, flipping it to the last page. This is the declaration of your voluntary return of Su Mingyu's inheritance. The 15 equity of Jingshan Huazhu under Su Mingyu's name will be transferred to your daughter Shen Ruotang. Do you confirm that this is your true intention? Shen Ziyuan blinked once. The notary will record the entire process. You just need to press your fingerprint here. Lawyer Wu opened the red ink pad and placed it on the edge of the bedside table, positioned just within reach of Shen Ziyuan's left hand. Shen Ziyuan raised his left hand slowly, each movement seeming like a struggle against his own body. However, that hand ultimately settled steadily on the ink pad covered in bright red. Lawyer Wu nudged the document forward, aligning it with where his hand would land. Shen Ziyuan's hand hovered above the paper, pausing for a moment. Then he summoned all his strength and pressed down. The notary leaned in to examine the fingerprint, then glanced at Shen Ziyuan's eyes. Mr. Shen Ziyuan, I will confirm once again. The contents of this document state that the inheritance of Ms. Su Mingyu, namely the 15 equity of Jingshan Huazhu, is to be inherited by your daughter Shen Ruotang. This is your true intention, correct? Shen Ziyuan blinked once more, very slowly and with great effort. The notary procedure is complete. We will issue the notarial certificate within 15 working days. Shen Ruotang stood at the foot of the bed, having not said a word from beginning to end. Her lips were pressed tightly, and her jaw was slightly tense, as if she were exerting all her strength to control something. Lawyer Wu did not put away the ink pad. He set the equity declaration aside, and took out another document from the briefcase, the cover emblazoned with the words guardianship agreement. He turned to the notary. There is another document that requires simultaneous notarization. Please continue to witness. The notary nodded. Lawyer Wu placed the document on the bedside table, flipped to the signature page, and bent closer to Shen Ziyuan. Mr. Shen, this is the guardianship agreement which I have already drafted for you. He paused, his tone slower and more serious than before. The core content of this agreement is that during the period of your loss or partial loss of civil capacity, your daughter Shen Ruotang will act as your guardian, handling all matters related to personal care, property management, and medical decisions. This authorization takes precedence over the statutory guardianship order. In other words, it takes precedence over your spouse. He deliberately emphasized the last 4 words. Shen Ziyuan's eyes widened for a moment. Then he blinked once with great effort. Do you confirm that this is your true intention? Another blink followed. Lawyer Wu pushed the ink pad back to the edge of the bedside table. He lifted his left hand again, slower than the last time, pausing twice along the way. Shen Ruotang instinctively took half a step forward, her hand rising into the air, then retreating. Shen Ziyuan's fingers finally landed on the ink pad, once again covered in fresh bright red. As his hand hovered above the signature page of the agreement, his breathing noticeably quickened, and the heart rate curve on the monitor spiked slightly. Then he pressed down forcefully. This fingerprint was more forceful than the last, the ink spreading out on the paper, the edges slightly blurred, as if he had pressed all his strength into it. The notary again leaned in for inspection, confirming that the fingerprint was clear and in the correct position. Guardianship agreement notarial procedure complete. It will also be issued within 15 working days. Lawyer Wu handed both documents to the notary. He turned to Shen Ruotang, a slight smile on his lips. Ruotang, once these 2 documents take effect, the whole Shen family will rely on you to hold it together. Shen Ruotang did not speak immediately. She walked to the bedside, grasping her father's left hand stained with red ink. She pulled a tissue from the bedside table and gently wiped away the fresh ink on his fingertips. Her movements were gentle, as if she were wiping something very fragile. Dad, I will take good care of the Shen family for you. Shen Ruotang's voice was very calm, but the tips of her fingers holding her father's trembled slightly. The notary was organizing materials nearby. Lawyers Wu and Zhou had already stood at the door of the hospital room, whispering about something. It was only after the notary left that they both walked over to Shen Ruotang. Lawyer Wu returned to the bedside, leaning down and lowering his voice. Mr. Shen, I have another question I would like to ask. This question is not within the scope of notarization, but the guardianship agreement you just signed grants your daughter the right to protect your rights. So your answer is very important. He paused. Regarding your failure to seek timely medical attention on October 27th, did you inform Chen Milan during the initial onset of symptoms? Did you ask her to call for emergency assistance? Shen Ziyuan's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he blinked hard. Are you willing to sue Chen Milan? Shen Ziyuan's gaze skimmed past Lawyer Wu's face, landing on his daughter's lowered lashes. Shen Ruotang pressed her lips together, raising her eyes to meet her father's gaze, and she firmly blinked at him. Shen Ziyuan's eyelashes trembled, and a faint sound escaped his throat. Then he blinked hard once more. Then again, he slowly closed his eyes, a tear slipping from the corner, disappearing into the graying hair at his temple. Shen Ruotang stood at the bedside, frozen, and after taking a deep breath, she turned to face Lawyers Wu and Zhou. My dad is tired, let's go out for now. The door of the hospital room quietly closed behind them. No one spoke in the corridor. A breeze flowed in through the window at the end of the corridor, and a nurse pushed a treatment cart past the wheels, making a faint humming sound against the tiled floor. Shen Ruotang stood in front of the long bench, not sitting down. Lawyer Zhou stood beside her and spoke first. Mr. Shen disagrees to sue. Her voice was very low, 2 blinks quite clear. As expected. Lawyer Wu sat on the long bench, arms crossed over his chest, his expression calm. He doesn't want to pursue it, but he doesn't want the Shen family to stir up trouble again. Ruotang, your dad may currently still hold on to the last bit of dignity regarding Chen Milan. But we can start gathering evidence first. Once your dad comes to terms, or once you become his guardian, we can initiate the litigation process. Lawyer Zhou gently patted her shoulder. Lawyer Wu followed up, personally, I agree with Lawyer Zhou. However, such litigation will impact the company's reputation. Ruotang, you need to think clearly whether to preserve the Shen family's dignity or seek justice for your father. Shen Ruotang pressed her lips tightly together, still remaining silent. The corridor was quiet for a long time. Lawyers Zhou and Wu also stopped talking, knowing that Shen Ruotang was deep in thought. And Zhou, Uncle Wu. Shen Ruotang finally spoke. She paused. Regardless of family dignity, lingering feelings for Chen Milan, or fear of me getting caught in endless disputes. I understand all of these. But as a daughter, I don't want to let this go just like that. Lawyer Zhou's lips moved, wanting to speak, but ultimately did not interrupt her. But he forgot. Shen Ruotang raised her head. I am no longer a child. Aunt Zhou, please help me collect evidence regarding the delayed medical treatment. My friend is following up on the matter with Aunt Wu, and I will send you the evidence I have on my side later. Uncle Wu. Shen Ruotang turned to lawyer Wu. Please help me with another matter. Investigate all asset transfer records under Chun Milan and Chun Zaijian's names, as well as any financial anomalies in every company they hold shares in over the past 5 years. Also, the comprehensive project of Jiahua Real Estate in the south of the city Chun Milan is using this project to bribe other shareholders and may even be using some non-compliant financial operations to expedite the project's progress. Lawyer Wu's pen paused momentarily on the paper. Investigating the accounts of family board members won't go unnoticed. No need to worry about the noise. I want the shareholders and board to know that I am investigating Chun Milan and her brother. Let them see clearly what Chun Milan and her brother have done behind the Shun family's back. Lawyer Zhou and Lawyer Wu exchanged a glance. Ruotang, when do you plan to take action? Lawyer Zhou asked. Shen Ruotang did not answer directly. She walked to the window and glanced down. Below the inpatient department, an elderly man sat in a wheelchair basking in the sun, a checkered blanket covering his knees. A nurse stood beside him, bending down to say something. When my dad is able to sit up on his own, she said. She turned around looking at the two lawyers, her tone returning to its usual calmness. Thank you both for your hard work today with the examination and notarization. At noon in the teaching building of the School of Architecture at Huajing University. When the class bell rang, Lin Zhao had already packed her bag. Lunch. Gu Yanzhou looked up at her, slung his bag over his shoulder, and said, let's go. My treat, Lin Zhao said. Gu Yanzhou paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on her face for a second, then nodded. All right. Where to? The cafeteria. The cafeteria? Will you look down on the cafeteria? Lin Zhao's lips curled slightly as she turned and headed for the door. The pickled fish at No. 3 canteen tastes almost as good as yours. Gu Yanzhou followed her, watching her back, and an unconscious smile touched his lips. She remembered the taste of his pickled fish, and even compared it to the canteens. Gu Yanzhou followed her, weaving through the scattered groups of people in the corridor, down the stairs, and out of the teaching building. The November midday sun was pleasant. Most of the phoenix tree leaves had fallen. The few remaining ones rustled on the branches, stirred by the wind. Shen Ruotang said the forensic appraisal is done, and she's also notarized the inheritance declaration and the intended guardian agreement. Lin Zhao continued. The appraisal results will take a month. The notarized documents will be ready in 15 days. So is she planning to sue Chun Milan? Gu Yanzhou turned to Lin Zhao and stepped ahead of her. Probably. She just texted me telling us to keep an eye on Aunt Wu. Lin Zhao quickened her pace. After lunch I'll contact Aunt Wu's agency and try to get a meeting today, Gu Yanzhou said. At No. 3 canteen, it was the busiest hour. The air was thick with the savory scent of braised pork, the pungent kick of shredded pork with green peppers, and a faint lingering aroma of pickled vegetables drifting from the farthest window. Lin Zhao headed straight for the pickled fish counter. Gu Yanzhou followed, and as they passed an empty table, he casually set his bag on a chair to save it. While waiting in line, Lin Zhao glanced back at him. Pickled fish. Sure. The auntie at the counter quickly ladled out 2. Lin Zhao carried her tray back, Gu Yanzhou following behind. Their shadows overlapped for an instant on the tiles, then separated. Once seated, Lin Zhao picked up a slice of fish and tasted it. Try it. See if it's as good as yours. Gu Yanzhou took a piece, chewed it slowly, and said, pretty close. Let me see how close. Lin Zhao picked another slice, this time from Gu Yanzhou's bowl. Gu Yanzhou's chopsticks froze for a moment. His gaze fell on her matter-of-fact expression. He said nothing, simply pushed his bowl a little closer to her. Lin Zhao chewed a couple of times and nodded with exaggerated seriousness. I'm really about the same. Then mine is better, Gu Yanzhou said flatly, but the curve of his lips betrayed him. I said about the same. About the same means a little less. A little less means mine is better. Lin Zhao couldn't help laughing at his solemn, shameless rationalization. That's gangster logic. Logic is logic no matter its pedigree. Gu Yanzhou lowered his head to sip some soup. His ears were a little red, but his expression remained calm. Lin Zhao stared at him for 2 seconds, and suddenly felt that today's Gu Yanzhou seemed different. Actually, I can also make sweet and sour ribs, yuxiang shredded pork, and spicy crawfish. Gu Yanzhou lifted his eyes to Lin Zhao, his voice neither loud nor soft. Which one would you like? Lin Zhao's chopsticks paused. Are you reciting a menu? I'm waiting for your order. Gu Yanzhou's gaze was candid, without evasion or that kind of scrutiny that made her spine tingle. But Lin Zhao found this candor even harder to handle. She lowered her head and stirred the soup in her bowl. A stray lock of hair fell to her cheek. Are you that eager to cook for me? She didn't look up. Her tone seemed teasing, but after she asked, her heart beat a little faster. Gu Yanzhou didn't answer immediately. Lin Zhao looked up and found him gazing at her with something in his eyes she couldn't quite name. Whenever you want, Gu Yanzhou said. Lin Zhao felt her ears burn. She pressed her lips together, wanting to say okay, but only managed a slight nod. Gu Yanzhou smiled at her, a very gentle smile. Then he lowered his head and continued eating his pickled fish. Neither spoke anymore, only the soft clink of utensils remained. Gu Yanzhou put down his chopsticks first, pulled out his phone, and called the housekeeping agency. A moment later he hung up and slid the phone back into his pocket. It's arranged. At 2 p.m. The agency will have Aunt Wu come for the interview. Lin Zhao was shoveling the last bite of pickled fish into her mouth. She looked up and mumbled a vague mum. She swallowed, picked up her tray, and stood. Let's go. It's only 1230. Let's go over there first. Lin Zhao returned her tray to the drop-off window and glanced back at him. Have you been to that agency before? Yes, when I looked up her contact info. Is it legitimate? Gu Yanzhou paused for half a second. Hard to say. He set his tray on the counter. The sign looks official, but all the shops on that block are old buildings, some may not even have proper business licenses. Lin Zhao nodded, asked no further questions, and quickened her pace to catch up with Gu Yanzhou. When the glass door of the housekeeping agency was pushed open, the hinge let out a dry, rusty creak. The receptionist was a young woman with a ponytail eating a boxed lunch in front of her computer. Seeing people come in, she hurriedly pushed the lunch aside, pulled out a tissue, and wiped her mouth. Hello, looking for a nanny or a maternity nurse? Gu Yanzhou took out his wallet, pulled out a black business card, and placed it. I contacted you before, surname Gu. I made an appointment to meet Aunt Wu at 2 p.m. The receptionist picked up the card, glanced at it, and her professional smile faded for a split second. Oh, Aunt Wu. She put the card down, her tone turning slightly odd. Mr. Gu, you've been here before, right? And you asked for Aunt Wu's home address, didn't you? Yes. Gu Yanzhou's tone was completely unfazed. I've already scheduled the interview with Aunt Wu today. Please inform. The receptionist looked at him, then at Lin Zhao standing behind him, as if assessing the financial standing of this young couple. She could tell at a glance that Gu Yanzhou's clothes and watch were expensive name brands. But her gaze lingered on Lin Zhao, whose outfit was all ordinary, inexpensive pieces. She apparently decided that less trouble was better than more, so she picked up the desk phone and dialed an extension. Aunt Wu, the employer for today's interview, is here. It's Mr. Gu from last time. A muffled voice came through the receiver, the words unclear, but the tone was decidedly unhappy. The receptionist murmured a couple of ahas, hung up, and looked up. Aunt Wu is eating in the back. She'll be right out. Lin Zhao unobtrusively glanced at the black business card. It was printed with the words Zhaoyang Investment in dark gold, and beneath that, investment consultant Gu Yanzhou, along with his contact information. She picked up the card, examined it closely, then glanced at Gu Yanzhou. Investment consultant. He didn't deny it. Ms. Lin Zhao, do you have any investment needs? Our firm can provide you with a comprehensive asset allocation plan. Lin Zhao was amused by his deadpan delivery. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. How else do you think I got my house and car? Lin Zhao laughed and turned the card over. The back bore the company logo and a line of small text, founded 2006. 11/04. Her pupils contracted slightly. November 4th was her birthday. It was too coincidental. Her fingertip hovered over the small line of text, and her breath caught for a moment. She looked up at Gu Yanzhou, about to ask him. Just then the curtain at the end of the hallway was pushed aside. Aunt Wu emerged, a rag still clutched in her hand. The instant she saw Gu Yanzhou, she stopped in her tracks, her grip on the rag tightening involuntarily. Then she walked over, stopped in front of the reception desk, and did not sit down. Mr. Gu, she said, her voice tinged with nervousness. What do you want from me again? Gu Yanzhou pulled out a folding chair from beside the desk and placed it in front of Aunt Wu. Please have a seat, Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu did not sit. She looked at the chair, then at Gu Yanzhou, then shifted her gaze to Lin. She scrutinized her from head to toe, as if sizing up the identity of this unfamiliar girl. Gu Yanzhou didn't press her. He took half a step back and stood beside Lin Zhao. Aunt Wu, I came today to ask if you would work as a live-in housekeeper at my place. Aunt Wu's expression did not soften. Mr. Gu, first you show up at my home, and now you want me to be your live-in housekeeper. You wouldn't still be trying to dig into that matter, would you? Today I'm only here to ask you to work as my housekeeper. Gu Yanzhou picked up a contract and a pen from the reception desk and began filling in the name, ID number, salary terms. A live-in housekeeper with weekends off, salary of 10,000 per month. If you find it unsuitable, we can add more. The receptionist's chopsticks paused midair. Aunt Wu's fingers clutching the cleaning cloth twitched slightly. What did a monthly salary of 10,000 mean in Huajing in 2008? She had worked in the Shen family for 3 years, and her highest monthly salary was only 5,000, yet Chun Milan still complained she wasn't doing enough. After being dismissed, she took odd jobs assigned by the company, earning at most 100 per day. But on the contract Gu Yanzhou handed her, the salary column clearly read 1,000 yuan month. She looked at Gu Yanzhou, her gaze now carrying something more complex than wariness. You're spending so much money. What exactly are you after? Peace of mind. Gu Yanzhou paused. I live alone, about 150 square meters. I used to hire a cleaning lady once a week, but I felt the cleaning wasn't thorough enough. So I want a careful, dependable, experienced live-in housekeeper to keep the place in good order. He said it casually, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Beside him, Lin Zhao listened, nodding occasionally. Aunt Wu fell silent for a moment. She looked down at the contract, her lips moving slightly, as if she was scrutinizing. As long as I finish the housework, the rest of the time is my own. Yes. I only eat breakfast at home every day. The rest of the time I won't interfere. I just need the place kept clean and tidy. Also, if you like, you can bring your granddaughter to live here too. Hearing that she could bring her granddaughter, Aunt Wu's eyes suddenly brightened. Mr. Gu, you really mean my granddaughter can come? Gu Yanzhou nodded. Actually, Shen Ruotang recommended you. She asked me to take good care of you. At the mention of Shen Ruotang's name, Aunt Wu's throat tightened slightly. Miss Ruotang has always been kind to me. She always says Aunt Wu is like her real aunt. Gu Yanzhou picked up a pen and handed it to Aunt Wu. Why don't you sign your name first? They'll prepare a room for you in a couple of days, and you and your granddaughter can move in together. All right. The receptionist had completely put down her chopsticks, her gaze darting between Gu Yanzhou and Aunt Wu, her face a portrait of utter disbelief. Aunt Wu didn't take the pen immediately. She lifted her head, her eyes passing over Gu Yanzhou to rest on Lin Zhao behind him. And this is my friend. Gu Yanzhou stepped aside slightly. She knows Shen Ruotang too. Lin Zhao nodded. Aunt Wu and Lin Zhao, Ruotang and I share a dorm room. Aunt Wu's gaze lingered on Lin Zhao's face for a moment. Has Miss Ruotang been? Well, recently. Not really, Lin Zhao said bluntly. Her father is still in the hospital, and she stays by his side every day. But she misses you a lot. Aunt Wu's hand gripping the cloth tightened again. What does an old woman like me have to be missed? She said you used to take very good care of her father. And that Shun Milan falsely accused you of stealing. She said it was her family that wronged you. Aunt Wu's jaw tightened. After about 10 seconds of silence, she finally sat down on the folding chair. She took the pen from Gu Yanzhou and signed her name at the end of the contract. After signing, she put the pen down on the counter. Mr. Gu will go back and pack my things for now. All right, I'll let you know as soon as the room is ready. Aunt Wu nodded, glanced once more at Lin Zhao, her lips moving as if to speak, but in the end she simply said, Miss Lin, please give my regards to Miss Ruotang, and turned to walk towards the back door. The receptionist watched Aunt Wu's figure disappear behind the door curtain, then looked down at the signed contract on the counter. 10,000 a month, Livian housekeeper, and she could bring her granddaughter to live with her. She pursed her lips, her eyes screaming, I don't understand the world of the rich. The two walked out of the housekeeping agency. The November wind hit them, carrying the burnt sweet aroma from a roadside roasted sweet potato stall. Going back to clear out the room, Lin Zhao opened the car door and sat in. Gu Yanzhou started the engine, turning the steering wheel left. He'll empty the study for her. The car turned several corners, the scenery shifting from the old town's general stores to the high-rise office buildings in the city center. The apartment door opened, and the hallway light turned on automatically. They changed their shoes and walked in. Gu Yanzhou headed straight for the study. Lin Zhao stood in the living room for a moment, took off her coat, and draped it over the arm of the sofa, then sat down at the coffee table and flipped open her laptop. She held the mouse, but her eyes glanced towards the study door. She had never been inside that study. She had been to this apartment, the living room, kitchen, and bathroom. These places were as familiar to her as her own home. But the other three rooms, Gu Yan's, his bedroom, the study, and the music room he mentioned, she had never entered. The doors were usually closed, and she had never thought to open them. Today the study door was wide open. Gu Yanzhou was inside, putting things from the bookshelf into a cardboard box. His back was to the door, moving quickly as if in a hurry. Lin Zhao pulled her attention back to the screen, adjusted a few parameters, and ran a partial render. The render progress bar was stuck at 67%. She glanced at the study door again. Sure you don't need help, she called. No need. Gu Yan's voice came from the study, muffled, as if he was moving something heavy. Lin Zhao stared at the progress bar for another 5 seconds. Still 67. She set the laptop down on the coffee table and stood up, walking towards the study. Let me help you move things. 2 people will be faster. She reached the doorway, and her words caught in her throat. Gu Yanzhou was squatting on the floor, stacking books into a box. He heard her footsteps and jerked his head up. Wait. Before he could finish, Lin Zhao had already leaned in. She crouched down, intending to help him pick up a few scattered old books beside the box, but her gaze involuntarily fell on something else. A black notebook. Its cover had a matte texture with no title, no logo. Only the 4 corners were slightly curled from being flipped through. It lay on the very top of the box, half open, revealing densely packed handwriting inside. Lin Zhao's eyes swept over it, but before she could make out a single line, a hand reached out and snatched the notebook from her line. The movement was swift. So swift it almost left a blur. Lin Zhao gasped, leaning back and nearly falling onto the floor. Gu Yanzhou had already closed the notebook, gripping it tightly with one hand while using the other to pile several books on top. His earlobes were red, the flush spreading from his lobes to the edges of his ears. The force with which he clutched the notebook turned his knuckles white. The air in the study froze. What's that? Lin Zhao pointed at the black notebook buried under the books. Nothing. Gu Yanzhou cut her off, his voice faster than usual. Just an old notebook. I should have thrown it away long ago. Lin Zhao looked at him. What was this guy usually like? He always spoke unhurriedly, answering each question, in turn his expression perfectly controlled, as if measured with a ruler. This flustered Gu Yanzhou. She had never seen him like this. Your diary. Gu Yanzhou froze for a moment, swallowed his Adam's apple, bobbing. He didn't dare look at her. I used it for practicing calligraphy before. Lin Zhao tilted her head, her eyes darting playfully. Practicing calligraphy. A notebook for practicing that would make him this nervous. She knew he was lying, but she didn't expose him. After all, everyone has their little secrets. Oh, she drew out the word, a slight smile curving at the corner of her mouth. Well, keep practicing. Gu Yanzhou didn't respond. He pulled the notebook out from under the books, tucked it under his arm, turned, and walked quickly out of the study. As he passed Lin Zhao, he angled his body to keep the notebook as far from her as possible. Lin Zhao stayed crouched, listening to his footsteps enter the bedroom, then the sound of a drawer opening, then the sound of it closing, then the sound of a key turning. He had locked the notebook away. A thought crossed Lin Zhao's mind. She really wanted to know what was written in that black notebook. When Gu Yanzhou returned from the bedroom, the flush on his face hadn't fully faded, but his earlobes had returned to their normal color. He cleared his throat, crouched down again to organize the books in the box, smoothing out the last few spread-out magazines. You said you wanted to help, he asked, head down. Don't feel like it anymore. Lin Zhao leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Gu Yanzhou continued organizing with his head down. Lin Zhao returned to the living room to continue working on her drawing. This time the progress bar shot straight to 9-2, and the laptop's fan whirred furiously, as if protesting something. In the following days, Lin Zhao's schedule was packed to the brim. During the day, she attended classes, and in the afternoons, she and Gu Yanzhou huddled in the study room on the second floor of the library, racing to finish their competition proposal. They revised the model over and over, ran the rendering countless times, and transformed the design description from a scattered outline into a dense, complete document. The two often sat for 4 or 5 hours at a stretch, only taking breaks to fetch a few cans of coffee from the vending machine. Shen Ruotang occasionally dropped by, but never stayed long. Her father's rehabilitation had already begun, and every day she accompanied him through passive limb exercises and speech therapy. At the same time, she tried to remain at the hospital as much as possible, worried that Chen Milin might suddenly pull some underhanded move during this period. Regarding the proposal, Lin Zhao told her not to worry. She and Gu Yanzhou could handle the remaining finishing touches themselves. Shen Ruotang simply said okay, offered no polite words, but each time she left the study room, she would buy a few bottles of coffee and drinks from the vending machine and set them on the corner of Lin Zhao's desk. At 6 o'clock on Thursday evening, the sky had already darkened considerably. Lin Zhao and Cheng Xiaoyu emerged from the cafeteria, and the wind met them heat carrying the lingering aroma of chili oil and the distinct chill of late autumn. The streetlights had not yet turned on above the sports field. The sky had deepened to a dark blue with a few stars studding it. Cheng Xiaoyu chewed on a spicy stick as they walked, mumbling indistinctly. I'm saying, haven't you noticed lately? Give me one, Lin Zhao said, reaching out. Cheng Xiaoyu pulled one from her pocket and handed it over, still chattering. Haven't you noticed that Fong Xiyu has been acting weird lately? Lin Zhao tore open the wrapper and took a bite. Weird how? I can't put my finger on it. Cheng Xiaoyu crunched the spicy stick loudly. She's been slipping away into corners to make phone calls these past 2 days. Not normal calls, you know what I mean. Her voice gets super low, and the moment she sees someone coming, she hangs up, immediately shoves the phone into her pocket, and puts on a face like nothing happened. Lin Zhao slowed down her chewing. She had already noticed these things, but hadn't given them much thought. Anything else? Also, Cheng Xiaoyu leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Recently at the cafeteria, she's been ordering stir-fried dishes. Not the cheap vegetable dishes, but the expensive ones. Yesterday I saw braised spare ribs on her tray. Braised spare ribs. The kind that costs 8 yuan a serving. She used to eat the cheapest vegetables every day, wouldn't even splurge on an egg. Cheng Xiaoyu was talking so fast that spit nearly flew into Lin Zhao's face. She realized it herself and leaned back a little. Do you think she didn't finish, just widened her eyes with a you know what I mean. Lin Zhao slowly stuffed the remaining half of the spicy stick into her mouth without responding. She knew about Fong Xiyu's family situation. Her family wasn't well off. The third prize in the department competition was probably 2,000 yuan, but even if that money had come through, she couldn't suddenly become so generous. And there's more. Cheng Xiaoyu wasn't finished yet. She swallowed the last bite of the spicy stick and licked the chili oil from the corner of her mouth. At that freshman design competition last time, she took 3rd place, right? Don't you think? Before she could finish, Lin Zhao suddenly grabbed her arm. Wait. They had just reached the path in front of the female dormitory building. The streetlights were already on, casting dim yellow light through the sparse branches, painting mottled shadows on the ground. 2 people stood beneath the light. Lin Zhao recognized the back first. It was Gu Yanzhou, wearing a dark blue down jacket, standing sideways with his head slightly bowed, talking to a girl. The girl was short in a pale yellow cotton-padded jacket with a mushroom haircut. Fong Xiyu. Cheng Xiaoyu recognized her too. She clamped her mouth shut, one hand crumpling the spicy stick wrapper, the other gripping Lin Zhao's arm tightly. They instinctively stopped, standing in the shadow beyond the reach of the streetlight. They were too far away to hear what was being said, but they saw one thing. Gu Yanzhou handed Fong Xiyu a craft paper bag. After taking it, Fong Xiyu hesitated, glanced down at the contents, then looked up at Gu Yanzhou again. Gu Yanzhou said a few more words, and Fong Xiyu tucked the bag into her cotton-padded jacket, moving with extra care, as if hiding something fragile. She turned and walked quickly toward the dormitory, head lowered. Gu Yanzhou didn't follow. He stood there watching her go. Then he pulled out his phone, dialed a number, raised it to his ear, and turned toward the male dormitory. His pace was neither fast nor slow. Shoulders slightly leaning back from his posture to his stride, he exuded the calm of a man in control. The other end seemed to pick up quickly. Gu Yanzhou walked farther away, his voice indiscernible, leaving only a vague laugh drifting back before the wind scattered it. Cheng Xiaoyu's mouth formed an O shape. The freshly opened pack of spicy sticks tilted in her hand, a few falling to the ground, without her even noticing. Oh, ly, shit, she breathed out, then spun around to face Lin Zhao. Gu Yanzhou. And Fong Xiyu. When did they? Lin Zhao didn't answer. The streetlight illuminated half her face brightly, while the other half remained hidden in shadow, expression unreadable. Her gaze lingered on the direction where Fong Xiyu had disappeared, then slowly shifted toward where Gu Yanzhou had gone. Gu Yanzhou was buying off Fong Xiyu. The thought crystallized rapidly in Lin Zhao's mind, like a puzzle piece finally clicking into place. It brought with it a familiar nausea. In her past life, he had done the same to her. Giving gifts, speaking sweet words, trapping people step by step. She knew that technique all too well. So well that just seeing him use it on someone else made her stomach churn. She suppressed the nausea and began to analyze swiftly. Gu Yanzhou was not the type to be interested in Fong Xiyu. Fong Xiyu had value. 3rd place in the freshman design competition. If she had actually drawn it herself. Roommate relationship allowed her to monitor Shen Ruotang's movements at any time. Insecure, sensitive, easily swayed by small favors. And the person Fong Xiyu had been contacting frequently on her phone lately. It wasn't a new friend, she was reporting to Gu Yanzhou. Also, Fong Xiyu had recently started ordering braised spare ribs at the cafeteria, which was most likely related to Gu Yanzhou. What was in the craft paper bag didn't matter, whether money or goods. The key was that she accepted it. Lin Zhao pulled a pack of tissues from her pocket, took one out to wipe her mouth, then handed another to Cheng Xiaoyu. Is Zhou Yanting into Fang Xiyu? Cheng Xiaoyu was still dumbfounded. That can't be right. Fang Xiyu's grades aren't bad, but her family circumstances. He's not into her. Lin Zhao finally spoke, her voice very calm, as if stating something ordinary. He's buying her off. Cheng Xiaoyu, buying her off for what? Fang Xiyu is our roommate. It took Cheng Xiaoyu 3 seconds to process what that meant. Her eyes slowly widened, her mouth opened and closed, then she grabbed Lin Zhao's sleeve. Then, Xiaoyu, Lin Zhao interrupted, turning to face her directly. Don't say anything about this yet. And don't ask Fang Xiyu. Why? Cheng Xiaoyu's voice cracked. She's already. Because if you ask, she won't admit it, and she'll tell Zhou Yanting that we know. Lin Zhao's voice was low, her words slow and deliberate, each one seemingly premeditated. What we need to know isn't what she's already done, but what she'll help Zhou Yanting do next. Cheng Xiaoyu stared at her, her expression shifting from shock to confusion, then to a reluctant agreement. So, we pretend we didn't see anything. Pretend we didn't see anything. But I can't hold it in. Cheng Xiaoyu's face scrunched up into a ball. You know I'm the worst at keeping secrets. Lin Zhao glanced at her. I'll treat you to hot pot this weekend. Double portions of beef tripe and duck blood. Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly. Deal. But the brightness faded just as quickly as she frowned and muttered, but what if she really helps Zhou Yanting harm you guys? Am I supposed to just stand by and watch? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. Lin Zhao patted her shoulder. Cheng Xiaoyu bent down to pick up the fallen spicy sticks, tossed them into a nearby trash, and then looked up again, her eyes darting thoughtfully. So what's the deal with Shen Ruotang now? Why hasn't she been coming to class for 2 weeks? Lin Zhao shot her a glare. I can't tell you right now. Why can't you tell me? Don't you trust me? Cheng Xiaoyu pouted, clearly unhappy. Lin Zhao pinched her cheek. Didn't you just say yourself that you can't keep a secret? Alright, I'll tell you later, but not now. Lin Zhao cupped Cheng Xiaoyu's face in both hands. Be good, you're acting like if. Cheng Xiaoyu threw herself into Lin Zhao's arms, burying her face in her shoulder and laughing muffledly. I really am a child at heart. Not like you and Shen Ruotang, always looking so serious and mature. Hearing Cheng Xiaoyu's words, Lin Zhao suddenly realized that since returning to the age of 18, she had subconsciously been thinking like an adult, almost forgetting that she was now a freshman in college. The two continued walking toward the dormitory. When the door swung open, Fang Xiyu was already seated at her desk, her head bowed over a thick book. Her cotton-padded coat hung on the chair back, and the craft paper bag was nowhere to be seen. Cheng Xiaoyu entered first, pushing the door with more force than usual. The handle struck the wall with a dull thud. I'm freezing. I'm freezing, she exclaimed, rubbing her arms as she rushed inside, her voice an octave higher than normal. Lin Zhao followed her in and casually closed the door behind them. The lock clicked shut. Her gaze swept past Fang Xiyu's chair back and landed on the upper bunk covered with a floral-patterned bedsheet. Fang Xiyu's pillow was a buckwheat hull one, its edges slightly frayed from use. Something was pressed beneath the pillow, creating a faint bulge about the size of the craft paper bag she had seen earlier. You're back. Fang Xiyu looked up from her book, turning her face toward them, her expression as calm as ever. What good food did the cafeteria have today? Sweet and sour pork ribs. Let me tell you, the sweet and sour pork ribs were incredible. Cheng Xiaolu flopped onto a chair, kicked off her sneakers, and slipped into slippers, rattling off menu items as she went, and mapo tofu. Poured over rice, you could easily eat 2 big bowls. But the braised eggplant was no good, they skimped on the oil, so it was dry. Fang Xiyu gave a small smile. Then I'll try them tomorrow at lunch. Try what? Cheng Xiaoyu asked. The sweet and sour pork ribs. Fang Xiyu turned back and continued reading, her shadow cast motionlessly on the wall by the desk lamp. Lin Zhao walked to her own bunk, set her backpack on the desk, and pulled out a chair. She did not join the conversation about cafeteria food. Instead, she turned on her desktop computer to continue refining her competition project. Cheng Xiaoyu kept complaining about how stingy the oil was in the eggplant dish, and Fang Xiyu occasionally responded with a word, but her eyes never left the pages of her book. Lin Zhao immersed herself entirely in the project. She put on her earphones to block out the chatter, not because she didn't want to listen, but because the most important thing now was the Qingyu cup. The time on the bottom right of the screen jumped to 2147. Lin Zhao's eyes flicked to it, then she paused and, feigning the need to tidy her desk, shifted her body slightly to shield Fang Xiyu's view. She retrieved a portable hard drive from her laptop bag and plugged it into the computer's USB port, a spot completely hidden from Fang Xiyu's angle. The copy progress bar crawled forward pixel by pixel. Without changing her expression, she opened a browser and casually searched for an architecture paper to cover the copy window. She copied all the important files from the desktop, especially the Qingyu Cup competition proposal, onto the hard drive. Once the copy was complete, she thoroughly deleted those files from the desktop, leaving nothing in the recycle bin. After finishing, she unplugged the hard drive, placed it in the innermost compartment of her laptop bag, and zipped it shut. Then she stood up, grabbed a towel, and headed toward the washroom. As she passed Fang Xiyu's bed, her peripheral vision swept over the pillow again. From the side, the bulge was now more pronounced. The distinct texture of craft paper peeked out from beneath the buckwheat hull pillow. She didn't stop. She walked straight to the sink, turned on the faucet, and filled the cup with mouthwash. A thought lingered in her mind: what exactly was inside that craft paper bag Fang Xiyu had received? In her mind, she quickly reviewed the methods Zhou Yanting had used to control her in her past life. It was psychological manipulation. Zhou Yanting was a master at wrapping control in gentleness and dressing up exploitation as love. In her previous life, he had cut off her financial resources, isolated her socially, and manipulated her emotions. What did Fang Xiyu need most right now? Money. Possibly, but probably not just that. Was it her third-place competition proposal? Zhou Yanting's own first place must have been ghostwritten. Had that same person also done Fang Xiyu's proposal? Or was Zhou Yanting dangling the student council authority as bait? Lin Zhao spat out the foam, rinsed her mouth with the cup, and set it down. No matter what was in the bag, the crux had never been the object itself. The key was that Fang Xiyu had already accepted it. Once accepted, there would be a second time. What really mattered was what Zhou Yanting would have her do. She turned on the faucet, splashed cold water on her face, dried it with the towel, and walked back to her bunk. Cheng Xiaoyu had already changed into her pajamas and was sitting cross-legged on her bed, holding a newly opened bag of spicy strips with a textbook spread open in front of her. But she wasn't really looking at the textbook. Her eyes were fixed on her phone screen, her thumbs flying over the keyboard, chatting with someone, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Fang Xiyu was still reading, her posture unchanged. As Lin Zhao approached, Fang Xiyu turned a page. "Xiyu, what book are you reading these days?" Lin Zhao asked casually, her tone no different from when discussing homework. "History of Architecture," Fang Xiyu replied, flipping the cover to show her. "I'm memorizing the evolution of European architectural styles. The Gothic period is quite complex." "I find it complicated too," Lin Zhao said, pulling the curtain around her bed and extracting her pajamas from under her pillow. "Especially how Gothic varies across different regions. France pursued vertical height, England favored horizontal extension, Germany emphasized mass and spires. Each one is enough to cram." "You remember so clearly." Fang Xiyu raised her eyes to glance at her, a slight curve at the corner of her mouth, but the smile vanished almost instantly. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of the page, then she flipped the book back to where she had been. "I spent a long time memorizing it." Lin Zhao's voice came from behind the curtain, her tone deliberately casual. Cheng Xiaoyu looked up from her phone and interjected, "Do you geniuses always talk like that? Listening to you too is like hearing a foreign language. Want to talk about the braised eggplant again?" Lin Zhao replied from behind the curtain. Cheng Xiaoyu burst out laughing, and even Fang Xiyu let out a small chuckle. That laugh was very soft, dissipating into the air as soon as it left her lips. Lin Zhao changed into her pajamas, folded her outer clothes neatly at the foot of the bed, then picked up her phone and leaned against the headboard. 10 o'clock sharp. Lin Zhao opened the chat with Shen Ruotang and carefully chose her words. She typed, "Zhou Yanting has been approaching Fang Xiyu. Today he gave her a craft paper bag outside the dorm. I don't know what's inside. Not sure of his intentions yet. I'll keep an eye on it." She hit send. After the message went out, she stared at the screen for 10 seconds or so. Shen Ruotang should be at the hospital. Her father might have already gone to sleep by this hour. Her phone vibrated. "Shen Ruotang, be careful." 3 words. No questions about the details. "No, are you sure?" Lin Zhao thought further. She had already transferred all the files from her desktop, but Fang Xiyu could access more than just her things. Shen Ruotang's bed was diagonally opposite hers. Her drawer might still contain competition drawings, ancient architecture sketches, and a USB drive with personal data. If Zhou Yanting had asked Fang Xiyu to look for those, the consequences would be dire. Lin Zhao typed another line, "I'll put away your important items tomorrow," while Fang Xiyu's out of the room. The reply came even faster. "Shen Ruotang, I trust you, Lin." Lin Zhao looked at those words and the corners of her lips turned up slightly. She placed her phone beside her pillow and turned over. From the adjacent bed came a faint tremor. Fang Xiyu shifting the bedboard, compressing under her weight, and then springing back. Then came the distinctive rustling of a buckwheat hull pillow being adjusted. Fang Xiyu was climbing into bed. Lin Zhao pricked up her ears, listening to the sounds from that side. Lin Zhao kept lying on her side, breathing evenly and slowly like someone already asleep. But from Fang Xiyu's side, the click of the lamp being turned off was delayed. Lin Zhao closed her eyes, sorting through her thoughts. Tomorrow she had 3 things to do. First, while Fang Xiyu was away, secure Shen Ruotang's important items. Second, continue watching Fang Xiyu. Third, there were still a few details in the competition proposal to revise, and 2 renderings needed to be rerun. She prioritized these tasks in her mind, then cleared her head. Sleep. The adjacent bed creaked again. Finally, Fang Xiyu switched off her desk lamp, plunging the dormitory into complete darkness. On Friday morning during the break in the basic design class, Lin Zhao closed her textbook, turned to Gu Yanzhou in the row behind her, and said, "I have some personal matters this afternoon. You go ahead to the seminar room and work on the project. They'll join you once I'm done." "Got it." Gu Yanzhou was sketching something in his notebook. He looked up, nodded, and didn't ask what it was about. He turned back and sat down, hearing the scratching sound of his pencil resume behind him. Ever since Shen Ruotang stopped coming to class, she had been sitting close to him, sometimes directly beside him, sometimes in the... After lunch, Lin Zhao returned to dormitory 304. Fang Xiyu had already packed her bag and was about to leave. They passed each other at the door. Fang Xiyu said she was going to the library to study and would be back after dinner. Cheng Xiaoyu had a part-time job in the afternoon. She shouted that she was going to be late while tying her hair in front of the mirror, then rushed out of the dormitory in a flurry. The door slammed shut and the room fell silent. Lin Zhao didn't waste any time. She walked over to Shen Ruotang's desk and instinctively checked the drawer first. The notebook and USB drive were still in the drawer, but several pages of ancient architecture sketches had been pulled out, only half tucked back and disturbingly out of alignment with the otherwise neat arrangement. It looked as if someone had rummaged through them in a hurry and hadn't managed to put everything back properly. Lin Zhao's heart sank. Without further hesitation, she took out her own empty backpack and began packing up all the important items from Shen Ruotang's desk and drawer. She stuffed Shen Ruotang's competition notebook, ancient architecture sketches, hand-drawn drafts, the USB drive with data, and several frequently used professional reference books into the backpack. She carefully checked the drawer and cabinet to make sure nothing was left behind, then zipped the backpack shut. Only then did she sling the backpack over her shoulder, pick up her laptop bag, and kick the dormitory door closed with her foot. In the seminar room, only Gu Yanzhou was there. He sat by the window, his laptop open, displaying an unrendered. 2 empty coffee cans had already accumulated beside him. When Lin Zhao pushed the door open, he looked up, removed one earbud, and let his gaze linger on her for a moment. Done with your stuff? Lin Zhao placed her laptop bag on the table and set her backpack beside the chair. I packed up some things for Shen Ruotang. She didn't elaborate on what exactly, and Gu Yanzhou didn't press further. He simply pushed the row of empty coffee cans aside to make room for her laptop. They had just gotten into their workflow when around 3:30 Gu Yanzhou's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered. Aunt Wu. The voice on the other end spoke a few sentences. Gu Yanzhou responded with a couple of MMS, and finally said, no trouble at all, I'll come pick you up, before hanging up. Aunt Wu says she's ready and can move in today. He pocketed his phone and began closing the software windows on his computer. He'll go pick her up. Lin Zhao quickly saved her file and closed her laptop. He'll come with you. Gu Yanzhou paused for a moment and turned to Lin Zhao. Had already slung her laptop bag over her shoulder, picked up her backpack, and stood up to meet his gaze. What? Can I go? You can. Gu Yanzhou averted his eyes, coiled the power cord, and stuffed it into his bag. Let's go. An hour later, the car pulled up in front of an old urban village. Gray self-built houses huddled close together, their walls covered in faded tiles. Laundry and cured meat hung. Aunt Wu was already waiting by the roadside. She wore a dark brown cotton-padded jacket with 2 large woven bags and an old suitcase at her feet. Beside her stood a little girl about 10 years old with 2 braids, a pink down jacket, and a face rosy from the wind. When the little girl saw Gu Yanzhou's car stop, her eyes lit up, but she still shyly hid behind her grandmother, clutching her grandmother. Gu Yanzhou and Lin Zhao got out of the car. Aunt Wu hurried over. Mr. Gu, she said, twisting the handles of the woven bags nervously. I told you I could manage on my own. I'm really sorry to trouble you with a special trip. She glanced at the little girl beside her, a little embarrassed. I told her I was going to work today, but she insisted on coming along. Before she could finish, the little girl peeked out from behind her, looked up at Gu Yanzhou, and called out in a crisp voice, hello, uncle. Then she turned to Lin Zhao, paused, as if deciding how to address her, and finally said, hello, sister. Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh. This little girl really knew how to read people. You can call me auntie, she said with a wry smile. No way sister looks like a sister. The little girl said it with complete seriousness. Xian. Gu Yanzhou crouched down to the little girl's eye level. Want to come play at uncle's house? Okay. The little girl's voice was crisp, her eyes wide and bright. Uncle, do you have lots of drawing books at your house? Gu Yanzhou was taken aback and glanced back at Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu's expression became even more embarrassed. She's loved drawing since she was little. Last time I mentioned to her that Mr. Gu knows friends who study painting. Lin Zhao suddenly remembered that the last time Gu Yanzhou came here, he had brought a sketchbook for Xuan, saying that his granddaughter was learning sketching and wanted to pursue art. Yes, there are. Gu Yanzhou stood up, his tone softer than usual. Come on, let's go to uncle's house and see as many as you want. Xuan's eyes instantly lit up. She looked up at Aunt Wu, her little hand tugging at her grandmother's clothes. Aunt Wu hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Gu. She turned to the little girl. Xuan, when you get to Uncle Gus' house, be polite. Don't touch anything without permission, got it? Got it. Xian nodded vigorously. Gu Yanzhou loaded the woven bags and suitcase into the trunk. Aunt Wu and Xian sat in the back seat. The car turned around and headed back. Xian pressed her face against the window, looking out. Aunt Wu sat beside her, still clutching a worn-out leather handbag. Lin Zhao glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Aunt Wu's hands were covered in calluses and cracks from years of housework. Her nails were cut short, her knuckles thick, so similar to the hands of her motherly lawn. Xian was quiet in the car, but her eyes were full of curiosity, darting around everywhere. Especially when the car entered the city center and the high-rises grew denser, her little face was almost pressed against the window. An hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Gu Yanzhou's apartment building. Aunt Wu and Lin Zhao each carried a woven bag, while Gu Yanzhou carried the suitcase. Xian followed at the back, pausing briefly on the glossy lobby tiles as she looked up at the crystal chandelier above her, mouth slightly open. When the elevator doors opened, Xian stood close to Aunt Wu, her little hand clutching her grandmother's clothes. Ding. 11th floor. Gu Yanzhou dragged the suitcase to the entrance and pressed the fingerprint lock. He pulled the door open and stepped aside to let Aunt Wu enter first. Aunt Wu stood at the door, half leaning in to take a look, but her feet didn't move. The living room was spacious. Floor-to-ceiling windows covered almost the entire wall, letting sunlight pour unrestricted onto the light gray tiles, dazzlingly bright. In the living room sat a set of black leather sofas, a round marble coffee table on a light gray rug, an open kitchen, and a wall of custom-built bookshelves. Xian peeked out from behind her grandmother, her eyes as wide as saucers. Grandma, this house is so big. Lin Zhao opened the shoe cabinet and handed them 2 pairs of slippers. Gu Yanzhou had already carried the suitcase into the living room. He turned around and saw the grandmother and granddaughter still standing at the entrance. "Come in," he said. Aunt Wu snapped back to reality, quickly took off her shoes, put on the slippers, and bent down to untie Zhuangshuan's shoelaces. She did it carefully, placed both pairs of shoes side by side next to the shoe cabinet, and only then picked up the woven bag and walked into the living room. Xianxian followed behind her, gaze sweeping across the living room before landing on the wall of custom-built bookshelves. The bookshelf had 7 tiers. The top tier displayed several framed architectural design sketches. The second to fourth tiers held an orderly array of books, mostly architecture and art related, including foreign and domestic titles, large format atlases, and a few journals stacked unevenly. The fifth tier featured a row of EVA action figures with various mecha and their pilots arranged in a confrontational formation against different angels. The second to last tier held some cameras and lenses along with a few scattered photography accessories. The bottom tier was empty. Zhuangshuan's steps unconsciously drifted toward the bookshelf, her gaze firmly fixed on the row of action figures. She reached out her fingertips, cautiously approaching the figure of Unit 01. "Look but don't touch." Zhuangshuan's hand froze in midair. Gu Yanzhou had already moved to the bookshelf sometime, without her noticing. His words were spoken softly, even gentler than his usual tone with classmates, but the look in his eyes was unmistakably serious. Xianxian quickly withdrew her hand, clasping it behind her back. She looked up at him, curiosity still lingering in her eyes, now tinged with a hint of startled nervousness. "Uncle, what are those little robots?" she asked, pointing at the row of figurines, her voice crisp and clear. "They're not robots." Gu Yanzhou crouched down to meet her gaze. "They're EVA, armored bioweapons from an anime." "What are bio—" Well, he paused, searching for the right words. "They're living organisms covered in armor and restraints to control their power. But they look like robots." Xianxian nodded as if she understood, then pointed at the center figurine. "The purple one is the prettiest." Gu Yan's lips curved almost imperceptibly. "This one is called Unit 01. He stood up and subtly shifted the books on the third shelf to the side, then lifted the figurines one by one and placed them into the newly cleared space. Then he opened a drawer in the coffee table, pulled out a new sketchbook and a set of colored pencils, and handed them to Xianxian. "Take these and draw." Xianxian accepted the sketchbook, flipping through it briefly, then looked up at the figurines, now sitting out of reach on the higher shelf. With a hint of understanding, she murmured, "Thank you, uncle." Lin Zhao stood by the sofa, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. A single thought crossed her mind: Gu Yanzhou is waiting. Just as she was thinking that, Gu Yanzhou took out several art reference books from the shelf and handed them to Xianxian. "Do you like drawing?" Xianxian nodded vigorously, clutching the sketchbook. Gu Yanzhou crouched in front of her, opened one of the books, and pointed to a master's watercolor painting. "Uncle, this painting is so beautiful. If you like it, take it." Gu Yanzhou gathered the colored pencils on the coffee table and placed them into a canvas bag. "These are all for you." Aunt Wu poked her head out from the study, about to say, "Xuan, don't touch things." But when she saw Gu Yanzhou stuffing the canvas bag into her granddaughter's hands, she swallowed her words. "It's fine." Gu Yanzhou set the canvas bag down beside the coffee table. "I have no use for them anyway." Lin Zhao leaned against the armrest of the sofa, watching him push the bag toward Xianxian. She couldn't help but retract her earlier thought about Gu Yanzhou being stingy. Aunt Wu had already packed her luggage. She walked into the kitchen, thoroughly inspected the cookware and utensils, and checked the contents of the refrigerator. "Mr. Gu, do you usually cook for yourself?" "Occasionally." Gu Yanzhou walked to the kitchen island and started making coffee. "Where do you keep the oil and seasonings?" "In the second cabinet from the top." Aunt Wu pulled the door open and saw neatly arranged bottles of soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, oyster sauce, and a few Western condiments she couldn't name. All the bottles faced outward, lined up as neatly as supermarket shelves. She paused, then asked, "Do you have any dietary restrictions? Or any favorite dishes?" "Nothing specific." Aunt Wu hummed in acknowledgement and turned to check the vegetables in the fridge. The freezer held several boxes of pre-cut shredded meat and fish fillets, all neatly separated in portion bags, each labeled with a date and contents. She glanced at the labels, then back at Gu Yanzhou, who was sipping his coffee. "Mr. Gu, how long have you been living alone?" "Not long." Gu Yanzhou set down his cup. "I moved in earlier this year." Aunt Wu didn't press further. She closed the fridge door, wiped the stovetop clean with a cloth, and washed her hands at the sink. "They'll cook dinner tonight," she said while drying her hands. "Let me see if your kitchen has everything I need. If anything's missing, I'll buy it over the weekend." Gu Yanzhou nodded. "Nothing too fancy. Just stir-fry a couple of dishes." Aunt Wu opened the fridge and took out eggs, tomatoes, a piece of lean meat, a few green peppers, and a bunch of bok choy. Soon the sounds of cooking filled the kitchen. Xianxian sat cross-legged on the living room carpet, a book titled Color Landscape spread in front of her, earnestly drawing something with the colored pencils on her sketchbook. She would draw a few strokes, flip back to check the example in the book, then draw a few more, her little brows furrowing in concentration. Dinner was 4 dishes and a soup. The 4 of them sat around the dining table. Aunt Wu sat at the edge, constantly putting food into Zhuangshuan's bowl. Xianxian ate, while stealing glances at Gu Yanzhou, her expression a mix of curiosity and caution. "Uncle, do you usually eat alone at home?" "Then Sister Lin Zhao doesn't live with you?" Xianxian blinked. Lin Zhao was just bringing a spoonful of soup to her lips when she heard Zhuangshuan's question. Startled, she sprayed the soup all over Gu Yanzhou. Caught off guard, Gu Yanzhou was splattered with broth. He silently pulled out a tissue to wipe his face. "Xianxian." Aunt Wu quickly covered her granddaughter's mouth. "Don't talk nonsense." I'm not talking nonsense. Xuangshuan's voice was muffled under Aunt Wu's palm. My classmate's sister got married, and they lived together. Lin Zhao wiped the soup stains from her mouth, then took a few more tissues to help Gu Yanzhou clean his neck and collar. Gu Yanzhou raised his hand and grasped Lin Zhao's wrist, quickly taking the tissues and wiping himself. Lin Zhao immediately withdrew her hand, lowering her head to pretend to focus on her rice, but the tips of her ears began to burn. He'll go change clothes, Gu Yanzhou said as he rose, glancing at Lin Zhao just in time to catch the faint blush spreading across her cheeks and ears. He cleared his throat. Xuanxuan's sister Lin Zhao is uncle's guest. She doesn't live here. Xianxian nodded as if she understood, took a few bites of rice, then peeked at Lin Zhao again. Lin Zhao felt extremely awkward. She glanced at Gu Yanzhou walking toward the bedroom, then turned to Aunt Wu and Xianxian with a forced smile. We're classmates. Aunt Wu smiled and nodded without asking more, placing a piece of bok choy into Xuangshuan's bowl. Eat more vegetables. They're good for your eyes. Xianxian chewed the greens and then whispered, then, do classmates sleep together? Aunt Wu's hand jerked and the vegetables fell back into the plate. She shot a quick glance at Lin Zhao, then gently patted Xuangshuan's back. None of your business, little one. Now eat. Lin Zhao's ears flushed even redder. She hurriedly took a big gulp of soup to cover her embarrassment. She couldn't help but think to herself, kids these days are terrifying. This blunt, innocent honesty is completely overwhelming. When Gu Yanzhou returned after changing, the tips of his ears were also faintly red. Clearly he hadn't missed the earlier conversation. He pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over Lin Zhao's lowered lashes and Aunt Wu's slightly awkward smile. Xuanxuan, already full, swung her little legs restlessly on the chair. Uncle, I want to play with the robots, she said, pointing to the row of EVA figurines on the bookshelf. Gu Yanzhou looked in the direction she pointed. Next time you come, I'll give you one. The ones up there can't be touched. Xianxian immediately lifted her little face, eyes sparkling. Really? Pinky swear. Aunt Wu grabbed Xuangshuan's wrist. No manners. If you don't behave, I won't bring you to Uncle's house again. Xuangshuan's lips immediately pouted, her eyes reddening, but she stubbornly kept her little finger extended. Seeing the corners of her eyes turn red, Gu Yanzhou's heart softened. He actually reached out and hooked his little finger with hers. Pinky swear 100 years no changing, he said in a low, gentle voice. Xuangshuan's tearful face broke into a smile as she vigorously shook their linked fingers. Promise is a promise. Aunt Wu shook her head with a helpless smile and began clearing the table. This child is spoiled rotten. Lin Zhao watched the interlocked pinkies of Gu Yanzhou and Xuanxuan, a tender smile spreading across her face. She suddenly felt that this serious 19-year-old boy showing a childish side once in a while was rather adorable. After dinner, Aunt Wu took the dishes into the kitchen and Xianxian helped her carry the plates. Twilight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, dimming the living room light by a shade. Mr. Gu will take Xianxian home today, Aunt Wu said, stacking the last few plates. He'll officially move in on the week. Gu Yanzhou stood up from the sofa, packed the art reference books and colored pencils from the coffee table into the canvas bag and handed it to Xianxian. These are already yours. Don't forget to take them. Xianxian received the bag, hugged it to her chest, and looked up at the row of figurines on the high bookshelf. Unit 01 stood in the center, its purple paint job gleaming faintly under the light. She hugged the bag a little tighter, then waved at Gu Yanzhou. Goodbye, Uncle. Goodbye, Sister Lin Zhao. After Aunt Wu and Xianxian left, Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou continued working on their project in the living room. Lin Zhao propped her chin with one hand, staring at the rendering progress on the screen, and couldn't help muttering, so slow. Glancing at the screen, Gu Yanzhou asked, take a break. Lin Zhao sighed, leaned back against the sofa, and rotated her neck to loosen her stiff spine. Her gaze wandered aimlessly around the living room before finally settling on Gu Yanzhou. By the way, I've been meaning, Moi. Lin Zhao tilted her head to look at him, resting one hand on the sofa back. Zhayong Investments investment advisor. When did you become an investment advisor? Gu Yanzhou's eyes lingered on the screen for a second, then he pushed the laptop aside and took a sip of coffee from the cup. A friend's company. I know a bit about investing, just a titular role. He said it casually, as if commenting on the nice weather. A friend's company. Lin Zhao repeated, her tone laced with undisguised skepticism. You can afford a car worth over $1 million just by being a titular investment advisor. And this high-end apartment. Gu Yanzhou set down his coffee cup and said, I have some shares, pretty much starting a business with. Lin Zhao pursed her lips and nodded. Oh, starting a business. Then Zhayong Investment must be quite impressive. She recalled the small text beneath the 4 characters, Zhayong Investment, on the business card, founded in 2006. 1104. Established in 2006, only 2 years old, and it's already making this much. Gu Yanzhou didn't answer right away, as if carefully choosing his words. After a moment he spoke. We had some initial seed capital, did a few high-return short-term projects, and got lucky, right? His gaze rested calmly on her face, as if waiting for her next question. Lin Zhao stared at him for 3 seconds, then suddenly smiled. You've been pretty lucky, President Gu. She thought about the tens of millions sitting in her stock and fund accounts, then considered Gu Yanzhou's house and car, and decided his explanation was plausible. After all, the world was full of people with sharp investment instincts. She could only make steady profits because of the information gap from her rebirth. Perhaps Gu Yanzhou was genuinely a gifted investment prodigy. November 4th. Is that the day your company was founded? Lin Zhao pressed on. Gu Yanzhou opened his mouth, finally managing to utter a few words. Yes, it's a special day. His Adam's apple moved and his expression suddenly darkened, as if that date hit a memory he was reluctant to touch. Lin Zhao didn't press further, only softly acknowledging with a hum. A question turned in her mind. The founding date of his company was the same as her birthday. This year on November 4th, Gu Yanzhou and Xin Ruotang had specially taken her to a French restaurant and given her gifts. Especially since Gu Yanzhou had given her the first edition. He must have known that day was her birthday, right? But neither he nor Xin Ruotang had offered a single birthday wish that day. Gu Yanzhou watched Lin Zhao alternately rest her chin on her hand and tap her forehead. He knew she was definitely pondering that date. His own mind raced. What would she ask next? Should he confess on his own? Just then Lin Zhao suddenly looked up and met his eyes. Gu Yanzhou, that day you invited me to dinner and gave me gifts. Did you know it was my birthday? Gu Yanzhou took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Yes, I remembered your birthday from when we registered for the Qingyu Cup on the library computer last time. As he spoke, he carefully observed Lin Zhao's reaction. He knew full well what that day meant to her in her past life. He couldn't quite articulate what he expected from this moment. Anger perhaps, or avoidance, or maybe her finally confronting the deliberately forgotten past. Lin Zhao thought for a moment before speaking slowly, her tone calm. I understand. Don't bother next time. I don't like celebrating birthdays. I don't like celebrating birthdays. Those words exploded in Gu Yanzhou's mind. Uncontrollably, a scene from his previous life flashed before his eyes. A cold news headline reporting, woman drowns herself on her birthday. Then the scene shifted to a cold tombstone in a cemetery, with Lin Zhao's photo bearing a gentle smile. At the thought, Gu Yanzhou's chest felt as if struck by a blunt object. A suffocating dull pain instantly radiated through him. He immediately stood up, walked quickly to the window, and turned his back to Lin Zhao. He raised his hand and pressed it slowly against the cold glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. His fingertips turned pale from the pressure, and the city lights outside blurred into an ocean of radiance beyond that single palm. Got it. He found his steady voice and replied simply. After a pause, he added in a deeper tone, I'm going to the restroom. Had too much coffee. He didn't rush away. He stood still, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath until he was sure his shoulders had stopped trembling. Then with a steady stride, he turned and walked to the restroom. Lin Zhao's thoughts were still tangled in their conversation, unaware of Gu Yanzhou's distress. Scenes from her previous life churned in her mind. She had barely stopped herself from bursting into tears from cursing at Gu Yanzhou for meddling, but she had finally suppressed the surging emotions and simply said, I don't like celebrating birthdays. After a long while, Gu Yanzhou emerged from the restroom, his expression composed, even carrying a deliberately raised smile. Do you really not need any investment advice? Gu Yanzhou suddenly asked, his tone feigning lightness. I have a few long-term bullish stocks with stable returns and manageable risk. Lin Zhao rolled her eyes at him. No need to trouble President Gu. I have no money to invest. She snorted inwardly. What a joke. She had been reborn with her memories intact. She held in her hands the key industry trends and critical turning points of the next decade or more. She could handle this herself. Why would she need anyone else's advice? Besides, she didn't want to reveal her assets now. Otherwise, why would she keep wearing cheap clothes? Keeping a low profile was, didn't your parents give you 10 million from the divorce? Gu Yanzhou pressed on. Not planning to invest some. That money, my mom is handling it. She's investing in real estate. Some units are already rented out. Lin Zhao told the truth. Gu Yanzhou and Xin Ruotang already knew about the divorce settlement, so there was nothing to. Gu Yanzhou nodded. Your mom has good judgment. Buying property now is indeed a great time to bottom fish. Lin Zhao said nothing, nodding while forcing a fake smile. How could she not have good judgment? Lin Zhao had personally filtered out every property listing and fed the information to her mother. Seeing that she remained silent, Gu Yanzhou dropped the subject. He turned his attention back to his laptop screen and continued working on the proposal. The living room fell silent once more, interrupted only by the soft clicks of the mouse and the tapping of the keyboard. A few hours passed, and the dusk deepened outside the window. Lin Zhao clicked save and closed her laptop. Let's go. Gu Yanzhou looked up at her, then checked the time in the bottom right corner of the screen. He'll drive you. No need. Lin Zhao stood up and slung her laptop bag over her shoulder. He'll take a taxi. You keep working. Gu Yanzhou didn't insist. He just stood and followed her to the door. As she bent down to change her shoes, he leaned against the shoe cabinet, one hand resting on its edge. Text me when you get there. Lin Zhao finished putting on her shoes, straightened up, and pushed the door open. The door closed behind her. Gu Yanzhou remained leaning against the shoe cabinet, not moving from that position. After a long moment, he finally moved, walked to the sofa, and sat down. He recalled what had happened in the restroom. He had leaned against the door, slowly sliding down to sit on the floor. The lights were off. The moonlight outside fell through the frosted glass onto the tiles, cold as frost. He covered his face with both hands, his shoulders still trembling uncontrollably. Tears rolled down between his fingers, drop after drop, splashing onto the dark floor tiles. I'm sorry, Lin Zhao. He remembered the silent tear that had slid down her face at the dinner table on her birthday. That hadn't been joy, it was pain. The unhealed scar from her past life had been torn open again, and he was the one who had handed her the blade. He had never imagined that being reborn would make her suffer so much that even her birthday became a taboo. Gu Yanzhou's chest felt so tight, he could barely breathe. He tilted his head back, pressing the back of his skull against the cold door, staring at the dark ceiling. In the past life, I lost you forever in hesitation and watching. In this life, I will not stand at a distance. I will walk to your side whether you want me to or not. He repeated this sentence over and over in his mind until the surging emotions gradually calmed, until his trembling shoulders finally fell still. Now sitting on the sofa, Gu Yanzhou's gaze fell on the coffee cup Lin Zhao had used still sitting on the table. A faint lip print remained on the rim. He took a deep breath, picked up the empty cup, and carried it to the kitchen sink. The lip print gradually faded under the running water. Then he walked into the bedroom. The furnishings were as simple as always. Only a lamp and a half-read architecture magazine on the nightstand. He went to the desk, pulled open the bottom locked drawer, and took out a black notebook with a frosted cover. He flipped to the latest page, picked up a pen, and wrote a line. November 21st, 2008. She said, I don't like celebrating birthdays. She buried her pain in the deepest place. This time I want leave her alone. That evening it was nearly 10 o'clock when Lin Zhao returned home. Lilan was still awake, curled up on the sofa watching television. Hearing the door open, she lifted her head, her gaze lingering on Lin Zhao's face for a moment. You're back. Lin Zhao changed her shoes and walked straight toward the bedroom, carrying her laptop bag and school bag. Get some rest early. Don't push yourself too hard. Lilan said softly, her eyes still fixed on the TV screen. After her shower, Lin Zhao lay in bed staring at the ceiling. She closed her eyes, yet her mind involuntarily began replaying the day's events. The moment Xian had said, Isn't Sister Lin Zhao living with you? She had sprayed soup all over Gu Yanzhou's face. At the time she had only felt embarrassed, but now looking back the scene was truly comical. The corners of her mouth twitched, then quickly pressed down. She recalled the moment when she had asked about Zhaoyang investment. The hesitation in Gu Yanzhou's voice when he said November 4th was a special day. He never spoke like that normally. After he spoke, the light in his eyes suddenly dimmed, as if crushed by something heavy. Then there was the moment after she said, I don't like celebrating birthdays. He said nothing. He didn't ask, why didn't offer words of comfort, just fell into silence. Then he got up and went to the restroom. Lin Zhao turned over, pulling the blanket up higher. When a normal guy heard someone say they didn't like birthdays, he would either curiously ask why, or utter some platitude like, you should still celebrate. But Gu Yanzhou said nothing. In that silence was something she couldn't quite name, a kind of profound understanding and respect, as if he already knew something. Gu Yanzhou liked her. Lin Zhao could sense it. But his approach wasn't like Zhou Yanting's, who wanted to announce it to the world, and had ulterior motives behind every word. Everything Gu Yanzhou did was quiet, beating up Zhou Yanting during military training, inviting her to the Qingyu Cup competition, helping her move her computer, giving her a laptop and figurines, helping her investigate the Shun family, cooking for her with his own hands, and hiring Aunt Wu as a housekeeper. That day at lunch in the cafeteria when he said, as long as you're willing, his eyes were so candid that she wanted to look away. He never confessed. He never broke that delicate veil between them. And he was too composed. Lin Zhao turned over again, continuing to ponder. The way he spoke and acted was nothing like a 19-year-old boy. That calmness and certainty made Lin Zhao feel as if he were the same age as her, as the 35-year-old her. 19. How could a 19-year-old boy be so steady? At this thought, Lin Zhao let out a self-mocking laugh. A 35-year-old soul calling a 19-year-old boy not like 19. The very notion was absurd. She herself was the one who least resembled a 19-year-old. But what about him? He didn't seem 19 either. Was he born mature and steady? She tugged the blanket higher. Forget it. Here she was, a reborn person, mulling over whether a boy was steady or not. How dreadfully boring. Besides, she had no intention of dating. Whether he had secrets or not had little to do with her. The bedroom door was pushed open softly. Lilan entered carrying a glass of warm milk. She placed it on the nightstand and reached out to tuck in the corner of Lin Zhao's blanket. Drink it while it's hot. Sleep early. Her gaze paused for an instant on Lin Zhao's pensive face. Without asking any questions, she gently patted her daughter's shoulder, turned, and walked out, leaving the door slightly ajar. Lin Zhao picked up the glass of milk. The warmth traveled through the glass into her palm. She drank it slowly, placed the empty glass on the nightstand, and turned off the bedside lamp. In the darkness, she closed her eyes. Forget it, she wouldn't think about it. Anyway, she would see him in class on Monday. Saturday turned out to be a sunny day. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, warming the tiles in the living room. Lilan had gotten up early and spread the renovation company's proposals across the coffee table, marking them up with a pencil. When Lin Zhao emerged from the bedroom, Lilan was frowning at one of the renderings. She looked up at the sound of footsteps, and the worry on her face was instantly replaced by a smile. Zhao, come take a look. The renovation company gave 3 color schemes, and I can't decide. Lin Zhao poured a glass of warm water and sat down beside her mother. Spread across the coffee table were 3 renderings, one in warm wood tones, one in elegant white, and one in a traditional Chinese inkwash style. Look at this one. I want to hang a large embroidery piece on the wall in the display area. Lilan pointed at the inkwash rendering. This partition wall is right in the middle of the shop. People see it as soon as they enter. If I hang a full Suzhou embroidery there, wouldn't it be stunning? Lin Zhao followed her mother's finger. Mom, what theme do you have in mind? Lilan pulled out her sketchbook and flipped to I want to embroider koi fish and lotus flowers. Koi are auspicious and lotus flowers are elegant. They complement each other perfectly. I originally thought about flowers and birds, but that pattern is too common. Lin Zhao looked at the hand-drawn sketch in the sketchbook. Her mother had lightly shaded it with colored pencils, carefully rendering the layers of the koi scales with the edges of the lotus leaves slightly curled. The strokes weren't as precise as a professional artist, but each line was drawn with a sincerity that warmed the heart. Koi and lotus are indeed a good choice, Lin Zhao nodded. Paired with Chinese-style decor, it has both traditional elegance and lively vitality. Exactly what I thought. Li Lan's eyes lit up, and she continued. The shop next door sells Chinese painting pigments, mainly catering to seniors' art classes. I've chatted with the owner a couple of times. She said retired seniors really enjoy learning Chinese painting and calligraphy. I think Suzhou embroidery could become a new interest for them. Whether they come to buy or to learn, there should be a market. She flipped to another page of the sketchbook where a draft of a class schedule was drawn. I plan to offer 3 types of classes. A weekend interest class, free with students providing their own materials, to build up a following. First, a half-year improvement class at a modest fee teaching basic stitching techniques to retain students, and finally a craft research class that takes on apprentices for custom work. This is where the real profit comes from. The first 2 aren't meant to break even. The profit will come from the research class and custom pieces. Lin Zhao was momentarily stunned. In her past life, her mother had never spoken with such confidence. The idea of opening a Suzhou embroidery studio had only been mentioned once or twice before, and each time timidly, as if asking for permission. But the mother before her now, from renovation to marketing to course design, had a clarity of thought, as if she were a different person. No, not a different person. It was the woman who had been buried for too long finally breaking free. Have you calculated the cost? Lin Zhao set down her water glass. Yes. Li Lan pulled a folder from under the coffee table and opened it for Lin Zhao. Renovation materials should be kept under 50,000. In the first year, the labor will be just me. With an initial investment of over 70,000, if the research class can recruit 5 long-term apprentices plus orders for custom embroidery, I can probably recoup the cost in about a year. She paused, a slight frown still creasing her brow. The customer base is still uncertain. I've visited the surrounding neighborhoods. The foot traffic is decent and the storefront has good visibility. But I've been away from this industry too long. I've lost all my contacts. Relying solely on walk-in customers won't sustain it. Lin Zhao thought for a moment. Could the owner of the flower shop next door help? Customers who visit a flower shop might overlap with those buying embroidery as gifts. Mother and daughter think alike. When I signed the contract, I mentioned it to her. She said she'd put a few flyers in her shop after the opening. Li Lan closed the folder. There's one more thing. There are several established Suzhou embroidery shops in Huajing that have been around for over a decade with solid reputations and customer bases. As a newcomer, I'm not sure how to compete with them. Then don't compete, Lin Zhao said. Let them do their thing, you do yours. Let your work speak for itself and build a reputation slowly. Li Lan looked at her daughter and suddenly laughed. You talk just like your grandmother. When your grandmother taught me, she said learning embroidery isn't about learning how to compare with others. It's about learning how to compare with yourself. She flipped to the last page of the sketchbook where a sketch of a tea table was drawn. I also want to model the tea table in the reception area after the old Ada Mortal table at your grandmother's house. I learned embroidery on that table as a child, and the surface was full of tiny pits from the needles. She paused, her fingers gently brushing the paper. A few years ago, I went back to the old house. The table was still there. But later, when your father wanted to get rid of old furniture, by the time I went to stop him, it was gone. Since I couldn't get it back, I drew a picture and asked the carpenter to make a new one. Lin Zhao looked at her mother. When she spoke of this, her face no longer bore that former expression of endurance and grievance. Only a very faint trace of regret, like flipping through an old photo album, seeing a yellowed picture, sighing, "What a pity," and then turning the page. Once the shop officially opens, Lin Zhao said, "I'll help you take some photos and promote them online." At noon, the mother and daughter sat face to face at the dining table with sunlight streaming through the window, casting a bright band of light on the tablecloth. "Why didn't you go find that Xiao Gu today?" Li Lan asked casually while picking up a pair of chopsticks with vegetables. "Isn't the competition still ongoing?" "I can't be bothered to run around. I can work from home. All the materials are on my computer," Lin Zhao replied, lowering her head to eat. When Li Lan said this, her tone was casual, her eyes fixed on the plate of food, but there was a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Lin Zhao simply murmured in agreement and brought a piece of food to her mouth. She knew her mother was right. Gu Yanzhou was indeed quite nice. But that was all there was to it. She didn't pursue the thought further and didn't continue the topic. "By the way, has Lin Guodong called you recently?" "I blacklisted him ages ago." Li Lan waved her hand dismissively, her tone as flat as if she were talking about an inconsequential person. "He has a new wife and child now. What does he want from us?" She said this without even furrowing her brow. "I blacklisted him too," Lin Zhao replied. The two exchanged a glance and inexplicably burst into laughter. When Li Lan laughed, fine lines formed at the corners of her eyes, but those eyes sparkled more brightly than Lin Zhao remembered at any other time. "By the way, there have been a lot of telemarketing calls lately." Li Lan suddenly remembered something and stopped smiling. "They asked me if I wanted to buy a shop, if I wanted to buy a house. Just yesterday, a woman who claimed to be a real estate investment consultant asked me if I wanted to list my properties for sale. She was insinuating about how many properties I bought in Huajing. What did you say?" I told her I'm just an old lady renting a place. How could I have spare money to buy a house? Then I hung up. Li Lan took a bite of her food. "I guess the agency leaked my number. I should be more careful with my phone number in the future." "Yeah, probably the registered information got leaked internally." Lin Zhao responded casually and continued eating. This topic passed just like that. In the afternoon, Lin Zhao was in her room modifying the competition plan on her computer. Through the wall, she could hear her mother on the phone in the living room discussing the details of the shop's renovation. She put down her pen, leaned back in her chair, and unconsciously smiled. Mom has finally found herself again. Mom, don't worry. Go pursue the life you want. Don't stress about making money. The money I earn is more than enough to support this family, she said softly as if making a promise to the air. On Sunday noon, her phone vibrated on the bedside table. Lin Zhao was sitting cross-legged on her bed looking at the stock market on her computer, startled by the sudden vibration. The screen displayed Shen Ruotang. She answered the call. Ruotang. On the other end of the line, there was first the echoing emptiness of a hospital corridor, followed by Shen Ruotang's voice. Zhao Zhao, the notarized document has come through. Her tone was much lighter than a few days ago, though her voice still carried fatigue. I got my mom's inheritance and my dad's appointed guardianship too. That's great, congratulations. Lin Zhao paused before continuing. How has your dad been lately? Shen Ruotang hesitated briefly, and Lin Zhao could hear shallow breaths from the other end. The rehabilitation training is going quite smoothly. He has been able to sit up against the headboard for a while this week, and his time spent in a stupor is gradually decreasing. Although he still can't speak clearly, at least he can make sounds now. The rehabilitation therapist said he is recovering faster than expected. At this rate, he should be able to get out of bed in less than a month. Her tone was steady and assured. That's good. Once your dad recovers, you can rejoin the team. You all hold down the fort for now. Once I sort things out, I'll return to continue working on the drawings. Shen Ruotang said. By the way, you kept my things safe, right? Yes, your manuscripts and USB drive are with me. They'll keep them at home and return them to you when you come back to school. Thanks, Shen Ruotang replied casually, without unnecessary pleasantries. After asking a few questions about the competition plan, Lin Zhao mentioned that everything else was almost done, only concept analysis and spatial analysis were left. 2 weeks would be enough. About Ani Wu, I'm counting on you and Gu Yanzhou for that. Shen Ruotang shifted the topic. You should personally thank Gu Yanzhou for this. He directly hired Ani Wu as a Livian housekeeper. Lin Zhao chuckled. He hired Ani Wu. Shen Ruotang's voice rose a few pitches on the other end of the line. I initially wanted to hire her, but it turned out he did. In any case, she's settled for now. Well, continue to negotiate. The key is still you. Ani Wu has feelings for you, so if the timing is right, you should chat with her face to face. Shen Ruotang was silent for a few seconds, her voice lowered. I know, thank you for helping me with so much. How much does Gu Yanzhou pay Ani Wu every month? They'll transfer it to you. We can't let him keep covering for her. She continued. I don't know how much it is. Don't transfer it. Gu Yanzhou definitely won't accept it. Lin Zhao pretended not to know and continued. He doesn't lack that bit of money. I see that he and Auntie Wu get along pretty well, especially with Auntie Wu's granddaughter Xianxian. He even gifted her art books and sketch pads. Shen Ruotang paused for a moment before lightly chuckling. All right, I'll personally thank him then. Did you go to Gu Yanzhou's place? She casually asked. Lin Zhao fidgeted with her fingers, which were gripping the blanket. No, I stayed home with my mom. Oh, Shen Ruotang's tone slightly rose as if she wasn't surprised. That's good. She didn't press further or tease her. After saying their goodbyes, they hung up the phone. Lin Zhao placed her phone back on the bedside table, her gaze drifting to the screen of her laptop, lost in thought. The question Shen Ruotang asked might have just been casual, but upon being asked, Lin Zhao realized that she seemed to have gotten used to going to Gu Yanzhou's house every week. But she quickly suppressed that thought. Staying at home was quite nice too. At 5 in the afternoon, the sky had darkened. Lin Zhao sat on the living room sofa with her laptop on her lap, doing the final checks on the rendering of the competition plan. Her mother was in the kitchen preparing vegetables, the faucet running with water. Her phone vibrated on the coffee table. She glanced at the screen. Gu Yanzhou, Auntie Wu made several dishes, including your favorite sauerkraut fish. Xianxian is here too. She said she wants to show you her new painting. Are you coming over for dinner? Lin Zhao stared at the message for a few seconds. Sauerkraut fish. For some reason, she suddenly recalled how he had handed her a piece of fish when she was last at his home. Xuanxuan, the little girl with the braided hair, had been leaning over the coffee table, painting, while looking up at her asking, does my sister look pretty? She was simply adorable. She truly wanted to see Xuanxuan's new painting. She leaned her head against the back of the sofa, her fingers lightly tapping the screen a few times. I'm at home with my mom working on the shop stuff today, and let's do it next time. Sent. She placed her phone back on the coffee table and continued looking at the rendering on the screen. Then she heard her mother calling from the kitchen. Zhao Zhao, help me peel a few cloves of garlic. Coming. She set her computer down on the coffee table and walked towards the kitchen. The phone screen on the coffee table lit up again. She didn't look back. In the kitchen, the range hood hummed as the spatula clinked against the iron pot, creating a crisp and rhythmic sound. Lilan was pouring a plate of sliced potatoes into the pot, and the tempting aroma rose with the steam instantly filling the entire kitchen. Lin Zhao stood next to the stove holding a few cloves of garlic which she had peeled and placed in a small bowl. Lilan took the garlic and glanced at her. Zhao Zhao. Moi. Lilan continued to stir the food in the pot, her hands moving without pause, her tone light, as if it had slipped out unintentionally. No matter what you keep hidden in your heart, Mom is here. Lin Zhao's movements paused. The pot was still bubbling, and the sound of the spatula stirring echoed in the kitchen. She looked down at the garlic she had not finished peeling, cleaned the last bit of skin, and placed it in the bowl next to her mother. Then she moved half a step closer to her mother. She gently rested her head on her mother's shoulder. Li Lan's stirring momentarily halted the spatula, hovering in midair. She didn't say anything, just lifted her shoulders slightly, allowing Lin Zhao to lean more comfortably, just as Lin Zhao used to do when she was little. Lin Zhao closed her eyes. The faint scent of oil and salt from her mother's apron mixed with the fresh fragrance of laundry detergent. This scent was so familiar to her from her past life to this life, from Qinqing to Huajing. The potatoes in the pot had been stir-fried to a golden crisp. Lin Zhao straightened up, took a clean plate from the cupboard, and placed it on the counter. Lilan transferred the stir-fried potatoes to the plate, wiping the edge of the counter with a cloth. The soft light fell gently on the overlapping shadows of the mother and daughter as they exchanged smiles. On Sunday night, Lin Zhao was summoned back to school by a notification. The counselor announced in the class group at 10 o'clock tonight the student union will conduct a surprise dormitory inspection in conjunction with the dormitory management. All students on campus must remain in their dormitories, and day students who do not return to school must report to me. Lin Zhao stared at the notification on her phone screen, remaining silent for a full 3 seconds before squeezing out a word through clenched teeth. Damn. Lilan poked her head out from the living room, asking, "What's wrong?" "They're going to check the dorms again." Lin Zhao shoved her laptop into her bag, her movements brimming with frustration. "Mom, I'm heading back to school now." "Go ahead." Lilan stood up and glanced out the window at the pitch-black sky. "Be careful on your way back at night." Lin Zhao pushed open the unit door, and the cold wind rushed in, stinging her cheeks. She zipped up her jacket to the top and ran in the direction of the school, huddling her neck. Clearly, Yunxiyuan is just outside the north gate of the school, about a 10-minute walk away. Had she known earlier, she would have bought an apartment before the semester started. It would have just cost a bit more, and she could have applied to be a day student at the start of school, avoiding the need to brave the cold wind for a night journey now. Now it's even worse. She not only has to live on campus, but also has to sleep under the same roof as Fang Xiyu. In late November in Huajing, the nighttime temperature has already dropped to around 0 degrees. The sycamore trees by the roadside had long been bare, their branches casting crisscrossing shadows under the streetlights. Lin Zhao jogged against the cold wind, her breath forming white clouds that the wind scattered into fragments. While running, she was mentally venting her frustrations. They are still checking dorms in college. What are they even checking for? Hygiene. Illegal appliances. Suddenly her footsteps faltered. Gu Yanzhou is clever. He applied to be a day student right at the beginning of freshman year, driving his black SUV to and from school every day, living a life free enough to make others envious. No need to be troubled by dorm inspections, no need to share a room with a spy. He can sleep whenever he wants, cook whenever he wants. Lin Zhao realized she was thinking about Gu Yanzhou again. She shook her head as if trying to shake his figure out of her mind. Why am I thinking about him again? The cold wind tousled her bangs, and she raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, quickening her pace. When she pushed open the door to dorm 304, Cheng Xiaoyu was sitting cross-legged on her bed, applying a face mask. The white mask was not adhering well, with a small section on her chin sticking out. Fang Xiyu was sitting at the desk, an English vocabulary book spread out before her. Hearing the door, she looked up. Lin Zhao is back. Fang Xiyu, unusually proactive, asked, "Why are you always out of the dorm on weekends?" "I went home." Lin Zhao placed her laptop bag on the desk and pulled out a chair to sit down. "Home?" Fang Xiyu's tone rose slightly. "Isn't your home in Qinqing? Is 2 days on the weekend enough?" "My mom moved to Huajing." Lin Zhao took off her down jacket and draped it over the back of the chair, speaking casually. "She's doing a little business here." "Oh," Fang Xiyu said, her gaze lingering on Lin Zhao's face for 2 seconds. "So you go home to stay on weekends?" "It depends on the situation." Lin Zhao opened her laptop, the screen lighting up. She pretended to adjust parameters on a structural node of the BIM model, adopting a posture that signaled, "I'm about to start working." But Fang Xiyu clearly had no intention of letting her off. "By the way, how is the progress of your Qingyu Cup project?" Lin Zhao's fingers resting on the keyboard paused slightly. "Here it comes." She slowly turned her head to look at Fang Xiyu. Fang Xiyu's expression was natural, twirling a pen in her hand and tilting her head to look at Lin Zhao, as if it was just a casual question. But Lin Zhao noticed that the fingers twirling the pen had paused for a moment. She was waiting for an answer. In that instant, Lin Zhao quickly judged this was not Fang Xiyu wanting to know, but Zhou Yanting wanting to know. Zhou Yanting was probing her competition progress through Fang Xiyu. Lin Zhao chuckled coldly in her mind. "Since you want to inquire, I will give you an answer you want to hear." "So I don't mention it." She sighed, rubbing her temples. "There are still many parts of the proposal that need to be revised. The BIM model is too complex for us to finish." Fang Xiyu's eyes brightened for a moment, though she quickly suppressed it, but that fleeting light was still captured by Lin Zhao. "How can it be impossible to finish?" Fang Xiyu's voice held a hint of concern. "Aren't you three always very— Shen Ruotang has been taking leave a lot lately, as you know." Lin Zhao turned her laptop screen toward Fang Xiyu, pointing at a red warning mark on the model. "Look at the force analysis of this structural node. Gu Yanzhou and I have adjusted the parameters countless times, but it still can't pass. This proposal is too strenuous for us." She spoke sincerely, her tone carrying just the right amount of fatigue. "But I thought you all were doing quite well before." Fang Xiyu's pen started twirling again, this time slower than before, as if she was pondering. "Yeah, that was the first draft. The standards are different. The final draft requires much higher precision." Lin Zhao shrugged. "To be honest, I feel like we might not place this time. There's not enough time, not enough experience, and we need more manpower. If it weren't for having already submitted the registration form, I'd want to withdraw from the competition. You three top students teaming up, how could you possibly not place?" Cheng Xiaoyu's head poked out from the upper bunk, her face mask askew, her loud voice echoing through the entire corridor. Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively glanced at Fang Xiyu. Fang Xiyu's gaze was piercing, previously lulled by Lin Zhao's show of weakness, now reignited by Cheng Xiaoyu's words. Cheng Xiaoyu, you dense person. Lin Zhao mentally berated her 100 times, but could only put on an even more what use is it to be a top student? She shifted her gaze back to the screen. Without Shenrua Tang, it's just Gu Yanzhou, and me, two freshmen piecing together the proposal is already quite impressive. There are still a bunch of errors in the model, and there are less than 2 weeks left. Please don't spread it around, or we don't even have confidence ourselves. She spoke flawlessly. Is it really that difficult? Fang Xiyu nodded, turning back to continue looking at her vocabulary book. But Lin Zhao noticed that after picking up her pen, she wrote a few words in her notebook. It didn't seem like she was memorizing words, the strokes were short, as if noting down key information. Lin Zhao withdrew her gaze, and continued to pretend to adjust parameters. On Monday morning, the professional classes were packed tight. At noon, the class bell rang. The classroom instantly erupted, people were flipping through books, yawning, and discussing what to eat for lunch, a buzzing sound merging into one. Lin Zhao closed her book and was stuffing it into her bag. Are you having lunch together? A voice came from behind her, not loud, just enough for her to hear. Lin Zhao turned her head, and Gu Yanzhou had already walked up beside her seat. He carried a shoulder bag, one hand in his pocket. Lin Zhao tucked her pen into her bag. I already promised Xiaoyu. Gu Yanzhou paused for a second. Then let's go together. Before Lin Zhao could speak, Cheng Xiaoyu had already bounced over from the back row, wrapping her arms around Lin Zhao's. What's up? What's up? Is someone treating? Gu Yanzhou nodded. Cafeteria, it's on me. The boss is so Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, dragging Lin Zhao out of the classroom. Let's go, I'm starving. Today's calculus class has completely drained my brain. Lin Zhao was pulled along by her, and from the corner of her eye she caught sight of Gu Yanzhou following them leisurely. His strides were long, but he walked slowly, as if deliberately slowing down to match their pace. The cafeteria at this hour was packed with people. Lin Zhao held her tray, being pushed forward by the crowd, while Cheng Xiaoyu paved the way in front, her voice loud enough to sound like a human horn. Make way, make way. Be careful, the soup is hot. The three of them found a 4-person table by the window. Cheng Xiaoyu plopped down on the aisle side, placing her tray on the table. Then she looked up, giving Lin Zhao and Gu Yan. Lin Zhao was just about to sit down next to Cheng Xiaoyu, but Cheng Xiaoyu shifted half a seat inward, occupying the middle spot, then reached out and pushed Lin Zhao to the side. You sit next to Gu Yanzhou. Lin Zhao, holding her tray, stumbled from the push, nearly crashing into a classmate dishing out food in the aisle. Gu Yanzhou reached out to steady her elbow, his touch very light, his fingertips brushed her sleeve before withdrawing. Then he effortlessly took the tray from Lin Zhao's hands and placed it on the empty spot beside him. His actions were smooth. I knew you two were a couple. Cheng Xiaoyu had already broken apart her chopsticks and started eating the sweet and sour pork ribs. Everyone in the street dance club knew that Gu Yanzhou had been to the girls' dormitory. I had a feeling something was going on between you two. Gu Yanzhou always waits for you downstairs at the dorm. Lots of people in Building 5 have seen it. I told Fang Xiyu you two had something going on, but she said I was overthinking it. I told her she didn't understand. Cheng Xiaoyu's speech grew faster and faster, like a train derailing. Lin Zhao stabbed her chopsticks into the rice, biting her lower lip lightly, as she fought to keep from blushing. Meanwhile, the person beside her pressed down the corners of his lips, feigning composure as he ate. She wanted nothing more than to flip his tray across the room. What are you smiling at? Don't think I didn't see the tremor at the corner of your mouth. Cheng Xiaoyu grew more excited as she spoke, escalating from our department's academic star paired with the god, to, with genes like yours, your kid will definitely be an architecture prodigy. Lin Zhao slammed her hand on the table, forcing the words through gritted teeth. Cheng Xiaoyu, the sweet and sour pork ribs, let them get cold. I'm telling you, I really think Gu Yanzhou is a great guy. Look how well he treats you. He even helped you move your computer last time. Lin Zhao directly picked up a piece of braised eggplant from her own plate and stuffed it into Cheng Xiaoyu's bowl. Shut your mouth. Gu Yanzhou still maintained his calm demeanor, lowering his head to sip his soup. But Lin Zhao saw it anyway. When he opened his mouth, the corners were nearly reaching his ears, and even his earlobes flushed with a faint crimson. Then he set down his soup bowl, picked up 2 pieces of sweet and sour pork ribs from his own dish with his chopsticks, and gently placed them on the edge of Lin Zhao's plate. You've been staying up too late lately. Have some more protein. His movements were as natural as if it were the most ordinary thing. Lin Zhao stared at the 2 pieces of pork ribs on her plate, frozen in place. She slowly lifted her head, and Gu Yanzhou was calmly putting a piece of greens into his mouth, pretending nothing had happened. Lin Zhao thought to herself, this guy is definitely doing it on purpose, showing off in front of Cheng Xiaoyu, making her heart race. Like a hound that had caught the scent of prey, Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes widened like brass bells, her chopsticks frozen midair, her mouth forming an exaggerated O as she prepared to let out some earth-shattering, teasing proclamation. Lin Zhao shot a glare that screamed, dare to say another word. Cheng Xiaoyu swallowed her words back down. But she endured it with great difficulty, her entire face twitching as she bent down to shovel a few mouthfuls of rice into her mouth, with a grotesquely contorted expression, her shoulders shaking, as if she were laughing hysterically in silence. Gu Yanzhou continued eating with his head down, saying nothing more. But the curve at the corner of his lips never fully faded. Lin Zhao felt the heat spread from the tips of her ears all the way to the nape of her neck. She pressed the 2 pieces of sweet and sour pork ribs hard into the bottom of her plate, as if that could mask their existence. One more second of enduring these 2, and she would explode. She quickly finished the rest of the food on her plate, picked up her tray, and stood up. She moved so fast, she nearly flung her spoon across the room. "I'm going back for my nap first." As she turned toward the tray return area, her peripheral vision caught Gu Yanzhou. He was looking up at her, his eyes bright and clear as he gave a slight nod. Lin Zhao felt as if she had been jolted by an electric shock, a tingling sensation crawling across her scalp. She quickly averted her gaze and hurried toward the return area. As Lin Zhao reached the cafeteria entrance, she tripped over her own shoelace. While crouching to retie it, she heard from behind her amid the cafeteria's din Cheng Xiaoyu's unrestrained howl of laughter. "Lin Zhao, your ears are red as boiled shrimp." Lin Zhao pretended not to hear, stood up, and quickened her pace outside. Cheng Xiaoyu's voice chased after her, growing closer. "Wait for me. Lin Zhao, why are you walking so fast? Hey, are you blushing? Wait for me." Lin Zhao didn't wait, she sped up. Cheng Xiaoyu stomped up behind her, panting as she continued the interrogation. "How far have you 2 gone? Have you held hands?" Frustrated by the relentless questioning, Lin Zhao's fingers clenched into a fist inside her coat pocket. She stopped abruptly, spun around, and said, "Aren't you supposed to be at your part-time job?" Yeah." Cheng Xiaoyu blinked and nodded. She looked Lin Zhao up and down. Those ears were still crimson, as if freshly pulled from hot water. "It's almost 1 o'clock. Lin Zhao pointed toward the dormitory building. "If you don't change clothes now, don't blame me when you get dock pay for being late." "Aunt." Cheng Xiaoyu glanced at her phone, her face changing color dramatically. Oh no, I was too busy gorging on gossip." She turned and sprinted toward the dormitory, but after about a dozen steps, she turned back and shouted, "I'm rooting for you too." Lin Zhao stood there, hit by the cold wind, for 3 seconds. She pulled the hood of her padded coat over her head, hiding her burning ears deep inside the thick down lining. Back in the dormitory at noon, Lin Zhao changed into her pajamas, climbed onto the bed, pulled the curtain shut tight, and lay down with closed eyes. She took a deep breath, letting her mind go blank. 3 minutes later, she realized she was smiling. She snapped her eyes open and pressed down the corners of her lips. Then she discovered that her head was filled with images of Gu Yanzhou. The clear light in Gu Yanzhou's eyes when he looked up, the subtle upward tilt of his lips when he lowered his head, and the gentle movement of his Adam's apple when he spoke. Lin Zhao rolled over and yanked the blanket up to cover her head. "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! You can't like him. You were reborn for revenge, not to fall in love. In your past life, you were deceived by a person's kindness into hell. Was Zhou Yanting good to you before the wedding?" "Yes. And then he used you as a tool for nearly a decade. He will be good to you too. How do you know that Gu Yanzhou's kindness now won't turn him into a second Zhou Yanting in the future? How do you know he won't suddenly change his face one day? Kindness, that worthless thing, is the best lie of all." She scolded herself again in her mind, then closed her eyes, forcing herself to sleep. But that voice inside her surfaced, tiny, soft, like a blade of grass sprouting from the deepest crevice of her heart. "Gu Yanzhou is not Zhou Yanting. He never says anything nice. He just does a lot of things. Those things, if left unspoken, you would never notice. He is not a man who lives by his mouth. And are you really so sure you don't like him? Look at yourself now. The corners of your mouth are lifted, your heart is racing, your ears are so red you could fry an egg. The louder you scold yourself, the more it proves the point. You are having a perfectly normal physiological reaction to Gu Yanzhou. This isn't love. This is instinct. You can go for the body, not the heart." Lin Zhao yanked the blanket over her head and curled up and, "What? Go for the body, not the heart? A 35-year-old soul saying something like that? Aren't you ashamed? Having a physiological reaction to a 19-year-old. Do you even realize what you look like right now? An old woman trying to keep a young hunk." In the darkness, only her own rapid breathing and the frantic deer stampeding in her chest could be heard. The image of Gu Yanzhou in his sweater, Gu Yanzhou drinking coffee, Gu Yanzhou rolling up his sleeves to the elbow while fixing the computer, revealing that sliver of wrist. She rolled over and pressed her face into the pillow. "Stop! Stop! No, not like this." 10 minutes later, Lin Zhao climbed out of bed, abandoning. She went to the washroom and splashed cold water on her face. She turned the tap all the way, letting the icy water wash over her face, forcibly diluting those inappropriate thoughts. She stared at herself in the mirror as droplets rolled off her chin and dripped onto the sink. The face in the mirror was still 19, with a red imprint left by the pillow on her cheek. She dried her face and walked back to the bedroom, resolving to clear out all those messy thoughts. Working was the best escape. There was still a lot to refine in the proposal. There was no time to waste on random fancies. She sat down at the desktop and pressed the power button. The screen didn't light up. The CPU fan was spinning, emitting a low hum, but the screen remained black. The indicator light in the upper right corner shifted from green to orange and began to blink. "Huh, what's going on?" Lin Zhao tapped the keyboard and jiggled the mouse. The screen didn't respond, still pitch black. Her first thought, could the monitor's power cord be loose? She began troubleshooting step by step. She checked the power cord. It was firmly plugged in. She checked the monitor cable. Both ends were tightened. She unplugged the power cord and plugged it back and turned it on. Still black screen. She tried a different outlet. Black screen. She pressed the restart button several times. The fan whirred a few rotations, paused, then resumed its low hum, but the screen remained as dead as ever. Lin Zhao crouched under the desk to inspect the tangled cables behind the tower, and her head smacked against the edge of the desk, nearly biting her tongue. She stood up, clutching her head, staring at the motionless screen for 10 seconds. This computer was only assembled at the end of last month. It shouldn't be having issues. Could it really be such rotten luck? Scammed by the shopkeeper. He swore up and down when I bought it that everything was brand new. She rummaged through her drawer and found the business card of the store where she'd bought the computer. It read Zhongguancun Electronics City 5th floor XX Computer Assembly Shop Boss Wong. The phone rang twice before. Boss Wong, I bought a desktop from you last month and it's broken. Won't boot up, no signal on the monitor. Won't boot. Boss Wong's voice came through the receiver, the background noise indicating he was still busy at the shop. Is that the top-tier GTX 280 build for 12,000 yuan? Yes, that's the one. I remember yours. It won't boot now. Boss Wong continued. First check the data cable connection. Sometimes it's just loose. Already checked. No use. Try restarting a few times. Tried that too. I unplugged and replugged everything I could. Still nothing. There was a few seconds of silence on the line. Boss Wong clearly hadn't expected a computer assembled less than a month ago to run into such trouble. Alright, I'll come over this afternoon, probably before 4 o'clock. Send me your address, and I'll call you when I arrive. Okay. Thank you, Boss Wong. After hanging up, Lin Zhao stared at the pitch-black monitor for a few seconds, a hint of helplessness tugging at her. But there was nothing to do but wait. Fortunately, her laptop still worked. Though it couldn't handle high-resolution rendering, at least she could tweak model parameters. She pulled out her laptop, turned it on, plugged in her graphics tablet, and began to draw. She gripped the stylus tightly, pressing all those chaotic thoughts into the pixels of the screen. At 2 in the afternoon, in the seminar room. When Lin Zhao pushed the door open, Gu Yanzhou was already there. He sat by the window, his laptop open in front of him, displaying a half-finished rendering. Next to it sat a cup of coffee. A takeout cup from a coffee shop, deep brown in color with a brand logo she didn't recognize. He looked up at the sound of the door and saw her enter. Casually, he slid the coffee to the spot where she usually placed her laptop. Pour over. Drink it while it's hot. Lin Zhao set her computer bag on the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She picked up the coffee and took a sip. The temperature was perfect, neither too hot nor lukewarm, the acidity and bitterness balanced, as if measured by a scale. She remembered last time at his place when he said even 1 degree off in water temperature won't do, and she thought he was being too particular. Now she felt herself being spoiled by that exacting taste, and that he might just buy it for her every day. Then she'd get used to it. And then, she slammed on the brakes of that dangerous train of thought. You don't need to buy me coffee anymore. I'll just get one from the vending machine. Vending machine coffee tastes terrible, he said, without looking up, his tone as nonchalant as ever. I picked another one of those offhand excuses. Lin Zhao grumbled inwardly. If Gu Yanzhou were better with words, they might have been together long ago. Luckily he was, so she could still slam on the brakes in time. The seminar room fell silent for a moment as both buried themselves in their own screens, racing against the deadline. At 3:30 Lin Zhao's phone rang. It was Boss Wong's number. She answered, and he said he was already at the school's south gate, but the security guard wouldn't let him in and asked her to come fetch him. Lin Zhao snapped her laptop shut and stood up. She was about to tell Gu Yanzhou to keep working on the plan, but he had already closed his own laptop and was putting on his jacket. I'll go too. Lin Zhao froze. So you're that eager to get into the girls' dormitory? Gu Yanzhou's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. He didn't bother explaining that it wasn't about the dorm. He just found it strange that a new computer had failed within 3 weeks. He knew Lin Zhao's habits with computers. She never downloaded random software, just used it for modeling. A computer used that way wouldn't have major issues for 3 years at least. And it broke down after 3 weeks. He said, let's go. Lin Zhao looked at his expression, the kind that said he wouldn't move another inch unless she agreed. She knew asking for an explanation would be pointless. She shot back a fine and pushed open the seminar room door first. At the south gate, Boss Wong was standing beside the security booth with a tool bag, so huge it seemed absurd. Lin Zhao waved to him, and he hurried over. When the three reached the dorm building, the dormitory, Aunt leaned out of the duty room, her gaze sweeping between Gu Yanzhou. Boys aren't allowed in. Auntie Lin Zhao stepped up to the duty room window and pointed at Boss Wong. This is the repairman for my desktop. The computer won't boot, so he's here to fix it. Then she pointed at Gu Yanzhou. And this one's here to help with the computer too. Boss Wong quickly fished a business card from the side pocket of his tool bag and handed it through the window. Right. I'm from Zhongguancun Electronics City, a registered merchant. Computer repairs. The student's desktop is under warranty, so I'm just checking it out. The dormitory aunt took the card, studied it for a few seconds, then looked at Boss Wong's honest face before handing it back. Her eyes turned to Gu Yanzhou. You're also a repairman? Yes, Gu Yanzhou replied without a flicker. The aunt gave him another once-over, then waved impatiently. All right. Make it quick, don't loiter in the hallway. Lin Zhao thanked her while hustling the two toward the staircase. When she pushed open the door to room 304, the dorm was empty. Boss Wong set down his tool bag and got to work without a word. He first unplugged all external cables, pulled out the main tower, and used a screwdriver to open the side panel. Fan spin, but screen stays dark. Usually a motherboard or memory issue, he said while unscrewing. For a brand new build like yours, the motherboard probably isn't faulty. Let's start with the RAM. After removing the back cover, he tested each stick of RAM one by one, booting the system. Then he picked up one stick, held it close to his eyes, and frowned. This one's gone bad. He held the defective RAM stick up to the light from the window, motioning for Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou to see here. Severe wear on the gold fingers, caused by repeated insertion and removal. At this level of damage, it's been violently plugged and unplugged at least a few dozen times. Lin Zhao leaned in to look. The row of golden contacts at the bottom of the stick showed several distinct scratches, and in the worst spot the gold plating had been completely worn away, revealing a pale coppery color underneath. She wasn't well versed in hardware, but she could recognize wear and tear. "Boss Wong, is this covered under warranty?" she asked. He turned the stick over, examined it again, then shook his head. "No warranty on this. It's man-made damage. Doesn't fall under the 3 guarantees." Lin Zhao paused for a beat. "How much for a replacement?" "I'll install it for you. Cost price, 180. Deal." Boss Wong pulled a sealed box of RAM from his tool bag side pocket, tore open the packaging, and expertly inserted the stick into the motherboard slot. Then he reassembled everything, screwed the side panel back on, plugged in the cables, and pressed the power button. The screen lit up. Boss Wong tested a few restarts to confirm it was working, then started gathering the scattered screwdriver. Lin Zhao paid him and glanced back at Gu Yanzhou, who was crouched on the floor holding the faulty stick between his thumb and forefinger, studying it against the light. He flipped it over and back, then handed it to Lin Zhao and stood up. "Let's go. We'll see Boss Wong out." After walking Boss Wong out of the dorm building, the two headed back along the main campus road. "That RAM stick," Gu Yanzhou suddenly said. Lin Zhao turned to look at him. He was walking half a step to her left at a leisurely pace. "The wear on the gold fingers isn't. Your computer was assembled less than a month ago. Under normal use, the gold fingers should show no wear at all, at most 1 or 2 faint marks from installation." He paused, then continued, "But if someone deliberately inserted and removed it repeatedly, or used sandpaper or a rough object to grind it, only then would you get this level of damage." Lin Zhao's step faltered for a moment. Those words brought the vague suspicion in her mind into sharp focus. Who would go through her computer's memory stick? Who would deliberately damage her equipment? She quickly ran through the possibilities in her mind. If it was someone from another dorm, they'd only have access to room 304 when someone was inside. Shen Ruotang wasn't there. That left Fang Xiyu and Cheng Xiaoyu. Cheng Xiaoyu would never do something like that, so it had to be Fang Xiyu. Coupled with Fang Xiyu's probing behavior yesterday, she was almost certainly involved. Lin Zhao suppressed the thought and kicked a small pebble on the ground as she walked. "How about I move the main tower out first, pretend it's being sent for repairs?" She decided not to tell Gu Yanzhou that she already had a suspect in mind. He glanced at her. "Good idea. Want me to take it back to my apartment?" "Wait for me at building 5. Lin Zhao said, and quickly headed toward the dormitory. Soon she emerged from the building carrying the main tower. Gu Yanzhou stepped forward, took it from her, and cradled it securely in his arms. "You head back. Be careful lately. Lin Zhao raised her right hand in a wave. "Drive safe." Tuesday morning at the school's north gate. Lin Zhao leaned against the stone pillar of the porch, hands tucked into the pockets of her down jacket. A taxi pulled up by the roadside and Shen Ruotang stepped out from the back seat. She wore a long dark gray coat, her hair casually tied in a low ponytail with stray strands softly stirred. Her demeanor remained cool and aloof, and she still appeared quite spirited, yet Lin Zhao instantly caught the faint bluish-gray shadows beneath her eyes. "You're here." Lin Zhao walked up to her. Shen Ruotang approached, extending both arms to give her a "Thank you, Zhao Zhao." Lin Zhao returned the hug. "What for? Don't be so formal. Master, your disciple, is still waiting for you to teach me boxing." She released her hold and clasped her hands in a salute to Shen Ruotang. A soft chuckle escaped Shen Ruotang as she tapped Lin Zhao's forehead with her fingertip. "Cut that out." They walked shoulder to shoulder into the campus. "Your stuff is at my place," Lin Zhao said, adjusting her backpack strap. "Leave it at yours for now." Shen Ruotang paused. "My dad's getting better. Once he's stable, he'll move back to the dorm." Lin Zhao turned her head. "He can speak short sentences now, and his voice is much deeper. The rehabilitation therapist said his recovery is faster than expected. Maybe he can be discharged in another week." As she uttered these words, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. Lin Zhao noticed. "That's wonderful." Lin Zhao reached out and touched the back of Shen Ruotang's hand. It was icy cold. "Come on, let's get to the classroom and warm up." Shen Ruotang didn't pull her hand away as she let Lin Zhao hold her fingertips as they walked toward the teaching building. Footsteps sounded behind them, measured with long strides. Gu Yanzhou approached from the parking lot carrying 2. The moment he spotted Shen Ruotang, his pace faltered for an instant, as if he hadn't expected her to attend class today. "You're back." He handed one coffee to Lin Zhao, then looked at Shen Ruotang and gave a slight nod. Shen Ruotang's gaze flickered over the coffee cup before settling on Gu Yanzhou's face. "Thanks for what's matter. He'll reimburse you later." Gu Yanzhou's expression remained unchanged. "No need. I happen to need a housekeeper." He paused and added, "He can speak now." He nodded once, didn't press for further recovery details, but handed the second coffee to Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao took it and passed it to Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang accepted the coffee without hesitation, a smile curving her lips. "Thanks, Boss Gu." Gu Yanzhou had already turned and pushed open the teaching building's door, holding it for the two of them. He stepped aside to let them enter first, then followed them into the corridor. The first class had already begun. Shen Ruotang sat to Lin Zhao's left. Her textbook lay open, but her eyes swept across the entire classroom. A few classmates in the front row glanced back at her and smiled. She nodded in return with a faint smile. By the window, Fang Xiyu was bent over her notebook, writing with swift strokes of her pen. Cheng Xiaoyu kept winking at her, and she responded with a raised eyebrow. Gu Yanzhou had moved from the last row to the seat directly behind Lin Zhao. Shen Ruotang glanced at him, then at Lin Zhao, and the corners of her mouth quirked upward slightly. During the break, the old professor unscrewed his thermos and took a sip of tea. Lin Zhao was staring blankly at her notebook. The pencil she was twirling slipping from her fingers and rolling under the seat. Just as she bent down to retrieve it, a hand reached out from behind. Gu Yanzhou picked up the pencil and handed it to her. Lin Zhao took the pencil as if she had grown accustomed to his gesture. Gu Yan's voice came from the back room. Shen Ruotang took in the whole scene. The kid was quick and observant. She said nothing, but the pen in her hand paused for a moment on the textbook. A moment later, the old professor turned to wipe the blackboard. Seizing the chance, Shen Ruotang leaned sideways and lowered her voice to a near whisper. You and Gu Yanzhou. Things are going well. Lin Zhao turned her head and shot her a dirty look. Yet her ears flushed crimson, spreading from her earlobes to the outer edges. Impossible to hide. Sister Shen, spare me. I think you two have potential. Shen Ruotang lowered her head to continue reading, a faint smile hovering at the corners of her mouth. Lin Zhao was about to retort when the professor turned back, forcing her to swallow her words and flip a page. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on her flushed ear tips, warming the nape of her neck as she bowed her head. The morning class ended 10 minutes later than usual. When the old professor dismissed them, the classroom erupted into a cacophony, rustling pages, scraping chairs, and a buzz of discussion about lunch plans. Lin Zhao was stuffing textbooks into her bag when she caught sight of the academic advisor poking half her body through the back door, gesturing to Shen Ruotang. In the corridor, amid the flow of students, the advisor led Shen Ruotang to a spot by the window. The advisor was a woman in her 40s, dressed in a black suit with a gentle demeanor. Ruotang, is your father feeling better? Much better, thank you for your concern, ma'am. Well, you've been on leave for 2 consecutive. The advisor paused, her tone softening further. According to school policy, continued absence may affect your course credits. I've checked your attendance record. The missed hours aren't too many. You can still make them up. She glanced at Shen Ruotang and, seeing no major fluctuation in her expression, continued. If you still can't guarantee attendance going forward, you might consider taking a year's leave of absence and return once things at home are stable. That way the pressure on you will be lighter too. A few classmates passed by with books in hand, their eyes lingering on Shen Ruotang for a moment before shifting away. Shen Ruotang's expression remained unchanged. Thank you for your concern. I won't take leave. They'll catch up on the missed classes. The advisor studied her for a few seconds, then nodded. All right, since you've decided, the department will take your circumstances into consideration. Come to me if you face any difficulties. She patted Shen Ruotang's shoulder, then turned and walked away down the corridor. Shen Ruotang stood still, her gaze following the advisor's retreating figure for a few steps before shifting to the window. She stared blankly at a plane tree outside, lost in thought. Ruotang. Lin Zhao had somehow appeared behind her. She was carrying her own backpack and holding Shen Ruotang's bag. She didn't ask what the advisor had said. She simply walked over and handed Shen Ruotang her bag. Let's go grab lunch. Shen Ruotang withdrew her gaze from the window, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. At noon, the cafeteria was bustling with noise. Cheng Xiaoyu squeezed through the crowd with her tray and waved from a distance. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang were still in line at the counter. Gu Yanzhou had somehow ended up ahead of them. After getting their meals, they spotted Cheng Xiaoyu, who had already grabbed seats, waving energetically with chopsticks in her mouth. Hurry up. Shen Ruotang swiftly took the seat next to Cheng Xiaoyu. Lin Zhao sat across from her, and Gu Yanzhou naturally settled beside Lin Zhao. Ruotang, you're finally back. Let me tell you, dorm 304 was a riot while you were gone. Feng Xiuxi. Lin Zhao gave Cheng Xiaoyu a sharp kick under the table. Cheng Xiaoyu yelped, eyes wide, about to snap. Whyd you kick me? When she saw Shen Ruotang set down her chopsticks and shake her head, her gaze flicking to the side. Cheng Xiaoyu followed that gaze. The cafeteria was crowded and no one was paying attention to their table, but she swallowed the rest of her sentence anyway. Hey Lin Zhao, you still owe me a hot pot meal, she muttered indistinctly, her eyes darting between Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou. Oh right, Ruotang, let me tell you. While you were away, these two were attached at the hip every day. Gu Yanzhou especially loved serving Lin Zhao food. They're like an old married couple. Lin Zhao's chopsticks paused for a moment and her ears began to heat up again. Cheng Xiaoyu. Lin Zhao glared at Cheng Xiaoyu, gritting her teeth. I allow you to order a mixed pot. Cheng Xiaoyu instantly perked up. You keep your word. Once said, it's hard to retract. Before Lin Zhao's words fell, Gu Yanzhou suddenly dropped a piece of greens into Lin Zhao's bowl. Lin Zhao's fingertips trembled and the chopsticks nearly slipped from her grip. Cheng Xiaoyu let out a strange yelp, laughing loudly as she prepared to speak, only to be pinned down by Lin Zhao's glare. She hurriedly made a zipping motion with her hand by her mouth, but her gaze still showed no intention of letting Lin Zhao off the hook. Shen Ruotang took a sip from her soup bowl, her lips curling into a faint smile. Her gaze swept over Lin Zhao's flushed ears and landed on Gu Yanzhou, who was focused on his greens without saying a word. Gu Yanzhou still appeared unperturbed, but his shoulders subtly leaned a bit towards Lin Zhao. Cheng Xiaoyu shoved a few bites of rice into her mouth, then looked up at Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou. Her eyes darted around, and she opened her mouth but closed it again, fearing another kick. At that moment, a voice interjected from the side. Ruotang, you finally returned. Zhou Yanting walked out from the crowd, holding a freshly prepared meal tray. His movements seemed so natural, as if it were a genuine coincidence. He stood beside Shen Ruotang, slightly bending down, wearing a standard concerned smile. Uncle, is your health better? Sorry for the trouble during this time. Shen Ruotang paused while picking up her food, not even lifting her eyelids. Lin Zhao rolled her eyes.
This guy showed up again, making his presence known every time Shen Ruotang appeared, truly deserving of being the god of strong glue from ancient Greece. Even Cheng Xiaoyu and Fang Xiyu were unaware of Shen Ruotang's father's illness, yet this guy knew, likely having inquired in the counselor's office. Zhou Yanting was unfazed by Shen Ruotang's indifference. He placed his meal tray on the table positioned between Shen Ruotang and Cheng Xiaoyu. By the way, you took a 2-week leave, so you must have fallen behind on class notes. I highlighted the key points in my notes, but would you like? No need. Shen Ruotang's voice was soft, but clear. Zhou Yanting seemed to have not heard, shifting the topic with a more friendly tone as if chatting with an old friend. Speaking of which, isn't the Qingyu Cup submission deadline approaching? How's your preparation going? I'm quite looking forward to it. Lin Zhao took a sip from her cup, sneering inwardly. This person was indeed circling back to ask this. Wasn't Fang Xiyu's report clear enough yesterday? Did he have to come personally to pry for information? She set down her cup and sighed. It's indeed a rush, there are still plenty of issues with the model. Shen Ruotang just returned, so we'll have to do our best. She spoke nonchalantly as if she had truly given up hope. Zhou Yanting listened, the curve of his lips slowly deep. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, trying hard to suppress his smile. Gu Yanzhou did not look at him throughout. He kept his head down, eating without any change in the speed of his chopsticks. Cheng Xiaoyu was busy shoveling rice, but had her eyes wide open watching the show. She glanced at Zhou Yanting, then at Lin Zhao, back to Shen Ruotang, before finally focusing on Gu Yanzhou's face. Zhou Yanting appeared quite satisfied with Lin Zhao's response. He pushed his meal tray towards Cheng Xiaoyu, then turned slightly, tilting his head in her direction. Classmate, could you please move a bit? He'll sit here. Cheng Xiaoyu, with her mouth full of food and her chopsticks raised in midair, froze. She looked at her seat, and then at Zhou Yanting, unsure whether to give up her seat. At that moment, Gu Yanzhou put down his chopsticks. Then he stood up, reached out to take Zhou Yanting's meal tray. He walked past Zhou Yanting, heading towards the tray return area. Zhou Yanting's figure stiffened. At least 5 or 6 tables in the entire cafeteria noticed this scene. Gu Yanzhou arrived at the return station and placed the tray on the counter. The action of placing it down was a bit heavy. The edge of the tray hit the metal counter, making a dull clattering sound. Then he returned empty-handed. He walked back through the gazes of several tables, returned to his original seat, sat down again. Picking up his chopsticks, he continued eating. Then he picked a piece of sweet and sour pork rib and placed it in Lin Zhao's plate, saying, "Eat more meat." Throughout the process, he did not glance at Zhou Yanting once. Shen Ruotang also did not look up, continuing to eat. She elegantly chewed her food as if nothing had occurred. Cheng Xiaoyu was completely petrified. Her chopsticks were suspended in midair, her mouth wide open in an O shape. Lin Zhao looked down at the rib on her plate, picked it up, took a bite, and her lips involuntarily curled up slightly. Just now Gu Yanzhou had been quite handsome, but she really wanted to see how he dealt with Zhou Yanting during military training. She chewed a couple of times and glanced at Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou was focused on drinking his soup, his posture relaxed, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Yanting stood in place, his face shifting from red to pale, then to a deep shade of anger. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his lips moved as if organizing his words, but the gazes around were already converging like a net. Some were whispering, some were covering their mouths, giggling, some turned their faces away, pretending not to see, while others simply put down their chopsticks and openly watched the drama. Zhou Yanting's nostrils flared slightly, his Adam's apple bobbed again, then he forced a laugh. "All right, you're impressive." Then he turned and left. As he turned to leave, his gaze swept over Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou, instantly turning, filled with resentment. Cheng Xiaoyu finally came back to her senses and hurriedly swallowed her food. "Gu Yanzhou, I thought you two were going to fight again, but he just walked away like that. So cowardly. Eat your meal." Shen Ruotang picked up her soup bowl, casually taking a sip, her tone as calm as ever. "The food is getting cold." Cheng Xiaoyu quickly buried her head in her food after a few more bites. She couldn't help but glance up from the edge of her bowl, secretly peeking at Gu Yanzhou, then at the direction Zhou Yanting had disappeared, stuffing her mouth with rice to suppress her curious heart. At 9:30 in the evening, Lin Zhao emerged from the library study room. She quickened her pace towards the dormitory. The competition proposal could be submitted after a few more days of optimization, but the situation with Fang Xiyu weighed heavily on her mind. That deliberately worn-out memory stick was still locked in her cabinet. Just then her phone in her pocket vibrated. She took it out to glance at the screen. An unfamiliar number. She answered it. "Hello, is this Miss Lin Zhao?" A young woman's voice on the other end, polite in tone, with a standard customer service intonation. "Yes, who is this?" "Hello, Miss Lin, I am Manager Chen from Jejia Real Estate Investment Consulting Company. We understand that you have a recent housing need in Huajing and would like to recommend a quality school district property located in the western city with a square layout and excellent lighting." Lin Zhao's footsteps halted. She stood by a sycamore tree at the roadside, her phone pressed to her ear, her brows slowly knitting together. "This property has clear ownership and mature supporting facilities. If you're interested, I can send you detailed information or schedule a time for a visit." The other party continued speaking, her enthusiasm sounding like lines rehearsed countless times. Lin Zhao did not respond. A thought flashed quickly through her mind. Her mother had received a similar call a few days ago with the same script. Had her number been leaked as well? These real estate agents were truly insatiable. "Miss Lin, are you still there?" The woman on the other end seemed to sense her silence, adding a hint of probing in her tone. "What does it have to do with you?" Lin Zhao replied coldly. There was a pause on the other end.
Miss Lin, we noticed your recent active investments and wanted to offer you more professional assistance. Who told you to contact me? The other party's words were interrupted. There was a silence of 2 seconds as if considering her wording. If you currently have no needs in this regard, then I won't disturb you any longer. Wishing you a pleasant life, goodbye. The call ended. Lin Zhao stood under the streetlight, staring at the unfamiliar number for a few seconds before blacklisting it. She pocketed her phone and continued on her way to the dormitory. After walking a few steps, her phone vibrated again, another unfamiliar number. These agents were really annoying. Lin Zhao frowned and did not answer. Lin Zhao returned to dormitory 304. Cheng Xiaoyu had not yet returned, and Lin Zhao guessed she was practicing dance with the street dance club. Fang Xiyu was sitting at her desk reading a book. Upon hearing Lin Zhao open the door, she merely lifted her head to take a glance. Lin Zhao nodded at her, but said nothing. She sat down at her desk, opened her laptop, and casually scrolled through her phone while waiting for the system to start. When the screen lit up, she suddenly seemed to remember something and casually complained into the air, "Oh, my newly assembled desktop broke in less than a month." Her tone was quite casual. She observed Fang Xiyu's reaction from the corner of her eye. Fang Xiyu's desk was next to Lin Zhao's, and when she heard this, her book-studying motion paused momentarily. After a brief silence, Fang Xiyu spoke up. She did not raise her eyes, still looking down at her book. "You're new." Her voice tightened slightly, and her fingers gripping the book unconsciously tightened a bit more. Lin Zhao paused for a second, then continued in the same casual tone as before. "Yes, didn't you notice my main unit isn't under the desk? It's sent for repair." I didn't notice your main unit was." Fang Xiyu swallowed hard. "When did you find out it was broken?" "Yesterday afternoon." "Oh, it wouldn't turn on. I was afraid I'd lose the data inside, and I hadn't backed up the Qingyu Cup proposal yet." Lin Zhao sighed. "The repairman hasn't contacted me yet today, so I don't know if the data can be recovered." After saying that, she lightly brushed her forehead, pretending to look exhausted and anxious, but her gaze remained locked onto Fang. "Is it that serious?" Fang Xiyu finally lifted her head, her face a bit pale. "So, the Qingyu Cup proposal is only stored on your desktop?" "Yes, the latest version is on the desktop. The laptop and USB drive only have the old version." Lin Zhao looked sorrowful. "Yesterday, I was still thinking if the data is really lost, I won't even have enough time to redo it." Fang Xiyu did not respond. Her gaze wandered around the desk, as if searching for something. Then she picked up her water cup and walked to the water dispenser. The sound of water filling the cup drowned out the brief silence in the dormitory and masked her slightly trembling fingers. Lin Zhao turned back to continue looking at her computer screen. She already had an idea in her heart. No more probing was needed. There was no need for confrontation. Fang Xiyu's reaction had already told her everything. The sound of the water dispenser stopped. Fang Xiyu returned with her cup, sat on the edge of her bed for a moment, then picked up her book and flipped to the page she had just seen. She stared at that page for a long time before turning to the next page. Lin Zhao noticed that after flipping 2 pages, she flipped back. She probably hadn't absorbed the content. On Thursday afternoon, the professional class had just ended. Shen Ruotang's phone vibrated on the desk. She glanced at the caller ID, frowned, and walked to the end of the corridor. Lin Zhao was focused on organizing her class notes and noticed Shen Ruotang's movements out of the corner of her eye. She guessed there might be a situation at the hospital. After Shen Ruotang finished the call, she returned to the classroom and leaned down in front of Lin Zhao. In a low voice, she said to Lin Zhao, "Chun Mylan took advantage of my being in class to go to the hospital. What did she go for?" Lin Zhao put down her pen. Shen Ruotang's lips curled into a cold smile. "She brought an authorization for rehabilitation in Switzerland and a company strategic transformation consent form, wanting my dad to sign them. She also brought a lawyer and a translator. The arrangement was quite grand." Lin Zhao frowned. "Did your dad sign?" Shen Ruotang shook her head, her cold smile deepening. "No. I had already guessed she would launch a surprise attack while I was away. I specifically asked 2 people to take turns guarding the hospital door. Entry requires verification, and a lawyer needs my personal consent to enter." Chen Mylan was stopped at the hospital door. She talked for a long time at the entrance and didn't even get inside. Lin Zhao exhaled. "It's good that you were prepared. I have to guard against her, as she has harmed my dad once before, and I can't let her succeed a second time." Her tone was very calm when she said this, but her eyes were extremely sharp. Lin Zhao nodded. She felt that Shen Ruotang was very strong now and wondered how she had endured the darkest days alone in her past life, leading her to choose Zhou Yanting, whom she had always looked down upon. During the last class on Friday morning, the teacher dragged the class on for 10 minutes, and a restless excitement filled. As soon as the class bell rang, Cheng Xiaoyu sprang up from her seat, like a spring being released, wrapping her arms around Lin Zhao. "Zhao, let's go have hot pot for lunch. You promised me last time." Her voice was loud enough for the 3 rows in front and behind to hear clearly, and a few classmates packing their bags turned to look at her and smiled while shaking their heads. "It's Friday, aren't you going to your part-time job?" Lin Zhao was packing her things into her bag without raising her head. "I'm taking a day off. Today it's my turn to take a vacation." "Hey, you have no plans anyway." Cheng Xiaoyu shook her arm vigorously enough that Lin Zhao's whole body swayed. "Yuanyang hot pot. Double portions of tripe and duck blood. You said it yourself, it's hard to chase back a promise." Lin Zhao was shaken to the point that she couldn't hold her pen steady, so she shoved it into her pen bag and turned to look at Shen. Shen Ruotang was putting her textbook into her bag. Feeling Lin Zhao's gaze, she lifted her eyes. "Sure," Shen Ruotang said. Lin Zhao turned back to look at the back row.
Gu Yanzhou was leaning against the back of his chair, twirling a pen in his hand. You decide, he said, putting the pen down, his gaze sweeping across Lin Zhao's face before returning to the classmates walking toward the front door. All right, then, it's settled. Cheng Xiaoyu released Lin Zhao's arm, grabbed her bag, and slipped it on. A new hot pot restaurant has opened on the street to the right of the north gate. I heard their tripe is delivered directly from the slaughterhouse the same day, and it's crispy and tender in one bite. You know this. Did you scout it out in advance? Lin Zhao stood up and slung her bag over her shoulder. Of course I'm a professional when it comes to food. Cheng Xiaoyu said proudly. The hot pot restaurant was located in the middle of that street outside the north gate. The facade was not large, with a red background and golden characters on the sign, and the glass doors were plastered with dish recommendations. As they pushed the door open, a rich aroma of beef tallow mixed with the numbing scent of Sichuan pepper rushed toward them. Inside, many people were already seated, and the steam rose in swirling white clouds beneath the ceiling. Cheng Xiaoyu skillfully asked the waiter for a 4-person booth by the window, then plopped down, spreading the menu across the table and swiftly sliding her fingers over the options. Yuanyang hot pot base with the red soup being medium spicy. 2 portions of tripe, 2 portions of duck blood, 1 portion of fatty beef, 1 portion of yellow throat, 1 portion of chicken liver, 1 portion of shrimp paste, 1 portion of potatoes, 1 portion of lotus slices, 1 portion of tofu, 1 portion of watercress, 1 portion of enoki mushrooms. What else do you want? She lifted her head and pushed the menu to the center of the table. Lin Zhao glanced at it, her lips twitching. Cheng Xiaoyu, can you finish all this? If I can't finish, it'll take it to go. Cheng Xiaoyu said confidently. Anyway, today, it's Boss Lin treating. Shen Ruotang took the menu, glanced at it, and added an order for brown sugar glutinous rice balls. Gu Yanzhou didn't look at the menu, simply saying, 1 portion of fried rice. The waiter quickly brought the Yuanyang hot pot base with the red soup side filled with dried chilies and Sichuan pepper, while the white soup side was a creamy bone broth dotted with a few red dates and goji berries. Dishes were served one by one, filling the 4-person table to the brim. The red soup base boiled first with the chilies swirling in the bubbling red oil. Cheng Xiaoyu immediately dropped the tripe in her chopsticks, tossing the piece of dark brown tripe up and down in the boiling soup, her mouth also not idle. So Ruotang, how is your dad doing now? You never told me before. I thought you were sick and taking leave. Shen Ruotang was placing lotus root slices into the clear broth. Her movements paused at the words. She glanced at Lin Zhao, who gave a slight nod. Cerebral infarction, Shen Ruotang said, her tone very calm. Cheng Xiaoyu's chopsticks, which were reaching for tripe, froze midair, the playful grin on her face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a serious expression. Cerebral infarction? Isn't that very serious? He was taken to the hospital in time and was saved. Shen Ruotang stirred the lotus root in the pot. Recovery is a slow process, you can't rush it. Cheng Xiaoyu was silent for a few seconds, then picked up the first piece of tripe she had just blanched and placed it into Shen Ruotang's bowl. Ruotang, if you ever need help, just say the word. He'll come running. Even though I can't do much, I can at least offer companionship. Shen Ruotang looked down at the tripe in her bowl, a faint smile touching the corners of her lips. Okay. Gu Yanzhou remained silent throughout, but he picked up several slices of blanched fatty beef and placed them into Lin Zhao's bowl. Lin Zhao also said nothing, quietly eating the beef he had given her. Recently Zhou Yanting hasn't been pestering you much, Cheng Xiaoyu said, dipping a slice of fatty beef in sesame oil sauce. Maybe after Gu Yanzhou embarrassed him in the cafeteria last time, he finally learned to be afraid. Shen Ruotang didn't look up. It's good that he knows enough to back off. It saves me from getting annoyed just looking at him. Lin Zhao lowered her head to blanch a slice of tripe, saying nothing. She knew it all too well. Someone like Zhou Yanting would never give up just because of a single humiliation. In her past life, even after being married to her for 10 years, he still couldn't forget Shen Ruotang. In the end, he pursued her and succeeded. She had to admire his persistence. Becoming a son-in-law of the Shen family seemed to be his lifelong obsession. Now he wasn't giving up, he was lying low, adjusting his strategy. Fang Xiyu was the best example. Since he could bribe Fang Xiyu, he could bribe others too. In a dormitory of hundreds of girls who could guarantee there wasn't a second person swayed by small favors. Wasn't that worn-out memory stick a warning? Thinking of this, Lin Zhao's movements in blanching tripe slowed down. Gu Yanzhou had been quietly cooking vegetables beside her. He fished out the blanched duck intestines and placed them into Lin Zhao's bowl, his movements practiced and smooth. Then he set down the strainer and looked at Cheng Xiaoyu, who was still chattering away. Do girls from other dorms often visit your room? Cheng Xiaoyu was stuffing goose intestines into her mouth. The question caught her off guard. She chewed a few times, swallowed, and then spoke. Not many people come to visit. Lin Zhao and Ruotang don't like hanging out with others, and Fang Xiyu is always by herself. I'm the only one who goes. She scratched her head sheepishly. But I never bring anyone back to our room. I don't want to disturb these 2 academic prodigies' cultivation. Gu Yanzhou nodded thoughtfully. He glanced at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao was eating the duck intestines in her bowl, her face expressionless. Gu Yanzhou withdrew his gaze and didn't press further. After dinner, Cheng Xiaoyu glanced at her phone, let out a yelp, grabbed her bag, and dashed out the door. After a few steps, she turned back and shouted, I'm off to dance practice. Then she disappeared around the corner. Shen Ruotang stood at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, pulling her coat collar tighter. I'm heading back to the hospital. Take care, said Lin Zhao. Shen Ruotang nodded and hailed a taxi. Lin Zhao watched the taxi merge into the traffic, then turned to head back to school. Suddenly she felt a stumble beneath her feet. Her shoelace had come undone. She looked down about to squat and tie it, but it was too late. Gu Yanzhou was faster. He squatted on one knee, his slender fingers pinching her loose shoelace, crossing, looping, pulling tight, tying a sturdy and beautiful bow. The entire motion was fluid and natural, as if he had done it countless times. Lin Zhao was stunned. She looked down at the person crouched at her feet. The hood of his black sweatshirt was slightly raised, revealing a small patch of pale skin on the back of his neck. His fingers were steady as he tied the knot. His fingertips accidentally brushed against her shoe. There were still a few tables of customers waiting in line at the hot pot restaurant. Passers-by hurried past, and a taxi honked in the distance. But Lin Zhao felt those sounds were very far away. All she could hear was her own heartbeat. Gu Yanzhou stood up, brushed the non-existent dust off his knees, and glanced at, "Let's go." As he said these two words, the corner of his mouth seemed to curl slightly, but quickly returned to its usual unruffled expression. The tips of Lin Zhao's ears went from warm to scorching. She lowered her head and walked silently a few steps, finding that her heart was still racing absurdly fast. She took several deep breaths, trying to calm herself. Neither of them spoke about what had just happened. Walking quietly toward the library, the study room was as quiet as ever. Lin Zhao opened her laptop, and Gu Yanzhou sat beside her. They each attended to their own tasks, the sounds of keyboard clacking and the scratching of a stylus on a graphics tablet interweaving. At 2:40 in the afternoon, Lin Zhao rubbed her aching wrist. "I'm going to the restroom." Gu Yanzhou grunted in acknowledgement without looking up. Lin Zhao pushed open the study room door. The corridor was very quiet. She turned a corner and walked toward the restroom. As she passed the library lobby, her peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. Fang Xiyu. She was just coming out of the reading room carrying a stack of books. Lin Zhao's step faltered, her gaze landing on. At the same moment, Fang Xiyu saw her. They exchanged a brief glance from a few steps away. Fang Xiyu spoke first. "Lin Zhao, are you two working on the project again?" Lin Zhao nodded, putting on a perfectly appropriate look of worry, an expression she had mastered to perfection. "They'll probably have to pull an all-nighter this weekend, or we won't make the deadline." "Oh, I see." Fang Xiyu paused. "Well, good luck." Lin Zhao hummed in response, not saying anything more. Then she returned to the study room and continued working on the project with Gu Yanzhou. The moment Lin Zhao stepped back into the study room, Gu Yanzhou asked, "Was that Fang Xiyu just now? Did you follow me to the bathroom?" Lin Zhao blurted out, "I went to the bathroom too and saw you talking to her," Gu Yanzhou said calmly. "I'm not a stalker." "Fine, that was Fang Xiyu. What about her?" Lin Zhao shot him a glance. "How are you and Fang Xiyu getting along?" Gu Yanzhou continued. "It's okay." Lin Zhao didn't intend to tell him about the Fang Xiyu matter since it involved Zhou Yanting. There was no need to drag him into it again, and she didn't want to owe him any more favors. Gu Yanzhou didn't press further. The study room fell silent again, leaving only the sounds of keyboard typing and the stylus scratching against the graphics tablet. The evening chill crept in silently. The radiator in the study room was one of the oldest in the library. When touched, it gave off only a hint of barely perceptible warmth. The wind seeping through the window cracks grew more persistent, carrying the characteristic dry cold of late November. Lin Zhao was completely absorbed in the screen, adjusting details of the plan. Suddenly she sneezed. The sound was very soft, muffled in her throat. She wrinkled her nose and continued drawing. The chair beside her creaked softly. She thought it was Gu Yanzhou getting water, so she didn't look up. The next second, a warm bundle gently landed on her shoulder. Soft, warm, carrying a faint scent of fur. Lin Zhao's pen stopped on the tablet. She looked down at her shoulder. It was a dark gray thin down jacket, its sleeves hanging on either side of her arms, the collar resting on her shoulder. It bore the scent of Gu Yanzhou's fur and the residual warmth of his body. She looked up. Gu Yanzhou had already sat back down in front of his computer, wearing only a black hoodie. "Aren't you cold?" Lin Zhao asked. "I get hot easily." He didn't even lift his eyelids when he said this, his tone still flat. Lin Zhao glanced at the black hoodie. He was wearing its sleeves slightly rolled up to his forearms, revealing a clean line of his wrist. "Gets hot easily." The temperature in the study room was below 10 degrees Celsius, and he was wearing a hoodie claiming he got hot. She didn't call him out. She pulled the jacket tighter, her fingers lightly grasping the lapel. She said to herself internally, "Fine. Let's say you get hot easily." Early on Saturday morning, the mother and daughter finished breakfast and stepped out together. Today, Lin Zhao intended to accompany her mother to inspect the progress of the shop's refurbishment. The shop sat on a quietly modest street in Huajing district, flanked by wudong trees whose leaves had long since fallen, their bare branches swaying in the wind. A few long-established shops dotted the street, sellers of traditional painting pigments, picture mounters, and seal carvers. Their shop fronts were small, but bore the weight of years. From afar came the rasp of a power saw. As Lin Zhao approached the shop's doorway, a mingled scent of sawdust, paint, and glue washed over her. Inside, the shop had been transformed. The display area's walls were primed in a warm off-white, exactly the hue her mother had chosen on the rendering. The floor was laid with pale wood-grain tiles, their protective film still unremoved and crunching underfoot. The ceiling lights had been replaced by warm yellow spotlights, each beam caressing the walls and elevating the room's texture. Carpenter Master Zhao was at work on the 8 immortals table. He had been busy for a week. The timber had been transformed from a few rough planed beams into a frame that fit together with precise seams. Li Lan crouched by the table, holding the blueprint whose edges had curled from being handled, her gaze moving back and forth between the paper and the piece several times. She reached out, letting her fingertip glide along a mortise and seam, feeling the joints so smooth that the slightest unevenness was imperceptible.
Then she rose and nodded to Master Zhao. That will do. Make it like this. Master Zhao removed the unlit cigarette from his mouth, clipped it behind his ear, and grinned. Boss Li, don't worry. I've been a carpenter for 20 years. This table will satisfy you. Li Lan laughed softly, rolled the blueprint, and tucked it into the nearby tool bag. Lin Zhao watched her mother converse with the carpenter about the table, a smile that did not fade from her face. The light at the doorway dimmed for a moment. A figure stood in the frame and tapped the door jamb. Lin Zhao turned and saw a woman outside the shop. She was in her early 30s, wearing a loose camel-colored cotton coat and khaki cargo pants. Her hair was braided loosely to the side and rested on her shoulder. She held a white enamel cup from which steam rose. Busy. Her voice was unhurried with a hint of languor. I heard some activity and came to see. Li Lan straightened from the table, and her face immediately brightened. Xiaolu, you're here. Come in, it's cold out there. She turned to Lin Zhao. This is the Lu Xiaoqi I told you about, the flower shop owner. Boss Lu Xiaoqi carried the enamel cup inside. Her gaze paused on the freshly primed display wall, then drifted to the unfinished frame of the Eight Immortals table, and she let out a soft wow. Sisterly, this table is so beautiful. It's not finished yet, Li Lan replied modestly, though her eyes lit up. It's precisely its incompleteness that is appealing. Lu Xiaoqi tilted her head. You can see the wood's natural color and grain, but once it's fully finished, those qualities are often concealed. As she spoke, her fingers unconsciously plaited the braids, and her tone earnest, as if appraising an exhibit. Lin Zhao stepped away from the wall and nodded to Lu Xiaoqi. Hello, I'm Lin Zhao, Li Lan's daughter. Lu Xiaoqi turned, let her gaze linger on Lin Zhao's face for a moment, then smiled. Her smile was not the practiced politeness of a professional, the curve was subtle, but her eyes held genuine curiosity. Hello, Lin Zhao. Your mother always speaks of you with such pride. Seeing you in person is better than hearing. Indeed, as she said, you are a little beauty. Lin Zhao felt a flush at the frank, sincere compliment and allowed a shy smile. I heard you're a freshman in the architecture program at Huajing University. Lu Xiaoqi tilted her head and regarded Lin Zhao with an appreciative, gentle attention rather than a judgmental stare. A girl studying architecture is very cool, she concluded. Lin Zhao felt her ears warm and considered how to reply. You're cool too, Lin Zhao said. Lu Xiaoqi laughed, her faint smile opening into a genuine one. Then I suppose we're of the same sort. Li Lan listened to their back and forth with a broader smile. Lin Zhao recalled the previous discussion with her mother about cross-promotion and asked Lu Xiaoqi about it. Boss Lu, my mother said you two talked about cooperating to draw in customers. Yes, Lu Xiaoqi answered. She sipped from her enamel cup and nodded. We could display each other's pieces and allow customers to flow freely between the two shops. We might set up a shared seating area at the storefront for passers-by to rest. That will help concentrate foot traffic. Lin Zhao nodded. The florist's attitude surpassed her expectations. She not only welcomed the collaboration, but had already conceived an initial plan. I can have it arranged in a couple of days. He'll handle it. Lin Zhao took a small notebook from her bag and began jotting things. For the rest area, enclose it with greenery and wooden slats, add a few rattan chairs and small round tables. Use panels with flower boxes or trellises. How to pair flowers and plants I will leave to you. Alright, I'll select the floral materials. Add some string lights for accent. Lit up at night, it will feel very atmospheric. Lu Xiaoqi gestured as she spoke. Lin Zhao wrote, outdoor string lights, in her notebook and looked up. He'll measure the exact dimensions shortly. Tomorrow, he'll buy the fence and tables. Lu Xiaoqi continued elaborating the rest area concept, while Lin Zhao dutifully recorded every detail. After taking the measurements, Lin Zhao and Li Lan lingered in Lu Xiaoqi's flower shop for a while. By the time they finished with the shop, it was past 1 in the afternoon. The mother and daughter returned to their neighborhood park, each ate a bowl at the Lin Zhao noodle shop outside the complex, then picked a few tangerines at the fruit stall next door. On the walk home, Li Lan was in high spirits, counting on her fingers the remaining tasks before opening. The sign to hang tomorrow, the glass shelves arriving the day after tomorrow. Master Zhao said the Eight Immortals table would be finished by next Wednesday. Lin Zhao listened as her mother ticked off items, her steps unknowingly slowing in time. She watched her mother's slightly upturned mouth and the clumsy way she gestured once flicking an orange peel and could not help but laugh softly. At that moment, Li Lan's phone rang in her pocket. She glanced at the screen. The number was unfamiliar. Seems a lot of people have been asking lately, she said with a smile as she answered. Hello. The voice on the other end was small. Yes, opening Friday, Li Lan replied casually. If you're interested in Sue embroidery, you can come by the shop to see it. The line fell quiet. Then the call ended. A brief, busy tone came through the receiver as Li Lan pulled the phone from her ear and glanced. Dropped. Maybe the signal is poor, she said, slipping the phone back into her pocket and continuing to walk. Mom, Lin Zhao hesitated. What did that person ask earlier? They just asked when the shop opens. Li Lan looked back at her. They hung up right after I gave the date. Maybe the signal was bad, Lin Zhao suggested. Li Lan tossed the orange peel into a roadside bin. You posted about it online last time, right? They probably saw the announcement and called to ask. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Zhao suddenly remembered and rummaged in her bag for her phone, opening the post she had published 3 days earlier. The post showed 62 views and had no comments. She nodded quietly and said nothing. Perhaps it really had been. On Sunday morning, Lin Zhao took a taxi to the building materials market. She selected a fence made of preservative-treated wood in its natural hue, topped with a trough that perfectly accommodated the cascading greenery Lu Xiaoqi had arranged. 16 rattan chairs were chosen paired with 4 small round tables, just enough to furnish the common area in front of the 2 shops. The merchant included delivery and installation. No sooner had Lin Zhao arrived at the shop by taxi than the delivery truck pulled over to the curb. The goods were quickly unloaded and Lin Zhao was directing the installation. Master, move the fence a bit to the left. Yes, don't block the flower shop's window. Lin Zhao walked over and showed the workers where to place the rattan chairs. Lu Xiaoqi poked her head out from the flower shop and waved at Lin Zhao. Once the fence is up, they'll put the flowers out right away. By noon, the shared resting area was completed. The natural wood fence enclosed the entire front of both shops, leaving only an arched entrance in the middle. It was equivalent to the 2 shops sharing a single entrance. The tea tables and rattan chairs were arranged in an artful scatter inside, while the flower troughs were filled with a variety of blooms and greenery. Lilan stood in the middle of the resting area, turned around, and frowned slightly. Zhao, do you think no one will come to sit in this rest area? Mom. Lin Zhao patted the armrest of a rattan chair. With all the shops on this street, yours is the only one with a rest area. Just this will make passers-by take a second look. Lilan smiled with her lips pressed together, and the faint crease between her brows finally relaxed a little. The signboard arrived in the afternoon. The renderings Lin Zhao had made earlier were perfectly reproduced. On a light natural wood background, the words Langxia Fang were inlaid with fine dark gold borders. After hanging the signboard, Lu Xiaoqi brought a stepladder and strung fairy lights from the flower shop entrance all the way to Langxia Fang's entrance, winding them along the fence. It will look beautiful when lit up at night. She dusted off her hands and winked at Lin Zhao. Lilan stood at the shop entrance, looked up at the signboard, and her eyes reddened slightly. Lin Zhao walked over to her, saying nothing, and simply placed her hand on her mother's shoulder. Lilan raised her hand to cover her daughter's and patted it gently. In the following days, Lin Zhao spent almost all her free time in the seminar room and Gu Yanzhou's apartment. Shen Ruotang also started to rejoin the team. Whenever the 3 of them worked on the project together, they always chose Gu Yanzhou's home. How has your father been recently? Lin Zhao placed a cup of water on the corner of her desk. Shen Ruotang didn't stop her work, her eyes still fixed on the screen. He hardly goes into a coma anymore. He can sit up with the help of the headboard. The rehabilitation therapist says the recovery rate is much faster than expected. Then is he about to be discharged? Shen Ruotang's fingers paused on the keyboard for a moment. He could have been discharged this week, but I haven't processed the paperwork yet. Why? Shen Milan still lives at home. Shen Ruotang's tone was faint. I don't want my father to be provoked by... The single ward in the hospital is guarded around the clock. It's safer than home. Lin Zhao recalled the time when Shen Ruotang blocked Shen Milan at the hospital entrance and understood the unspoken concerns in her words. Wait until the time is right to bring him out. No need to rush, Lin Zhao said. Shen Ruotang nodded and continued. She had hired 2 caregivers in shifts, a rehabilitation therapist who visited daily, and security personnel stationed at the ward door. This 3-layered protection allowed her to briefly break away from the hospital and redirect her energy back into the competition project. The 3 of them worked together with increasing synergy. Sometimes they were so absorbed that when Aunt Wu had dinner ready and brought it up, they needed to be called 2 or 3 times before they could tear themselves away from the screens. Shen Ruotang also took advantage of these days visiting Gu Yanzhou's home to reconnect with Aunt Wu. She didn't mention being a witness. She merely helped Aunt Wu pick vegetables and chatted about daily life, just like she used to at her own home. On Wednesday evening, it was nearly 10 o'clock when Lin Zhao returned to the dormitory from the seminar room. She pushed open the door. Cheng Xiaoyu was sitting cross-legged on her bed with a facial mask on, while Fang Xiyu was walking in from the balcony, holding a piece of freshly dried laundry. Back already? Fang Xiyu nodded at her, then carried the clothes to her bed and began folding them. Lin Zhao replied casually. Ever since Fang Xiyu started her little schemes, she had become increasingly proactive in greeting Lin Zhao. Those with a guilty conscience are always unusually attentive, as if afraid of being found out. Lin Zhao set her laptop bag on the desk and casually glanced at her own desk. The pencil holder was shifted about 2 centimeters off. The textbook on the desk had been flipped open, and the cover's orientation differed from when she left. She pretended to put a pen into the drawer and noticed that the USB drive inside had been tampered with. She remembered clearly when she left in the morning the USB drive was lying vertically on the right side, flush against the drawer's inner wall. But now it lay diagonally in the middle right area. Others wouldn't notice such details. Cheng Xiaoyu never touched her things without asking, and Shen Ruotang would certain only one person would approach this desk when she wasn't around. Lin Zhao said nothing. She opened her laptop and pretended to look up information, her fingers slowly gliding over the trackpad. The USB drive contained an early draft of the project that had long been discarded. Even if it were copied, it would not affect the final competition project. Lin Zhao surreptitiously returned the pencil holder to its original position and reinserted the USB drive vertically into the drawer's inner compartment. As she finished these actions, her peripheral vision swept over Fang Xiyu's bed. Fang Xiyu had already folded the clothes and was sitting on the edge of her bed looking at her phone. The screen light illuminated half her face, making her expression unreadable. Thursday noon, the cafeteria. Cheng Xiaoyu picked up a piece of braised pork and spoke to Lin Zhao with her mouth full. Oh, by the way, on Tuesday evening, I saw Fang Xiyu coming back from outside, carrying a paper bag from the 88 shopping center. Fang Xiyu actually went to 88. She never used to go when we invited her. Lin Zhao's chopsticks paused with a piece of greens near her mouth.
After a second, she put it in her mouth, chewed slowly, and then said, maybe it's something her family sent her. Or it could be something sent from home. Fang Xiyu nodded, not delving deeper into the matter. Lin Zhao lowered her head and continued eating, saying nothing more, but many questions had already arisen in her mind. Fang Xiyu carried the 88 paper bag back to the dormitory on Tuesday evening. On Wednesday evening, Lin Zhao discovered her desk had been tampered with. Gu Yanzhou was tipping Fang Xiyu again. Last time it was a craft paper bag. This time it's the 88 bag. Was it a reward for gathering information? Or payment for sabotaging the computer? Or an advance for further action? Lin Zhao shoveled the last bite of rice into her mouth. She wasn't panicking inside. If Fang Xiyu had indeed copied the project from the USB drive to deliver it, then she herself had successfully baited the trap. The project on the USB drive was a carefully designed bait by Lin Zhao. If they dared to use it, she had a way to expose them. December 4th, Thursday. There were less than 6 hours left before the final submission deadline for the Qingyu Cup. At 6:30 in the evening in Huajing, the sky was completely dark. Gu Yanzhou's apartment was brightly lit. On the coffee table lay 3 laptops and a pile of scattered printouts with empty coffee cups beside each of the 3 people. Aunt Wu had dinner ready by 6. As she served rice, she rambled, Mr. Gu, you should eat more. Your face has gotten thinner. Miss Lin, don't just drink coffee. It's bad for your stomach. Miss Ruotang. I know, Aunt Wu. Shen Ruotang rarely showed a smile as she took the soup bowl Aunt Wu handed her. Don't worry, tonight is the last day. Aunt Wu shook her head and led Xian away from the coffee table. Don't disturb the big brother and sister while they're working. Come, Grandma will take you downstairs for a walk. Xian hugged the Unit 01 figure that Gu Yanzhou had given her last week and obediently followed her grandmother out. Last week when she came for the 3rd time, Gu Yanzhou personally handed her an unopened Unit 01 figure, saying, this is for the pinky promised last time. Xian now regarded the Unit 01 as her most beloved treasure, unwilling to let it go even when going out. The final touches on the final draft were happening simultaneously on all 3 laptops. Shen Ruotang was in charge of the last round of proofreading. She went through all the design drawings and text annotations from beginning to end, even checking the punctuation in the annotations. Gu Yanzhou was adjusting the formatting and the color tones of the last few renderings. Lin Zhao was handling the overall. She read through the entire final draft from start to finish, confirming that no component was missing, and then began ticking off items one by one on the final checklist. This integration process was all too familiar to her. She had developed muscle memory for it in her past life. By 7 in the evening, all content was confirmed without error. Shen Ruotang closed her laptop and leaned against the sofa back. Gu Yanzhou packaged the final version of the proposal, compressed it, and began uploading it to the official Qingyu Cup system. At 8 o'clock sharp, all files were transferred. Lin Zhao pressed the submit button. The page transitioned. The words, submission successful, appeared at the center of the screen below, which were the system-generated confirmation information and timestamp December 4th, 2008, 0057. There were still less than 4 hours until the deadline. Lin Zhao leaned back against the sofa cushion, slowly exhaling the long breath that had been pent up in his chest. The 3 of them had been consumed by this proposal for nearly 2.5 months. From the Old City survey in late September through the upheaval of the Shun family in November to the final sprint over the past month. They had packed too much into this proposal. Steel structures were concealed within the mortar joints of ancient walls. The logic of restoring historic architecture was deconstructed and recast into the language of modern construction, and every piece of data bore the weight of countless late-night debates and meticulous refinements. Shen Ruotang leaned over from beside the sofa and reached out to knead Lin Zhao's shoulder, applying just the right pressure. Gu Yanzhou sat in the single armchair nearby, one hand resting on the edge of the sofa arm. He shifted his gaze from the screen to Lin Zhao's face, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. This week of intensive collaboration had restored their synergy to its peak. Lin Zhao closed his laptop, stretched his arms, and a faint crack sounded from the joints of his wrists. All 3 of them leaned back in their seats simultaneously, without a word. After about a minute of silence, Shen Ruotang spoke first. I want to eat grilled skewers. She straightened up from the sofa cushion and rubbed the back of her neck. I want a drink. Lin Zhao turned his head to look at her. When Shen Ruotang said this, her tone lacked its usual restraint. Beneath her eyes still lingered traces of unbroken dark circles, but her gaze held a light, eager for release. My dad has been recovering well lately, Shen Ruotang said as she zipped up her laptop bag. He can already walk a few steps with a walker in the hospital room. She paused, a faint smile forming at the corners of her mouth. I've been wound up all this time today, I just want to relax. Lin Zhao glanced at Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou had already closed his laptop. He gathered the printed drafts on the coffee table and stood up. I know a place outside the East 4th Ring. He took his coat from the hanger and handed it to Lin Zhao. Their grilled skewers are authentic. The taxi drove to the outskirts of the East 4th Ring for nearly half an hour, finally stopping at a cluster of food stalls converted from an old factory district. Open-air plastic canopies stood side by side, red plastic stools scattered haphazardly beside folding tables. The smoke from charcoal-grilled lamb skewers billowed overhead, mingling with the scorched aroma of cumin and chili powder. The charcoal fire crackled in the iron grills, vendors' shouts and diners' drinking game, cries rising and falling in waves. The 3 of them found an empty table near the edge and sat down. The plastic tablecloth was printed with gaudy beer advertisements pockmarked with several burn holes from cigarettes. Without a word, Shen Ruotang ordered a case of beer from the vendor. Lin Zhao looked at the beer case being hoisted onto the table, the corners of his mouth twitching. Let me say first, my alcohol tolerance is low. 2 bottles at most. 2 bottles it is. Shen Ruotang had already snapped apart a pair of disposable chopsticks and was prying open the bottle caps one by one, her movements as deft as punching a boxing bag. She first filled her own glass, then poured one for Lin Zhao, and finally pushed an unopened bottle of beer toward Gu Yanzhou. I don't drink, Gu Yanzhou said, pushing the bottle back slightly. Shen Ruotang raised an eyebrow, pried open the bottle cap, and thrust it into his hand as the foam spilled over the rim. Don't give me that. Tonight you drink. Gu Yanzhou looked down at the bottle in his hand, then up at Shen Ruotang's resolute face. The corners of his mouth curved almost imperceptibly. Fine. He set the bottle on the table and poured himself half a glass. The lamb skewers arrived first, the iron sticks still sizzling with oil. The alternating fatty and lean meat was charcoal grilled to a smoky crisp, thickly coated with cumin and chili powder. Soon followed grilled chicken wings, beef tendon, sliced bread, and a large plate of spicy stir-fried clams. Shen Ruotang raised her glass. Cheers. The 3 glasses clinked together with a crisp sound. Shen Ruotang drank the fastest, finishing her first glass in 3 gulps and refilling it. After 2 bottles, her fair cheeks flushed crimson, spreading from her cheekbones to her earlobes, and even her neck was tinged with a light pink. She usually spoke little, but after drinking her words flowed freely. You guys didn't see it, she said, slamming her glass on the table. When Chun Milan brought a lawyer to the hospital, that time she was stopped in the hallway. That lawyer's face turned green. She imitated the way Chun Milan had shouted into her phone in the corridor, her voice high and thin, the tone vivid. What are you doing? Do I need approval to enter my husband's hospital room? Who's in charge? Give me your director. Lin Zhao had just taken a mouthful of beer and nearly spat it out. And then, as she asked, covering her mouth. Then Shen Ruotang poured out everything about Chun Milan. She had never called Chun Milan mom, at most she called her aunt. Ever since she was a child, Chun Milan had never given her a second glance, couldn't even remember her birthday, and never attended parent-teacher meetings. In Chun Milan's eyes, there was only her own son. Shen Ruotang picked up a skewer of beef tendon and bit off a charred crisp edge. Shen Ruoti is not really my brother at all. He and I share no blood relation. He is Chun Milan's son with her ex-husband. Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou heard this secret for the first time, both stunned. Shen Ruotang swallowed the tendon and glanced at their astonished faces, then suddenly smiled. But unfortunately, my kind-hearted father always treated him as his own. Shen Ruotang filled her glass again. She stared at the beer in her hand as the foam rose layer by layer, then slowly. Her emotions sank like the foam. My mother passed away early, she said, tracing circles along the rim of the glass with her fingertip. My father remarried for my sake back then, but he never met someone who truly cared for him. Chun Milan married into the family for the money. My father always tolerated her, all for the sake of letting me grow up in a... She lowered her head to look at the yellow liquid that had now settled. The foam completely dissipated, leaving only a few stray bubbles clinging to the glass wall. Sometimes I think, if my mother were still here, he would never have married Chun Milan. There wouldn't be so many troubles. After saying this, she lifted her glass and downed more than half of it in one go. Lin Zhao didn't reply. She reached out and gently patted Shen Ruotang's back. Gu Yanzhou set down his glass and grabbed a handful of peanuts from the metal tray on the table. He shelled the peanuts one by one, piling the kernels neatly into a small clean plate, which he placed in front of Shen Ruotang. The empty shells stacked into a small mountain beside his hand. Shen Ruotang looked down at the plate of peanuts and remained silent for a long time. The string of small bulbs hanging from the plastic canopy reflected tiny points of light in her eyes. She took a deep breath, finished the remaining half of her glass, and set it down with a soft clink. Then she raised her head to look at Lin Zhao, her eyes glistening with tipsy moisture, but her gaze was unusually earnest. I wish I could go back to being 10 years old. That way I could see my mother again and also stop my father from marrying a stepmother. She paused, a bittersweet smile forming at the corner of her lips. Zhao, if you could start over, what would you most want to change? Lin Zhao's beer glass paused midair. The small bulb hanging from the plastic canopy cast a warm yellow glow upon her face, making her 19-year-old features appear remarkably youthful. Yet in her eyes there flickered for an instant a desolation far beyond her years. She gazed at Shen Ruotang's slightly intoxicated eyes, perceiving the vulnerability and trust within them. Lowering her head, a faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth, her tone as light as a jest. Life can never be relived. Shen Ruotang paused, then laughed. True, there are no ifs, so we must live in the present. She laughed heartily, her shoulders trembling, nearly knocking over the cup beside her. Gu Yanzhou reached out and steadied the teetering glass. Lin Zhao joined in the laughter, natural and unrestrained, fine creases forming at the corners of her eyes. Gu Yanzhou sat across, rotating his beer bottle half a turn in his hand. His gaze settled on Lin Zhao's face for 2 seconds. The mirth in her eyes had yet to fade, the curved arcs still lingering at her eyes' edges. Yet Gu Yanzhou noticed the way her lashes trembled under the light when she lowered her head. He said nothing, merely averted his gaze, raised his cup, and drained the remaining liquor in one gulp. By her 4th bottle, Shen Ruotang began to hiccup. She set the empty bottle on the table, leaned back against the plastic chair, and looked up at the string of swaying bulbs above. Gu Yanzhou. She suddenly spoke, her voice slower than before, but still articulating clearly. Gu Yanzhou was placing a slice of grilled bread into Lin Zhao's bowl. Hearing her, he looked up.
Shin Ruotang's gaze descended from the bulbs to settle on his face. What exactly are your intentions toward our Zhao Zhao? Lin Zhao, reaching for a piece of tendon, flinched at the words, nearly letting the tendon slip from her fingers. The roots of her ears flushed instantly, as if seared by charcoal, the redness spreading from her earlobes down to the nape of her neck. Ruotang, you're drunk. Don't talk nonsense. She pressed a hand firmly on Shin Ruotang's arm, her voice low and gritted. Shin Ruotang shook off her hand, her gaze fixed resolutely on Gu Yanzhou. I'm asking a serious question. Her eyes were remarkably clear, staring straight at Gu Yanzhou. You attend to Zhao Zhao in every detail, every day, giving her figurines a computer, picking up food for her, peeling shrimp shells, buying coffee. Do you think I'm blind? Lin Zhao sat frozen in the plastic chair. Under the table, she frantically stomped on Shin Ruotang's foot, but Shin Ruotang remained unmoved, as if entirely insensible to the pain. Gu Yanzhou first glanced at Lin Zhao. She was looking down, her ears red as a shrimp fresh from the hot pot, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of the table. Then he turned to Shin Ruotang. The one I want to protect. His voice was not loud, but amidst the clamor of the barbecue stall, every word fell clearly into the ears of the two people present. Lin Zhao now only wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. Shin Ruotang froze for a second, then burst in. She laughed loudly, shoulders shaking, tiny tears forming at the corners of her eyes. She leaned back against the plastic chair, the chair legs scraping against the cement floor with a harsh screech. Gu Yanzhou. She straightened up and slapped the table, causing the beer bottles to wobble. I salute you, man. She raised her cup toward Gu Yanzhou, then took a large gulp. Finally, you've said it. Shin Ruotang set the cup down with a clink, the smile still lingering on her lips. All that ambiguity day after day. Even I as a bystander was getting anxious for you. Lin Zhao jerked her head up, glaring at Shin Ruotang. Shin Ruotang pretended not to notice. Since everything's out in the open, she rested her elbows on the table, leaning forward slightly, then stopped playing those ambiguous games. She tilted her head. You need to officially pursue her. Openly and honorably. Our Zhao Zhao deserves to be treated well. Lin Zhao lowered her head, desperately wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Gu Yanzhou looked at Lin Zhao, then back at Shin Ruotang. Fine, I admit it, I like Lin Zhao. He poured himself a glass of beer and downed it in one gulp. Setting the glass down, he turned seriously to Lin Zhao. I like you. I've had a crush on you since the freshman orientation. He couldn't tell her had liked her for 2 lifetimes. He couldn't say had been searching for her ever since he was reborn at 16. He couldn't say had secretly loved her for 5 years in his past life, and waited for her 2 more in this one. All he could say was since the freshman orientation. He withdrew his gaze from Lin Zhao's face, fixing it on the empty glass before him. I never said anything because I didn't want to pressure you. He looked up again, meeting Lin Zhao's eyes. I'm not good with words, but I'll prove it through my actions. His voice was soft yet extraordinarily earnest. Lin Zhao sat on the plastic chair, feeling utterly dazed. Her palms were sweating. She could hear her heart pounding in her chest, each thud so loud it made her head buzz. She knew she was feeling attraction, but she also knew that attraction was the most unreliable thing in the world. In her past life, she had felt the same flutter for Zhou Yanting. And then she became his ghostwriter, his stepping stone to success, a tool gathering dust at home. Finally, he coldly said, just sign the divorce papers quickly, not even deigning to give her an extra glance. The one thing she could trust least was her own judgment. She was afraid of repeating her mistakes. How could she know Gu Yanzhou was any different from Zhou Yanting? How could she be sure Gu Yanzhou wouldn't turn into another Zhou Yanting 10 years later? She lowered her head, staring at the empty beer glass on the table, a shallow layer of foam still clinging to the bottom. Shin Ruotang's voice drifted in from beside her. Zhao Zhao. Lin Zhao abruptly stood up. The chair legs scraped against the cement floor with a piercing screech. Nearby diners turned to glance at her. I should go back first. Lin Zhao grabbed her coat from the back of the chair, moving as if fleeing. I have class tomorrow. She didn't dare look at Gu Yanzhou's face. She merely glanced at Shin Ruotang. Shin Ruotang looked up at her, as well, the tipsy mischief in her eyes mostly faded, replaced by a serious regard. Let's go together. Shin Ruotang rose as well, but wobbled unsteadily. She had drunk too much, unable to stand firm, one hand on the table, and the other reaching for Lin Zhao's arm. Lin Zhao caught her arm instead, then turned back to look at Gu Yanzhou. He was still sitting in the same spot, surrounded by 3 empty bottles and a table of unfinished skewers. He looked up at her, his gaze calm and warm without any pressure. Lin Zhao dragged Shin Ruotang outside. Shin Ruotang stumbled along, turning back to give Gu Yanzhou a thumbs-up, slurring a shout. Gu Yanzhou, you were really handsome today. Lin Zhao hauled Shin Ruotang out of the tent straight to the roadside. With one hand supporting Shin Ruotang, she waved the other toward the distance. A taxi rounded the corner, its yellow roof light striking in the night. As the taxi stopped before them, and the door opened, Shin Ruotang looked back toward the tent. Inside the tent, the light was dim and the crowd bustling. Through the translucent plastic sheeting, she could vaguely see Gu Yanzhou still sitting motionless in the same spot. Aren't you going to give it some thought? Shin Ruotang asked, her breath reeking of alcohol, but her voice remarkably clear as Lin Zhao shoved her into the back seat. Lin Zhao slid in after her and slammed the door shut without answering. Driver, North Gate of Huajing University. Shin Ruotang closed her eyes, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. A catch like Gu Yanzhou, don't let him slip away. If I ever met someone like that, I'd have. Before she could finish, Shin Ruotang had already fallen asleep, her head drooping onto Lin Zhao's shoulder, her breath laced with alcohol. Lin Zhao's throat tightened. Outside the window, rows of roadside trees swept past one after another, the streetlights casting alternating light and shadow inside the cab. Lin Zhao thought for a moment. It was too late to return to the dorm now. Besides, Shen Ruotang was drunk. Driver Yunxi Yuan, the residential complex near Huajing University's north gate. Sure thing, same fare. The taxi driver responded. The taxi halted at the entrance of Yunxi Yuan community, and it was nearly 11 o'clock. Lin Zhao paid the fare, draping Shen Ruotang's arm over her shoulder, half dragging, half carrying her out of the back seat. Shen Ruotang felt as soft as a lump of cotton, her head drooping in the crook of Lin Zhao's shoulder. The warm breath she exhaled, carrying the bitter scent of beer. Ruotang, wake up, we're home. Lin Zhao gently patted her face. Shen Ruotang mumbled an indistinct response, her eyelids fluttering before closing again, her steps unsteady, as if she were walking on cotton. Lin Zhao gritted her teeth, supporting Shen Ruotang as they moved step by step into the community. Upon reaching the 11th floor, the door lock clicked open and the warm yellow light of the living room spilled out. Lilan was curled up on the sofa watching TV when she heard the door open and looked up, her gaze landing on the drunken figure slumped over Lin Zhao's shoulder, nearly dropping the remote control in her hand. Who is this? Lilan sprang from the sofa, not even putting on her slippers properly, and quickly ran over to help Lin Zhao support Shen Ruotang's other arm. Mom, this is Shen Ruotang. How did she drink so much? We finished the project and went out to relax a bit. Lin Zhao and Lilan worked together to ease Shen Ruotang onto the sofa. She's been under a lot of pressure lately. Even under pressure, one shouldn't drink like this. Lilan frowned, reaching out to touch Shen Ruotang's flushed cheek. Isn't she usually quite steady? How did she lose all sense when it comes to alcohol? Shen Ruotang was placed on the sofa, her head leaning against the cushion, mumbling something indistinctly before falling back into a deep sleep. Lilan stood beside the sofa, hands on her hips, her brows knitted together. It looks like she drank quite a lot, she sighed, turning to Lin Zhao. Where did you two drink tonight? Just the two of you. There was also Gu Yanzhou. We were at a barbecue place on the East 4th Ring Road. Lin Zhao had already wet a towel in the bathroom, wringing it out halfway before coming back. With a boy there, and she drank this much. Lilan muttered, her gaze following Lin Zhao's back. Lin Zhao crouched in front of the sofa, brushing aside Shen Ruotang's damp hair from her forehead, gently wiping her face with the warm towel. From her forehead to the corners of her eyes, from the bridge of her nose to her chin, the movements were gentle and slow, the edge of the towel carefully wiping behind her ears and neck. Shen Ruotang's furrowed brow slowly relaxed, her breathing becoming long and even. Lin Zhao flipped the towel over, lifting Shen Ruotang's hand, cleaning each finger one by one, finally placing both her hands neatly on her abdomen. Lilan stood by, watching Lin Zhao complete this act. She suddenly realized something. When did her Zhao become? This girl sometimes matured to the point of making one feel heartache. After all, she was still just a girl under 20. Ever since she came to Huajing alone for the summer vacation, she seemed like a different person. Mom, Ruotang is sleeping with me tonight. Lin Zhao stood up, preparing to help Shen Ruotang into the bedroom. Lilan assisted Lin Zhao in taking Shen Ruotang to the bedroom, gently laying her down on the bed. Shen Ruotang turned onto her side, burying her face into the pillow, murmuring a vague word. Mom. Lin Zhao paused for a moment, then smiled. I'm not your mom. She looked at Shen Ruotang, who rarely showed her childlike side, thinking that at her previous age of 35, she could indeed. Lin Zhao bent down, gently patting her back. Ruotang, can you change into your pajamas before sleeping? Shen Ruotang did not respond. Lin Zhao sighed, carefully removing her clothes one by one. When putting on her pajamas, Shen Ruotang drowsily cooperated, lifting her arms and tilting her head like a well-behaved kitten. Once everything was settled, Lin Zhao pulled up the blanket tucking in the corners and placed a glass of water on the bedside table. Lilan stood at the bedroom door, watching her, opening her mouth, but saying nothing. Mom, I'm going to take a shower, Lin Zhao said before diving into the bathroom. Lilan returned to the sofa, continuing to watch TV. The phone Lin Zhao left on the coffee table lit up. A new unread message. Gu Yanzhou, are you home? Is Shen Ruotang okay? Lilan picked up the phone, staring at the name for a few seconds. Gu Yanzhou, she knew him as she had thought he was quite nice before, but why was he drinking with girls today? Lilan's impression of Gu Yanzhou in her heart slightly diminished. Lilan's finger hovered above the screen for a moment before she placed the phone back. She walked to the bathroom door and gently knocked twice. Zhao Zhao. The sound of water stopped, and Lin Zhao's voice came through the frosted glass. Mom. What's wrong? Someone just sent you a message. It seems to be that young Gu. I tried to make my tone casual. Do you want to reply first? Silence hung in the bathroom for 2 seconds. What did he? I went back to the living room to grab the phone and walked back to the bathroom door. He asked if you were home. Is Shen Ruotang okay? Lin Zhao's voice came from the bathroom. Just say I'm home and Ruotang is settled too. Lilan lowered her head, slowly tapping out the words on the phone screen. I am Lin Zhao's mother. They have gotten home and Ruotang is settled. You are a boy, so in the future, don't drag. She muttered softly as she typed, accidentally hitting 2 wrong words and going back to retype, taking almost 2 minutes to finish the message. Sent. Just as she was about to put down the phone, the screen lit up again. Gu Yanzhou, got it. Annie, I will pay attention in the future. I'm sorry for the trouble today. Lilan stared at this line of text for a few seconds, finding the child's response quite decent and sincere. She put down the phone, continuing to watch the flickering light and shadows on the TV. Lin Zhao came out of the shower. Mom, are you still awake? I'm waiting for you.
Lilan sat up from the sofa glancing at her with the light from the TV. Lin Zhao draped a towel over her shoulder and sat down beside her mother. Hurry and dry your hair, don't catch a cold. Lilan reached out to brush Lin Zhao's damp hair back from her forehead. Got it. Lin Zhao finished drying her hair and came out. Lilan had already turned off the TV and returned to the bedroom. Lin Zhao also returned to the bedroom, closing the door. She stood by the bed looking at Shen Ruotang for a few seconds, a helpless smile forming at the corner of her mouth. She lay down next to Shen Ruotang, pulling the blanket over her. The bedside lamp was still on. She stared at the ceiling light, which had a milky white shade, the shadow of a little flying insect still there. Gu Yanzhou's words echoed in her mind. I like you. I felt it from the freshman meetup. Someone I want to protect. Lin Zhao tugged the blanket up a bit, covering half her face. She turned over, facing away from Shen Ruotang. Her heart began to race again. Just recalling that moment made her heart uncontrollably thump. She extended a hand from under the blanket, pressing it against her chest, as if trying to calm that restless little deer. Stop jumping, what's there to be excited about? Just because someone said a few nice words you're like this, isn't this a bit pathetic? Haven't you learned enough from your past mistakes? Lin Zhao irritably turned over again, facing Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang was still deeply asleep, her appearance, while sleeping, vastly different from when she was awake. When awake, Shen Ruotang was like a sheathed blade, calm, restrained, and meticulous. While sleeping, she resembled a little cat curled up in a nest, breathing lightly, her lips slightly parted, occasionally wrinkling her nose. Lin Zhao reached out, pinching Shen Ruotang's cheek with her thumb and forefinger. It was soft and felt good to the touch. Shen Ruotang let out a soft grunt in her sleep, her brow furrowing as she snuggled closer to Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao, holding her cheek, leaned in a little closer, lowering her voice, as if teaching her own ungrateful child. Good daughter, today mom will let you off the hook. Shen Ruotang mumbled a vague in response, rubbing her head against Lin Zhao's shoulder, seeking a more comfortable position. You can consider today as drunken nonsense. The sensation of Shen Ruotang's cheek was delightful. Lin Zhao was somewhat reluctant to let go. She gently shook Shen Ruotang's cheek. Shen Ruotang's lips moved slightly, as if mumbling in her sleep, but no words were clear. If you do this again, next time I'll break your legs, Lin Zhao continued. She laughed at herself after finishing the last word. She released her grip, watching the faint red marks left on Shen Ruotang's face from her pinch. This girl, she had completely shattered the fragile barrier between her and Gu Yanzhou. Lin Zhao turned over, lying flat on her back. She stared at the ceiling light again. That restless little deer finally calmed. Gu Yanzhou said he had feelings for her since the freshman meetup. What did she do that day? She stood up to refute Zhou Yanting, pointing out the flaws in the paper, receiving praise from Professor Chun, quite valuable. Gu Yanzhou was smitten. What was he smitten about? Forget it, don't think about it. You overthinking would only confuse her heart. At 8 o'clock on Friday morning, the phone alarm vibrated steadily on the bedside table. Lin Zhao reached a hand from under the covers, fumbling to silence it. Her left shoulder felt heavy. Turning her head, she saw Shen Ruotang's head still firmly nestled in the crook of her shoulder, mouth slightly open, breathing even and deep. The smell of alcohol had mostly faded, but she showed no sign of waking. Birds chirped twice outside the window. Morning light squeezed through the curtain gap, painting a thin golden line across. Get up. Lin Zhao nudged her shoulder. Shen Ruotang hummed in response, unmoving. That was a dismissive grunt from her nose. Get up. Good daughter. Lin Zhao pushed Shen Ruotang again, harder this time, poking her shoulder blade with a finger. Shen Ruotang burrowed deeper into Lin Zhao's shoulder, muttering something unintelligible. Her hand instinctively grabbed Lin Zhao's pajama sleeve, holding on tightly. Lin Zhao stared at the ceiling for 3 seconds, took a deep breath, then said to the air in an extremely calm tone. Shen Ruotang's eyes snapped open. 8:30. She bolted upright as if electrocuted, hair a mess with a tuft sticking up on the left side. Her gaze was unfocused, but her body automatically went through the motions of getting out of bed and searching for slippers, feet groping blindly on the floor. Groggily, she picked up her phone and glanced at the screen. The numbers on the lock screen were clear. 807. She paused, turned her head, her voice hoarse from sleep and laced with undisguised confusion. At least you're awake. Lin Zhao threw off the covers and got out of bed. It's 8:10. If you dawdle any more, you'll really be late. Shen Ruotang rubbed her temples. Her head still felt heavy, temples, throbbing mouth carrying the bitter aftertaste of yesterday's beer. Where are my shoes? She asked, sitting on the edge of the bed, feet still searching for slippers, looking down at her bare feet. Lin Zhao picked up a slipper from the foot of the bed, crouched down, grasped Shen Ruotang's ankle, and slipped it onto her foot, swift and decisive. Shen Ruotang stared at the top of her head as she bent down to put on her shoes, stunned. If you keep this up, I'll fall in love with you, she said playfully. Fall in love with me? Do you remember calling me mom last night? Lin Zhao picked up the other slipper and put it on Shen Ruotang's other foot. As a mother putting shoes on her kid is perfectly normal. Shen Ruotang's ears burned. She reached out to cover Lin Zhao's mouth. How much did I drink last night? I called you mom. You're not lying. About 6 bottles. Lin Zhao shook off her hand, stood up, and looked down at her. Drunk words speak sober truths. Maybe it's better not to ask. Shen Ruotang's expression froze for half a second. She sat on the bed, looking up at Lin Zhao. Did I say a lot last night? Not much. Lin Zhao turned and walked away, her tone casual. Just trashed Chen Milan from head to toe and ranted about your dad's lovesick brain. Shen Ruotang's expression cracked. She opened her mouth to ask more, but Lin Zhao was already at the bedroom door, tossing back without turning. Go wash up. No time. Shin Ruotang sat on the edge of the bed, curling her toes inside her slippers, suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. The memory of being cared for last night wasn't a dream. When Lin Zhao wiped her face, the warm cloth slid from her forehead to her eyes, movements so gentle, as if afraid. That feeling of being cared for was so complete it reminded her of being very, very small. Sick with a fever, her own biological mother, sitting by the bed, wiping her palms over and over with a warm towel. She also had a stranger illusion. The tone of Lin Zhao's voice, the way she tucked in the blanket, the casualness of crouching to help her put on shoes. Not like a 19-year-old roommate, but rather an elder. Shin Ruotang shook the bizarre thought out of her head, and they hurried through their morning routines and rushed out the door at 8:25. The road from Yunxi Elegant Garden to the north gate of Huajing University usually took 10 minutes on foot, but today they sprinted it at a 100-meter dash pace. The bare sycamore trees swayed their branches in the wind along the roadside. The morning wind whipped down their collars, chilling them to the bone. Lin Zhao ran ahead, her scarf blown up, slapping against her backpack. Shin Ruotang followed behind, the hangover mostly cleared by the cold wind, her temples still aching dully, but her feet never dared to pause. When they reached the school gate, the security guard stood at the guardhouse door, holding his enamel mug. Seeing the two girls sprinting past, he shook his head and stepped aside. They made it to the classroom at 8:32. Lin Zhao pushed open the back door, slid in sideways, and quietly pulled out two seats in the last row by the door. They sat down under the piercing gaze of the teacher, so embarrassed they wished they could bury their faces in their textbooks. The third class was halfway through. The old professor was projecting slides of European cathedral domes. Lin Zhao's phone vibrated in her pocket. She glanced down at the screen. Caller ID, Mom. Lin Zhao's finger hovered over the screen for a second. It was class time, as she couldn't answer. She declined it. After the vibration stopped, she put the phone back in her pocket and picked up her pen. Before her fingers were fully out of her pocket, the phone vibrated again. The screen lit up again, the same name, Mom. Lin Zhao frowned. Lilan knew she had classes on Friday mornings and never called during this time. For her to call twice in a row at this hour meant it was either urgent or something had gone wrong. When the phone vibrated a third time, Lin Zhao raised her hand and stood up. Professor, I need to go to the restroom. Lin Zhao strode out the back door of the classroom. The hallway was empty as she pushed open the restroom door. After confirming all stalls were empty, she pressed the callback button. The moment the call connected, instead of Li Lan's voice, a chaotic noise erupted. The dull thud of metal tools hitting hard surfaces, the sharp crack of breaking glassware, the rough, overlapping voices of several men, and a woman's tearful shout. Stop! What right do you have to smash my things? That was Li Lan's voice, sharp, hoarse, trembling. Lin Zhao's fingers gripping the phone tightened abruptly. Mom, she called out, her voice lowered. What's happening over there? Rapid footsteps came through the phone as if Li Lan was backing away. The men's voices grew closer. Something was overturned. The sound of shattering exploded near the receiver. Li Lan gasped sharply. Zhao Zhao. Li Lan's voice finally reached the receiver, rushed and trembling. 3 men came to the shop. They said we were operating illegally on the sidewalk. They overturned all the tables in the rest area, pushed down the fence, smashed the flower pots. Lu Xiaoqi is trying to stop them. Mom, did you call the police? Yes, but it's been 10 minutes, and they haven't come. Zhao Zhao, they're smashing the shop door now. A loud crash came through the phone like wood splintering under a kick, followed by a man's coarse roar and Li Lan's suppressed scream. The call suddenly dropped. A busy tone buzzed. Lin Zhao took the phone away from her ear. The screen showed the call duration at 42 seconds. She stood by the restroom door holding the phone for 2 seconds. Then she inhaled the cold air deeply and turned back toward the classroom. Her pace was twice as fast as before. She pushed open the back door, walked straight to her seat, and grabbed her bag. Textbooks, notebooks, pencil case. All shoved and zipping it up quickly. Shin Ruotang saw Lin Zhao's expression and felt a jolt in her heart. Zhao Zhao, what's wrong? Something happened at the shop. I need to go right now. Lin Zhao had no time to explain. She slung her bag over her shoulder and walked directly to the podium. Professor, there's an urgent family matter. I need to take leave from these 2 classes. The old professor glanced at her, pausing briefly on her tense jaw and the fingers gripping her bag strap. Go ahead. Come back to me for a late slip. Lin Zhao nodded, turned, and exited through the back door, which clicked softly shut behind her. Shin Ruotang stood up to follow, but Lin Zhao had already disappeared beyond the door. She picked up her phone and sent Lin Zhao a message. Call me if you need anything. Gu Yanzhou, seeing Lin Zhao leave, immediately pulled out his phone and sent a message to Shin Ruotang. Gu Yanzhou, what's wrong with Lin Zhao? Shin Ruotang replied, something happened at her mom's shop. She didn't go into details. She's probably heading there now. Gu Yanzhou didn't reply. He stood up and walked out of the classroom, pausing at the door to nod slightly to the professor. Professor, I'm feeling unwell. I need to go to the infirmary. The professor nodded, and Gu Yanzhou hurried out of the classroom. Once outside the teaching building, he strode quickly toward the park. Lin Zhao, after running out of the north gate, raised her hand to hail a taxi. She opened the door and got in. Driver, Old Street in West City, please hurry. The taxi stopped at the corner of the Old Street in Xiqing District, and Lin Zhao rushed out after paying the fare. She stood still for a moment, scanning the scene before her. The glass door of Lanxiu workshop was shattered, and the shared resting area outside was unrecognizable. Small round tables and wicker chairs lay scattered on the ground, some tabletops cracked, others with broken legs. The wooden fence was kicked down, and the soil mixed with the remnants of green plants was scattered among the broken porcelain shards trampled everywhere. The sign still hung there, the three characters Lanxiu Workshop firmly embedded in the original wooden base, though the lower right corner was dented by something. Lin Zhao heard her mother's voice coming from the shop. She hurried through the debris and pushed open the cracked glass door. Lilan was crouched in front of the display wall, a piece of embroidery with torn threads scattered on the ground. She was picking up shards of glass, collecting them piece by piece in her palm, even as her fingertips were cut. "Mom." Lin Zhao approached and brushed the glass shards from her palm. "Don't pick them up, it'll do it." Lilan looked up, her eyes red, but not shedding tears. "Zhao," her voice was hoarse as if rubbed by sandpaper. "They smashed the 8 Immortals table." Lin Zhao turned. The 8 Immortals table was overturned in the corner, one leg kicked off, and a deep crack had formed on the tabletop. Lin Zhao helped her mother up from the ground and found a relatively intact wicker chair for her to sit down. She pulled out a pack of tissues from her pocket, took one, and pressed it against Li Lan's bleeding fingertip. "Mom, just sit here. They'll go check on Sister Lu." Li Lan nodded, gripping the tissue in her fingers, not saying anything further. Lu Xiaoqi was outside the shop rescuing the green plants that hadn't been trampled. Seeing Lin Zhao come out, she rubbed her chin with the back of her hand to wipe away the dust, smiled briefly, but that smile faded quickly, the curve of her lips dropping. "Little Lin Zhao, all your tables and chairs have been smashed." She pointed to the scattered wicker chairs on the ground, her tone carrying a feigned light-hearted regret. "What a pity." Lin Zhao stepped in front of her, looking her up and down. Her braid was disheveled, her sleeves dirty, and a faint red mark was visible on her forehead, as if scratched by something, but without breaking the skin. There were no obvious injuries elsewhere. "Are you hurt?" Lin Zhao asked. "No." Lu Xiaoqi picked up a flower pot with only half the soil left, carefully gathering the dirt back into it. "You didn't see it. I just used the broom as a stick and swung it at them. Those guys were screaming as I hit them. I even broke the..." She pointed to the broken broom handle on the ground, continuing to tidy up the scattered plants. Lin Zhao remained silent, squatting down to help Lu Xiaoqi replant the surviving greenery. After finishing with the surviving plants, Lin Zhao and Lu Xiaoqi washed their hands together in the flower shop. Lin Zhao dried her hands, first reaching out to push aside Lu Xiaoqi's hair from her forehead, glancing at the red mark. Then she bluntly turned her head to check behind her ears and along her neck for any hidden injuries. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback by her action for a moment, then laughed, her lips curling up to reveal a neat row of teeth. "I really didn't get hurt. They didn't dare to really hit me." "Okay." Lin Zhao nodded, immediately retracting her hand. "Sorry, Sister Lu, I was just worried you might have other injuries." "It's fine, little Lin Zhao, don't worry about me." Lu Xiaoqi raised her hand and then spun around in place. "Well, it's good if you're fine. Sister Lu, can you tell me what exact..." There were 3 men in total, dressed in black clothes, wearing black masks, and carrying iron rods. One tall guy asked if your mom's name was Lilan, and if her daughter was called Lin Zhao. Your mom said yes. Lu Xiaoqi gestured for Lin Zhao to sit down on 2 chairs she had moved. After your mom said yes, that tall guy kicked over the fence of the resting area, and the other 2 started smashing things. After they had smashed up the resting area, they rushed into Lanxiu Workshop to continue their destruction. They didn't actually hit anyone, I was just afraid they would hurt your mom, that's why I rushed in. I hit my forehead against the broom handle when I swung too hard at them. Lu Xiaoqi chuckled at this point, reaching up to touch the red mark. Did I hit too hard? I scared them off, but I broke the broom too. Thank you for protecting my mom, Sister Lu. Lin Zhao paused. Have the police come. They came, took a statement, and said they would open an investigation. Lu Xiaoqi neatly folded the towel she had used to dry her hands and placed it in the basket by the sink. They also took photos of the scene, asked if your mom had surveillance cameras, and whether you had offended anyone recently. Surveillance cameras? I forgot to install them. Lin Zhao frowned. I need to install cameras next, though I didn't set them up in my shop, I forgot. Lu Xiaoqi sighed. I'll find someone to come install them later, including yours. Lin Zhao took out her phone, her fingers gliding. Alright, you find someone first, and I'll pay you back later. Lu Xiaoqi paused. That should be enough for now. You go be with your mom. I'll keep an eye on things here. Okay, Sister Lu, thank you for today. Lin Zhao stood up and walked toward the flower shop's exit. Lin Zhao stood in front of the pile of toppled fences, her fingers slowly clenching in her coat pocket. These 3 individuals had a clear target, which was to smash Lanxiu Workshop. They were after the shop, not the people. The resting area was merely collateral damage. Who could harbor such deep hatred against me or my mother? She quickly ran through all potential suspects in her mind. Zhou Yanting. In this life, he certainly hated her, but that hatred was not strong enough to hire someone to smash up her mother's shop. In her past life, Zhou Yanting's methods were like boiling frogs in warm water, using psychological control and economic blockade, not this kind of violent street brutality. That was not his style. Fang Xiyu. She lacked the capability and the courage for this. Zhou Yanwei. Lin Zhao's gaze flickered when she thought of Zhou Yanwei. That girl possessed a maturity and cunning beyond her years. The rumors on the forum were her doing. She was always good at manipulating events from behind the scenes, and while Zhou Yanting might have bribed Fang Xiyu, this kind of crude street violence did not fit her style. The only remaining suspect was Lin Guodong. She recalled the day at the end of October when she returned to Qinqing to sign the divorce agreement, remembering the look Lin Guodong had given her and her mother. It was a look of unwillingness, disappointment, and a deep sense of helplessness. There was also the call he made to her while drunk, saying, "You will always be my daughter," his voice trembling as if he were crying. After the divorce, he indeed did not bother her or her mother again. The 10 million was transferred on time, without any delays or deductions. So it was likely not Lin Guodong's doing. But who could it be? Recently she and Li Lan had been frequently receiving sales calls with the other party subtly probing about how many properties she had bought in Huajing. Then there were calls asking about the shop's opening date. This incident was likely connected to the call inquiring about the opening time. As Lin Zhao walked back to the shop, Li Lan was still sitting in the wicker chair, her finger wrapped in tissue, the bloodstain having turned. She lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the shattered 8 Immortals table in the corner, remaining motionless. Mom, Lin Zhao squatted in front of her. Let's go home first. Li Lan nodded, propping herself up on the armrest of the chair to stand, her movements much slower than usual. As Lin Zhao passed by the flower shop entrance, she glanced inside. Sister Lu, I'll take my mom home first, and then I'll come back. Lu Xiaoqi looked up and waved her hand. Go ahead, I'll keep an eye on things here. Lin Zhao helped her mother into the car, starting the blue Golf. As the car turned out of the old street, she took a glance in the rear. The shop's rolling shutter was hanging crookedly, and the broken porcelain shards and broken wood at the entrance were particularly glaring under the sunlight. Li Lan leaned against the passenger seat, eyes closed, not speaking throughout the ride. After arriving home, Lin Zhao settled her mother on the sofa and placed a cup of hot water into her hands. Li Lan held the cup, the steam rising to her face, and her expression finally softened from its earlier rigidity. Mom, I've ordered takeout. I'll be here soon, Lin Zhao said as she sat down beside her. Li Lan responded, her fingers slowly tracing circles on the rim of the cup. After a long moment, she spoke, her voice still hoarse. Zhao, who do you think it is? Who have we offended? Lin Zhao did not answer immediately. She placed her hand over her mother's and gave it a gentle squeeze. Mom, don't think about this for now. We'll find out. Li Lan turned to look at her, her lips moving slightly, but in the end, she just nodded. The takeout arrived. Lin Zhao laid out the dishes on the table and ladled a bowl of soup for her mother. Li Lan ate only a few bites before putting down her chopsticks, saying she couldn't eat anymore. Lin Zhao did not press her. She put the leftovers in the fridge, sat with her mother for a while, and when Li Lan fell asleep on the sofa, she fetched a blanket and covered her. She checked the time. It was 1:30, time to head back to the shop. Before leaving, Lin Zhao made 2 calls to the surveillance installation company and arranged for them to come at 3 in the afternoon. The company said the schedule was too tight, and all their workers were booked. She added an extra 200 yuan for an urgent order before they relented. Half an hour later, as Lin Zhao drove into the old street, her speed involuntarily slowed. Someone was working at the shop entrance. A middle-aged man in gray work clothes stood on a frame ladder holding a drill and boring holes into the wall. Beside the ladder, a younger worker was crouched on the ground laying cables, his tool bag open with screwdrivers and expansion bolts scattered on the floor. 4 high-definition cameras had already been installed on the exterior walls of the shop and the flower shop. 2 aimed at the rest area in front of both stores, and the other 2 covering the sidewalk areas to the left and right of the rest area. The surveillance installer had already arrived. Lin Zhao frowned. The worker she had scheduled wouldn't come until after 3, and it was only 2 now. She pulled the car to the side and got out. Then she saw a truck. A white box truck was parked by the roadside, its rear doors wide. Several workers were unloading items. New anti-corrosion wooden fences in natural wood colors similar to the ones that had been kicked down. New rattan chairs stacked in piles, still wrapped in plastic protective film. New small round tables with steel tube legs looking sturdier than the previous ones. The workers moved swiftly, already unloading most of the truck and carrying the items toward the rest area. Lin Zhao stood still, her gaze shifting from the truck to the shop entrance, and then to the person directing the unloading. Gu Yanzhou. He stood on the steps of the flower shop, pointing toward the rest area, and speaking to one of the workers moving the goods. His voice was low from half a street away. Lin Zhao couldn't make out what he was saying, but she saw the worker nod, hoist a chair onto his shoulder, and walk in the direction Gu Yanzhou had pointed. Lu Xiaoqi was there too. She stood at the flower shop entrance holding an enamel cup, talking to the surveillance installer. She pointed at the flower shop's display window, and then at a spot above, and the worker nodded and began adjusting the camera angle. Behind the first truck, another truck turned in with the words XX Glass printed on its side. The doors opened and 2 workers carried down a new glass door. It was the exact size of the Lanshou workshop's entrance, made of tempered glass, a layer thicker than the previous one. Lin Zhao stood rooted to the spot, taking in the scene, her mind momentarily blank. Gu Yanzhou. How did he know? She hadn't told him she was coming to the shop. She had only told Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang. Good old Shen Ruotang. From now on, I'm claiming your daughter as mine. Lin Zhao took a deep breath and walked toward the shop. Lu Xiaoqi was the first to spot her. She leaned out from the flower shop doorway and waved. Little Lin Zhao, you're back. She walked over with her enamel cup, a smile on her face, her braid draped over her shoulder, looking full of energy. Your boyfriend is really reliable. Lin Zhao halted mid-step. He's not my boyfriend. Lu Xiaoqi tilted her head, her gaze lingering on Lin Zhao's face for a second. The curve of her smile didn't change, but a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. Oh, not your boyfriend. She switched the enamel cup to her other hand. Then why is he installing surveillance, delivering tables and chairs, and getting you a new glass door? That doesn't seem like something an ordinary friend would do. Lin Zhao opened her mouth to say something, but felt that any explanation would sound feeble in the face of the current scene. He really isn't my boyfriend, she finally repeated. Lu Xiaoqi smiled and didn't press further. She simply raised her enamel cup for a sip, her gaze over the rim, settling on Gu Yanzhou, who was speaking with the glass installer. This young man is good, She concluded, her tone like that of someone appraising a reliable partner. He works efficiently, doesn't talk much, and most importantly, he has an eye for what needs to be done. People like that are rare nowadays. Lin Zhao didn't respond. She walked toward Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou was crouched in the rest area, confirming the placement of the last few chairs with the delivery worker. Sensing someone approach, he looked up. "You're here," he said, his tone as casual as if commenting on the nice weather. "How did you know?" she asked. "Shen Ruotang told me," Gu Yanzhou said as he stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. "I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle everything on your own, so I contacted a few familiar shops to restore the place." He spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lin Zhao stared at him for 2 seconds, momentarily at a loss for how much. "No charge." Gu Yanzhou. "Really no charge." He folded the printed blueprint and stuffed it into his pocket, then turned and walked toward the truck. He took 2 steps, then stopped and glanced back at her. "How's your mother?" "She's okay." Lin Zhao hesitated. "She was a bit..." Gu Yanzhou nodded and didn't ask further. He walked to the truck and reviewed the final checklist with the driver. Lin Zhao stood there watching his back, a vague, indescribable feeling stirring in her heart. She averted her gaze and turned to walk toward the shop entrance. The glass installer had already cleared away the shattered glass fragments from the old door frame. Lu Xiaoqi stood at the flower shop entrance with her enamel cup, watching the surveillance installer adjust the wiring. Hearing Lin Zhao's footsteps, she turned around. "How's your mother doing?" "It's fine. She'll be okay after resting at home for a couple of days." "That's good." Lu Xiaoqi placed her enamel cup on the nearby flower stand, pulled a red hair tie from her pocket, and retied her loose braid. "Your aunt seems like a very gentle person. Something like this must be hard on her. You're her daughter. Make time to be with her." Lin Zhao nodded, her eyes on Lu Xiaoqi's face. This flower shop owner appeared far too composed, as if this kind of incident was nothing to her. During that vandalism earlier, 3 men with iron bars had smashed the rest area to pieces and kicked the shop door until it cracked. Her mother's hands were still trembling, yet Lu Xiaoqi had even grabbed a broom and driven those men away, snapping the broom handle in the process, and afterward could laugh and say, "Did I hit them too hard?" An ordinary flower shop owner shouldn't react like this to such an event. Lin Zhao silently set aside that thought and did not ask further. She took out her phone from her pocket and showed Lu Xiaoqi the surveillance installation order. "Sister Lu, I scheduled the surveillance for after 3. The ones installing now must have been arranged by Gu Yanzhou. Did you pay? Let me reimburse you." "No need to give it to me." Lu Xiaoqi waved her hand. "Your reliable classmate has already settled the bill." "I said I'd pay half, but he said no." She spread her hands, shook her head with a helpless expression, but the smile still lingered on her lips. "He said it's compensation for my emotional distress." Lin Zhao nodded. "Yes, you really should be compensated. I'm truly sorry for dragging you into my family's troubles today." "It's nothing," Lu Xiaoqi said, raising her enamel cup and blowing on the rim. "Occasional little incidents like this, they're quite interesting." Lin Zhao was taken aback. Was this kind of thing really interesting? "Do you think I'm crazy?" Lu Xiaoqi suddenly laughed. "Life is too bland. Sometimes a bit of excitement might bring unexpected rewards." After finishing her sentence, Lu Xiaoqi glanced at Lin Zhao and then at Gu Yanzhou, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. Lin Zhao sighed inwardly. Sister Lu was trying to steer the conversation towards Gu Yanzhou again. "Thank you so much, Sister Lu. Really, I appreciate it today." "No more thanks, but if you keep thanking me, I'll feel distant," Lu Xiaoqi replied, patting Lin Zhao's shoulder. "Just buy some flowers for me in the future." Lin Zhao nodded with a smile. "Sure, I definitely will." She tucked her phone back into her pocket, her gaze sweeping over the busy Gu Yanzhou. He was helping the carpenter lift a new glass door, pushing it into the door frame. His sleeves were rolled up and the muscles in his arms were well defined from the effort. He turned his head to say something to the carpenter, who nodded in response. Together they adjusted the angle and securely embedded the glass door into the frame. Lin Zhao retracted her gaze. She noticed that Lu Xiaoqi was also observing Gu Yanzhou. Her eyes fell on his hand holding the glass door, then moved to his profile, slowly scanning him. Lu Xiaoqi tilted her head and took a sip from her enamel cup. Honestly, she slowly swallowed the tea. This guy must come from a well-off family. The car he drives is a German SUV worth over $1 million. She paused, shifting her gaze from Gu Yanzhou to Lin Zhao. It's rare for a young master with such a background to be so diligent. Generally they just talk the talk and won't lift anything. Lin Zhao did not respond. Lu Xiaoqi shot her a sidelong glance akin to an elder sister observing her stubborn younger sister. "If he's not your boyfriend, is he pursuing you?" Lin Zhao was momentarily stumped by this question and was about to explain herself. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You go tidy up the shop. I'll keep an eye on things here." Lu Xiaoqi stretched her wrist, her joints making a few crisp sounds. "Later I'll rearrange the flower pots, and we'll consider today's events over and done with." Lin Zhao looked into her eyes and smiled slightly. Lu Xiaoqi picked up her enamel cup and walked into the flower shop, calling out to the carpenter installing the cameras. "Master, the camera inside should be aimed at the entrance and the cash register." At 4:30 in the afternoon, all installation work was completed. A total of 8 cameras were installed, 4 outside the shop and 2 inside each of the 2 stores. The new resting area was restored to its previous state, and the new glass door of the Lancia workshop was clean and transparent. The workers finished tidying up their tools, greeted Gu Yanzhou, and got into their respective vehicles. Lin Zhao walked out of the shop. She had just cleaned up the shattered glass on the display wall and carefully folded the damaged embroidery pieces before putting them away in the cabinet. Her motherly Lanxia's koi playing with lotus painting had several strands of silk cut by the glass shards, and could no longer. She stood in front of the newly replaced glass door glancing at the camera aimed at the entrance, and then at the neatly arranged wicker chairs in the resting area. Everything is tidied up, she said. Gu Yanzhou turned around. He raised his hand to check his watch. Then I'll head back. Lin Zhao stood still watching him turn to walk towards the parking area. His strides were long as he stepped on the sidewalk where the glass shards had yet to be cleaned, the soles of his shoes crunching lightly over the small pieces. Gu Yanzhou opened the door of the black SUV. The setting sun cast a long shadow of him stretching from the car door all the way to the curb. Gu Yanzhou, she called out, her voice a pitch higher than usual, echoing through the empty old street. Gu Yanzhou paused, one hand resting on the car door, and turned back to look at her. Lin Zhao took a deep breath. Thank you. She paused and added, really? Gu Yanzhou looked at her, the corners of his mouth. That smile was brief, merely a momentary lift of his lips before quickly returning to his usual calm demeanor. He raised his hand in a wave, and then settled into the driver's seat, shutting the door. The black SUV slowly drove out of the parking space, turned at the intersection, and disappeared behind the bare branches of the roadside trees. Lin Zhao remained where she was, gazing at the empty intersection. The wind from the old street blew, tousling the loose strands of hair on her forehead. She raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, her fingers brushing against her ear, which felt warm. What was going on? Just saying thank you made her ears feel hot. Lin Zhao rubbed her ear vigorously. Did he leave? Lu Xiaoqi tilted her head towards the street. Yes. Did you invite him to dinner? Lin Zhao was taken aback. He probably has something on, she replied. Lu Xiaoqi shook her head, her eyes filled with the words, you're hopeless. Lin Zhao pushed open the glass door and walked into the shop. The shop was also cleaned up. The shattered glass on the display wall was cleared, and the muddy footprints on the floor tiles were wiped clean. The only trace of the vandalism was the 8 Immortals table leaning against the corner. Lin Zhao crouched in front of the 8 Immortals table, reaching out to touch the crack on the surface. She took her phone out of her pocket and snapped a few pictures of the table. Front view, side view, the broken part, the loose mortise joint, every scar was captured clearly. She opened her chat app and found Master Zhao's contact information. When Master Zhao came to make the 8 Immortals table, they exchanged contact information for easy communication regarding progress and details. She sent the photos and added a message, Master Zhao, this table was damaged, can you make a new one? Master Zhao's reply popped up quickly, it can be done, I'm making a new one just like it isn't hard. However, I'm quite busy with orders lately, it will take at least half a month. Lin Zhao replied, alright, the price is the same as before, thank you Master Zhao. Master Zhao, okay, I'll deliver it direct. Lin Zhao, alright, thank you. Master Zhao sent an okay emoji. Lin Zhao tucked her phone back into her pocket and glanced at the damaged 8 Immortals table once more. The opening of the Lanzhou workshop would have to be postponed for at least half a month. She checked the glass shelves in the display case to ensure there were no cracks before turning off the lights and locking the shop door. After completing all this, she stood at the shop door and said, Sister Lu, I'll head back first. Go ahead, Lu Xiaoqi said, waving her hand from where she stood. Lin Zhao took a deep breath and walked towards the parking area. The shadows of the phoenix tree branches intertwined with those of the streetlights. Her motherly lawn needed time to recover. Not physically, but emotionally. That 8 Immortals table was her mother's last sentiment towards her grandmother. The look in her mother's eyes at that moment was the same as when she was beaten by Lin Guodong, a hollow despair, as if all strength had been drained. Lin Zhao resolved to spend more time with her mother in the coming days, accompanying her to buy groceries, cooking together, watching television, and having meaningful conversations. To let her know that even if the shop was vandalized, she still had her daughter. She was not alone. Lin Zhao opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. The reading light overhead automatically turned on, casting a warm glow on the steering wheel. She did not start the car immediately. Instead, she leaned back in her seat, staring at the end of the old street outside the windshield, replaying everything that had happened in the afternoon. During the vandalism, Lu Xiaoqi said there were 3 men dressed in black, wearing black masks and carrying iron rods. The tallest one asked if her mother was Li Lan and if her daughter was named Lin Zhao. They were targeting the Lanzhou workshop. But how did they know where her mother's shop was? How did they know her mother's name? How did they know her mother had a daughter named Lin Zhao? This information was not something an ordinary passerby could possess. Someone must have investigated behind the scenes. But right now she truly had no clues. Lin Zhao turned off the reading light, and the car started. The blue Golf drove out from the old street, turning onto the road home. No matter who it was, if those people dared to come again, they wouldn't have the chance to leave as easily as today. On the way home, Lin Zhao entered a pharmacy. She stood in front of the shelf, picking out 2 tubes of wound healing ointment and a box of band-aids. By the time she returned to Yunshi Yuan, it was completely dark. Lin Zhao opened the door and stepped into the living room. Li Lan was curled up in a corner of the sofa, wrapped in the blanket Lin Zhao had draped over her before leaving. The television was on, but muted. The room was quiet. Li Lan wasn't watching TV. Her gaze was fixed on an old photo album resting on the coffee table. She had brought it from Qinqing, its cover worn to the point of revealing white paper pulp, the plastic film at the corners curled. Inside were photos of Lin Zhao as a child, along with a few old pictures from Grandma's house. Hearing the door open, Li Lan closed the album and pushed it toward the lower shelf of the coffee table. Mom, I bought some medicine. Lin Zhao changed into slippers, walked over, and sat down beside her mother. Let me see your hand. Li Lan extended her hand from under the blanket, palm up. The wound on her left middle finger had stopped oozing blood, but was still red and slightly swollen. Lin Zhao placed her mother's hand on her own knee, unscrewed the cap of the ointment, dipped a finger into the transparent balm, and gently applied it to the wound. Li Lan's fingers gave a slight curl, and Lin Zhao's movements became even more tender. Finally, she tore open a band-aid and carefully placed it over her mother's wound. There, it's done. Don't get it wet for a couple of days. Li Lan looked at the small band-aid on her finger, then at Lin Zhao as she tidied up the medicine, her eyes growing a little red. Mom, don't worry about the shop. Lin Zhao pulled the blanket up to cover Li Lan's shoulders. The glass door has been replaced, the tables and chairs are fixed, the surveillance cameras are installed, and the octagonal table is being remade by Master Zhao. Li Lan was taken aback. You did all that by yourself? Lin Zhao stood up and fetched an ice pack from the refrigerator. No, Gu Yanzhou came to help. Xiao Gu. Lin Zhao gently pressed the ice pack against her mother's still red knuckles. He came on his own. He called the installation team and the workers from the glass shop. He bought the tables and chairs himself, and he installed the cameras. Li Lan didn't speak right away. She looked down at her hand cupped in her daughter's palm, the cold of the ice pack slowly seeping between her fingers. After a long moment, she spoke, her voice softer than before. That boy has a good heart. Lin Zhao hummed in acknowledgement, adding nothing. Mom, the shop's opening will have to be delayed. You can open it whenever you like, there's no rush. Lin Zhao placed her mother's hand back under the blanket, stood up, and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water. As she walked back with the cup, she tried to keep her tone steady and reassuring. Just rest at home these next few days. Watch TV if you want, embroider if you want, go shopping if you want. Li Lan took the glass and looked down at the gently swaying reflection on the water's surface. Zhao, your mom, she's useless. Lin Zhao cupped Li Lan's face in her hands and massaged it gently. Who says you're useless? If you were, how could I have grown up so well? Li Lan couldn't help but smile through her tears, lightly tapping Lin Zhao's hand. You little smooth talker. The atmosphere in the living room finally began to ease. Seizing the moment of lightness, Lin Zhao stood up and stretched her shoulders. Mom, I'm going to take a shower. She walked into the bathroom and turned the faucet to full blast. The water heater ignited with a whoosh, and the sound of rushing water filled the space. Too few clues. Later I'll pull up that phone number from Mom's phone and check it out. The phone number real name system hasn't been implemented yet, so I might not find anything, but it's worth a try. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later whoever it is will show their true colors. Lin Zhao finished her shower and changed into clean pajamas. Drying her hair with a towel, she walked into the living room. The TV was still on, its silent images flickering against the wall. Li Lan was still curled up on the sofa, the blanket pulled up to her chest, her eyes half open as she stared at the ceiling. Mom, are you hungry? Li Lan shook her head. You have to eat even if you're not hungry. Lin Zhao draped the towel over her shoulder and opened the fridge. Let's see what we have. The fridge was nearly empty. A few eggs, 2 wilted cucumbers, half a bunch of bok choy, and leftover rice from yesterday. She took out the eggs and rice, then found a bag of frozen shrimp in the freezer and let them thaw in warm water. Half an hour later, Lin Zhao had made shrimp and egg fried rice and a bowl of cucumber and century egg soup. She set the fried rice and soup on the coffee table. Time to eat. Li Lan looked at the steaming bowl of shrimp fried rice, her eyelashes trembling. Zhao, when did you learn to cook? Lin Zhao's movements paused. In her past life, after marrying Zhou Yanting, cooking had been her daily duty. Zhou Yanting was picky, he wouldn't eat leftover food, wouldn't eat repetitive dishes, and anything too salty or too bland was unacceptable. It took her nearly a year to learn all his tastes and another few years to develop the culinary skills to satisfy his finicky palate. But she couldn't say any of that. I figured it out myself. She pressed the spoon into her mother's hand. During summer break, I stayed at a hotel alone. Eating out all the time was too expensive, so I bought a small electric pot and learned on my own. Li Lan lowered her head and took a spoonful of the fried rice. She chewed a few times, then took another bite. It's delicious. Lin Zhao sat beside her, and they shared the simple dinner together. Lin Zhao washed the dishes, dried her hands, and walked back to the living room. Li Lan was still curled up on the sofa. Lin Zhao sat down next to her and picked up Li Lan's phone from the coffee table. Mom, let me look at your phone. Li Lan nodded without asking questions. She was still lost in thought, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the edge of the blanket. Lin Zhao scrolled through the call log, slowly moving her finger down the screen until she reached the date of last Saturday. An unfamiliar number. Call duration 42 seconds. The call came in at 2:03 p.m. That day, after buying oranges at the fruit stall near the community gate, her mother had answered this call. The person asked if the shop would open on Friday. Her mother said yes, and then the call ended. At the time, Lin Zhao had assumed it was a customer from the online promotional post and didn't think much of it. She copied the number onto a sticky note. Mom, time for bed. Li Lan nodded, pushed herself up using the sofa arm, and stood. The blanket slipped from her shoulder, and Lin Zhao caught it, folded it twice, and draped it over her arm. Lin Zhao placed the blanket at the foot of the bed, lifted the covers, and climbed in. Li Lan turned off the bedside lamp and lay down beside her. In the darkness, Lin Zhao turned over as she did when she was a child, burying her face in her mother's shoulder. Li Lan's arm naturally wrapped around her and rested lightly on her back. Lin Zhao closed her eyes, saying nothing. She knew her mother didn't need empty comfort. She just needed to let her mother know that her daughter was here always. Li Lan's chin gently pressed against the top of Lin Zhao's head, her fingers absently patting Lin Zhao's back. Li Lan's fingers gradually stilled. Her breathing became long, and even brushing over Lin Zhao's head warm and soft. The hand resting on Lin Zhao's back slowly lost its tension and slipped onto the bedsheet. Lin Zhao wasn't asleep. She lay with her eyes open, watching the thin ray of moonlight that seeped through the gap in the curtains in the darkness. After an unknown stretch of time, she too sank into a deep sleep. On Saturday morning, sunlight squeezed through the curtain gap, drawing a fine golden line on the floor. Lin Zhao woke first. She turned her head. Her mother was still sleeping, her brow no longer tightly furrowed as it had been the night before. She carefully lifted the covers, tucked the edge of the blanket around her mother, and padded to the kitchen in her slippers. The fridge held the leftover shrimp from yesterday, a few eggs, and half a bunch of bok choy. She thawed the shrimp, beat them with the eggs, and made 2 shrimp pancake scrambled sandwiches. The bread slices were pan-fried until golden on both sides, crispy on the outside and soft inside. It was the aroma that woke Lilan. Lilan walked out of the bedroom in her pajamas and saw Lin Zhao taking the sandwiches out of the pan while the soybean milk machine hummed softly as it ground the soybeans. "Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Breakfast will be ready soon," Lin Zhao said without turning her head. Lilan looked at her daughter busily working at the stove and smiled with satisfaction. After breakfast, the mother and daughter changed their clothes and stepped out. Lilan wrapped a thick scarf around her neck while Lin Zhao fastened the hood of her down jacket, and they walked side by side toward the community entrance. The nearby vegetable market was not far from Yunqiayuna. It took about 10 minutes on foot to get there. As soon as Lilan entered the market, she felt noticeably more relaxed. She walked straight to the nearest vegetable stall, bent down to rummage through the leafy greens piled in the basket, and gently pinched a vegetable stalk. This vegetable heart was picked this morning. It's very tender. The stall owner was a woman in her 50s, her apron speckled with dirt. "Sister, you have a good eye. This vegetable heart was picked less than 2 hours ago." Lilan picked up a bunch of vegetable hearts, turned it over to inspect the cut at the root, and nodded. "Indeed fresh." She placed the vegetable heart into the bag Lin Zhao was holding and asked, "Do you have shepherd's purse?" "Yes. Just arrived this morning," the stall owner said, pulling out a small basket from under the stall with the bright green shepherd's purse still bearing fine white roots dew clinging to its leaves. Lilan squatted down to carefully select a small handful, lifted it to her nose, and sniffed. Not bad. He'll make shepherd's purse dumplings when we get home." Lin Zhao stood beside her, watching her mother negotiate with the stall owner. After buying the vegetables, they went to the river seafood stall. Lilan picked out a few small crucian carps and asked the stall owner to kill and scale them on the spot, also buying a few eel and a small bag of river shrimp. "The crucian carp will be used for soup, and the eel will be made into stir-fried eel strips," Lilan said as she took the bag of fish and shrimp, turning to Lin Zhao and adding, "You loved eating stir-fried eel strips when you were little. Oh, every time your grandmother made them, you'd eat half a bowl more of rice." Lin Zhao was momentarily taken aback. She indeed loved stir-fried eel strips, but that was a long time ago. After marrying Gu Yanzhou in her previous life, that dish rarely appeared on the table. Gu Yanzhou disliked the earthy taste of eel and forbade its preparation. "Then add more pepper," Lin Zhao suggested. Lilan laughed. "Right, add more. You always like that flavor." After returning home from grocery shopping, the mother and daughter placed a pile of bags on the stove to sort through. Lilan soaked the shepherd's purse in a basin of water to wash off the dirt, while Lin Zhao rinsed the crucian carp and drained them in a plate. "Are you going to make the stir-fried eel strips, or shall I?" Lin Zhao asked. "He'll do it," Lilan said, rolling up her sleeves to her elbows and tying on an apron. Lin Zhao insightfully stepped aside to assist peeling garlic, slicing ginger, and washing scallions. The flames danced wildly on the stove as Lilan tossed the eel strips into the hot oil. The oil sizzled loudly, and the aroma of minced garlic and sliced ginger mingled with the spiciness of white pepper filled the kitchen, evoking the essence of her grandmother's home. Lunch consisted of stir-fried eel strips, stir-fried vegetable hearts, and a bowl of crucian carp tofu soup. The mother and daughter sat across from each other at the dining table with sunlight streaming in through the window, casting a warm glow over the bowls and dishes. Lilan picked up a pair of chopsticks and placed some eel strips into Lin Zhao's bowl. "Try it, and see how it compares to what your grandmother made." Lin Zhao picked it up and took a few bites, nodding seriously, "Just as delicious." Lilan smiled at the compliment, took a bite herself, and said, "If your grandmother were still here and saw you like this, she would definitely be very happy." "If your grandmother were still here," Lin Zhao replied, "the first thing she would do is scold me for marrying the wrong person." Lin Zhao did not respond, but simply picked up a piece of vegetable heart and placed it into Lilan's bowl. After lunch, Lilan spread out a new embroidery frame in the living room. She reattached the previous draft of the koi playing with lotus to the frame, her fingertips lightly tracing over the design, ensuring no detail was overlooked from the koi scales to the lotus leaves veins. "The last piece took me half a month to embroider, and it vanished just like that," she said as she sat down, tying a knot in the silk thread with her fingers, her tone light, as if speaking to herself. "Never mind, it'll start over. This time I'll do it even better." Lin Zhao sat down on the sofa beside her, flipping through an architecture magazine, but her peripheral vision remained focused on her mother. As Lilan's first stitch descended, it was slower than usual. When the needle tip pierced the fabric, her fingers trembled slightly. "Mom, moi, last time you said your mother told you a phrase while teaching you embroidery." Lilan paused her movements and looked up at her. She said, "Learning embroidery isn't about competing with others, but about competing with oneself." Lin Zhao closed the magazine and placed it on her lap. "You have already won when you compare yourself to your past self." Lilan blinked and said nothing. Lin Zhao began to count on her fingers. The divorce papers are signed, the house is bought, the shop is rented, the renovation is almost complete, and the sign has been hung up. You've handled so many things. Lilan looked down at the needle that was not fully pushed through the fabric and slowly smiled. Your words are becoming more and more persuasive. Of course, just for you. Lilan laughed, gently tapping the corner of her eye with her fingertip. She took a deep breath and wrapped the silk thread around her fingertip again. In the afternoon around 2 o'clock, Shen Ruitang's Lin Zhao glanced at the caller ID, took her phone, walked into the bedroom, closed the door, and then pressed the answer button. Ruitang, how are things with the shop? All settled, the surveillance cameras are installed too. Lin Zhao leaned against the window. What about your mom? Is she feeling better? Much better. She was a bit frightened yesterday, but today she has almost recovered and even started re-embroidering the koi, playing with lotus. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Your mom is quite strong, Shen Ruitang said. She has always been strong, otherwise she wouldn't have endured Lin Guodong for so many years. When Lin Zhao said this, her voice was very soft, as if she were speaking to herself. Shen Ruitang didn't respond, but her breathing could be heard from the receiver, slow and clear. After a while she spoke again, her voice a little lower than before. Is there any clue about the person behind this? Not. I asked around, the few people had masks on so I couldn't see their faces. All I know is it was an unknown number that called my mom last Saturday, asking when the shop would open. Have you checked that number? Not yet. I almost forgot until you mentioned it. Lin Zhao pulled the curtains open, letting the sunlight pour in, illuminating the screen of the laptop on her desk. What's the number? Shen Ruitang asked. Lin Zhao took out the note paper from her desk drawer and read out the number. A moment later, Shen Ruitang noted the phone number and continued, I'll ask Gu Yanzhou to help check it. No need to, I can do it myself. I can't let him help with everything. Shen Ruitang fell silent for a while. Zhao, if he has feelings for you. She hadn't finished her sentence when Lin Zhao interrupted her. Ruitang, if you keep this up, he'll start calling you my good daughter. Lin Zhao cut her off. Shen Ruitang's voice took on a distinct note of laughter. Alright, I won't say any more. But I'm serious. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. My dad's side has stabilized a lot lately, so I can make time. Got it, you take care of your dad. I can handle things here, Lin Zhao added, and then added, by the way, please send my regards to Uncle. I will pass it on. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhao walked out of the bedroom. Lilan was focused on embroidering, her hands moving slowly. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling window, falling on her mother's hands, which were no longer young, with thick knuckles and calloused fingertips, yet the posture of holding the embroidery needle remained graceful. That was the posture taught by her grandmother, a memory etched into her mother's muscles since childhood. Lin Zhao tightened her fingers slightly around her phone. She did not immediately put it down, but dialed the number again. The same electronic sound, the same mechanical female voice, and the same message: the number has been disconnected. She pulled the phone away from her ear and stared at the string of numbers on the screen for a moment. This number was still in use last Saturday, though she had reached Lilan to inquire about the store's opening date. Now just a week later it had already been disconnected. Last Saturday was November 29th, and now it was December. Had it been suspended due to non-payment? Or was it intentional? Lin Zhao placed the phone on the table, rummaged through a drawer for a small notebook, flipped to a blank page, and wrote down the number. She also wrote a note below the number: last Saturday, at 1423, call duration 42 seconds. The number has been disconnected. She stared at the words for 2 seconds, closed the notebook, and returned it to the drawer. The lead had broken. Lin Zhao leaned back in her chair, her gaze falling on the darkening sky outside the window. She could sense the opponent lurking in the shadows, gradually exposing themselves. From the initial inquiry call to hiring someone to vandalize, every step left traces. These traces seemed fragmented and scattered now, but one day they would piece together into a complete picture. By then she would pull this person out of the shadows. Monday. Lin Zhao placed her backpack in its usual spot, and just as she sat down, Shen Ruitang leaned over and placed a brown paper envelope in front of her. What is this? Lin Zhao glanced at the brown paper envelope. Shen Ruitang had not yet spoken. Gu Yanzhou asked. Shen Ruitang leaned back slightly. Lin Zhao opened the envelope. Inside was a communication record investigation report. 3 pages of A4 paper, the footer bearing the logo of an agency she had never heard of. The printed pages were numbered by date, neatly formatted and clearly organized. Lin Zhao pulled the 3 pages from the envelope, her eyes sweeping from the first line of the title to the last line. The analysis of the call records showed that the number had only one call record, the 42-second call made to Lilan. A number that was activated and then disconnected with just one outgoing call. This indicated that the number existed solely for that one call. Purchase a SIM card, activate it, make one call, and then clean and swift, leaving no future troubles. The second page contained an analysis of the call period, base station logo. The charts and terms were somewhat beyond her understanding, but she saw the bold conclusion at the bottom. When the number was dialed, the signal was accessed at a base station located in the eastern district of Huajing City. Lin Zhao's expression changed when she flipped to the last page. The investigation into the SIM card purchase revealed that the number was sold at a roadside newsstand located in the old district of Qinqing City. Qinqing City, the city of her hometown. Lin Zhao unconsciously tightened her grip on the paper. The edges of the pages curled slightly at her fingertips, producing an almost inaudible rustling sound. Qinqing City. Shen Ruitang had somehow leaned closer to her ear, speaking in a very low voice, your hometown. Lin Zhao did not respond immediately. Her gaze was still fixed on those 3 characters, her mind racing. Qinqing City, the old district, her own hometown. Her first reaction upon seeing those three characters was Lin Guodong, but she quickly crossed out that name. It couldn't be him. She knew Lin Guodong's style too well. If he regretted the divorce agreement and was unwilling to part with the 10 million, what would he do? He would storm over to Huajing, confront her directly, shout, and slap the table. He never stooped to hiding in the shadows, nor would he go through such a lengthy process to make an anonymous call and hire someone to vandalize. That wasn't him. But apart from Lin Guodong, who else could it be in Qinqing City? A figure vaguely emerged in her mind. A winered cashmere coat, delicate features, a woman in her 30s holding a boy of about 10 rushing into Lin Guodong's arms at the airport in Qinqing. Yaqin. Lin Zhao only knew her name was Yaqin, not even what her last name was. That day at the airport, she had only seen her from a distance across several rows of people at the arrivals area. Amidst the noise and the sound of luggage wheels scraping the ground, the woman had called out old Lin in a sweet voice before throwing herself into Lin Guodong's arms. Lin Guodong's mistress, a woman who had destroyed her parents' marriage. Did she want her mother and herself to disappear from this world? There was a possibility, but Lin Zhao couldn't be sure. After all, she knew nothing about this woman. She didn't know her full name or background, or what kind of person she truly was. She just had a vague feeling that this possibility couldn't be ruled out. Shen Ruotang was still watching her from the side, her gaze calm and focused, as if waiting for Lin Zhao's analysis. Lin Zhao folded the report and placed it back in the brown paper envelope. "Thank you," she said to Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang shook her head lightly, her expression indifferent. "What are you thanking me for? I only delivered the materials." "Oh, all of this." She pointed at the brown paper envelope in Lin Zhao's hand, her tone slightly rising. "Was all investigated by Gu Yanzhou." Lin Zhao turned to look at Gu Yanzhou, who was seated in the back. Gu Yanzhou was quietly flipping through a book. Feeling Lin Zhao's gaze, he looked up, nodded at her, said nothing, and then lowered his head to continue reading. Lin Zhao withdrew her gaze and shot a glare at Shen Ruotang. There was no real anger in her eyes, more like the helplessness of having been sold out by a friend. Shen Ruotang shrugged, a faint smile appearing on her lips. But Lin Zhao knew in her heart that she owed Gu Yanzhou once again. She carefully tucked the brown paper envelope into the compartment of her backpack. To be honest, with just her own efforts, she could never have uncovered such details. She had no connections to access call records, no channels to conduct base station location analyses, let alone obtain such a detailed investigation report in such a short time. Lin Zhao admitted that she indeed needed help. Initially, she thought of Gu Yanzhou as a tool, believing he was kind to her. But later she became increasingly afraid of his kindness, fearing that she owed him too much and that she could never repay him. During the break, Cheng Xiaoyu leaned over from the back row. Her voice was much lower than usual, her lips almost touching Lin Zhao's ear. "Zhao Zhao, I heard someone say your mother's shop ran into trouble over the weekend. Is your mom okay?" Lin Zhao turned her head. Cheng Xiaoyu's expression did not seem like she was here for gossip. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and there was genuine concern in her eyes, a pen clutched in her hand. "Who did you hear that from?" Lin Zhao asked. "I heard it in the cafeteria." Cheng Xiaoyu lowered her voice even more. At the next table, two unfamiliar classmates were discussing it, saying a shop on Old Street was vandalized. "I immediately thought it was your mom's place, since there aren't many Su embroidery shops on that street. I told them not to spread rumors, and then confronted those two people." Lin Zhao's expression calmed for a moment. "The matter, no one was hurt, just some things were smashed." "That's good." Cheng Xiaoyu sighed in relief, her shoulders slumping. After a moment, she leaned in a bit closer. "Do you know who did it?" "Not sure yet." Cheng Xiaoyu bit her lip, fell silent for a few seconds, then reached out and patted her shoulder. The gesture was light, a stark contrast to her usual boisterous style. "If you need help, just let me know. I may not have any great abilities, but I can run errands or deliver messages." Lin Zhao looked at Cheng Xiaoyu's serious expression. This girl usually had a voice like a loudspeaker, her eyes lit up like searchlights when gossiping, and she never seemed to hit the brakes when she talked. But the sincerity in her eyes at this moment was genuine. "Okay," Lin Zhao said, her voice softer than usual. Gu Yanzhou closed his textbook, his gaze falling upon the silhouette in the front row. Lin Zhao and Cheng Xiaoyu were still murmuring to each other. Beside her, Shen Ruotang leaned back in her chair, fiddling with her phone. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Yet moments ago, when she had tucked that report into the inner pocket of her backpack, her fingers had gripped the edge of the paper, knuckles turning faintly white. Others might overlook such a detail, but Gu Yanzhou had noticed. Her pupils had constricted when she heard Shen Ruotang utter the name Qinqing City. Gu Yanzhou picked up his phone, rose, and exited the classroom through the back door. A few classmates were chatting by the windows in the corridor. He turned into the stairwell and pushed open the door leading to the rooftop. The December wind rushed toward him, carrying the peculiar emptiness and chill of the rooftop. Gu Yanzhou leaned against the railing and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before it was answered. "Boss." The voice on the other end was that of a young man, crisp and decisive, the background utterly silent, devoid of any noise. "Ajio, go to Qinqing City and investigate Lin Guodong." "Qinqing City." Ajio repeated, his tone carrying a hint of confirmation. Lin Zhao's father, Lin Guodong. His situation after the divorce, the more detailed the better. Especially whether anyone suspicious has been in contact with him. No problem. Specific direction. Communication records, financial transactions, social connections, and his currents. Gu Yanzhou's voice was thinned by the wind on the vast rooftop. "Has anyone around him recently traveled to Huajing or frequently contacted numbers here?" The clatter of keyboard keys paused for a moment, then resumed. "Understood. Time frame. From his divorce until now." "Got it." Gu Yanzhou said good and hung up. He stood on the rooftop for a while longer, phone in hand. The clues exposed regarding the mastermind behind the shop's destruction numbered only 3: a deactivated phone number, a newsstand in the old district of Qinqing City that sold prepaid cards, and 3 men in black masks and black clothes. Too few clues, and every single one had been deliberately cut off. Whoever had done this knew very well how to cover their tracks. Gu Yanzhou slipped the phone back into his pocket. No matter who it was, he would see it through. That afternoon there were no classes. Lin Zhao packed her backpack, told Shen Ruitang she was heading home, and exited the school through the north gate. Yunqi Garden was just outside the north gate, a 10-minute walk. In December, Huajing wasn't too cold when the sun was out during the day, but once the wind blew, the chill crept through the collar, seeping into the bones. She pulled her scarf higher and quickened her pace. Pushing open the door to her home, a rich aroma of chicken soup. Lilan emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of steaming soup. Her apron still tied the steam, warming her face, her smile soft and gentle. "You're back. I figured you had no classes this afternoon, so you'd come home." Lin Zhao changed her shoes, set her backpack on the sofa, and walked over to the dining table for a look. 4 dishes and a soup: braised spare ribs, stir-fried seasonal greens, a plate of garlic vermicelli, steamed shrimp, and a small dish of her homemade pickled vegetables. In the center sat a large bowl of chicken soup with cordyceps flowers, the broth clear and bright, dotted with red dates and goji berries. "Mom, what's the occasion? So many dishes." Lin Zhao pulled out a chair and sat down. Lilan placed the soup bowl in front of her and sat down across the table. "My precious daughter comes home for a meal. Of course I have to make something nice. You finally finished with the Qingyu Cup and then dealt with the shop affairs. You need to replenish yourself." Lin Zhao took a sip of the chicken soup. It was perfectly seasoned, neither too salty nor too bland, the fragrance of cordyceps flowers melting on her tongue. "The shop matter has been handled." She set down the bowl, her tone as casual as if she were commenting on the fine weather. "I asked a friend to look into it. It was the previous tenant who wasn't satisfied and deliberately caused trouble. Now the surveillance cameras are installed, the door replaced, and the person has been warned. They won't come again." As she said this, she picked up a spare rib with her chopsticks, her movements so natural she almost believed it herself. Lilan paused for a moment, then her brow relaxed, and she let out a long, relieved sigh. "I see. That tenant. He seemed quite amiable before. I never thought he'd be so petty." "People's hearts are hidden behind their ribs," Lin Zhao said, chewing on the rib, her voice muffled but firm. "Anyway, it's resolved. Don't dwell on it." Lilan nodded, picked up her chopsticks, and placed a shrimp in her daughter's bowl. "All right, I'll stop worrying then." As she withdrew her hand, she gave the back of her daughter's hand a gentle pat. She said nothing more, just that light pat. Lin Zhao lowered her head and continued eating, saying nothing. She had used a flimsy lie to ease her mother's heart. She knew her mother believed it, and she knew her deception was anything but skillful. But at this moment she had no clue about the truth, and letting her mother remain anxious would only worsen things. On Monday evening, when Lin Zhao returned to dormitory 304, both Cheng Xiaoyu and Fang Xiyu were there. Cheng Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on her bed, a face mask plastered on her face, phone in hand, her thumb swiping rapidly across the screen. Fang Xiyu sat at her desk, an open copy of Architectural Construction before her, but her gaze wasn't on the pages as she was staring at her phone screen, her brow slightly furrowed. Hearing the door open, Fang Xiyu lifted her head, glanced at Lin Zhao, then quickly looked down again, flipping the phone face. Lin Zhao noted the gesture, but kept her expression neutral, placing her backpack on her own desk and pulling out a chair to sit. "Zhao Zhao." Cheng Xiaoyu looked up from her phone, the mask skewed on her face. She tore it off and crumpled it in her hand. "Have you seen that post on the department forum?" "What post?" Lin Zhao opened her laptop, her tone casual. "That one." Cheng Xiaoyu leaned half her body out of bed, her voice dropping an octave, but her eyes shining like twin searchlights. "Someone posted saying that a team from our department used irregular means to get into the Qingyu Cup." Lin Zhao's fingers paused on the keyboard for a moment before resuming their normal rhythm. "What means?" "It didn't say." Cheng Xiaoyu held her phone up to Lin Zhao. "Look, it says, according to an informed source, a certain architecture department team participating in the Qingyu Cup engaged in non-standard operations regarding the eligibility for participation." Then a bunch of people started guessing which team it was. Lin Zhao took the phone and quickly scanned the post. The posting time was 3 hours ago. The main post was just one paragraph, the wording ambiguous. No names, no specific references, but every sentence precisely struck the chords of agitation. Irregular means questionable eligibility, unfair to other participating teams waiting for the truth to surface. The number of clicks was already considerable, and the comments section was buzzing. Some demanded to know who it was, some indignantly claimed they'd always felt certain freshmen were too flashy, while others said it was probably a team that didn't make the finals, being sour. But so far no one had explicitly pointed out which team it was. The post didn't mention grade, major, or even gender, just a vague target of a certain architecture department team, leaving everyone to guess and match it themselves. This tactic, could it be that Zhou Yanwei was back in action? Cheng Xiaolu climbed down from the bed and stood beside him. "Look at this comment, a freshman getting into the Qingyu Cup. If it's not through connections, it's through money. Isn't that aimed at you guys?" Xiaoyu. Lin Zhao called her name. "Such an obvious rumor-mongering post. Don't take it too seriously. But this post, it's clearly talking about you guys. In our department, there's only one freshman team." Cheng Xiao's voice grew softer, tinged with grievance. "Let them talk. Anyway, innocence will clear itself. Don't worry." Lin Zhao handed the phone back to Cheng Xiaoyu. "I want to see what the person behind it really wants. You're really not afraid?" Cheng Xiaoyu's face was full of worry. "Afraid of what?" Lin Zhao smiled. Those who stand upright are never afraid of gossip and slander. Leaning back in her chair, Lin Zhao turned sideways to look at Cheng Xiaoyu. Cheng Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. That makes sense. So don't make such a fuss. Lin Zhao turned back to her computer. This kind of post is designed to make people feel targeted. If you take the bait, he's a Cheng Xiaoyu opened her mouth, then closed it again, picking up her phone to tap on the screen. Alright, I'll ask around and see if there's any inside scoop. Lin Zhao didn't stop her. That was Cheng Xiaoyu's nature. If she was forbidden from digging, it would only make her more restless. After all, the post hadn't named names yet. Let her do some probing. Maybe she'd uncover something useful. Lin Zhao glanced at Fong Xiyu from the corner of her eye. Fong Xiyu was still sitting at her desk with the book, Building Construction, open to page 12. Since Lin Zhao had entered the room, the page hadn't turned. Her fingers gripped the edge of the page, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Lin Zhao averted her gaze and resumed typing on the keyboard. About 10 minutes later, Cheng Xiaoyu suddenly let out a soft huh. Zhao, someone said this post is a repost. A repost? Lin Zhao turned her head. This comment right here. Cheng Xiaoyu pointed at a line on her phone screen and read aloud. This post didn't first appear on this forum. It was originally posted on a platform called Architecture Circle Whistleblower Station. A lot of people there were asking which team it was, and then it was copied to the department forum. Lin Zhao's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed. What is that Architecture Circle Whistleblower Station? I'm not sure. Cheng Xiaoyu bent down and began typing furiously. Suddenly Fong Xiyu stood up, the legs of her chair scraping a harsh sound against the tiled floor, louder than usual. Lin Zhao and Cheng Xiaoyu both looked at her. I'm going to get some water. Fong Xiyu grabbed her thermos from the desk and hurried out of the dormitory. The door clicked softly shut behind her. A moment later, Cheng Xiaoyu suddenly screamed, nearly back. Lin Zhao was startled. What's wrong? My cousin, the one who works at the City Construction Bureau. Cheng Xiaoyu pointed at her phone screen. He said he saw that post, and his supervisor saw it too. Why would the City Construction Bureau care about this? Not that they care. The content from the whistleblower station was forwarded to internal chat groups within the construction system. Cheng Xiaoyu swallowed. Besides, the Qingyu Cup is a national competition, so people in the construction system are. After seeing the post, they started asking which team it was, saying it would be a big problem if it turned out to be true. Lin Zhao's fingers slowly tightened. Zhou Yanwei's handiwork this time was even bigger than Lin Zhao had anticipated. Not only did she post on the architecture industry's whistleblower platform, but she also cross-platformed to let the story ferment and spread into more specialized circles. Lin Zhao had seen such tactics many times in her previous life, but in 2008, this was undoubtedly ahead of its time. What else did your cousin say? Lin Zhao asked. He said he heard someone inside the construction system was asking for this year's Qingyu Cup registration list from the architecture department. Cheng Xiaoyu lowered her voice. Lin Zhao took a sip from her cup. Someone in the construction system was prying into the list of participating teams. Zhou Yanwei's net was cast wider than she had imagined. When Fong Xiyu pushed the door open carrying her thermos, her movements were notably lighter than usual. She carefully depressed the handle, and the door hinge barely made a sound. Lin Zhao's gaze shifted from the computer screen to Fong Xiyu, glancing briefly. Fong Xiyu didn't meet her eyes. She walked directly to the washroom, thermos in hand. Lin Zhao leaned against her chair, her eyes fixed on the screen, but her peripheral vision always tracked Fong Xiyu. She wondered before returning, Fong Xiyu must have tipped off the Zhou siblings. After washing up, Fong Xiyu climbed into bed much earlier than usual. She was always the most regular in her sleep schedule, never before lights out. But tonight she seemed to be hiding, burying herself behind the bed curtain. The curtain was pulled tight, leaving not a single gap. Lin Zhao looked away and continued staring at the computer screen for a while. Then she sighed, grabbed her pajamas and towel, and went to wash up. After lying down, Lin Zhao didn't draw her own bed curtain. She lay on her back, staring at the ceiling, pondering over Fong Xiyu. She didn't know when Fong Xiyu had first been bought over by Zhou Yanting. Perhaps earlier than the time she saw Zhou Yanting give her a paper bag. Was it when Fong Xiyu took third place in the freshman design competition? Or when she tried to copy the project and was caught by Cheng Xiaoyu? It was pointless to dwell on when exactly she was bought off. Lin Zhao only needed to know one thing: Fong Xiyu was now completely under the control of the Zhou siblings. A week after Zhou Yanwei's apology letter, Fong Xiyu was caught trying to copy the project. Then she placed third in the department competition and stopped being so frugal. Then she began frequently inquiring about the competition's progress and sabotaging the computer memory, and now this post. With each step, Fong Xiyu sank deeper. With each step, Zhou Yanting fed her something new. After lights out, the dormitory fell silent. From Cheng Xiaoyu's bed came the steady sound of breathing, occasionally interspersed with a few mumbled dream words, as if she were arguing with someone in her sleep. Lin Zhao lay on her side, facing the wall. Her eyelids were heavy, but the thoughts about the post and the mastermind were still churning slowly, like a faucet that hadn't been fully turned off, dripping one drop at a time. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light shone from behind her, hitting the wall, then vanished. Another flash followed. She remained in her side-leaning position, breathing steadily and evenly. The light came from Fong Xiyu's bed, seeping through the gaps in the blanket, flickering on and off in the darkness, like someone reading a phone under the covers. Lin Zhao sighed inwardly. Fong Xiyu was messaging someone again. At this hour, she couldn't be chatting with her family. She had no other friends either. At least Lin Zhao had never seen her get close to any other classmates. She could only be contacting Zhou Yanting or Zhou Yanwei.
Lin Zhao kept her eyes open staring at the wall briefly lit by the phone's glow. She suddenly felt sorry for Fang Xiyu. Fang Xiyu could have finished her 5-year undergraduate program quietly, and with her grades, she could have landed a steady job after graduation. But she had to wade into this struggle that had nothing to do with her. Lin Zhao wondered how the Zhou siblings would discard her after using her, or perhaps completely destroy her. Just as Zhou Yanting had abandoned Lin Zhao in her past life. What choice did she make then? In her previous life, she chose to jump into the river. That cold, suffocating feeling. She didn't want to experience it again, and she didn't want anyone close to her to experience it either. Fang Xiyu was a pitiful soul, led by the nose by the Zhou siblings. But Lin Zhao didn't hate her. Fang Xiyu had a good nature at heart. She was just too insecure. She was too desperate for recognition. Zhou Yanting must have seen through that, which was why he used the ranking in the freshman design competition as bait. Someone who had never been praised suddenly receives affirmation. Being told you have so much talent. How easily can that heart be pried open? Lin Zhao understood that better than anyone. She had been trapped by Zhou Yanting the same way in her past life. It wasn't Fang Xiyu's fault. From Fang Xiyu's bed the phone's light flickered once more, then went dark completely. The blanket rustled a few times, the bedboard shook gently, and then everything quieted down. She too had fallen asleep. Lin Zhao turned over onto her back, staring at the blurry ceiling in the darkness. In Fang Xiyu she saw the shadow of her former self. That version of herself who had been ensnared by Zhou Yanting's tenderness and care, who thought she had found a good man, but ended up losing everything. But she was luckier than Fang Xiyu. She had been reborn, carrying the experience and memories of her past life, enabling her to see through every one of Zhou Yanting's tricks and to counterattack step by step. Fang Xiyu had nothing. She was just a girl under 20 making mistakes, being exploited by bad people, and not knowing how to Once this matter was over, Lin Zhao thought she would find a chance to talk with her. Not interrogate, just talk. Lin Zhao closed her eyes, pondered for a while, then drifted into a deep sleep. On Tuesday morning when Lin Zhao entered the classroom, the whispers in the hallway and within the room were twice as dense as usual. She slipped in through the back door and walked through several rows of seats to her own spot. As she passed the third row, 2 girls huddled over a phone simultaneously lifted their heads, their gazes shifting from the screen to her face, then quickly dropping back down. Their fingertips swiped across the screen, flipping the page away. Lin Zhao did not pause. She reached her seat, set down her bag, and pulled out her textbook, placing it neatly on the desk. Her movements were steady, her rhythm unchanged from any other day. Cheng Xiaoyu had not yet arrived. Neither had Xin Ruotang. Fang Xiyu, however, was already seated in the first row by the window, her textbook spread open before her, a pen in her hand, eyes fixed on the page, as though utterly oblivious to the commotion around her. But Lin Zhao noticed the knuckles of Fang Xiyu's gripping hand had turned white. Is it her? A voice barely above a whisper drifted from the back row, sandwiched between the rustling of pages and the scraping of chairs. Had Lin Zhao not been seated directly in front of them, she would never have caught it. The one from the post. A freshman. Duh, which other architecture freshman team made it into the Qingyu Cup? Who else? I always thought it was suspicious. A freshman spouting all that professional jargon at the first orientation meeting, like she'd memorized it beforehand. Keep your voice down. What's there to fear? If you're bold enough to do it, don't be afraid of people talking. Lin Zhao opened her textbook, her fingertips gliding lightly across the edge of the page. She let out a silent sigh. The big fish she was waiting for still hadn't taken the bait, but the forum post had been passed around, swelling larger and larger, drawing in countless onlookers eager for the spectacle. This was perhaps the price of fishing like Jiangxia, patiently waiting for the big catch, while the smaller fry churned the surface into a noisy froth. But for now she could not reel in the line. If the Zhou siblings truly intended to use the discarded plan that Fang Xiyu had copied, she had to give them enough time to walk that path to its dead end. Exposing it now would only embarrass Fang Xiyu for a while, leaving the Zhou siblings unscathed. So she had to endure these. Her fingertip tapped the textbook twice, and a faint wry smile curved at the corner of her mouth. The mock Jiangxia sitting long by the riverbank was bound to become a laughingstock. But when that fish finally bit, those laughs would turn into slaps, one after another, landing on their faces. Zhao Zhao. Cheng Xiaoyu's voice exploded from the doorway like a cannonball. Her bag strap hung from one shoulder as she burst in, flinging it onto the back of her chair with a clatter that made the whole room turn to look. Cheng Xiaoyu paid no attention to the stares. She dashed over to Lin Zhao, in a few quick strides plopped down and slammed her phone onto the desk, the screen still glowing. Did you see? That post updated again. Lin Zhao glanced down. The main post had been updated to a third version. Besides the earlier ambiguous insinuations of improper means, a new link had been added, accompanied by a screenshot of the apology letter from the previous forum slander incident. The original poster had written a line: according to insiders, the protagonist of this apology letter is also today's protagonist. Those who know, those who don't can read between the lines. Lin Zhao clicked on the screenshot. It was the apology letter Zhou Yanwei had issued in October, a sincere apology regarding malicious slander, now reposted alongside the new thread, the implication unmistakable. The comments section had exploded. So someone slandered her before. And now again. Why is it always her? Once is coincidence, twice. Well, it's hard to say. I think no smoke without fire. So was the last one really slander? Maybe the apology was coerced. I heard her family has a lawyer. Those in the know understand. Don't talk nonsense upstairs. Her family's in construction. A small-town construction firm can still afford a lawyer. Doesn't she wear all cheap street clothes? Standing next to Shen Ruotang, the contrast is brutal. Climbing the social, one's the only son of the Gu real estate empire, the other's the heiress of Jingshan Huazhu, and this poor thing's sandwiched between them. Isn't she embarrassed? Too blunt upstairs, but not wrong, lol. So what's the truth? Anyone in the know care to speak up? Cheng Xiaoyu's fingers scrolled frantically down the screen faster and faster until she finally slapped the phone on the desk. Her face flushed crimson. Bullshit. All bullshit. Her voice was so loud that the first two rows turned their heads. What climbing the social ladder? What sandwiched? Gu Yanzhou came to you to team up. And last time's apology letter. Zhou Yanwei slandered you, and now they twist it like this. Half a screenshot with no context. Isn't that quote mining? Xiaoyu, keep your voice down. Lin Zhao reached out to calm her. I won't. Cheng Xiaoyu shook off her hand, springing to her feet. Lin Zhao, you can't just take this. The more you endure, the more they think they can bully you. Last time they issued that apology themselves, and now it's being used as ammunition against you. They claim you memorized that speech. On what grounds? I'm going to the advisor. Cheng Xiaoyu stamped her foot in frustration. Cheng Xiaoyu. Lin Zhao's voice was low but firm, a tone she rarely used except when dealing with the Zhou siblings. Cheng Xiaoyu froze. Her momentum still lingered, but her feet stopped involuntarily. Sit down, Lin Zhao said. Cheng Xiaoyu opened her mouth, then closed it, her chest heaving. But you can't shut their mouths. Lin Zhao looked up at her gaze perfectly calm. If you run to the advisor now, argue with them, fight with them, you'll only make this post more lively. They're dying for you to jump. The higher you jump, the more they cheer. Cheng Xiaoyu's fingers loosened their grip on the phone. She looked down at Lin Zhao, her eyes reddening. She sat back down, her knee bumping against the table leg with a dull thud, but she didn't cry out. I just can't stand it, she muttered, head bowed, voice thick. You didn't do anything wrong. The phone screen was still lit, comments piling up one after another. Those malicious assumptions, quote minings, and sarcastic remarks multiplied before their eyes. Lin Zhao flipped the phone over and pressed it face down on the desk. It's fine, she said. Let them talk. Her tone was light, as if she truly didn't care. Cheng Xiaoyu stared at her for a long moment, then flipped through her textbook, noisily muttering, I still can't stand it. One day I'm going to track down the ones making the most noise and ask who paid them to smear you like this. All right, calm down. Lin Zhao finally smiled. She fished a lollipop out of her bag and pressed it into Cheng Xiaoyu's hand. Have some. Cheng Xiaoyu stared at the crumpled wrapper of the lollipop, probably buried in Lin Zhao's bag for ages. Just then the front, Gu Yanzhou walked in. He wore a black thick coat today, the collar slightly open, revealing a light gray hoodie underneath. He never walked fast, but today he was even slower. As he passed the lectern, he paused briefly. The buzzing in the classroom hadn't fully subsided. Several students were still huddled over phones, whispering like waves lapping one after another. Gu Yanzhou stood at the front, turned sideways, and faced the entire classroom. Then he spoke. Classmates, his voice was clear and steady. Everyone who had been looking down at their phones raised their heads, including the boys who had been gossiping the loudest. This Friday at 2 p.m. Professor Chen from the department will hold an internal exchange meeting for Qingyu Cup teams. All architecture teams that have participated in the Qingyu Cup will attend to share their design approaches. He paused, his gaze sweeping slowly across the room. Student Lin Zhao has been invited to be the lead presenter for our team. The buzzing in the room vanished instantly. The boys who had just been scrolling through the post about Lin Zhao climbing the social ladder froze, their expressions stiff. The two girls in the third row who had been whispering both looked at Gu Yanzhou. He didn't glance at them, his eyes remained level, as students interested in architectural competitions can sign up with the academic committee. After the exchange, there will be an open QA session. Everyone is welcome to join the discussion. He finished, stepped down from the lectern, walked down the aisle through the entire classroom, and took his usual seat. The room was silent for about 3 seconds. Then the buzzing returned, but this time the subject of discussion had completely shifted. The department is holding an exchange meeting. Should we sign up to listen? What level is their team's proposal anyway? I heard their group passed the preliminary round. Their work can't be that bad, right? It's a seminar organized by the professor. He would only invite teams he endorses. So all those claims on the forum, could they actually be true? I don't know. Professor Chen singled out Lin Zhao to be their main presenter. It shouldn't be as disgraceful as the post. The murmurs rolled like a pot of porridge coming to a boil, bubbling and stirring. The barbs, labels like social climber, poor wretch, fabricated persona, slowly faded away. Lin Zhao turned and glanced at Gu Yanzhou sitting in the back row. He was fishing a book from his backpack, the cover stamped with the name of a certain master architect. He opened the book, resting a finger on the corner of the page, his gaze lowered, looking no different from usual. They had never spoken about the exchange meeting in advance. He must have persuaded Professor Chen on her behalf. The timing of the seminar was exquisite. It wielded an utterly authoritative imprimatur that answered heat in every insinuation from those anonymous posts. Professor Chen's endorsement alone was enough to let those rumors collapse under their own weight. Lin Zhao looked at him and gave a small, grateful nod. Gu Yanzhou happened to look up. Their eyes met for a moment in the air between them. His gaze was as calm as ever, betraying no spare emotion. Only a faint nod in reply, before he returned his attention to the pages. Lin Zhao turned back. Her peripheral vision caught Shen Ruotang's seat. Shen was already there, leaning against the chair, chin cupped in one hand, a trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth. She had clearly heard what Gu had said, but she said nothing as she answered Lin Zhao's look with that quietly knowing smile. There was more information in that smile than any sentence could carry. I saw it all. He stood up for you again. You needn't explain who, I understand.
Lin Zhao smiled back, then returned her face to the front and breathed out softly. Across 2 lifetimes, she had never felt such tacit understanding. In her previous life married to Zhou Yanting, she mistook their rapport for true intimacy. He would speak a line, and she would answer it. Sometimes she could finish his thoughts before he spoke them. But that was not real tacit understanding. It was the adaptation of a tool to its wielder. Genuine rapport is not one person guessing another's words in advance, but one person unspoken and the other already having finished the deed. Her so-called rapport with Zhou Yanting had been trained out of her over nearly a decade. Now these two needed no prompting. They knew what she required without her saying a word. They did not need explanations to know her thoughts. The sensation was unfamiliar, and yet utterly reassuring. That afternoon, the seminar room. When Lin Zhao pushed the door open, Gu Yanzhou was already there. He sat by the window with a laptop open. The screen displayed a page from that architecture gossip forum. One hand rested on the keyboard while the other held his phone. He was speaking in a low voice. As she entered, he glanced up, murmured one moment, and nodded toward her. "I'm here." Lin Zhao set her bag on the desk and pulled out a chair. She didn't rush to open her computer. Instead, she turned to look at him. "What happened at that exchange this morning?" Gu placed his phone face down on the table. "Professor Chen sent the notice this morning. He said I happened to see the notice at the classroom door and used you as the team's main speaker to shut those people up." He spoke as casually as if discussing something trivial. "This competition's proposal was built around your design approach. It made sense for you to present." Lin Zhao watched him. She couldn't say why, but she felt he hadn't told the whole truth. Professor Chen's notice might indeed have been sent that morning, but every sentence Gu delivered from the podium had been aimed squarely at the forum posts. He could not have merely stumbled upon the notice by chance. He must have spoken with Professor Chen beforehand. Lin Zhao didn't press him, she only nodded. "All right, I'll prepare the talk these next couple of days." Gu made a soft affirmative sound and picked up his phone again. He glanced at Lin Zhao, his eyes lingering on her face for a moment, then turned the phone to speaker and set it on the table between them. "You continue." A young man's voice came clean and sharp from the phone, the background utterly silent. Lin Guodong divorced, and the very next day registered with Lu Yakin. Lin Zhao's fingers tightened slightly on her name. So her surname was Lu. Lu Yakin, 36, native of Qinqing, owner of a beauty salon. A Jew spoke deliberately, each syllable clear. She and Lin Guodong have a son named Lin Mu, who is 12 this year. He is currently in the 6th grade at Qinqing No. 2 primary school. The young boy Lin Zhao had seen at the airport, around 10 or so, was Lin Mu. Lin Zhao did the arithmetic in her head. She was 19 now, 12 years ago she was 7. That meant Lin Guodong had been keeping Lu Yakin for at least 13 years. After marrying her, a Jew continued, Lin Guodong transferred 20% of the company's equity to Lu Yakin. The transfer date was November 10th. Gu Yanzhou's brow twitched. He glanced at Lin Zhao. Her expression remained unchanged. Lu Yakin has been traveling frequently between Qinqing and Huajing recently. A Jew's voice reported 3 round trips in half a month. The earliest was around November 23rd. She was also in Huajing on December 4th and flew back to Qinqing on the evening of the 5th. Lin Zhao's gaze shifted to an old timetable tacked to the seminar room wall. On December 5th, the day the shop was vandalized, she had also been in Huajing. Gu leaned toward the phone. "Can you cross-check the call logs with travel records?" "Yes." A Jew's voice was certain. "Lu Yakin has been frequently contacting a Huajing local number. The number belongs to Ma Yong, 32, no fixed employment with a prior for public disorder. I checked Ma Yong's call records. On the morning of December 5th around 9 his phone signal was located near the area where Lanqiu Fang is located. We can confirm Ma Yong matches the tall man described by the florist." Gu looked at Lin Zhao. She said nothing. Her eyes rested on the black phone on the table. The corner of her eye twitched. "Have Ma Yong's bank records been checked?" Gu asked. "They have. On the afternoons of December 4th and 5th there were 2 deposits of 30,000 each. Any movement from Lu Yakin now?" Gu continued. "She is currently in Qinqing." A Jew's voice dropped a notch. After returning to Qinqing on December 5th, she recorded no further trips. Gu looked at Lin Zhao as she returned his gaze. "Understood," he said after a pause. "A Jew, keep tracking Lu Yakin and contact me immediately if anything changes." "Understood, boss." The call ended. The seminar room fell silent. Sunlight slipped through the blinds and painted parallel lines of light across the floor. Lin Zhao kept her eyes lowered, fixed on the phone's dark screen. After a while she spoke, her voice softer than usual. "Gu Yanzhou, is a Jew your associate? Or your subordinate?" Lin asked. "A Jew is my partner, another shareholder in Huajing Investment. He's a hacker," Gu answered sincerely. "So yes, a kind of associate. Talented people. You really are surrounded by talent." Lin couldn't help smiling a little. "Thank you for looking into this, and for sending your people to investigate more deeply. I said I would prove it with actions." Gu began, but Lin interrupted him before he finished. "All right, thank you anyway." Lin coughed lightly, then asked, "Shouldn't we hand this evidence to the police?" "As for the police, I recommend holding off for now." Gu paused, then said, "The chain of evidence isn't complete. It's better to let the situation play out a little." Hearing the phrase, Lin Zhao's mind flashed to that Jiangwen film. She tried to place the year of its release. Wasn't it around 2010? A strange coincidence, perhaps. "Let things play out a little," Lin repeated softly, looking at him. "Cough. What I mean is, don't spook them, observe quietly, and wait for the right moment." Gu pressed his lips together, averting his eyes. Only then did he realize he had nearly quoted a movie line by accident. He added hurriedly, "In any case, a Jew will continue tailing Lu Yakin. Don't worry about this matter.
Just prepare well for next Friday's exchange. He tried to change the subject. I'm okay. Lin Zhao replied casually. The next afternoon at the fourth-floor cafe of the 88 shopping center, Zhou Yanwei leaned against the cushioned booth seat, her laptop screen glowing the page fixed on that architecture circle expose site. She stirred the already chilled lemonade with her straw eyes fixed on the screen. The click count had indeed risen, but the comments section wasn't trending in the direction she had anticipated. Let's wait until the Friday exchange meeting to judge their level. The exchange, organized by Professor Chun, those invited to speak, shouldn't be too bad. Can the poster stop being cryptic? If you have concrete evidence, just release it. According to her expectations, the comments section should have already formed a one-sided wave of public condemnation by now. At least someone in the department should have started publicly questioning Lin Zhao's qualifications for the competition. But the reality fell far short of her expectations. Zhou Yanwei pulled the straw out of the glass and placed it on a napkin. A patch of light brown watermarks spread on the napkin. She closed the laptop and glanced at the time on her phone. 3:05, and Fang Xiyu still hadn't arrived. Zhou Yanting sat across from her. The American coffee in front of him had barely been sipped since it was ordered. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, and every dozen seconds or so, he glanced toward the cafe entrance. She's 5 minutes late. He said, his tone irritable. What's the hurry? Zhou Yanwei didn't look up. She'll come. Zhou Yanting picked up the coffee cup, took a sip. The bitterness made him frown, and he set the cup down again. Lately, every time he met Fang Xiyu, he felt increasingly impatient. Earlier, to win her over, he had put on a friendly face and given her plenty of benefits, but so far he hadn't obtained any material that could deliver a fatal blow against them. The glass door of the cafe was pushed open. When Fang Xiyu walked in, her scarf was pulled up high, almost covering the lower half of her face. She stood at the entrance and swept a glance, spotting the seats of Zhou Yanwei and Zhou Yanting. She paused briefly, then lowered her head and walked over quickly. She sat down next to Zhou Yanwei without ordering anything or taking off her scarf. She placed her hands folded on her knees, her fingers unconsciously twisting the zipper hole of her cotton jacket. Zhou Yanwei pushed the laptop aside, turned to Fang Xiyu, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Sister Xiyu Long, are the clothes I bought you last time still a good fit? They fit. Thank you. Fang Xiyu's voice was low. Her gaze did not fall on Zhou Yanwei's face. About that USB drive I gave you last time. Zhou Yanwei's voice did not rise at all. Her tone was even gentler than before. I looked at what's inside. Fang Xiyu's fingers stopped twisting the zipper. The plans inside are useless. Zhou Yanwei picked up the straw from the napkin, reinserted it into the lemonade, and stirred gently. Especially since all the layers in the CAD file are merged, could it be a discarded draft? I found it on a USB drive in Lin Zhao's drawer. I don't know if it's a discarded one. Fang Xiyu stammered. You share a dorm room with her. You should have access to more than this, shouldn't you? Zhou Yanwei continued. Fang Xiyu didn't. Her fingers started twisting the zipper pull again, much faster than before. Sister Xiyu. Zhou Yanwei put down the cup, leaned forward slightly, and lowered her voice. At last semester's freshman design competition, how did you get third place? You know that very well, don't you? Fang Xiyu suddenly lifted her head. If anyone found out about this. Zhou Yanwei did not finish the sentence, deliberately drawing out the ending. Zhou Yanting, who had been sitting across, finally looked up. He had been suppressing his emotions all along, but upon hearing this, the pent-up irritation still seeped into his tone. Fang Xiyu, you have no choice. If Lin Zhao finds out about the things you did before, do you think she'll let you off? If she finds out that you damaged her computer, rummaged through her things, and copied her USB drive, do you think you can still stay safely in dorm 304? Fang Xiyu's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but Zhou Yanwei spoke first. Sister Xiyu. Zhou Yanwei's tone became even gentler. We never intended to make things difficult for you. From the very beginning, we only wanted to help you. She turned her head and looked at Zhou Yanting sitting across. Zhou Yanting, holding his coffee cup, was caught off guard by his sister's sudden glance, then realized it was a signal. He nodded with understanding. Then he put down the cup, took an envelope from his pocket, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Fang Xiyu. The envelope was made of light brown craft paper identical to the ones he had given her before. This is 5,000 yuan, Zhou Yanting said, his voice very low. You just need to do one last thing. Fang Xiyu stared at the envelope, making no move to take it. Zhou Yanting took a deep breath, his fingers clenching into a fist under the table. 5,000 yuan, that was 2.5 months of his living expenses. He gritted his teeth and pushed the envelope another inch forward. You just need to retrieve something. Zhou Yanwei took over the conversation, her voice as soft as if she were saying something intimate. Lin Zhao's external hard drive or her laptop. Just get her latest draft, that's all. Fang Xiyu shook her head violently. The scarf slipped down from her chin, revealing a pale face. No. She will definitely find out. This time is the last. Zhou Yanwei's voice turned tender again. Reaching out, she gently held Fang Xiyu's twisted fingers. As long as you get her latest plans, we will never bother you again. And we will absolutely keep secret all the things you did before. Fang Xiyu lowered her head. Her shoulders trembled slightly. Tears swirled in her eyes several times before finally rolling down, falling onto the back of her hand, which was twisted white on her knee. Zhou Yanwei patted the back of her hand, withdrew her hand, and pulled a tissue from her bag to hand to her. Don't cry. People are watching. Zhou Yanting picked up the envelope and slipped it into Fang Xiyu's coat pocket, his movements gentle, as if placing a... Fang Xiyu did not refuse.
As Gu Yanzhou withdrew his hand, he wiped his fingers against his pant, seemed brushing off the sweat that had seeped from his palm. He regretted the 5,000 yuan, but he hated Lin Zhao even more. He hated Lin Zhao for humiliating him at the freshman assembly, for making him lose face completely at the boxing gym, and for thinking how could a woman with no background or family stand shoulder to shoulder with Gu Yanzhou and Shen Ruotang. She, a rural bumpkin from Qinqing, should just slink back to her hometown rather than overshadow him at Huajing University. As long as he could destroy her, what was 5,000 yuan? As long as his sister's plan succeeded, he could get back this cost twofold from somewhere else sooner or later. Zhou Yanwei closed her laptop, packed it into her bag, stood up, and smoothed the hem of her coat, her movements unhurried. We'll be going now then. Sister, see you, take care on your way back. She turned and walked toward the cafe entrance, her pace. Gu Yanzhou followed behind her. The two walked past several rows of booths, pushed open the glass door, and disappeared toward the escalator. Fang Xiyu sat alone in the booth. She reached into her pocket and touched the envelope. She pushed the envelope deeper into her pocket, stood up holding the edge of the table, pulled the scarf back up to cover the lower half of her face, and walked with her head down toward the cafe entrance. She thrust her hands into her pockets, gripping the envelope tightly. 5,000 yuan, enough for her living expenses, enough for her to stop eating the cheapest vegetable dishes every day, enough to buy that structural drawing manual she had browsed 3 times in the bookstore, but never bought enough to bring 2 new cotton jackets for her parents when she went home for the new year. She leaned against the escalator handrail and closed her eyes. The last time after this, she would never have to do this again. It was 1:40 p.m. on Friday in the multimedia lecture hall on the 3rd floor of the architecture department. There were still 20 minutes left before the exchange meeting began, and the front row seats were nearly filled. This classroom could accommodate around 200 people and was usually used for large lectures, but today it was assigned by Professor Chen for the campus venue of the Qingyu Cup exchange meeting. A projector and laptop were set up on the podium, the screen was down, and a slideshow of student works from the architecture department over recent years was playing on a loop. The curtains on both sides were half drawn, and light streamed in from the other half of the window, casting a grid of light and shadow on the floor. Cheng Xiaoyu had rushed in early to save seats for Lin Zhao, while Shen Ruotang hurried back to the hospital after lunch. Cheng Xiaoyu chose a seat in the 3rd row by the aisle, spreading her backpack, textbooks, and water bottle across 4 seats. Gu Yanzhou arrived even earlier than her. He sat at the innermost seat of the 3rd row with a notebook in front of him and had already sketched a few casual lines on the first page. He glanced up at the entrance and caught a glimpse of Cheng Xiaoyu expanding her territory by 1 more seat. "Why are you taking up so much space?" he asked. "None of your business," Cheng Xiaoyu replied without turning her head. "Zhao Fang Xiyu and 2 of my dance team friends plus me, isn't that just right?" Gu Yanzhou fell silent again, lowering his head to continue sketching. Cheng Xiaoyu leaned over to take a look at his drawing and raised her eyebrows. "Is this Lin Zhao?" Gu Yanzhou quickly closed his notebook, a rare hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "No, you're kidding, right?" Cheng Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and glanced towards the corridor. "Hey, why hasn't Fang Xiyu arrived yet?" At 1:50 p.m. Lin Zhao walked in through the back door of the classroom, holding a USB drive and a notebook. She walked at a steady pace, and several classmates turned to look at her as she passed. She didn't look back. Cheng Xiaoyu waved vigorously at her. Zhao. "Over here." Lin Zhao walked over, placed her notebook on the seat Cheng Xiaoyu had saved for her, and straightened up, surveying the back row. Gu Yanzhou sat at the last row near the door. He didn't look at Lin Zhao, leaning slightly against the back of his chair, one hand resting on the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface. His expression was calm, even slightly smiling, but Lin Zhao noticed that he was tapping the table faster than usual. It seemed someone was already impatient. Lin Zhao smiled gently. At 1 minute to 2, Professor Chen walked into the classroom with a thermos. He placed the thermos on the podium, adjusted his glasses, and scanned the room. The front row was packed, and some students stood in the back and along the aisles, unable to find seats. He was evidently pleased with the students' enthusiasm and cleared his throat. "Quiet down, please." The buzzing in the classroom gradually subsided. "Today marks the first campus exchange meeting for our department regarding this year's Qingyu Cup competition proposals. The Qingyu Cup is a national-level architectural design competition for college students, and our department has 7 teams participating this year. What makes me even happier is that 3 of these teams have advanced to the finals." He opened the roster in front of him. All 7 teams will present today, each group getting 15 minutes. The order is arranged by grade level, starting with the 5th-year students. After each group presents, there will be 5 minutes for questions, so feel free to raise your hands if you have any. He set the roster aside, looking out at the audience, his gaze pausing briefly on Lin Zhao in the 3rd row before moving. "Alright, let's get started." The first group is from the 5th-year 2 students. Their topic is reconnecting the broken bridge, and they are one of the teams that made it to the finals this year. The first group consisted of a tall boy wearing glasses and a short-haired girl. The boy spoke quickly while the girl handled the PPT, their collaboration seamless. The proposal itself was nothing remarkable, but it also had no serious issues. They proposed connecting 2 old factories with a corridor and transforming them into a community cultural center. The idea was fairly standard and the design drawings were neat, but there was nothing eye-catching. Lin Zhao listened attentively, jotting down a few lines in her notebook. The 2nd and 3rd groups were both from the 4th year, one focusing on the renovation of an old neighborhood's facade and the addition of elevators, and the other on designing a linear park along an abandoned railway. Lin Zhao took notes for each group.
When the fourth group presented, a few third-year girls in the front row noticeably sat up straighter. When Xie Mingye's name was called, he stood up. His team consisted of 4 people, a third-year boy and a third-year girl handling the PPT. 2 second-year boys sat on the edge of the second row in the audience, focused, one of them holding a professional camera aimed at the Xie Mingye opened the proposal folder, and the title in the box lane appeared on the projector screen. His opening remarks lacked self-introduction pleasantries, and he didn't even glance at any notes. He stood at the side of the podium with one hand in his pocket, the other pointing to the image on the projection screen, and his first words silenced the entire room. We are deconstructing each building in this old lane into independent space boxes and then rearranging their vertical relationships using a steel structure. We are not demolishing or sealing off the lane, but transforming the entire lane into a 3-dimensional community. He flipped to the next page, pointing to the section view. In the section view, the space boxes were staggered vertically with semi-open courtyards and shared platforms between them, allowing sunlight to penetrate from the top of the courtyard down to the public corridor on the ground floor. This group is a joint team of third and second-year students, and they also made it to the finals. A boy in the back row quietly informed the person next to him. Xie Mingye, a third-year student, has already won first place in the university-level design competition for 2 years. Lin Zhao heard this and gently tapped her pen on her notebook. The structural sense was indeed impressive. Each box's load was clearly marked in the section view, and even the construction sequence was highlighted in different colors. This intuition regarding structural logic couldn't be taught in the classroom. It could only come from extensive field experience and repeated trial and error. She flipped to a new page in her notebook and began to write rapidly. Xie Mingye's presentation was fast-paced, not dragging or showing off. When he reached the core points, he would circle them on the image with a laser pointer, flipping to the next page immediately, without lingering too long on any single image. During the QA session, a boy in the front row raised his hand and asked a question about fire compartmentalization. Xie Mingye's response was concise and clear, directly providing 2 alternative solutions with a well-structured pros and cons analysis. Then it was the fifth group, second-year team. Their proposal was lackluster. Lin Zhao noted down 2 points and didn't write much more. The sixth group's concept was good, but there were obvious errors in structural calculations. Their team leader spoke for less than 10 minutes before being interrupted by a boy in the back row who raised his hand to ask a question about foundation reinforcement. The team leader stammered for a while and ultimately couldn't provide a clear answer. Finally, it was Lin Zhao's group's turn. Professor Chen walked up to the podium and placed his thermos on the corner of the desk. The last group, Lin Zhao, Shen Ruotang, and Gu Yanzhou from the first year. The topic is parasitic co-construction. They are also the last group from our architecture department to enter the finals of the Qingyu Cup this year. Lin Zhao walked directly to the computer at the side of the podium, plugged in the USB drive, and opened the folder. Then she approached the podium. She stood in front of the projection screen, one hand holding the laser pointer and the other resting on the edge of the podium. The title Parasitic Co-construction Growing on Ruins appeared on the screen. The audience fell silent. She glanced at Gu Yanzhou, who was already standing by the side computer waiting for Lin Zhao's opening remarks. Lin Zhao withdrew her gaze and looked at everyone. Hello everyone. Our group's proposal is titled Parasitic Co-construction Growing on Ruins. The concept of parasitism is not about tearing down and starting over, but about growing new spaces within the skeleton of the old buildings, letting it continue to live on rather than erecting a tombstone on its ruins. Lin Zhao flipped to the first real-world photograph. It showed an old residential district in the ancient capital of Huajing, where gray brick walls were peeling and crumbling, and wooden window frames had rotted and warped. This is a bank-style building we captured during our field survey in the old town, nearly a century old. Its brick wall texture is exceptionally well preserved, with every mortar joint still bearing the marks of the tools used back then. These marks themselves constitute an architectural archive of an era. Tearing it down would be like ripping out a page of history. She turned to the structural cross-section. It was the version she and Gu Yanzhou had debated countless times in the seminar room before finalizing. Our approach is to embed a new steel frame within the old walls, creating an interlocking relationship between the new structure and the old brickwork. The steel frame's load is transmitted to the old walls through dispersed nodes. The old walls bear their own weight, and the lateral forces from the new structure interacting with each other. Neither can exist without the other. She deliberately slowed her speech, using a laser pointer to highlight a node on the diagram that had been refined countless times. That node alone she had revised over 20 times in CAD, each auxiliary line corresponding to a specific stress calculation. We adopted a semi-rigid connection method. Lin Zhao flipped to the last page. On the screen was a single line of text without any accompanying images. To grow atop the ruins is not to demolish and start anew. It is to let old buildings continue living in a new era. Lin Zhao set down the laser pointer. That is the core of our proposal. Thank you. A moment of silence fell over the audience, then applause erupted. A senior female student in the front row clapped first, followed by several boys beside her. The applause was not thunderous. It was hesitant, tinged with surprise, spreading slowly from the first row backward. Professor Chen, seated in a chair beside the podium, had been taking notes with his head bowed the entire time. Only at the end did he look up. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, scribbled a few words in his notebook, then glanced at Lin Zhao and gave a slight nod. When the open QA session began, several students in the front raised their hands. A male student inquired about construction duration, a female student about material costs. Lin Zhao answered each question in a steady tone, neither hurried nor slow. Then someone stood up from the back row. Xia Minji. He rose, tilting his head slightly to look at Lin Zhao on the podium. Lin Zhao and Xia Minji from the junior class. He announced his name before asking, "Your proposal is very solid. The method you mentioned, reserving a tiny clearance for the displacement limiting components, is the most convincing solution I've seen so far." He paused, his right hand habitually making a force analysis gesture in the air. "As for the load distribution ratio between the old wall and the new steel frame, what standard did you use to determine it?" Lin Zhao looked at him and nodded. "We back-calculated it based on the compressive strength of the old brick wall. Before conducting the structural analysis, we measured the strength of 3 typical brick types from the old district and took a conservative value as the calculation baseline." She turned around and opened a hidden layer in the BIM model on her computer. "But there's one thing I need to add. This ratio is not fixed. The degree of material aging varies greatly among different old buildings, so we built a parameter interface into our design. Before actual construction, we must take samples from the target building's brick walls and run tests, then feed the real data back into the model for a second verification. That's the only way to guarantee safety." Xia Mingya's eyebrows lifted slightly. Then Lin Zhao added another sentence. "Also, there is a structural flaw in your team's design." The classroom fell instantly silent. The corner of Xia Mingya's mouth twitched, a barely perceptible movement pulling slightly to the left, forming a wry smile. "Where?" he asked. "When you showed the cross-section, you mentioned that the box units transfer vertical loads through shared shear wall. However, according to the structural data you presented, the load distribution on floors 3 through 5 of the box units is uneven, concentrated on a single support column on the east side. That column bears loads beyond its theoretical capacity, and you have not set up any dispersion nodes to alleviate this stress concentration point." As she spoke, she opened her notebook to the page where she had sketched during Xia Mingya's presentation. "With your current design, this column will experience creep over the long term, posing a serious safety hazard. I suggest adding a diagonal brace between the east column and the upper stacked boxes to transfer part of the load to the adjacent column, which would control the risk of stress concentration." Xia Minji glanced at the sketch in her notebook and paused for a moment. "I stand corrected," he said. Professor Chen, holding his thermos cup beside the podium, betrayed a barely perceptible tremor in his wrist through the rippling water surface. He placed the thermos on the table and jotted a few more notes. The QA session ended in a subtle silence. No one else raised a hand. Professor Chen stood up to summarize, announced the time and venue for next Friday's in-depth discussion on the final proposals, and then declared the meeting adjourned. The crowd began to file out. Cheng Xiaoyu was the first to bounce up from her seat, twisting around to vigorously pat Gu Yanzhou on the shoulder, the force rocking his entire body. "That was insane. Zhao Zhao was insane." Cheng Xiaoyu's voice was loud enough that several people in the rows ahead turned to look at her, but she paid them no mind. She actually called out a senior in public. And she drew a sketch. "Did you see that?" Gu Yanzhou frowned slightly at her patting and shifted his body aside. "I saw it," he said. "Did you see the senior's expression?" He just stood there stunned. Cheng Xiaoyu gave him 2 more pats before finally withdrawing her hand to clutch her own chest. "I can't. I'm too excited. My heart is racing faster than if I were on stage myself." The corner of Gu Yanzhou's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. His gaze drifted past the crowd to Lin Zhao, still trapped in front of the podium. A small group surrounded Lin Zhao. Some came to ask questions, so others simply wanted a closer look at the freshman. Lin Zhao stood in the middle of the group, her expression calm. The way she handled such occasions seemed as if she were doing something utterly routine. Gu Yanzhou closed his notebook and stood up. He had intended to wait for Lin Zhao to break free and walk together, but a figure half a head taller than him strode past, heading straight for the podium. "Xia Minji." Gu Yanzhou froze. He watched over Xia Mingya's shoulder as the senior approached Lin Zhao. The surrounding crowd instinctively stepped back, creating a small clearing. The senior's presence seemed to command an automatic deference. "Lin Zhao." Xia Minji stood before her, slightly lowering his head. "Regarding the low dispersion node approach you mentioned, I'd like to invite you for coffee to discuss it in more detail." Cheng Xiaoyu had also arrived beside Lin Zhao, her mouth slightly agape as she looked from Lin Zhao to Xia Minji, then finally to Gu Yanzhou. Lin Zhao looked up at Xia Minji and offered a polite smile. "Thank you for the invitation, senior. But I'm afraid I don't have time today. Perhaps we can exchange ideas at the next seminar." Xia Minji nodded. He showed no sign of embarrassment or displeasure at Lin Zhao's rejection. Instead, he opened his notebook, tore a small slip of paper from the last page, bent over the edge of the podium, and quickly scribbled a few words. Then he placed the slip on the podium. "All right, here's my phone number," he said, leaving the note on the podium. "If possible, I'd appreciate any further feedback from you on our team's proposal. We value it greatly." He smiled at Lin Zhao, then turned and walked away. The slip remained on the podium. Gu Yanzhou glanced at it, but said nothing. Lin Zhao picked up the note and began packing her belongings. In the lecture hall, the crowd dispersed in a dark mass. Cheng Xiaoyu shot up from her seat, spun around, and frantically slapped Gu Yanzhou's shoulder beside her, the force so strong that his entire body swayed. "That was incredible. Zhao Zhao was incredible." Her voice was loud, causing several people in the rows ahead and behind to turn and look, but she didn't care. She actually dared to point out flaws in a senior's design right in front of everyone. And she even sketched it on the spot. "Did you see that?" Gu Yanzhou frowned from the slaps, subtly leaning aside. And did you see that senior's expression? He was completely stunned. Cheng Xiaoyu slapped him a couple more times before finally retracting her hand and gripping her chest. I can't. My heart is pounding like crazy, even more nervous than if I'd been on stage myself. Gu Yanzhou's lips twitched, but he didn't reply. His gaze passed over the crowd and landed on Lin Zhao, who was surrounded in front of the podium. Several people crowded around Lin Zhao, some to ask questions, others simply wanting a closer look at the freshman. She stood in the midst of the crowd, her expression as calm as if she were doing something utterly ordinary. Gu Yanzhou closed his notebook and stood up, intending to wait for Lin Zhao to free herself so they could leave together, when a figure slightly taller than him walked over from the side, heading straight for the podium. It was Xie Minji. Gu Yanzhou's movement froze. He watched Xie Minji walk up to Lin Zhao. The surrounding people instinctively made way, probably intimidated by the senior's presence. Lin Zhao, Xie Minji said, lowering his head slightly to look at her. Regarding the load distribution note approach you mentioned earlier, I'd like to invite you for coffee and discuss it in more detail. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoyu pushed her way to Lin Zhao's side, her mouth slightly open as she glanced from Lin Zhao to Xie Minji, then finally fixed her gaze on Gu Yanzhou. Lin Zhao looked up at Xie Minji and offered a polite smile. Thank you for the invitation, senior, but I'm afraid I don't have time today. Perhaps we can discuss it at the next seminar. Xie Minji nodded without showing any sign of embarrassment or displeasure at being turned down. He opened his notebook, tore out a small slip of paper from the last page, bent over the edge of the podium, quickly scribbled a few words, and placed the note on the podium. This is my phone number. If it's convenient, I'd appreciate it if you could offer some suggestions for our group's design. Our group takes this very seriously. With that, he smiled at Lin Zhao and turned to leave. The note remained silently on the podium. Gu Yanzhou glanced at it. Lin Zhao tucked the note into her notebook and stuffed it into her backpack. Cheng Xiaoyu leaned in, her face still brimming with excitement. She grabbed Lin Zhao's arm with such force that Lin Zhao swayed. The club president just messaged me urging me to go to street dance practice. Go ahead, Lin Zhao said, zipping up her backpack. Cheng Xiaoyu spun around and dashed off, but after a few steps, she turned back and shouted, "He'll come find you this weekend evening." Her figure quickly vanished through the back door. Lin Zhao slung her backpack over her shoulder and glanced toward Gu Yanzhou. He was leaning against the edge of a desk by the aisle, looking down at his phone. Sensing her gaze, he looked up and pocketed the phone. Ready? They exited the classroom through the back door. The setting sun in the hallway slanted in through the western windows, casting long rectangular patches of light on the floor. What do you think of Xie Minji? Gu Yanzhou's voice came from ahead. Lin Zhao's step faltered for a moment before returning. He's good at his field, she replied in the same casual tone. His intuition about structures is better than most people. The vertical arrangement logic of that spatial box isn't something you can develop just by drafting. He must have had considerable field experience. Gu Yanzhou was silent for a moment. Oh, he said only that, and continued walking downstairs. The two stepped out of the teaching building. The cold December. The plane trees were long bare, their branches swaying in the wind with fallen leaves swept into piles on the ground. Lin Zhao walked with him to the parking lot. Gu Yanzhou walked over to the car door, opened it, then turned back to look at her. Good luck at next week's seminar. You too, Lin. Gu Yanzhou nodded and got into the driver's seat. Lin Zhao stood where she was, watching the black SUV slowly pull out of the parking spot, turn at the intersection, and disappear behind the withered branches of the plane trees. She pulled her scarf up higher and turned toward the north gate. When Lin Zhao pushed open the front door, the aroma of braised spare ribs with lotus root wafted toward her. You're back. Lilan poked her head out of the kitchen, a bit of flour sticking to her apron. How was the seminar? It went pretty well, Lin Zhao replied. Lin Zhao changed into slippers and walked into the living room, casually tossing her backpack onto the sofa. Spread out on the coffee table was the embroidery piece, koi playing amid lotus, which had been restarted. Most of the koi were complete, with their scales embroidered in varying shades of golden thread to create depth, glinting with a fine shimmer under the light. Master Zhao called this afternoon, Lilan said as she set the soup on the table, undoing her apron. The 8 Immortals table will be ready by next Friday, and he'll deliver it personally. I thought we shouldn't delay the shop any longer. How about we set the reopening for the 24th? Sure, Lin Zhao said, sitting at the dining table and glancing at her phone. But that day is Wednesday. I have class. Lilan hung her apron over the chair back and sat down. That's fine, I can handle it myself. You focus on your classes. The two had dinner facing each other. The clink of chopsticks against bowls sounded especially clear in the quiet living room. By the way, Lilan said as she picked up a rib, her tone as casual as if she were commenting on the weather, has that tenant who terminated the lease caused any more trouble? Lin Zhao's chopsticks paused in midair for a moment. That tenant, the one she had fabricated. No, she said. She put the rib into her bowl, her tone so steady that she almost believed it herself. After the surveillance cameras were installed, there's been no trouble. They must have realized the consequences. Good, that's good, Lilan nodded, taking a sip of soup. I was just worried he might not give up and come back to make a scene. Lin Zhao watched her mother's head as she bowed to drink the soup, a few white hairs at her temples. Her mother believed the lie she had made up, that the former tenant was merely dissatisfied and that the matter was completely over. She was so assured in her belief that she had already started planning the reopening. No, they won't, Lin Zhao said, setting down her soup bowl, her voice softer than usual. He won't come again. At night, dormitory 304 was dark.
Dusk seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting dim gray-blue halos on the floor and bed edges. Cheng Xiaoyu was still at street dance practice. Only Fang Xiyu was in the dorm. Fang Xiyu sat at her desk, a textbook open in front of her, but she hadn't turned a single page. Her phone lay to her right, screen facing up. She had read that text message no fewer than 20 times. By December 19th, you must get your hands on it. Otherwise, you know the consequences. December 19th, Friday, was only 6 days away. Fang Xiyu flipped the phone over and set it face down on the desk. Then she bent down, pulled open the bottom drawer of her desk, and reached deep inside to touch a brown paper envelope. She didn't take the envelope out, merely used her fingers to unseal the flap within the drawer. The feel of a thick stack of banknotes came through her fingertips. She quickly withdrew her hand, pushed the drawer shut with a dull thud. Then she pressed her arms onto the desk and buried her face in the crook of her elbow. Her shoulders trembled slightly silently. She held that pose for a long time. So long that her tears. On Saturday morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a slender golden line on the dormitory floor. Cheng Xiaoyu was awakened by the sound of the alarm clock. Still half asleep, she fumbled for her phone to silence the alarm, then turned over ready to indulge in 5 more minutes of rest. However, her gaze caught the opposite bed and her movements suddenly froze. Fang Xiyu's bed curtain was still drawn tight, leaving no gap whatsoever. Cheng Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes and glanced at the time on her phone. It was 8:12. She stared at the immovable bed curtain, a moderate question mark emerging in her mind. Fang Xiyu was like a clock, waking up every morning at precisely 7:20 without fail. On weekends, she would sleep in until 7:40 at most, never exceeding 8. "CUS," she called out tentatively. A muffled came from behind the bed curtain. "Are you alright? It's almost 8:20. I want to sleep a little longer." Fang Xiyu's voice came through the curtain. Cheng Xiaoyu opened her mouth but swallowed back the words. She quietly climbed down from her bed, slipping on her slippers to wash up. When she returned, Fang Xiyu's bed curtain was still not drawn back. Sitting at her desk, Cheng Xiaoyu opened her English vocabulary book, but her eyes kept darting to the opposite side. Every few minutes, she looked up, having turned only 2 pages without remembering a single word. After 10 o'clock, the bed curtain finally moved. Fang Xiyu climbed down from the bed slowly, wearing a faded cotton nightgown, her hair messy, and hanging over her shoulders. She walked with her head down toward the washroom. As Cheng Xiaoyu watched her pass by, she saw Fang Xiyu's face clearly. Her eyes were swollen. Her eyelids were so thin they looked ready to burst, and the corners of her eyes were stained with remnants of tears. Her entire face was pale, with her lips dry and peeling. Cheng Xiaoyu set down her vocabulary book. "Xiyu, are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing. Just a bit tired," Fang Xiyu said hoarsely, gripping the door frame of the washroom. The sound of the water faucet being turned on drowned out all other noises. Cheng Xiaoyu stood at the doorway of the washroom, watching Fang Xiyu bend over to splash water on her face repeatedly, each time looking up at her reflection in the mirror before turning the faucet on again. When she came out after washing up, Fang Xiyu again lowered her head, her damp bangs stuck to her forehead, covering most of her face. Cheng Xiaoyu stepped forward, blocking her path. "Xiyu, what's wrong with you? Have you encountered any difficulties? Just tell me, and I will help you figure it out." Fang Xiyu's lips moved slightly, her eyes reddening again. She lifted her gaze, meeting Cheng Xiaoyu's concerned eyes. Her throat bobbed as if many words were stuck inside, yet she couldn't utter a single one. I'm fine," she said, turning sideways and squeezing past Cheng Xiaoyu. Cheng Xiaoyu watched her retreating figure side and did not chase after her. At 11:30, Cheng Xiaoyu returned from the cafeteria carrying a plastic bag. When she opened the door, Fang Xiyu was sitting at her desk, a book titled Architectural Structures spread out before her, yet her gaze was fixed on some invisible point on the table, unmoving. "It's time to eat," Cheng Xiaoyu said, placing the plastic bag on Fang Xiyu's desk, untying it to reveal a container of rice topped with braised pork and stir-fried greens. "I bought you braised pork rice, your favorite." Fang Xiyu looked down at the container. The sauce from the braised pork had soaked into the rice, leaving a deep brown stain, the greens glistening, and beside it lay a... This was the cafeteria's most expensive meal, which Fang Xiyu had always hesitated to buy. She stared at the fried egg, her eyes suddenly moistening. "Xiaoyu." Her voice trembled, grasping the hem of her clothes. "I am not hungry, you eat it. You didn't have breakfast, how can you not be hungry?" Cheng Xiaoyu said, taken aback. Fang Xiyu remained silent. She pushed the box of food toward Cheng Xiaoyu, and then lowered her head, using her textbook to shield her face. Cheng Xiaoyu stood next to her, watching her hide her face behind the textbook. She had a million words swirling on the tip of her tongue, but ultimately swallowed them back down. She pushed the food box back in front of Fang Xiyu, her voice much softer than usual. "I've left the food here. Eat it whenever you feel hungry. I'm going to practice dance at the street dance club, remember to eat," Cheng Xiaoyu said as she turned to leave. Then she gently closed the door. Fang Xiyu stared at the food box as tears fell drop by drop. On Sunday evening, Lin Zhao entered the school through the north gate, carrying a backpack. The bare branches of the phoenix trees cast crisscrossing shadows under the streetlights. There were few people on the campus path, with occasional students hurriedly passing by clutching their textbooks. She pulled her scarf up and quickened her pace. As she approached the small road behind the library, she slowed down. A familiar figure stood under the streetlight. Fang Xiyu was standing there with her head down. The light from the street lamp elongated her thin figure, casting a shadow on the concrete flower bed behind her. Lin Zhao stopped watching her for a few seconds. Fang Xiyu lifted her head, and their gazes met briefly under the streetlight.
Fang Xiyu quickly looked away as if scalded by something. Lin Zhao did not look away, but walked up to her. "See, why are you still out here so late?" Lin Zhao said casually and calmly, as if discussing a very ordinary matter. Fang Xiyu turned her gaze back, trying very hard to make her expression appear normal, but the evasion in her eyes was unmistakable, her entire being tense like a string about to snap. "I just came out of the library," she replied after a moment, her lips twitching slightly, as if trying to force a smile, but it faltered and fell. "Have you eaten?" Lin Zhao asked. Fang Xiyu hesitated, clearly not expecting Lin Zhao to ask this. Her lips moved as if wanting to say something, but then fell silent. She looked down at the cracks in the tiles in front of her toes. After a moment of silence, Fang Xiyu suddenly spoke. "If a person has done something wrong." She trailed off, her voice soft, as if she had mustered great courage to say those words. Her voice broke. She swallowed the rest of her words, her eyes glistening under the streetlight. Lin Zhao watched her, waiting for a couple of breaths. Seeing she wasn't going to continue, Lin Zhao slowly began to speak. "Then tell her that everyone makes mistakes, but as long as she acknowledges her wrongs and can change, she can start anew," Lin Zhao said softly, not pressing further. She knew what Fang Xiyu wanted to ask. Fang Xiyu suddenly raised her head, meeting Lin Zhao's calm and gentle gaze, her eyes already red. Her lips trembled slightly, desperately trying to utter a word, but it felt like something was lodged in her throat. She saw Lin Zhao standing under the streetlight, her scarf slightly lifted by the wind, quietly gazing at her. In that gaze there was no questioning, no guarding. Only a faint, almost warm sense of waiting. Fang Xiyu suddenly, "It's nothing," her voice shattered in the wind. "I'm going back now." She turned around, her steps hurried, as if after walking a few steps she paused as if wanting to look back, but ultimately did not. That slender figure shrank away in the shadows of the phoenix trees, eventually swallowed entirely by the dusk. Lin Zhao stood there. The streetlight cast a circle of dim yellow light at her feet. She pulled her scarf up and slowly walked back to the dormitory. She saw clearly. Fang Xiyu had cried moments ago, with remnants of tears still staining the corners of her eyes. She felt a sudden, indescribable pang of guilt. No one understood better than she did what it felt like to be ensnared by sweet words from Gu Yanzhou. In her past life, she had also stepped into the web of that pair of siblings, believing she had encountered light. "Take your time," she whispered to the night, unsure if she was speaking to Fang Xiyu or her former self. Monday morning, during the break between the second period, Shen Ruotang was tidying up her notes from the previous class when her phone vibrated in her pocket. She glanced at the caller ID. "Lawyer Zhou." She immediately put down her pen, grabbed her phone, and quickly walked out the back door of the classroom, hurrying to the window at the end of the hallway before pressing the answer button. "Auntie Zhou." Ruotang. Lawyer Zhou's voice was a few notes deeper than usual, her pace slower. "The appraisal. Are you free to talk now?" "Yes." Shen Ruotang leaned against the windowsill, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the phone. "What's the result?" There was a silence on the other end for about 2 seconds. A few classmates walked past her in the corridor, carrying textbooks, their footsteps and laughter echoing off the tiled walls, making the stillness by her ear seem eerily distinct. "The conclusion from the Judicial Appraisal Center is that your father is currently a person with limited civil capacity." Shen Ruotang's pupils contracted slightly. She didn't speak immediately. Lawyer Zhou's voice carried a thin layer of restrained anger. "Ruotang, this result will directly impact your father's voluntary guardianship agreement. Limited civil capacity means that your father still needs a guardian to make decisions on certain major matters, and the first-order statutory guardian remains his spouse, Chen Milan." Shen Ruotang's knuckles turned white for a moment as she gripped the phone. "Auntie Zhou, we waited outside the entire time. When forensic Dr. Jiang's assistant came out, they said my father answered all the questions correctly. His mind was clear, far better than they had expected. How could it be limited? I find it suspicious too." The sound of papers rustling came through the receiver from Lawyer Zhou. "Based on his on-site performance that day, your father's accuracy rate was exceptionally high. Under normal circumstances, he should have been assessed as having full civil capacity. But the report includes a passage describing that he exhibited symptoms like slowed reactions and inattention in the later stages of the test, leading to a comprehensive verdict of limited." "Later stages." Shen Ruotang's voice turned cold. "The entire appraisal was recorded on video. They said the report would take a month. Normally, it could be done in 2 weeks. Why was it delayed until the last few days? Your suspicions align with mine." Lawyer Zhou paused. "Ruotang, what do you plan to do next?" Shen Ruotang didn't answer immediately. A draft blew through the corridor, gently stirring the stray strands of hair across her forehead. Her gaze crossed the bare branches of the plane trees outside the window and settled on the gray-white horizon in the distance. "Auntie Zhou, is it possible that the appraisal report was tampered with?" "That is a possibility." Lawyer Zhou's tone was cautious but unequivocal. "Before a judicial appraisal report is issued, it must undergo 3 levels of review: the appraiser, the reviewer, and the signatory. Each of these 3 stages could theoretically be manipulated, especially since forensic Dr. Jiang, as the primary appraiser, has a decisive influence on the final conclusion. If Chen Milan tampered with the appraisal institution, she could only have intervened at 2 points. 1, raising the evaluation standards during the process, and 2, altering the report itself. The former is harder, the latter is more likely." Shen Ruotang lowered her eyes and tapped the windowsill lightly with her fingertip twice. "Then let's investigate the latter." Lawyer Zhou was silent for a moment, as if weighing something. "Fine.
I suggest applying for a review from the superior authority of the Judicial Appraisal Center and simultaneously requesting the original video of the appraisal process. If the report conclusion clearly contradicts the video content, not only can the appraisal conclusion be overturned, but legal liability can also be pursued against those involved. Do it. Shen Ruotang said only that single word. After hanging up, she didn't head back to the classroom immediately. She stood by the window for a while longer, the cold December wind squeezed through the crack in the window slicing across her face, but she didn't feel the chill. Shen Milan still wasn't willing to give up. After being blocked at the hospital last time, she had been quiet for a few days, so this was what she was waiting for. Buying off the appraisal institution tampering with the report's conclusion pinning Shen Ziyuan under the red seal of limited civil capacity. If this conclusion stands, the effectiveness of the voluntary guardianship agreement would be weakened and statutory guardianship would revert to the spouse. Then Shen Milan could legitimately take over Shen Ziyuan's property and equity as his guardian. Shen Ruotang slipped her phone back into her pocket and turned to walk back to the classroom. She went straight to her seat. Lin Zhao was flipping through a textbook on structural mechanics. Sensing movement beside her, she looked up. What's wrong? Lin Zhao lowered her voice. He'll tell you after class. Shen Ruotang opened her textbook. Lin Zhao watched her for 2 seconds, nodded, and didn't ask further. She turned to the next page of her textbook, but her peripheral vision remained fixed on Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang clutched her pen and wrote in the margins of the textbook, her strokes heavier than usual, pressing shallow grooves into the paper. The bell finally rang. The teacher closed the lesson plan and dismissed the class, and the classroom exploded with noise. Shen Ruotang closed her textbook, turned around, and faced Lin Zhao. The appraisal report is out. Her voice was very low, ensuring only Lin Zhao could hear. Limited civil capacity. Lin Zhao's brows furrowed. How could it be limited? Didn't you say your dad was in good condition? The report says he showed slowed reactions and inattention in the later stages. Shen Ruotang briefly repeated lawyer Zhou's analysis. I suspect the report was tampered with. Lin Zhao was silent for a few seconds. Leaning back in her chair, she tapped her fingers absently on the desk, twice, her eyelids drooping slightly. Shen Ruotang knew Lin Zhao was thinking rapidly. Lin Zhao spoke, her words measured, each one seeming to pass through her mind before being released. Shen Milan made a move. Forensic Dr. Jiang might have been bought off. She lifted her eyes, meeting Shen Ruotang's gaze. Shen Ruotang nodded. Auntie Zhou thinks the same. She suggested applying for a review and requesting the original video. We must get that video. Lin Zhao sat up straight. Should I ask Gu Yanzhou to investigate Jiang Hongyu? Shen Ruotang looked at Lin Zhao with a raised eyebrow. Then ill trouble sister Lin with that. After all, only our Zhao can get young Master Gu to help. Shut up. If you don't bring it up for a day, you'll die of boredom. Lin Zhao glared at Shen Ruotang. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Shen Ruotang's lips as she began packing her textbooks into her bag. They'll take leave and head to the hospital. Leave the investigation of forensic Dr. Jiang to you and Gu Yanzhou. With that, she stood up, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and strode quickly out of the classroom. During lunchtime, the cafeteria buzzed with noise. Lin Zhao carried her tray through the crowd and found Gu Yanzhou. He was sitting alone, an untouched bowl of rice with toppings in front of him, looking down at his phone. Lin Zhao placed her tray opposite him and pulled out a chair to sit. Gu Yanzhou looked up, removing one earbud. Here. Lin Zhao looked at him. Help me look into someone. Lin Zhao set her chopsticks on the edge of the bowl, not beating around the bush. The Huajing University Judicial Appraisal Center, Jiang Hongyu Forensic Dr. Jiang. Check if he's had any unusual financial transactions recently, or if he's had any contact with Chun Milan and her brother. Gu Yanzhou placed his phone on the table, screen down, looking at her, waiting for her to finish. Shen Ruotang's father's appraisal report came out today. The conclusion was limited civil capacity, which doesn't match his actual performance on the day of the appraisal. We suspect the report was tampered with, and the key is Jiang Hongyu. Gu Yanzhou nodded. All right. One word: clean and decisive. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered after 2 rings. Ajio. Huajing University Judicial Appraisal Center, Jiang Hongyu. Check his personal financial transactions for the past month and any record of contact between him and Chun Milan, or as soon as possible. Ajio's voice came through the receiver. Got it, boss. Should we continue investigating Gu Yanzhou glanced at Lin Zhao before speaking. Continue the investigation. Have brother you handle it alone. You make time to look into Jiang Hongyu, starting with his personal finances. He'll give you 3 days. Understood. Ajio hung up. Gu Yanzhou placed his phone back on the table and picked up his... Then he picked up the beef pieces from his rice dish one by one and placed them into Lin Zhao's bowl, the motion natural and effortless, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Eat more? You've lost weight lately. Lin Zhao looked down at the pile of beef in her bowl, the corners of her mouth twitching, as if she wanted to say, "Are you feeding a pig?" But in the end, she swallowed the words. She picked up a piece of beef, chewed a couple of times, and mumbled indistinctly. Gu Yanzhou lowered his head and continued eating, a faint curve, barely perceptible, appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lin Zhao happened to catch that suppressed smile. She thought to herself, what's he so pleased about? This man is truly a closeted show-off. In the evening, Lin Zhao walked out of the north gate of the school with her backpack, preparing to cross the road toward Yunqi when the phone in her pocket vibrated. She pulled it out, glanced at the caller ID, and answered. Ruotang. Zhao. Shen Ruotang's voice came through the receiver. I've already picked up my dad. Lin Zhao's steps paused briefly before she moved to stand under a plane tree by the roadside. So fast. As soon as I arrived at the hospital, I completed the discharge procedures. Shen Ruotang paused. I had to act before Chun Milan found out. Lin Zhao leaned against the tree, trunk, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Have you settled him in? In an apartment in the city center, not far from the hospital. It was vacant before last week. I had it cleaned, thoroughly changed the digital lock, and installed surveillance. Shen Ruotang's voice dropped low. 2 caregivers are already in place working shifts, never leaving him alone for a moment. Except for Lawyer Zhou and Lawyer Wu, no outsiders are allowed in. Lin Zhao held the phone silent for a moment. Shen Ruotang had moved faster than she had anticipated. Previously, Shen Ruotang had thought the hospital was safer, but Chun Milan had already extended her reach to the appraisal report. It seemed Shen Ruotang had been forced into a corner. The appraisal report had come out only that morning, and by afternoon her father had already been transferred. Once this woman made up her mind, her execution and decisiveness were no less than Lin Zhao's own. Chun Milan will find out sooner or later, and when she does, she'll make a scene, Lin Zhao warned. I'm waiting for her to make. Shen Ruotang's voice was utterly calm. It's the perfect opportunity to let everyone see what right a wife has to cause a fuss when she left her husband at home for 5 hours without seeking medical help. Lin Zhao didn't respond, but she could feel the emotion beneath Shen Ruotang's words. It wasn't anger, it was a cold, bone-deep resolve. By the way, Shen Ruotang's tone shifted, softening slightly. Any progress on Jiang Hongyu's side? Gu Yanzhou is already investigating. Results should be in within 3 days. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. All right, keep me posted. Moi. Take care of yourself. A faint breath of laughter came through the phone as if she had smiled. Got it, Sister Lin. On Thursday at noon, on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. When Gu Yanzhou approached with his tray, Lin Zhao was just putting a piece of braised spare rib into her mouth. Shen Ruotang sat across from her, a barely touched bowl of tomato and egg noodles before her chopsticks resting on the rim as she scrolled through her class schedule on her phone. Gu Yanzhou set his tray beside Lin Zhao and pulled out a chair. Instead of his usual habit of picking food for her, he placed his phone on the table screen facing up. A Geo sent word, he said. The spare rib on Lin Zhao's chopsticks paused midair as she turned to look at him. Shen Ruotang switched off her phone screen and lifted her head. Gu Yanzhou pushed his phone to the center of the table. On the screen was a screenshot of a bank transaction record with several entries circled in red. There were no abnormally large deposits in Jiang Hongyu's personal accounts, Gu Yanzhou said in a low voice, ensuring only their table could hear. But a Geo checked his spouse's bank card. On November 16th, a deposit of 200,000 yuan was made. He paused, his fingertip lightly tapping the screen. The remitter is Huajing University Enterprise Management Consulting Co., Ltd. The controlling shareholder of this company is Chun Xiaojun. Lin Zhao put the spare rib down and rested her chopsticks on the bowl. She quickly calculated the timeline. November 16th was the day before the appraisal. Shen Ruotang's gaze lingered on the date in the screenshot for a long time. She picked up the glass of water on the table, took a sip, then set it down gently. Earlier than I thought, Shen Ruotang said. Her tone was remarkably calm, as if discussing something unrelated to her. Chun Milan had previously sought appraisal agencies herself and repeatedly requested tests, but I blocked her each time. Shen Ruotang pushed the glass aside and raised her eyes from the phone screen to meet Lin Zhao's. She forced me into applying for the appraisal myself. I thought I had chosen a reliable agency, but it turned out everything was part of Chun Milan's scheme. Even her subsequent visit to the hospital to make a scene after the appraisal was all an act. Lin Zhao mentally traced Chun Milan's entire operation from start to finish. First, she sought out appraisal agencies herself, baiting Shen Ruotang to block her. After the obstruction, she smoothly replaced the appraiser with one she approved of, making Shen Ruotang believe she had seized control. But that very appraiser had been bribed with 200,000 yuan a day earlier. Then Chun Milan staged that scene in the hospital corridor, allowing Shen Ruotang to think she had gained the upper hand. That woman is indeed formidable, Lin Zhao said. Shen Ruotang nodded, not dwelling on the topic. She turned to Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou, please ask a Geo to dig deeper into this consulting company's background. Ideally find direct records of communication between Chun Milan, Chen Xiaojuan, and Jiang Hongyu. Phone records, emails, meeting times, and locations. The more specific, the better. Already on it, Gu Yanzhou said, pocketing his phone. Shen Ruotang nodded, then picked up her bowl and began eating the noodles that had already gone a bit mushy. Her movements were unhurried, twirling the noodles with her chopsticks and bringing them to her mouth, the rhythm of chewing no different from usual. Lin Zhao watched her as she bent over her bowl and suddenly realized something. Shen Ruotang didn't vent or complain. She simply confirmed a lead and then quickly, calmly started planning her next move. The shareholders' meeting is at the end of this month. Shen Ruotang set down her chopsticks on the empty bowl, pulled a tissue from the box, and wiped the corner of her mouth. She's already shown most of her cards. But I haven't played mine yet. Her tone was as flat as if she were remarking that today's cafeteria food was a bit salty. Yet Lin Zhao saw in her eyes the same spark that lit up the boxing ring 2 months ago at the sound of the bell. That look in her eyes was one of pure aggression. Lin Zhao didn't ask what Shen Ruotang planned to do. She simply watched as Shen Ruotang folded the used tissue, neatly placed it beside the bowl, pushed her chair back, stood up, and picked up her tray to leave. As Shen Ruotang rose, she turned slightly, her gaze lingering on Lin Zhao's face. Zhao. Shen Ruotang hesitated, then looked at Gu Yanzhou.
And thank you too, Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou nodded without a word. Shin Ruotang walked toward the tray return area. Her pace was steady, the hem of her coat swaying lightly at her knees. Her back. Lin Zhao watched her retreating figure and thought to herself, this woman is truly amazing. If I were a man, I would probably fall for her. How did that inappropriate thought creep in again? Lin Zhao averted her gaze, leaned back in her chair, and shook the improper notion out of her mind. She recalled the first time she had met Shin Ruotang. She was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, her ponytail slightly messy, squatting on the dormitory floor as she stuffed toiletries into the cabinet. When she turned around, her features were as clear and cool as an untainted white camellia. At that moment, Lin Zhao did have a fleeting thought if she were a man she would like her too. But back then she only marveled at Shin Ruotang's beauty and temperament. She remembered that night when Shin Ruotang got drunk and she brought her back to her own home. While wiping her face, Shin Ruotang nuzzled into the hollow of her shoulder like a little cat curled up in its nest. When helping her change into pajamas, Shin Ruotang drowsily raised her arms and tilted her head, obedient as a child. At that moment she thought to herself, if only this girl were her daughter. The regret of her past life was that she never had a child, as Zhou Yanting had always made excuses until she completely gave up on the idea. That day, half asleep, Shin Ruotang had murmured, "Mom," and Lin Zhao had casually replied, "Sweetie." Thinking back on it now, Lin Zhao couldn't help but smile. She turned to look at Gu Yanzhou sitting beside her. He was tidying his tray, placing the chopsticks on the rim, unhurried. Gu Yanzhou's eyelashes were long, and the line of his nose ran from the bridge of his brow to the tip in a smooth measure. The angle of his jaw was just right, neither too sharp nor too soft, perfectly balanced to be pleasing to the eye. He wore a dark gray thin sweater, the collar slightly open, revealing a hint of collarbone. The sleeves were rolled up to mid-forearm, the bones of his wrist distinct, his fingers slender. Lin Zhao's gaze lingered on his face for a while, then involuntarily moved down an inch. His Adam's apple looked quite... Lin Zhao unconsciously swallowed. Then she said to herself in her mind, "All right, I admit it. I like this man in front of me." Once the thought settled, she felt a strange calm inside. But liking him didn't mean she had to do anything about it just yet. On Thursday evening, Qing Xiaoyu was not in the dormitory. Apart from attending classes and her part-time job, she had been spending almost all her free time in the street dance club's practice room. The New Year's Eve gala was drawing closer, and the street dance club's program had been revised and rearranged countless times. The club president, with a blister on his lip from anxiety, bombarded the group chat with relentless reminders every day. Yet Qing Xiaoyu reveled in it. Every time she returned, she was drenched in sweat, but her face bore an exhilarating excitement that lingered. Fang Xiyu sat at her own desk, the book, Building Construction, open before her. Her gaze was fixed on the pages, but she wasn't absorbing a single word. Her phone lay to her right, screen facing up. Zhou Yanting's message from the afternoon still hung there. "I need to see the plan before midnight tonight." The radiator in the dormitory hummed, and occasionally the whistle and laughter from the distant playground drifted through the window. Lin Zhao was seated at her spot, to Fang Xiyu's left, separated by the wardrobe between their bunk beds. She was using her laptop to organize potential questions that might arise at tomorrow's seminar. As she typed, she silently rehearsed possible responses in her mind. The only sound in the dormitory was the clatter of Lin Zhao's keyboard. Fang Xiyu glanced at Lin Zhao from time to time, unconsciously tightening her grip on the pen in her hand. "Lin Zhao." Her voice was faint, as if squeezed from her throat, hoarse and dry. Lin Zhao's fingers stopped typing. Fang Xiyu stood up. The legs of her chair scraped against the dormitory tiles with a harsh screech. She walked unsteadily to behind Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao turned around. Fang Xiyu stood before her, her lips trembling violently. Tears rolled down from her eyes, one after another, splashing onto the front of her cotton pajamas, leaving dark wet stains. She didn't wipe them away, letting the tears trail down her chin and drip onto the cold dormitory tiles. "Lin Zhao, I have something to tell you." Her voice trembled, and her whole body shook. Shoulders, fingers, knees, even the stray hairs by her ears quivered along. Lin Zhao looked at her. Before her stood Fang Xiyu, her eyes red and swollen, as if stung by something, her lips chapped, and peeling her entire frame, seeming to have shrunk several sizes. Lin Zhao pulled two tissues from the desk, and gently placed them beside Fang Xiyu's white-knuckled hand. Then she watched Fang Xiyu quietly, her gaze calm. No judgment, no scrutiny, just patient waiting. This gesture shattered Fang Xiyu's last line of defense. "I am sorry for what I've done to you." Fang Xiyu covered her face with both hands, her voice muffled and broken through her fingers, hoarse and fragmented. "I've done so many things to wrong you. I damaged your computer, I went through your belongings, and everything you said to Shin Ruotang, the progress of your competition. I told it all to Zhou Yanting." She spilled these deeds one by one, as if hauling out stones that had been pressing down on her chest for too long. Each stone hurt as it came out, leaving her incoherent with pain, but she didn't stop. She recounted how it all began. After entering the architecture department at Huajing University, she found herself surrounded by top students from every province. Even with all her effort, she could barely keep up. For the first time, she felt mediocre, realizing that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't surpass others. In October, she signed up alone for the department's freshman design competition. She desperately wanted a place. When she saw the competition notice on the bulletin board, a string inside her heart was plucked. If she could win a prize in the department competition, perhaps she could prove she wasn't just someone who studied mechanically. But she didn't even have a computer, so she had to draw by hand. She produced several versions, each one unsatisfactory.
The composition stiff, the spatial relationships chaotic, far from what she had imagined. That day, October 20th. Fang Xiyu's fingers twisted the tissue, crumpling it into a ball in her palm. I saw your computer screen lit up, and the floor plan of the competition proposal was right on the desktop. I was just too eager to see how you handle the composition. Her voice grew softer. I only meant to take a glance, but somehow I picked up the USB drive. She paused, wiping her face with her palm, the force leaving a red mark across her. Later, Gu Yanzhou found me and said he was willing to help. He gave you third place in the freshman design competition, Lin Zhao said softly, her voice flat. Fang Xiyu's shoulders jerked violently. Yes, he had someone draw that proposal for me. He told me not to tell anyone, said it was a prize I earned with my own ability. At that time I craved that prize so much, so desperately. The corner of her mouth twisted into a painfully awkward shape, as if she were smiling and crying at once. After that he started making me do things. First he asked me to listen to what you and Shun Ruotang talked about in the dorm, and later to check what was on your desks. Every time he gave me some benefit, sometimes money, sometimes items. He said it was just mutual help between friends, that he knew many people in the student union and could recommend me later. She paused, her voice dropping even lower. Later on he asked me to find out the progress of your competition and to look at your drawings and proposals. Every time I reported to him, he praised me, saying I was very attentive, that I had helped him immensely. She stopped again, her fingers intertwined, a faint creak from the joints under tension. That post on the forum. She swallowed hard. I didn't post it. It really wasn't me. Lin Zhao nodded slightly, saying nothing, waiting for Fang Xiyu to continue. But those anonymous comments with the pointed accusations. Fang Xiyu averted her gaze from Lin Zhao's face, looking down at her twisted fingers. Some of them were mine. She fell silent for a moment before speaking with difficulty. Zhou Yanwei told me to do it. She said no one could trace anonymous comments, and once I posted, others would follow, making the effect stronger. She told me that helping each other among good friends was normal. She said she hadn't thought much of it at first, just couldn't stand that you had humiliated her brother at the freshman meeting. Later she found you were indeed formidable, and the more she saw, the more indignant she became. Her tone was always particularly gentle. She never pressured me, never lost her temper. The nicer she was, the more I felt that what I was doing wasn't anything bad. By this point Fang Xiyu's voice was already hoarse. Lin Zhao closed her eyes, then opened them. In her past life, Zhou Yanwei had been the same, using the gentlest tone to utter the most venomous words, framing all of Lin Zhao's sacrifices as something she voluntarily did. I tried to stop several times. Fang Xiyu's voice pulled Lin Zhao back to reality. I really wanted to quit, especially that night, when the forum post started blowing up. I didn't sleep the whole night. Her voice began to quiver again, tears spilling anew. I went to Gu Yanzhou and told him I didn't want to continue. At first he was very gentle, saying it was fine, that I could rest if I was tired. But when I insisted on withdrawing, he changed. He asked me if I had forgotten about the competition, if I had forgotten how I got third. He said if I didn't follow through, he would make it public, let everyone know I had cheated, and force me out of school. Fang Xiyu swayed, and Lin Zhao instinctively reached out to support her arm. Fang Xiyu's arm was thin, so thin it seemed it might snap with a little force. And Zhou Yanwei, it was her idea to sabotage your computer. Fang Xiyu's voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. That night she called me and told me to go through everything on your desk to find your competition proposal. I searched through the drawers and the cabinet, but found nothing. She asked me what you usually used your desktop computer for, and I told her you often used it for rendering. Then she told me to pull out the RAM stick, rub it repeatedly on the floor, and then insert it back. Fang Xiyu's lips trembled. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Lin Zhao, I'm sorry for what I've done to you. Fang Xiyu buried her face in her palms, her shoulders heaving violently as sobs were muffled into a dull, suppressed whimper. After a long while she lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes red as if they might bleed. They'll go see the counselor and drop out on my own. I don't deserve to be in room 304. I let you down, I let Ruotang down, and I let Xiaoyu down. Lin Zhao didn't speak immediately. The dormitory was so quiet that only Fang Xiyu's stifled sobs and the occasional gurgle of water in the heating pipes could be heard. Fang Xiyu's shoulders still trembled. Lin Zhao reached out and gently pressed her palm against her shoulder blade, which rose and fell with her sobs. Fang Xiyu looked up in a daze and saw Lin Zhao gazing at her. There was sympathy in Lin Zhao's eyes and concern and a profound compassion she couldn't quite decipher. That compassion didn't seem directed at her, but rather passed through her, landing somewhere further away, in a deeper past. "See, let me tell you a story." Lin Zhao's voice was soft. She took a few more tissues from the table and handed them to Fang Xiyu. Once upon a time there was a naive girl who believed in someone unconditionally. He was gentle and attentive to her, caring in every possible way. She thought she had found her true love, that she must have accumulated some great merit in her past life. She gave him everything without reservation. Her career, her connections, her youth, her dreams. She drew blueprints for him, helped him secure projects, and supported him as he climbed from an unknown young architect step by step. She thought they were one family, that there was no distinction between them. She believed herself to be the happiest person in the world. Fang Xiyu wiped her tears and stared blankly at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao's expression remained calm, but Fang Xiyu noticed her fingers on her knees tighten slightly. Later that man drained her dry, and once she had no more use he discarded her. Lin Zhao paused, then gave a faint smile, so light that only the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, with not a trace of amusement in her eyes. He said to her, "Sign the divorce papers quickly." Said, "You're nothing but a substitute." The dormitory fell into a silence as if time itself had stopped. She later did the one thing she never regretted, cutting all ties with that man. Lin Zhao shifted her gaze from Fang Xiyu's face to her own open palms, as though examining an old wound that no longer hurt. Now she lives well. She no longer needs anyone's approval to affirm her worth, nor does she stake her life on it. Fang Xiyu was stunned for a long time. She could hear her own heartbeat slowly calming from the pounding. She didn't know who Lin Zhao was talking about, but she knew it wasn't a made-up story. That girl was even dumber than you. Lin Zhao raised her hand and gently tucked a strand of damp hair behind Fang Xiyu's ear. You saw through it in just a few months. But that person was deceived for many years. Fang Xiyu's eyes grew wet again. This time it wasn't from remorse. It was because she had done something wrong, had wronged Lin Zhao. Yet Lin Zhao sat there in her usual calm voice telling her that she wasn't the dumbest of them all. You don't have to drop out, and you don't need to turn yourself in. Lin Zhao's voice regained its usual steadiness and certainty. She took 2 fresh tissues from the table and placed them in Fang Xiyu's palm. You were merely exploited by the Zhou siblings. You didn't do anything heinous. Fang Xiyu clutched the tissues as tears streamed down again. She wanted to say something, but a lump in her throat choked all. She suddenly realized that from beginning to end Lin Zhao had never spoken a harsh word to her. She had expected to be scolded, to be thrown out, to be publicly exposed. She had prepared for the worst possible outcome. But Lin Zhao only handed her tissues, told her a story, and made her understand that it was not too late to turn back. But we can't just let it go. Lin Zhao's voice suddenly deepened, her fingers tapping twice lightly on the edge of the table. Those who used and threatened you, they will pay. Fang Xiyu looked at Lin Zhao through tear-blurred eyes and saw a sharp light in her eyes that she had never seen before. Xiyu, Lin Zhao said, Gu Yanzhou asked you to get the final competition plan by 12, didn't he? Fang Xiyu nodded, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. I was thinking of just giving the money back to him, letting him report me if he wanted. I don't want to study anymore anyway. No. Lin Zhao's voice was soft, but firm. She looked at Fang Xiyu. You continue to cooperate with him. Fang Xiyu was stunned. What? You keep pretending to go along with Gu Yanzhou. Lin Zhao spoke slowly, deliberately. If he wants the plan, you give it. If he wants an insider, you play the part. But remember one thing, you're not helping him now, you're helping me. Fang Xiyu looked into Lin Zhao's eyes. There was no trace of a joke, only a bone-chilling calm certainty. They'll copy a final competition plan for you later. Lin Zhao lowered her voice further. Use your USB drive. Arrange to meet him, hand it over personally, then come back immediately. Fang Xiyu's breathing gradually steadied. But her voice still trembled. Just do as I say. Lin Zhao straightened her back slightly. As long as you don't reveal that you've confessed to me, he won't suspect a thing. Gu Yanzhou's greatest weakness is his arrogance. Lin Zhao's gaze passed over Fang Xiyu's shoulder and landed on the pitch-black night outside the window. When he thinks he has you completely under control, he will never doubt that what you bring is fake. Just remember from now on, every word you say and every move you make in front of Gu Yanzhou must match his then you'll be safe. Lin Zhao pulled her chair closer to Fang Xiyu, her voice soft and slow like a teacher explaining a complex problem to a student. Whatever Gu Yanzhou tells you to do it. But always tell me first, and he'll give you an answer that satisfies him. You just need to play your part. One of us he completely trusts and won't suspect. Fang Xiyu gripped the hem of her shirt, her knuckles turning white. I owe you too much. She lowered her eyes to her clenched hands. I don't know how to repay you. You don't have to. Lin Zhao cut her off, her voice softer than before. After this is over, you're still a member of room 304. Fang Xiyu's lips trembled violently. She wanted to say something, but all the words stuck in her throat, turning into silence. Lin Zhao reached out and gently patted the back of her clenched fist. Xiyu, everyone makes mistakes in life. But do you know why? Because you feel pain. Bad people don't feel pain after doing wrong. They don't lose sleep. They don't stand here admitting their mistakes. The fear, guilt, and struggle you've experienced, they prove you've never truly become like them. Lin Zhao's words struck the softest part of Fang Xiyu, and tears rolled down again. After a long while, she composed herself, roughly wiping her face with the back of her hand. He'll do it right. Lin Zhao looked into her eyes and nodded seriously. Fang Xiyu pulled several craft paper envelopes from the depths of her drawer, the ones Gu Yanzhou had given her. She stacked them neatly and placed them on the table. I haven't spent all this money. She pointed at the envelopes. Aside from upgrading my meals, most of it is still here. And the clothes his sister bought me, I've barely worn them. Keep the money for yourself. Lin Zhao pressed her hand. That money was given to you by the Zhou siblings. You have the right to decide what to do with it. Also, Cheng Xiaoyu must not know about this. Lin Zhao's tone turned serious. She can't keep her mouth shut. Fang Xiyu paused, then nodded firmly. Give me your USB drive. Lin Zhao extended her hand. Just then, hurried footsteps thudded from outside, and the dormitory door was pushed open. Cheng Xiaoyu burst in, panting and sweating. Cheng Xiaoyu's movement froze as she stepped into the dorm. Fang Xiyu stood before Lin Zhao, her face streaked with tears, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Lin Zhao was holding her hand. They were so close that it seemed as though they had just finished an embrace. You too. Cheng Xiaoyu's mouth opened and closed, her eyes darting rapidly between them. Lin Zhao's hand did not let go. The moment Cheng Xiaoyu pushed the door, she had already completed an expression switch, turning from a calm strategist into a warm roommate. Something happened at Xiyu's home. Her dad is sick, quite seriously. I was just comforting her. Fang Xiyu lowered her head and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Before Lin Zhao could finish, Cheng Xiaoyu strode and tossed her backpack onto the bed, and her face filled with concern. Something happened at home. What illness does your uncle have? Is it serious? She approached Fang Xiyu, her tone devoid of any suspicion, only pure anxiety. Fang Xiyu kept her head down, fingers still clutching the tear-soaked tissue. Her voice was hoarse, barely audible. It's an old problem. Heart condition. I just got a call saying he's hospitalized again. Cheng Xiaoyu frowned, reached out, and patted Fang Xiyu on the shoulder. Don't panic. If you need any help, just say the word. Do you want to ask for leave and go see him? Let's see how things go first. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Lin Zhao interjected, her voice steady. Xiaoyu, go take a shower. You're all sweaty. Don't catch a cold. He'll stay and chat with Xiyu a bit longer. Cheng Xiaoyu looked down at her dance practice clothes soaked through with sweat, scratched her head sheepishly, and said, all right, I'll shower first. Xiyu, don't worry too much. Your uncle will be fine. She grabbed her pajamas and towel, slipped on her slippers, and walked into the bathroom. The moment the door closed, the faucet was turned on, and the sound of rushing water came through the frosted glass door, mixed with Cheng Xiaoyu's vague humming. Lin Zhao waited a few seconds. Once she confirmed the water sound was steady, she turned around. Give me your USB drive. Fang Xiyu pulled the small black USB drive from the depths of a drawer, her fingers trembling slightly. Lin Zhao took the USB drive, plugged it into her laptop, opened the folder, selected the final version of Parasitic Co-Construction, and dragged it into the drive's directory. Fang Xiyu stood by, watching the progress bar. Her lips moved several times, but in the end she only squeezed out this plan. If you give it to them, will it affect your finals? Lin Zhao unplugged the USB drive and held it in her palm. Don't worry. You just need to give this to Gu Yanzhou. He'll be satisfied. She handed the drive over, her tone unhurried. Message him later and hand it over. Fang Xiyu took the USB, looking down at the small black square in her palm. Go wash your face first. Lin Zhao gently pushed her shoulder. Once Cheng Xiaoyu finishes her shower, you'll say you're going. Fang Xiyu walked into the washroom, turned on the tap, and cupped cold water over her face. She splashed several more handfuls until the tear streaks and redness faded somewhat, then pulled down a towel and pressed it against her eyes. She took a deep breath, hung the towel back up, walked to her desk, and picked up her phone. Cheng Xiaoyu had already come out of the shower, rubbing her wet hair with the towel, muttering, we have extra practice tomorrow. The club leader said today's formation still wasn't neat enough. Fang Xiyu walked to the door, her fingers clutching the USB drive in her pocket. She turned around, trying to make her voice sound normal. I am going out to call home. Sure, go ahead. Cheng Xiaoyu didn't even look up, still wrestling with the towel. Ask about your uncle, and let me know when you get back. Fang Xiyu nodded, then glanced at Lin Zhao, who was sitting at her desk. Lin Zhao was holding her phone, having just sent a message. She lifted her head, met Fang Xiyu's eyes for a moment, and nodded slightly. The door gently closed behind Fang Xiyu. A sound-activated light in the corridor flickered on, casting dim illumination onto the floor tiles. She leaned against the wall beside the doorframe and took out her phone. Then she began typing. Got it. Where to meet? In less than a minute, her phone vibrated. Gu Yanzhou, the path behind the library, the bench by the basketball court. Come now. Fang Xiyu stared at those words, her breath quickening for a few beats. She inhaled a sharp breath of cold air and pushed open the dormitory building door. The December night wind hit her face. She shivered, pulled the zipper of her padded jacket all the way up, and walked toward the library with her head down. She spotted Gu Yanzhou from afar. He sat at one end of the bench, his right arm draped over the backrest, fingers drumming unconsciously. His body leaned back slightly, his posture relaxed. Fang Xiyu stopped in front of the bench. Gu Yanzhou looked up, his eyes lingering on her face for a moment, then he extended his hand. The thing. Fang Xiyu pulled the USB drive from her pocket, her fingers trembling as she handed it over. Gu Yanzhou took it, glanced at it, then stood up, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Good work, Xiyu. I knew you could do it. His tone was gentle and light, a stark contrast to the threatening messages he had sent her. Fang Xiyu kept her head down, not meeting his eyes. Don't come looking for me again. Her voice trembled in the wind, but she did not step back. Gu Yanzhou tucked the USB drive into his pocket and patted her shoulder. Can't do that. He chuckled. Who knows, we might still cooperate in the future. With that, he waved at Fang Xiyu and turned to walk toward the male dormitory. Fang Xiyu stood alone in front of the bench. Wind swept across the basketball court, tousling her loose hair. Her knees went weak, and she slowly sat down on the bench. She cried, but this time not out of fear. It was shame at her own foolishness. A shameless man like Gu Yanzhou would never let her go, but she wouldn't let him off the hook either. She would no longer let Gu Yanzhou lead her by the nose. She sat on the bench for 5 minutes, wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand, and stood up to head back. Her footsteps were far more steady than when she had arrived. When she returned to room 304, only 2 bedside lamps were on, casting a dim, warm glow. Cheng Xiaoyu was already tucked into bed, the faint light from her phone screen illuminating her face as she watched something intently. Lin Zhao sat at her desk with her laptop open, displaying a draft for tomorrow's seminar. At the sound of the door opening, Lin Zhao turned around. Fang Xiyu stood at the threshold, her eyes redder than before, but her expression was calm. She met Lin Zhao's gaze and gave a slight nod. Lin Zhao did not ask questions. She only smiled faintly at her, then lowered her head to continue reviewing her script. Fang Xiyu changed into her pajamas and climbed into bed. She drew the bed curtains, lay flat in the darkness, and stared at the unseen ceiling. From now on, she would become Lin Zhao's spy. Cheng Xiaoyu poked her head out from the top bunk. Xiyu, how's your uncle? It's okay. Fang Xiyu's voice came through the curtain. He's stabilized. He'll call again tomorrow to check. That's good to hear. Chung Xiaoyu sighed in relief and burrowed back under her covers to scroll through her phone. Fang Xiyu closed her eyes, pulling the blanket up to her chin. She had made her choice, and she believed it was the right one. At 1:50 p.m. on Friday in the Multimedia Lecture Hall on the third floor of the Architecture Department, there were many more people than last week. Many students stood in the aisles and at the back, and even a few graduate students from other departments crowded at the door. Shen Ruotang also came today and sat down beside Lin Zhao. At exactly 2 o'clock, Professor Chen stepped onto today's seminar. We are honored to have invited Sun Jixing, Deputy Chief Architect of Huajing Architectural Design and Research Institute, and independent architecture critic Jiang Xuing. He paused. This seminar will only discuss the 3 finalist schemes. Each scheme will be presented for 40 minutes, followed by 20 minutes of open discussion. It will proceed in order from senior to junior. The first group was the 5th-year project, Broken Bridge Renewed, and the second was Xian Mingye's team project, Lane in a Box. During Xian Mingye's presentation, Lin Zhao noticed that he had added a new page to the structural stress analysis section, precisely the pillar she had suggested modifying after the last exchange. He added a diagonal brace to the diagram and clearly marked the revised stress distribution data. Lin Zhao wrote a line in her notebook, strong execution ability. When it was Lin Zhao's turn to present, she had already thoroughly memorized the content of the scheme on her USB drive. She opened the first page, starting with real photos from the old city survey, and layer by layer dissected the design logic of parasitic co-construction. Sun Jixing asked 3 questions from the audience. The first was about steel structure joint treatment, the second about material sampling standards for old walls, and the third about the phase protection plan during construction. Lin Zhao answered each question precisely, with every data point accurate to several decimal places. Jiang Zuyan's questions were more conceptual, the position of the concept of parasitism in contemporary architectural theory and its relationship with Western architectural regeneration. Lin Zhao's responses were neither humble nor arrogant. She cited several classic cases and then used the specific methods of her own scheme to address the conceptual doubts. The discussion of Lin Zhao's group scheme lasted a full hour and a half. After the seminar ended, the crowd began to file out. Gu Yanzhou stood up from the last row. He watched Lin Zhao surrounded by a group of classmates in front of the podium, watched Xian Mingyi walk up to her and say something, and watched Sun Jixing and Jiang Xuing shake hands with her before leaving. His fingers clenched the USB drive in his pants pocket, his thumb rubbing the plastic casing. Last night in the dormitory, he had plugged the drive into his computer and read through the entire contents. The contents were exactly the same as what Lin Zhao had presented today. He leaned back against the chair, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The goods were in hand. Next, he just needed to find the right moment. He stood up and walked out through the back door. Gu Yanzhou strode out of the teaching building. The cold wind rushed into his collar. He hunched his neck, but his steps were as brisk as if he were stepping on springs. He crossed the path beside the playground, circled behind the library to the grove of plane trees, and pulled out his phone to dial a number. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Brother." Zhou Yanwei's voice came through the receiver. "Confirmed," Zhou Yanting said in a low voice, but unable to suppress the smugness in his tone. "Exactly the same as what she just presented at the seminar." "Are you sure?" "Of course the content is identical." Zhou Yanting leaned against the trunk of a plane tree, holding the phone with his shoulder, and pulled out the USB drive from his pocket, twirling it between his fingers. That fool Lin Zhao went to wash clothes without shutting down her laptop. Fang Xiyu copied it directly. It should be fine. There was a silence of about 2 seconds on the other end. Sister Xiyu was quite efficient this time. Zhou Yanwei's tone was unreadable. She was dazzled by 5,000 yuan. Zhou Yanting said, pocketing the USB drive, the curve of his mouth deepening. "He'll be home soon. Now it's up to you, little sister." They exchanged a few more words in low voices and hung up. He put the phone back in his pocket and turned toward the east gate. 15 minutes after the seminar ended, the lecture hall was almost empty. Lin Zhao stood beside the podium, packing up her materials, lecture notes, notebook, and USB drive, one by one into her backpack. Gu Yanzhou walked up to the podium carrying his laptop bag. He didn't speak, just leaned against the edge of the podium, quietly waiting for her to finish. Shen Ruotang glanced at the time on her phone, stood up, and tightened her coat belt. "Zhao Zhao will head back now." As she said this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Okay." Lin Zhao paused her packing and looked up. "Give my regards to your uncle." Shen Ruotang waved her hand and walked out of the classroom through the back door. Lin Zhao continued to zip her backpack. Footsteps came from the direction of the front door. Xian Mingyi approached, holding a notebook and a pen. His pace was not fast, but his goal was clear. He walked straight. Classmate Lin Zhao. He stood in front of the podium, slightly looking up at Lin Zhao on the platform. "Regarding the structural load distribution issue you discussed today, there are still some points I haven't fully grasped. Would it be convenient to find a place to sit and discuss?" Lin Zhao finished zipping her backpack, looked up at him. "Where? How about the Yuguang Cafe outside the north gate of the school?" Xian Mingyi flipped his notebook to a page densely covered with several sets of force analysis sketches. "The idea you mentioned last time about reserving movement space for limiting parts. I thought about it for a long time and felt it could be compared with the node treatment of my stacked box structure." "All right." Lin Zhao stepped down from the podium, naturally turned around, and looked at Gu Yanzhou, who was still leaning against the edge. "Gu Yanzhou, let's go together." Gu Yanzhou's gaze shifted from Xian Mingyi to Lin Zhao's face. "Okay," he said. It seemed that Xian Mingyi only then noticed Gu Yanzhou's presence. He turned his head to glance at the young man leaning against the side of the podium, his gaze pausing for less than a second before turning back to Lin Zhao. Gu Yanzhou straightened up, picked up his laptop bag, and walked to Lin Zhao's side. The three of them walked out of the lecture hall through the back door. Inside the Yuguang Cafe, warm yellow lights spilled down from above, and the air was filled with the burnt fragrance of ground coffee beans. A record player in the corner was playing a slow jazz tune. Gu Yanzhou leaned back in the booth seat, his right hand resting on the edge of the table. The hot cocoa was mostly drunk, leaving a thin film of dark brown liquid on the sides of the cup. He didn't actually like sweet things much, but since Lin Zhao had ordered hot cocoa, he ordered one too. Xian Minji sat opposite his notebook, opened the tip of his pen, drawing force analysis diagrams on the paper. Lin Zhao sat opposite Xian Minji, her side, turned toward Gu Yanzhou. She listened intently, nodding slightly at key points, then took the pen Xian Minji handed her and made a few strokes in the blank spaces of the drawing. Her handwriting was concise and crisp, with a few auxiliary lines drawn. Xian Mingy's eyes lit up. Gu Yanzhou picked up his mug and took a sip. The hot cocoa was cloyingly sweet. He frowned and set the cup back on the table. His eyes fell on Lin Zhao's profile. Her eyelashes were long, and when she lowered her eyes to draw, they cast a small fan-shaped shadow beneath her eyelids. Today she wore a cream-colored turtleneck, the collar loosely piled under her chin, making her jawline appear softer. Her fingers holding the pen were slender, the tips exerting slight pressure. She was earnestly considering Xian Mingy's questions. Her shoulders were slightly relaxed, leaning against the booth's cushion. Occasionally she would look up at Xian Minji, her gaze calm, without any superfluous emotion. Gu Yanzhou watched the two engrossed in discussion, but he could not immerse himself in the conversation. He was pondering something. Was Lin Zhao interested in Xian Minji? This was the most instinctive vigilance of a man facing the woman he liked. Gu Yanzhou observed for a long time, and found that Lin Zhao's eyes were only for architecture. No matter whom she discussed with, her gaze was always fixed on the drawings. And today opposite her happened to be a sunny, handsome senior with the same passion for architecture. His gaze shifted from Lin Zhao to Xian Mingy's face. Xian Minji was listening to Lin Zhao's analysis, his head slightly tilted, holding the pen in his right hand. His eyes were not on the drawing, but on Lin Zhao. There was something in that gaze that Gu Yanzhou knew all too well. It wasn't pure admiration. When he looked at Lin Zhao, there was a light in his eyes, the kind of light that appears only when one is attracted to the opposite sex. Xian Mingy's eyes crinkled slightly, and a curve formed at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't a polite smile, but an unconscious natural reaction of being drawn to someone. Gu Yanzhou lifted his mug and took a sip. The hot cocoa had gone cold, the sweetness became even more cloying, clinging to the root of his tongue for a long time. When he set the cup down, the bottom knocked against the table, producing a very faint, crisp sound. But the two beside him, deeply engrossed in conversation, seemed not to hear it at all. Gu Yanzhou lowered his eyes, gazing at the mug before him. He pushed his cup aside and shifted his gaze back to Xian Minji. Xian Minji was speaking, his body leaning slightly forward. He was attempting to shorten the distance between them, to take another step beyond the comfort zone of professional discussion. That step, perhaps not yet conscious to him, was betrayed by his body language. Lin Zhao remained in her original posture, oblivious to it. Gu Yanzhou unconsciously twirled the handle of his mug, an indescribable emotion stirring within him. He withdrew his gaze from Xian Mingy's face. He knew there was nothing wrong with Xian Minji. Xian Minji was merely doing what any normal young man would do, because he himself had once stood in that very position. After a moment, the discussion between Lin Zhao and Xian Minji concluded. Xian Minji put his pen into his coat pocket and closed his notebook. I've learned a lot today. He leaned back. Lin Zhao, to be honest, your understanding of structural stress analysis is not like that of a freshman. Lin Zhao paused briefly, then replied casually, my dad does civil engineering. I grew up on construction sites. No wonder you're so meticulous. Xian Minji smiled, stood up, and tucked his notebook under his arm. I've taken up enough of your time. I'll be going now. Lin Zhao also rose and gathered the scattered sheets of draft paper on the table. Xian Minji took 2 steps, then turned back to Gu Yanzhou. Gu, let's catch up another time. Gu Yanzhou looked up, offering a polite smile. MMCU. Xian Minji nodded and walked toward the cafe entrance. Lin Zhao zipped up her backpack and turned to Gu Yanzhou. Let's go. On Saturday morning, Shen Ruotang sent Lin Zhao a message. Are you free today? Come with me to Gu Yanzhou's place. I want to talk to Aunt Wu. Lin Zhao replied quickly, sure. What, 10 o'clock? Meet at his apartment building. When Lin Zhao arrived at the entrance of Gu Yanzhou's apartment building, Shen Ruotang was already standing outside. In her hand was a paper bag with the logo of a well-known traditional pastry shop. For Aunt Wu. Lin Zhao glanced at the bag. Shen Ruotang transferred the bag to her other hand. And for Xian. She said she liked the osmanthus cake last time. The two walked shoulder to shoulder into the building. Zhao. In a bit. She paused as if searching for the right words. I want to talk to Aunt Wu alone. Lin Zhao looked at her and nodded. She understood Shen Ruotang's intention and asked no further questions. All right, then I'll take Gu Yanzhou out for a stroll. They exchanged a knowing smile and quickly stepped into the elevator. Shen Ruotang pressed the doorbell. The door was opened by Aunt Wu. She wore an apron and held a cloth in her hand. When she saw Shen Ruotang at the door, her movements paused. Then she smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes gathering together. She stuffed the cloth into the pocket of her apron. Miss Ruotang, you're here. Come in. Xian ran over from the living room, peeking half her head around the doorframe. When she saw the paper bag in Shun Ruotang's hand, her eyes lit up. Sister Ruotang, you brought goodies again. Xuan, mind your manners. Aunt Wu gently patted the back of her granddaughter's head, but there was no real reproach in her tone. Shen Ruotang bent down and handed the paper bag to Xianxian. Osmanthus cake. Your favorite. Xianxian took the bag, tilting her face up with a grin, her little canine teeth showing faintly. Lin Zhao spotted Gu Yanzhou and waved him over. Gu Yanzhou quickly walked to the entrance. Lin Zhao cupped her hand over his ear and whispered something to him. Gu Yanzhou listened, nodding as he did. Then he straightened up and said to Aunt Wu, Lin Zhao and I are going downstairs to buy. I'll cook a couple more dishes at noon. We'll come back to eat, he said while changing his shoes. All right, Aunt Wu replied. The lock clicked shut and the sound of footsteps faded down the hallway. Shen Ruotang tidied the shoes she had taken off beside the shoe cabinet, then straightened up and walked into the living room. Warm yellow light spilled down from the ceiling. Aunt Wu was sitting on the sofa peeling an apple for Xianxian. Xianxian was lying across the other side of the coffee table with the sketchbook Gu Yanzhou had given her spread open before her. She clutched a colored pencil and was drawing something. She was engrossed in her work, her little head almost buried in the paper. Two braids hung from her shoulders, their tips resting on the edge of the coffee table. Shen Ruotang walked over and sat down on the sofa beside Xuan, leaning slightly to look at her drawing. Xuan, what are you drawing? Xianxian looked up, her eyes bright. She raised the sketchbook to Shen Ruotang. Sister Ruotang, look. I drew you. In the center of the page was a lopsided purple mecha, but the colors were meticulously applied, layer upon layer with colored pencils. At the edges, eraser marks from repeated revisions were visible. That's really well done. Shen Ruotang took the sketchbook and examined it closely. Xianxian was a little shy from the praise and muttered, I still need to draw Unit 02. Aunt Wu cut the peeled apple into small pieces, put them in a small bowl, and pushed it in front of Xianxian. Then she slid another bowl towards Shen Ruotang. Miss Ruotang, have some fruit. Shen Ruotang took the bowl, picked up a piece of apple with a toothpick, and put it in her mouth. The apple was very sweet. Its juice melted on her tongue. She chewed a couple of times, swallowed, and set the bowl on her lap. Aunt Wu, please don't fuss. Sit down. I'd like to talk to you about something. Aunt Wu was just bending over to clean up the peels on the coffee table. She paused at the words. Let me just tidy up the peels first. All right. Shen Ruotang placed the bowl from her lap onto the coffee table, reached for the trash bin beside the table, and handed it to Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu swept the peels into the bin, then sat down next to Shen Ruotang. My dad has been discharged from the hospital. 2 caregivers take shifts, and a rehabilitation therapist comes 3 times a week. He can now walk a few steps with a walker on his own, and he can speak short sentences. Aunt Wu's expression relaxed for a moment, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes gathering together. That's wonderful. Now that the master can speak, Miss Ruotang, you can finally catch your breath. Shen Ruotang uttered a soft then furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze fixed directly on Aunt Wu's eyes. Aunt Wu, if you hadn't gotten my dad to the hospital on October 27th, though, things would have been very different. Can you tell me what exactly happened that day? Aunt Wu's smile froze on her face. She lowered her head, looking at her own rough hands. Lin Zhao and Gu Yanzhou walked side by side on the sidewalk. It's a bit cold. How about we find a mall to wander through? Lin Zhao tucked her hands into the pockets of her down jacket. There's a big shopping center over there. Gu Yanzhou lifted his chin to indicate the direction. Just a few minutes away. They walked silently toward the shopping center. Do you think Aunt Wu will be willing to testify? Lin Zhao suddenly asked. Gu Yanzhou didn't answer directly. Aunt Wu is afraid of Chun Milan, and even more afraid that this matter will implicate Xianxian. Lin Zhao nodded. Thinking of Chun Milan's methods, she couldn't help but clench her hand in her pocket. In her heart, Chun Milan's ruthlessness was even more chilling than Lu Yakin's. How's the investigation on Lu Yakin going? Lin Zhao changed the subject. She hasn't made any moves lately. My people are still watching. Gu Yanzhou paused, then added, don't worry. If she does anything, I'll know immediately. Lin Zhao nodded thoughtfully and continued walking toward the shopping center. We're here. Gu Yanzhou's voice pulled her back from her thoughts. She looked up. The glass doors of the shopping center were right ahead. The lobby was already decorated for Christmas. A gigantic Christmas tree was hung with all kinds of ornaments, and piles of beautifully wrapped gift boxes surrounded its base. The two stepped inside. The heating inside was strong, a stark contrast to the dry cold outside. Lin Zhao took off her down jacket and draped it over her arm, her eyes sweeping over the dazzling array of stores. Each shop had Christmas stickers on its glass windows, and some had small Christmas trees with twinkling lights. Gu Yanzhou turned his head to look at her. Do you like celebrating Christmas? Lin Zhao withdrew her gaze from the window display and shot Gu Yanzhou a contemptuous look. What's there to celebrate about this foreign stuff? Gu Yanzhou chuckled lightly. What's wrong? Don't you like foreign holidays? I'm not opposed to them, but I don't particularly like them either. I just feel that they are illusions of consumerism created by capitalism. Then you still like EVA? Gu Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. Isn't EVA also an IP created by capitalism? Lin Zhao was momentarily taken aback, her previous assertiveness weakened. Now that you mention it, I feel like I don't actually like it that much. It's just that this animation accompanied me through a part of my childhood. As she said this, a thought crossed her mind. In her past life, she liked EVA, looked forward to various holidays, and even had a brief, intense obsession with a certain boy band. But in this life, she seemed to have lost interest in all of that. So what do you like now, eh? Gu Yanzhou asked promptly. Lin Zhao paused her steps, thought for a moment, and replied, architecture. I like all styles and eras of architecture. Gu Yanzhou smiled. I like it too, not just like it should be considered my dream.
Lin Zhao looked at Gu Yanzhou, and the two exchanged smiles, clearly having found kindred spirits in each other. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Lin Zhao pulled a shopping cart from the entrance, stuffed her coat inside, and pushed it inside. "Let me handle the cart work." Gu Yanzhou took the handle of the shopping cart from her, his fingertips unintentionally brushing against the back of her hand. Lin Zhao immediately retracted her hand, said nothing, and walked beside him. The cold white light of the fresh produce section illuminated rows of ice cabinets, and a faint fishy smell lingered in the air. At this time, there weren't many people. A few scattered customers pushed their carts between the shelves. Lin Zhao stopped in front of the meat counter, picked up a box of cut ribs, turned it over to examine the meat quality, and leaned in to smell it. She put the box back and picked another one to scrutinize. Gu Yanzhou leaned against the shopping cart handle, watching her select the meat, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Zhao placed the selected ribs in the shopping cart, and then added a box of pork belly. The vegetable section was at the other end of the fresh produce area. Lin Zhao picked a handful of bok choy and grabbed 2 cucumbers. She placed the cucumbers into a plastic bag, which Gu Yanzhou took and placed into the shopping cart. In the center of the fruit section, durians were piled in the most conspicuous spot, with an imported label on the stem. Lin Zhao paused in front of the pile of durians, carefully picked one up, leaned in to smell it, and her brows relaxed. "This one is good, it's cracked, which means it's ripe." She looked at Gu Yanzhou. "How about we buy one?" Gu Yanzhou looked at the spiky durian, his expression subtly shifting. "You don't like to eat it?" Lin Zhao observed Gu Yanzhou's conflicted expression. "It smells bad, but tastes good. I can eat it. I'm just afraid Aunt Wu and the others won't like it." Gu Yanzhou pushed the shopping cart forward. "If you like it, let's get one." Lin Zhao smiled as she placed the durian into the two continued pushing the cart forward. Passing through the snack aisle, Lin Zhao suddenly stopped and tugged at Gu Yanzhou's. "Let's buy some snacks." The shelves in the snack aisle were filled with a dazzling array of products. Lin Zhao picked up a box of teddy bear cookies, flipped it over to look at the ingredient list, and tossed it into the cart. She grabbed 2 bags of chips, a box of cream-filled cookies, a bag of jelly, and several packs of individually wrapped beef jerky. "Why are you acting like a child, loving snacks so much?" Gu Yanzhou leaned against the shopping cart, watching her toss one pack after another into the cart. Lin Zhao halted her movements, turned around, and looked at him. "Gu Yanzhou, these are for Xian." Gu Yanzhou's expression paused slightly before he returned to his usual calm. Oh, what?" Lin Zhao shoved a pack of cotton candy into his arms. Xian is coming to your house, and you don't even know to prepare some snacks." Gu Yanzhou caught the cotton candy, slightly opening his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, silently placing the cotton candy into the shopping cart. Lin Zhao turned to continue selecting snacks, adding more to the shopping cart. Gu Yanzhou looked down at the colorful snacks piled in the cart, and then glanced at Lin Zhao. "Why do I feel like you want to eat them yourself?" "Can I eat?" She turned her head and gave Gu Yanzhou a sidelong glance. "Of course you can." Gu Yanzhou paused for a moment, reached out, and took a box of strawberry-flavored puffs from the shelf. Seeing this, Lin Zhao revealed a slight smirk of triumph. Gu Yanzhou also joined in selecting snacks, quickly placing several boxes of imported chocolates, a bag of fruit-flavored gummies, and a box of cookies into the shopping cart. Meanwhile, in Gu Yanzhou's apartment, Aunt Wu finally spoke up. "That morning, Sir said he wasn't feeling well, dizzy, and his right side was numb. I had taken care of elderly people who had strokes before, so I knew these symptoms were not right. I hesitated, thinking we should go to the hospital, but the Sir said it might just be fatigue, that lying down on the sofa would be fine. But I was worried and stayed in the living room to keep watch." Her fingers interlaced, knuckles turning slightly white from pressure. "Around 10 o'clock, the Sir suddenly slid down from the sofa, and I felt something was wrong. I was almost certain he had a stroke. At that time, the Sir had already started to lose consciousness. I said we needed to call 120. Chun Meilan was present and told me not to panic. She went into the room to make the call, and it took a long time. I knocked on the door, saying that the Sir's condition was serious and that he needed to be sent to the hospital immediately. She glared at me fiercely, saying, 'What does a maid understand?' and to mind my own business. I insisted several times. The last time she got very angry, saying if I kept nagging she'd fire me. Aunt Wu's voice caught in her throat. I was afraid of losing my job, so I didn't insist any further. When I went in to bring water at noon, I found the Sir could no longer speak and half of his body was completely immobile. I rushed out to call 120, and only then did Chun Meilan make the call. She raised her hand and wiped her eyes with her sleeve. I've been thinking if I had just insisted a bit longer. Even once, the Sir might not have ended up like this. Miss Ruotang, I'm sorry for Mr. Shun Ruotang held Aunt Wu's rough hands. Aunt Wu, it's not your fault. It's Chun Meilan. Aunt Wu looked up, her eyes already reddening. I don't know what. You just need to recount what happened that day exactly as it was. Tell the lawyer, tell the judge. Aunt Wu hesitated. She glanced at Xian, who was drawing on the coffee table, her eyes flashing with a hint of fear. I'm afraid she will retaliate. Chun Meilan has power and influence, and I have Xian. Before she could finish her sentence, Xian suddenly lifted her head from the coffee table. She tilted her head, the red pencil in her hand hovering in midair as she looked at Shen Ruotang. Sister Ruotang, is your dad a good person? Shen Ruotang was taken aback for a moment. Yes, she said, my dad is a very good person. Xian lowered her head, thought for a moment, and then looked up again. Then the bad people are bullying the good people, and the good people need help, right? Shen Ruotang's throat moved slightly. She didn't answer immediately, just gazed into Xian's clear eyes. Yes, she said. Xian placed the pencil on the coffee table and turned to look at Aunt Wu. Grandma, can you help Sister? Uncle Gu and Sister Lin Zhao have also helped us. Uncle Gu sent me a figurine, and Sister Lin Zhao accompanied me to draw. They are all good people. Aunt Wu looked at her granddaughter's serious expression, her lips trembling slightly. After a long time she reached out and gently stroked Xian's head, her palm lingering on her granddaughter's head for a while. Then she turned to look at Shen Ruotang. Miss Ruotang, her voice trembled slightly. I am willing to testify. Shen Ruotang held her hand and nodded. Thank you, Aunt Wu. The living room was quiet for a moment. Xian seemed to sense the adult's atmosphere improving and lowered her head to continue drawing her unit 2. Aunt Wu gently exhaled, her gaze resting on Xian. Then she stood up and walked towards the kitchen to prepare lunch. Shen Ruotang took her phone from her pocket and opened the chat with Lawyer Zhou. She typed a line, Aunt Zhou, Aunt Wu agrees to testify. You can prepare the relevant legal procedures. After sending this message, she opened the chat with Lin Zhao. Aunt Wu agreed. Then she set her phone down, leaned back against the sofa, closed her eyes, and let out a long sigh. The supermarket's rest area was situated just outside the checkout counters with several rows of plastic tables and chairs arranged against the wall. Opposite stood a row of self-service locker cabinets and a few vending machines. Lin Zhao sat on a plastic chair against the wall, a half-open bag of potato chips spread before her. Gu Yanzhou sat across from her holding a bottle of mineral water with the cap still unopened. The shopping cart stood nearby, stuffed to the brim with 3 oversized shopping bags. Lin Zhao shoved a few chips into her mouth, then pushed the bag toward him. Have some too. Gu Yanzhou glanced at the bag of chips, then looked at Lin Zhao. She was licking the chip crumbs off her fingertips. Just then Lin Zhao's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out and tapped open a message. Shen Ruotang, Aunt Wu. Lin Zhao stared at the line of text for 3 seconds, then turned the phone screen toward Gu Yanzhou. He lowered his gaze and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. She did it, he said. Lin Zhao tucked the phone back into her pocket and stood up. Let's go, head back. She reached out to lift 2 shopping bags. Gu Yanzhou lifted the remaining bags from the cart, then snatched the one containing the durian from her hand. I've got this. Lin Zhao shot him a glance, the corners of her lips curling upward. She didn't argue further, simply loosened her grip and let him take the heavy bag. When Gu Yanzhou pushed open the apartment door, a rich aroma of home-cooked food wafted out. Hearing the door open, Xian charged out of the living room like a little cannonball. Her eyes were already glued to the snack-laden shopping bag. Uncle Gu. Sister Lin Zhao. What did you buy? Lin Zhao handed the bag full of treats to Xian. For you. Xian took the bag, peered inside, and her eyes instantly lit up like 2 searchlights. Thank you, Sister Lin Zhao. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Don't eat too much, a dinner is almost ready. Aunt Wu's voice drifted from the kitchen, laced with a got it. Xian hugged the bag to the coffee table, plopped down on the carpet, and dumped all the snacks out. Shen Ruotang stood beside the kitchen island, a handful of green onions yet to be trimmed in her hand. Did you 2 go grocery shopping at the supermarket wholesale? She eyed the 2 extra-large shopping bags in Gu Yanzhou's hands, her eyes widening. Picked up some groceries while we were at it, Gu Yanzhou said, carrying the bags into the kitchen and setting them on the island before starting to unload. So stinky. Shen Ruotang stopped mid-sentence. A pungent odor spread from the island. Her nose wrinkled, and she instinctively leaned back half an inch. She put down the green onions and stared at the durian as if it were an unidentified object. How did you end up buying durian? Lin Zhao walked over and gently poked the crack that had already split open on the durian's shell. Smells awful, taste durian. Aunt Wu turned from the stove, her eyes landing on the fruit and suddenly brightening. Oh, don't throw away the durian shell. Slice off the inner rind and boil it with chicken soup to cool the body and reduce internal heat. Aunt Wu likes durian too. Lin Zhao looked at her in mild surprise. I do. Me too. Xian had already scurried over to the island. It tastes like creamy ice cream. Something so stinky can be tasty. Shen Ruotang looked down at her. It's delicious. I love it the most. But Grandma won't buy it for me, Xian said earnestly, tilting her little face upward. Aunt Wu smiled and patted Zhuangshuan's head. I bought it a couple of times before, and this child fell completely in love. Lin Zhao smiled, watching Xian. Then let Uncle Gu buy it for Xian from now on. Xian looked at Gu Yanzhou, then at Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu waved her hand, a little embarrassed. No, I'll buy it myself. Before the words faded, Gu Yanzhou spoke up. He'll buy it. I love it too. How can you all love durian? Don't you find this thing disgustingly stinky? Shen Ruotang frowned, covering her nose with her hand. Ruotang, have you never tried durian before? Lin Zhao asked. Shen Ruotang's expression twisted even more. The smell always puts me off, she admitted bluntly. Then give it. Lin Zhao took the durian out of the bag. It's really good. Shen Ruotang took half a step back. We'll see how it goes first. Lin Zhao chuckled and didn't press further. She turned to wash her hands at the sink, pulled a fruit knife from the knife block, and found a few disposable gloves from the cabinet. Opening a durian was second nature to Lin Zhao. She had loved durian in her past life, but after marrying Zhou Yanting, he found it too smelly, so she never touched it again. Thinking back now, she had lived such a pathetic life then. Lin Zhao aimed the fruit knife at the already split crack at the bottom of the durian, pressed the blade along the natural lines, and the shell split open to reveal a wider gap. She set down the knife, pulled on the disposable gloves, slipped her fingers into the crack, and gently pried apart the husk to reveal the golden plump flesh. Xian pressed herself against the edge of the island, standing on tiptoes to peer over the countertop.
Wow. Lin Zhao scooped out the first piece of flesh and brought it to Zhuangshuan's mouth, who took a bite. Shen Ruotang still stood 3 steps away, brows slightly furrowed, but unable to resist a covert sniff. So good. Xian blurted out. Lin Zhao handed the second piece to Shen Ruotang. Here. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Ruotang reached out and took it. Lin Zhao continued to peel the flesh piece by piece, arranging them on a white porcelain plate. Aunt Wu, what should I do with these shells? Leave them, I'll handle them later. Aunt Wu came over to the island, put on disposable gloves, skillfully cut away the inner rind of the durian shells, and neatly stacked the husks into the kitchen garbage bag. Shen Ruotang stared at the golden flesh in her palm, hesitated for a few seconds, then finally pinched her nose and put it in her mouth. The sweet fragrance burst on her tongue, and her eyes flew wide open as she looked at Lin Zhao. Delicious, right? Lin Zhao smiled and handed a piece of durian to Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu, have some durian first. We can cook after we finish. Aunt Wu beamed, picked up a piece of durian flesh, and slowly savored it. This durian is perfectly chosen, fully ripe and delicious. Xian had already finished her piece, staring eagerly at the remaining flesh on the plate. Gu Yanzhou came over as well. Lin Zhao handed a piece to him, and another to Xuan, leaving only the last one on the plate. She brought the final piece to her own mouth, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. The 5 of them gathered around the island in the kitchen, eating the fruit, flesh, the air thick with the unique, rich sweetness. Shen Ruotang suddenly laughed, a trace of golden juice still on her fingertip. Ooh. She lifted her hand and lightly licked it off. Who would have thought something so stinky could taste so good? Exactly. He'll make durian chicken soup right now. You all go to the living room and play for a bit. He'll call you when dinner. Aunt Wu finished eating, removed the disposable gloves, put the bowl containing the inner rind into the sink, turned on the tap. Gu Yanzhou took Xian to wash hands, then they walked hand in hand to the living room. Shen Ruotang and Lin Zhao stayed in the kitchen to help Aunt Wu prepare the ingredients. At 12:30 the dishes were served: durian chicken soup, garlic vermicelli, steamed shrimp, sour cabbage, fish, sautéed, choy sum, and cold mixed with ear mushrooms. What a feast today, so many dishes. Lin Zhao picked up a piece of fish from the sour cabbage dish. The flesh was so tender it barely needed chewing, the savory tang of the pickled cabbage melting on her tongue. I'm glad Miss Lin enjoys it. Aunt Wu smiled, wiped her hands, and sat down next to Xian. Miss Ruotang, please try this chicken soup. Aunt Wu ladled a bowl for Shen Ruotang. Shen Ruotang blew on the surface, took a delicate sip. Delicious. The midday sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, warming every face. After the meal, Aunt Wu cleared the table and Lin Zhao helped carry the leftovers into the kitchen. Shen Ruotang finished eating, stepped out to the balcony for a quick phone call, then returned to the living room. Lawyer Zhou said the witness testimony materials can be ready in the next couple of days. She set her phone on the coffee table and sat down on the sofa. What's the next step? Lin Zhao handed her a glass of warm water. The review application has been submitted. Now we wait. Wait for the forensics center to respond. Shen Ruotang took the glass. If the forensics center refuses to correct the error, well, go the administrative litigation route. That way the appraisal results won't be usable as valid documents, and Shen Milin won't be able to exploit them. She lifted her eyes, clear and piercing. If the forensics center hasn't responded by the shareholders meeting on the 31st, it'll file a lawsuit directly. No, it should be by next Tuesday before the 23rd. On Saturday morning, Lin Zhao drove the blue Golf towards the direction of the Old Street in the Western District, carrying Lilan. Lilan sat in the passenger seat, clutching a canvas bag containing several newly embroidered small samples and a koi playing in lotus design. She turned the car into the entrance of the Old Street, slowing down as her gaze swept across both sides of the street. The shared resting area of the 2 shops had returned to its original state, with rattan chairs neatly arranged in the space enclosed by the anti-corrosion wooden fence, and the green plants in the flower beds had been replaced with new ones. Lu Xiaoqi was standing at the entrance of the flower shop, holding her signature white enamel cup. Upon seeing the blue Golf pull over, she walked over with her cup. Li Jiexiao, Lin Zhao, you're here. She smiled while standing by the car. Let's decorate the resting area today. Li Lan nodded, closing the car door. All the Christmas decorations are in the car. Zhao, go to the trunk and bring down. Lin Zhao responded and got out of the car, opening the trunk and pulling out a large cardboard box. She carried the box to the small round table in the resting area, opened the lid, revealing various Christmas-themed ornaments, cards, and string lights. Lu Xiaoqi leaned in for a closer look. You guys are well prepared. Of course we open on the 24th. We need to bring some. Li Lan stood at the shop door with the canvas bag, unlocking it with a key. Shall Lu come take a look at my new embroidery? She waved at Lu Xiaoqi as she walked into the shop. She took out several small embroidered items from the canvas bag, displaying them one by one in the showcase: a round fan, decorations, handkerchiefs, and the new koi playing in lotus design. Each piece had been meticulously stitched by her over the past half-month. Lu Xiaoqi, holding her enamel cup, walked in and tilted her head to look at the embroidered items in the showcase, softly exclaiming, "Wow. Li Jie, your skills are amazing. The butterfly on this fan, you can even see the scale powder on its wings. If you like it, then I'll give you this fan." Li Lan smiled as she handed over the fan. "No, that won't do. Aren't these items for the opening? How can I accept this?" Lu Xiaoqi quickly waved her hands in refusal. "If it weren't for you helping to watch the shop, how could I have finished all this embroidery? Consider it a small token of my appreciation." Lu Xiaoqi smiled, no longer refusing, accepting the fan, her fingertips gently tracing the butterfly's wing outlined with silk thread. Then, He'll take it and hang it up in the flower shop first. A moment later, all three were busy in the resting area. Lin Zhao was hanging lights, Li Lan was sticking window decorations, and Lu Xiaoqi was hanging a Christmas wreath on the wooden fence. On Christmas Day the 25th, oh, let's have a little event together, Lu Xiaoqi suggested cheerfully while securing the... Any ideas? Lin Zhao asked. The flower shop can do a Christmas bouquet DIY and offer flowers with handwritten cards. The embroidery workshop can have a small Sue embroidery experience. Oh, Li Jie, didn't you say you wanted to start an interest class before? It could serve as a warm-up, Lu Xiaoqi said casually. Li Lan was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Zhao. Sounds good. Lin Zhao nodded. Sister Lu, this idea is great. Sister Lu, have you ever run a shop before? Lin Zhao asked. Lu Xiaoqi glanced at her, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. I have. I ran a flower shop in another city for a few years, then moved to Huajing and transferred the old shop. She turned back to continue hanging Christmas decorations after finishing her sentence. Lin Zhao noticed a section of Lu Zhaoqi's arm exposed as she raised her hand to hang decorations. On her arm was an old scar extending upward as if left by a sharp object, a long scar slightly darker than the surrounding skin. This woman has a story, but Lin Zhao had no intention of probing. Everyone has their own secrets. She had hers too. Sister Lu, after the incident with the vandalism, have you seen any suspicious people around? Lu Xiaoqi finished hanging the last ornament, straightened up, and patted her hands. No. I checked the surveillance. Recently I haven't noticed any suspicious people loitering nearby. She paused, picked up the enamel cup from the small round table, and took a sip. Don't worry, the surveillance is installed, and the police station has been notified. Oh, everything is fine. Lin Zhao looked into her eyes. Lu Zhaoqi's eyes were bright, not the youthful sparkle, but a brightness that came from having seen the world, observing everything without disdain. Thank you, Sister Lu. For what? Lu Xiaoqi placed the enamel cup on the small round table. Li Jie is my landlord after all, and the rent is lower than the market price. Helping out is the least I can do. It's better for both of us to support each other and get the business going than anything else, Li Lan said with a smile. Wednesday, December 24th, at 10 in the morning. Lin Zhao sat in the classroom for her architecture major course, her notebook spread open in front of her with the pen tip hovering over the paper for a long time without writing a word. Her phone was in the drawer of the desk screen, facing up. Since 9 in the morning, she had sent 3 messages to her mother. The first message, Mom, remember to lay out the red carpet at the door. The second message, Mom, has Sister Lu arrived? The third message, Mom, wishing you a successful opening. After sending the third message, the phone had been quiet for nearly 20 minutes. Lin Zhao stared at the blackboard, her right hand spinning the pen, turning it over a dozen times without stopping. Shen Ruotang, sitting next to her, caught a glimpse of the frequency of her pen spinning and whispered, Are you distracted? Am I? Lin Zhao stopped spinning the pen. Since the class started, you've checked your phone countless times. Lin Zhao pushed her phone deeper into the drawer, not replying. It wasn't until the break between the second class that her phone finally vibrated. Li Lan sent a message, Everything is ready. Xiao Lu arrived earlier than me, don't worry. Lin Zhao stared at it for a few seconds, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. She typed a reply, Okay, Mom, you go ahead and be busy. Li Lan responded, Focus on your class, don't worry about here. Lin Zhao replied with an okay, placed her phone back in the drawer, and picked up her pen again. Shen Ruotang glanced at her, said nothing, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. At lunchtime, the cafeteria was bustling with noise. As soon as Lin Zhao placed her tray on the table, her phone rang in her pocket. She glanced at the caller ID and walked to a corner by the window to answer. Mom, Zhao Zhao. Li Lan's voice came through the receiver. Several groups of customers came this morning, all neighbors from the old street. The owner of the paint shop next door even brought a group of elderly university students to support us. It was quite lively. That's great. Lin Zhao leaned against the windowsill, her mouth involuntarily lifting a bit. Xiao Lu helped a lot today. Oh, if it weren't for her, I would have struggled to manage. Li Lan's tone carried an unmistakable fondness when she mentioned Xiao Lu. Sister Lu is indeed reliable. Lin Zhao listened to her mother chatter on the phone about the various details of the opening. How many customers came, how many embroidery items were sold, who praised that beautiful 8 Immortals table, and who expressed interest in the interest class and left their contact information. Li Lan's voice was upbeat, carrying a long-lost lively energy. After hanging up, Lin Zhao stood still, gazing at the bare sycamore branches outside the window. She opened the chat box for Lu Xiaoqi and typed the line, Sister Lu, thank you for your help today. Lu Zhaoqi's reply popped up quickly, no need to be polite, it's all small matters. Just supporting each other. Lin Zhao looked at that line of text and smiled by the window for quite a while. Lin Zhao walked back to the dining table and sat down. Shen Ruotang was picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork with chopsticks and glanced at her. Was everything smooth at the shop? Yeah. Lin Zhao picked up her chopsticks. My mom said more people signed up for the interest class than expected. That's good. Shen Ruotang chewed a couple of pieces of sweet and sour pork and swallowed. How about you? Lin Zhao picked up her soup bowl and took a sip. Has the appraisal center replied yet? No news from the appraisal center. She spoke in a flat tone. Yesterday, Zhou Lu had already submitted the litigation materials to the court. Has the court accepted it? Not yet. Results will be out within 7 days. Shen Ruotang took a sip from her soup bowl. Zhou Lu said there shouldn't be any problems. As long as it can be accepted before the shareholder meeting, that's enough. When are you planning to sue Chen Milan? Lin Zhao asked. Not in a hurry. Shen Ruotang put down her soup bowl, the bottom of the bowl lightly tapping the table, making a very faint sound.
Now we have eyewitnesses, and the physical evidence is being organized. Ant was testimony, the dispatch records from the emergency center, the emergency registration from the hospital, plus the evidence of Jiang Hongyu's bribery. She paused and looked at Lin Zhao. In her eyes there was no anger, no grievance, only a certainty that was cold to the bone. I will throw these cards in her face one by one at the shareholder meeting. On the 31st, Lin Zhao said. Yes, on the 31st. Shen Ruotang nodded. Are you ready? Shen Ruotang did not answer, only a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I will make her regret ever stepping into the Shun family's door. At 5:30 p.m., the final class bell finally rang. Lin Zhao stuffed her textbook into her backpack and hurried out without even zipping it up. Shen Ruotang called out after her, slow down, the shop's not going to run away. Without turning back, Lin Zhao raised a hand in a wave, quickened her pace through the corridor, and exited the teaching building. She hailed a taxi at the school gate and headed straight for Lan Xiufang. The red carpet at the entrance hadn't been rolled up, yet scattered with a few crushed petals. Lu Xiaoqi was squatting by the railing in the rest area, tidying withered branches into the trash bin. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw Lin Zhao panting from running and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Xiao, Lin Zhao, why are you in such a rush? Sister Lu, where's my mom? In the shop, the last customer just left. Lu Xiaoqi moved the trash bin aside. Lin Zhao pushed open the glass door of Lan Xiufang. Li Lan, holding a pen and calculator, sat at the cash register, head down, tallying accounts. A stack of registration forms and receipts lay beside her, along with a cup of tea that had long gone cold. Hearing the door open, she looked up, her eyes curving into crescents. Zhao Zhao, you're here. Lin Zhao walked over to the square table, sat down beside her mother, and glanced at the ledger in her hands. How much did we earn today? Li Lan pushed the ledger toward her, her face unable to hide a smile. Today we sold 4 toolkits, 12 embroidery pieces, and took 3 custom orders. Today's total revenue is around 4,000 to 5,000. Plus there's the pre-registration for the interest classes. If half of the trial students stay, that's long-term income. We still need to put up a recruitment notice. One person can't handle everything. For the holidays ahead, well-run events. As long as we can stabilize custom orders and interest classes, putting you through college will be a breeze. Do you want me to help make the recruitment notice? Lin Zhao asked. No need. I've already asked the print shop across the street to start on the layout. It'll be up by tomorrow. Lin Zhao looked at her mother. Li Lan was wearing a bean green button cotton jacket today, her hair bundled behind her head. Mom, Lin Zhao said. Moi, you're amazing. Li Lan paused for a moment, then laughed, a soft light laugh. She set the calculator aside and reached out to tousle Lin Zhao's hair. Silly child, mom's only just getting started. Outside the window, the street lights on the old street flickered on one by one. Lu Xiaoqi finished tidying the last few pots of flowers by the door and brushed the dirt off her hands. Let's go. They'll treat you both to dinner. Lin Zhao stood up, grabbed her backpack, and headed for the door. Li Lan smiled as she followed behind, turning off the shop's lights and locking the door. The 3 of them walked into a Chinese restaurant at the end of the old street. December 25th, Christmas Day. Lin Zhao arrived early in the morning. She took off her down jacket and draped it over a rattan chair, wearing only a cream-white sweater with sleeves rolled up to her elbows, squatting in the rest area to connect the string lights. Li Lan came out of Lan Xiufang carrying 2 thermoses and set them on the small round table in the rest area. Zhao Zhao, go buy some breakfast from the steamed bun shop at the corner. Lin Zhao had only taken 2 steps when she saw a familiar black SUV pull over to the curb. The door opened, and Gu Yanzhou stepped out from the driver's seat. What are you doing here? Lin Zhao was taken aback. Gu Yanzhou closed the car door and walked up to her. I'm here to help. Well, thanks. Lin Zhao paused. I'm going to buy steamed buns. Coming. Gu Yanzhou nodded. Let's go. After they bought the buns and returned, Li Lan and Lu Xiaoqi had already brewed a pot of osmanthus oolong tea and a pot of fruit tea. Li Lan's eyes brightened when she saw Gu Yanzhou. Oh, my Xiao Gu is here. Gu Yanzhou nodded. Hello, auntie. He took off his coat and draped it over a rattan chair, rolled up his sleeves to the elbows, and naturally started helping by moving tables. Lu Xiaoqi's gaze swept between Gu Yanzhou and Lin Zhao, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Just after 9 a.m., the first wave of customers arrived. They were a few aunties from the senior university's Chinese painting class, brought by the owner of the neighboring paint shop. They first picked flowers at the flower shop's entrance, then sat down at the experience table in Lan Xiufang learning simple cross-stitch techniques from Li Lan. Then came a few young mothers from the nearby residential area pushing strollers. They picked flowers while chatting about parenting experiences. After 10 o'clock, the crowd kept growing. All the rattan chairs in the rest area were occupied and latecomers had to stand. Lu Xiaoqi and Lin Zhao brought out every plastic stool from both shops, lining them up against the railing. The crowd in front of the 2 shops swelled quickly, and flower buyers were especially numerous. Lu Xiaoqi alone couldn't handle it. Lin Zhao helped wrap bouquets on the side, her technique shifting from clumsy to proficient. Gu Yanzhou was helping an elderly auntie pack her chosen flowers into a bag, moving unhurriedly. He bent his head to say something to her, and the auntie beamed with laughter. He seemed to talk more than usual today. Though still with his usual calm demeanor, a faint, elusive smile lingered at the corner. Lin Zhao was staring, lost in thought, when a loud voice came from behind. Zhao Zhao. Cheng Xiaoyu, wearing a bright red down jacket, jogged over from the street corner, followed by Fang Xiyu. Fang Xiyu wore a dark gray scarf and carried a plastic bag, her pace a beat slower than Cheng Xiaoyu's. What are you 2 doing here? Lin Zhao was a little surprised. Didn't you say there was an event today? We don't have class in the morning. Had to come and show support. Cheng Xiaoyu had already reached the flower table, bent down to pick up a purple rose, and brought it close to her nose. Wow, it smells so good. Fang Xiyu walked up to Lin Zhao and handed her the bag. Lin Zhao, I bought some fruit. Didn't know what your mom likes, so I picked a little bit of everything. Lin Zhao took the bag and glanced inside. Oranges, apples, kiwis, and a box of strawberries. Thank you, Xiyu, she said, looking into Fang Xiyu's eyes. Fang Xiyu's ears flushed slightly, and she gave a gentle nod. You're welcome. They'll help too. Fang Xiyu walked over to the experience table and began sorting silk threads for Lilan. Cheng Xiaoyu, naturally outgoing, had already blended into the crowd. With her loud voice and lively personality, within minutes, she was chatting enthusiastically with a few young women, managing to sell several bouquets along the way. Around 11 o'clock, Shen Ruotang also arrived. She wore a camel-colored long coat, a beige cashmere scarf, and carried a delicate little box. Ruotang. Cheng Xiaoyu spotted her first. You look beautiful today. Shen Ruotang smiled, walked up to Lilan, and handed her the box. Annie, congratulations on the opening. This is a set of Su embroidery stitch pattern books that my dad collected before. I've had them at home, but rarely looked at them. I thought you might find them useful for the embroidery shop. Lilan took the box carefully, opened it, flipped through a couple of pages, and her eyes lit up instantly. Ruotang, thank you. And please thank your dad for me. Shen Ruotang nodded, her gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd in the rest area. Business looks good. It's fantastic. Lin Zhao walked over to her and pressed a cup of hot fruit tea into her hand. Cheng Xiaoyu's already sold more than a dozen bouquets. I think she'd make a great salesperson. Shen Ruotang took a sip of the fruit tea, watching Cheng Xiaoyu chatting animatedly with an elderly grandfather, her eyes crinkling at the corners. By noon, the flow of people had thinned out a bit. Lilan checked the time and pulled Lin Zhao aside. Zhao, take them to get some lunch. Your sister Lu and I can handle things here. You have classes this afternoon, so don't be late. Lin Zhao glanced at Gu Yanzhou, who was still helping customers wrap flowers, then at Cheng Xiaoyu, who was playing joyfully with a few kids. Okay, Mom. Make sure you rest, and don't overwork yourself. Overwork. And beyond happy. Lilan laughed and gave her a gentle push. Lin Zhao called over a few of them, and they headed to the noodle shop on the street corner. The five of them filled a square table by the window completely. Cheng Xiaoyu ordered a bowl of braised beef noodles, Fang Xiyu chose wontons and clear broth, Shen Ruotang and Lin Zhao each ordered a bowl of zhajiang noodles, and Gu Yanzhou requested a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. When the noodles arrived, Cheng Xiaoyu was so hungry she could eat a horse. She grabbed the bowl and wolfed down the food, sticking out her tongue from the heat, but refusing to put down her chopsticks. Slow down, Lin Zhao said, pushing the tissue box toward her. After they finished eating, Lin Zhao went to pay the bill, but Gu Yanzhou stopped her. Let me. No, it has to be me today, Lin Zhao insisted, pressing the money into the owner's hand before turning and walking out the door. Gu Yanzhou did not argue further. Afternoon classes ran from 2 to 5. When the bell rang, the sky had already darkened. Lin Zhao was shoving her textbooks into her backpack when her phone suddenly vibrated. A text message from Xia Minji. Lin Zhao, am at the classroom door. If it's convenient, I'd like to have a word with you. Lin Zhao glanced at the screen, didn't think much of it, zipped up her bag, and stood up. Gu Yanzhou walked over from the back row and stood beside her seat, his lips parting slightly. He had meant to ask, are you free tonight? Want to grab dinner together? But the words died in his throat. Before he could speak, Lin Zhao had already brushed past him, bag in hand. I'm off now. See you tomorrow. Her steps were quick, and in a few strides, she reached the front door. Gu Yanzhou watched her silhouette disappear through the doorway, the words, dinner together, never leaving his throat. He stood there clutching his backpack strap, silent for a few seconds. Then he took a step and followed her. As Lin Zhao emerged from the front of the classroom, she indeed saw Xia Minji leaning against the windowsill in the hallway. He was wearing a navy blue baseball jacket today, hands in his pockets. When he saw Lin Zhao come out, he straightened up and nodded. Senior Xia, Lin Zhao walked over. Is something the matter? Xia Minji smiled. Nothing urgent. A few days ago, I recalculated the load distribution on that pillar and came up with a new idea. I wanted to discuss it with you. He pulled a folded A4 sheet from his pocket and spread it out for Lin Zhao to see. There's a new Japanese restaurant outside the south gate of the school. I heard the food is good. Shall we chat over dinner? Lin Zhao glanced at the paper, hesitated briefly, then nodded. Okay. She wasn't really fond of Japanese food. In her past life, Zhou Yanting loved it, and she had accompanied him for nearly 10 years. Just the sight of raw fish now made her nauseous. But since Xia Minji had come specifically to discuss academic matters, she found it hard to refuse directly. The two walked out of the teaching building together side by side, heading toward the south gate. Gu Yanzhou followed at a distance of about a dozen meters. His stride was long, but he walked slowly, deliberately, keeping a distance that wouldn't be noticed. He watched Xia Minji and Lin Zhao walk side by side under the plane trees, saw Xia Minji turn his head and speak to Lin Zhao with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Watch Lin Zhao take the A4 paper and read it while walking, occasionally nodding. His fingers slowly tightened in his pocket. The lights in the Japanese restaurant were a warm yellow with half-height partitions between tables, creating a semi-private space. Gu Yanzhou chose a seat where he could just see their table through the gaps in the partition and ordered a bowl of eel rice. He couldn't hear what they were saying. Only occasional soft laughter drifted over from that side. He saw Xia Minji say something. Lin Zhao tilt her head slightly, as if thinking, then pick up a pen and scribble on the paper. Xia Minji leaned in to look, then laughed. A laugh that seemed especially radiant under the warm yellow light. Gu Yanzhou lowered his head and stirred the rice in his bowl with his chopsticks. His premonition was very bad. A guy inviting a girl to dinner on Christmas Eve, discussing academics. And in a Japanese restaurant perfect for a date. Besides, Xia Minji had clearly dressed up today, a baseball jacket in this cold, and had even styled his hair. This Xia Minji was way too smooth. Gu Yanzhou felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. If he could pursue Lin Zhao without any reservations, she would have been his girlfriend long ago. How could it be Xia Ming's turn? Gu Yanzhou set his chopsticks on the rim of the bowl. He had barely eaten a few bites. His stomach felt like it was stuffed with cotton, unable to swallow anything. About an hour later, Xia Minji called the waiter to settle the bill. The two walked out of the Japanese restaurant. Xia Minji turned to Lin Zhao and said something. Lin Zhao shook her head as if declining something. Xia Minji said something else, his tone seeming more insistent than before. Lin Zhao paused, then finally nodded. Gu Yanzhou followed far behind the streetlight, stretching his shadow long. He watched Xia Minji and Lin Zhao walk side by side along the path back to school, their silhouettes under the dim yellow streetlight, sometimes parallel, sometimes overlapping. When they reached the small garden at the southeast corner of the campus, Xia Minji suddenly stopped. Lin Zhao, he said. Lin Zhao also stopped and turned to face him. The small garden was very quiet. The light from the street lamp filtered through the sparse branches, casting intersecting shadows at their feet. Xia Minji took a deep breath, then smiled. That smile carried a certain carefree quality unique to youth. Lin Zhao, I like you. Lin Zhao's eyelashes. From the first time I heard you speak about parasitic co-construction at the exchange meeting, I felt you were different from other girls. Xia Minji paused. I really admired the confident way you spoke. Later, when we discussed problems at the cafe and you drew auxiliary lines on the blueprint with your pen, I thought to myself, I think I've really fallen for you. As he said these words, his gaze was frank and met Lin Zhao's eyes directly, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Lin Zhao was silent for a moment. Thank you, senior, she said, her voice soft and steady. I'm honored to be liked by you. She raised her eyes, her gaze calm and sincere. But I don't have any plans to date right now. Studies, competitions, family matters. They already take up all my time. I don't have the energy to cultivate a relationship. Xia Minji looked at her silent for a few seconds, then smiled. It wasn't a bitter smile, nor a self-deprecating one. It was a smile of acceptance and release. He put his hands back in his pockets and leaned his shoulders back slightly. Is there already someone you like? Lin Zhao was taken aback. She hadn't expected Xia Minji to ask that. She lowered her eyes, looking at the shadow at her feet, and fell silent. Many images flashed through her mind. The way Gu Yanzhou crouched down to tie her shoelaces, the way he draped his down jacket over her shoulders, the way he placed pieces of beef into her bowl one by one. The image finally settled on the look in Gu Yanzhou's eyes when he invited her to participate in the Qingyu Cup. She found herself hesitating. 3 months ago she would have said no without a second thought. But now she was stuck. Probably. There is, she said. The voice was very soft, as if confessing something important to herself. Xia Minji watched her expression change, and the curve of his lips slowly tightened. I understand. He nodded, his tone carefree. Whoever is liked by you must be very outstanding. Lin Zhao said nothing. Xia Minji pulled his hands out of his pockets and waved at her. He'll be going now. With those words he turned, and Lin Zhao stood there watching his silhouette disappear into the darkness beyond the streetlight. Then she looked down at her own A moment ago, when Xia Minji asked if she had someone she liked, she had hesitated. Hesitation itself was the answer. Lin Zhao exhaled a puff of white breath, tucked her hands into her down jacket pockets, and was about to turn toward the dormitory. A figure stepped out from behind the nearby plane tree. Before she could see who it was, an arm wrapped around her waist. She was pulled into an embrace, and the familiar scent of fur instantly enveloped her. Lin Zhao's pupils suddenly contracted. It's Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou brushed her hair with one hand and supported the back of her neck with the other. He leaned down, his voice deep and restrained. I heard it. Lin Zhao wanted to break free, but found herself weak all over, her heart racing so fast it felt like it would shatter her ribs. Before she could say anything, Gu Yanzhou's face was already descending. That kiss landed on her lips. Very light, very brief, like a dragonfly touching the water, just a momentary contact before it withdrew. Lin Zhao exhausted all her strength to push him away, stumbling back 2 steps until her back hit the rough trunk of the sycamore tree behind her. Gu Yanzhou stood before her, his coat open, the collar of his shirt slightly disheveled. The streetlight illuminated his face, making his eyes shine brightly. Are you crazy? Lin Zhao's voice was low, but each word trembled. Gu Yanzhou looked at her, a curve of a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Yes, he said, I am crazy. Lin Zhao's heart raced fiercely in her chest, making her head buzz. The warmth of his kiss lingered on her lips, warm and tinged with a hint of coffee aroma. Suddenly she didn't know how to face Gu Yanzhou before her. In his eyes burned a fire she had never seen before, not the usual calmness, nor the composure of calculated certainty. It was impulsive, it was out of control, like a dam finally bursting after being suppressed for too long. That look frightened her, not because she feared Gu Yanzhou would harm her. It was the fear of losing herself. I'll go back first. She turned sideways, bypassing him, her footsteps quick, almost a desperate escape. After a few steps, she started to jog. The cold wind rushed into her collar, making her scarf fly up and hit her. Her heart still raced unreasonably fast, the warmth of the kiss on her lips still unyielding. She scrubbed her lips with the back of her hand, and then felt that action was too foolish, quickening her pace towards the dormitory. Gu Yanzhou stood in place, watching her retreating figure.
He raised his hand and gently touched his own lips. That sensation still lingered. Lin Zhao's lips were softer than he had ever imagined in countless dreams. He suddenly smiled. He had suppressed himself for too long. Suppressed for 2 lifetimes. Meanwhile, at the other end of the small garden on the path behind the library, Gu Yanzhou had just come out of the study room, holding 2 professional books borrowed from the library. He took a shortcut back to the dormitory, and as he passed the edge of the small garden, his footsteps suddenly halted. He witnessed the moment Gu Yanzhou kissed Lin Zhao. Zhou Yanting was stunned, nearly dropping the books in his hands. His pupils slightly contracted, and then a chilling smile crept onto his lips. He tucked the books under his arm, took out his phone from his pocket, opened the camera, and aimed it at the 2 figures under the streetlight. Then he turned and quickly left, opening his contacts to send a message to Zhou Weiwei. When Lin Zhao pushed open the door to room 304, her fingers were still trembling. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Cheng Xiaoyu and Fang Xiyu both looked up simultaneously. Zhao Zhao, you're back. Cheng Xiaoyu exclaimed. It's Christmas today, why are you back so late? Did you go on a date with Gu Yanzhou? No. Lin Zhao's voice sounded a bit muffled as she lowered her head to change her shoes, hanging her scarf on the coat rack. She walked to her desk and sat down, placing her backpack on the table. Her gaze fell on the dark screen of her laptop, as if she were looking at something very important, yet at the same time, as if she were seeing nothing at all. Cheng Xiaoyu lifted her gaze from her phone screen, her eyes lingering on Lin Zhao's face for a moment. Lin Zhao's ears were as red as shrimp, just pulled from hot water, the warmth spreading from her earlobes to the edges of her ears, even her neck tinged with a faint pink. Zhao Zhao, why are your ears so red? Cheng Xiaoyu leaned halfway out from her bed. Lin Zhao instinctively raised her hand to cover her ears, surprised by the heat of her skin. It's cold outside, I got chilled. She turned her chair around, turning her back to Cheng Xiaoyu. Chilled. Cheng Xiaoyu got off the bed, shuffling in her slippers to Lin Zhao's side, tilting her head to scrutinize her profile. You're not coming down with a fever, are you? She reached out to check Lin Zhao's forehead, but Lin Zhao turned her head away. I'm fine, it's just the wind was strong outside. Her voice was pitched slightly higher than usual, and she realized it sounded off. Clearing her throat, she attempted to salvage the conversation. Have you practiced your dance for the New Year's Eve party yet? At the mention of New Year's Eve party, Cheng Xiaoyu's attention was immediately diverted. She groaned, her whole demeanor deflating like a punctured balloon. Don't mention it. The president changed the formation again today and wants to add a side flip. She looked exasperated. Do the people of Longhua have to know how to do a side flip? Lin Zhao didn't respond. Her mind was filled with the image of Gu Yanzhou kissing her. Her fingers unconsciously lifted, brushing against her lips. Cheng Xiaoyu continued to ramble on about the president's demands. Meanwhile, Fang Xiyu remained silent, glancing at the new messages on her phone, then looking at Lin Zhao, a slight smile, curling her lips, her eyes glimmering with understanding. Lin Zhao was lost in thought for a while before standing up to grab her pajamas and towel. I'm going to take a shower first. She walked into the bathroom, closed the door, and turned on the faucet. Hot water sprayed from the shower head, hitting the tiled floor and creating a cloud of white mist. The sound of water splashed, drowning out all other noises. Lin Zhao stood under the shower, not taking off her clothes. Leaning against the cold tile wall, she raised her hand to cover her face. He kissed her. Gu Yanzhou kissed her. She remembered when Xia Minji asked her, do you have someone you like? How she hesitated. She recalled saying, I guess I do, in a voice so soft, as if afraid of being overheard. Then Gu Yanzhou walked out from behind the tree. He said, I heard it. He heard it all. Lin Zhao buried her face in her palm. He heard her admit it. Thus all her disguises, all her restraint, all those self-warnings of I cannot fall in love, and I cannot be moved by anyone else, turned futile after he said, I heard it. That madman Gu Yanzhou actually kissed her in public. Not quite public, the small garden wasn't that crowded. But the point is, Lin Zhao raised her hand to touch her lips, and as her fingertip grazed the surface, she felt as if she could still sense that fleeting touch, as brief as a dragonfly skimming the water. Am I crazy? She muttered to the sound of the water, her tone akin to scolding someone, yet the ending rose slightly in pitch. She vigorously rubbed her face, trying to scrub away the chaotic thoughts. Then she quickly stripped off her clothes, standing under the shower to let the hot water soak her from head to toe. In room 1101 of a downtown apartment, Gu Yanzhou leaned against the sofa, the lights off. The only illumination in the living room came from the city lights filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting blurred shadows on the gray-white walls. On the coffee table lay a cup of water, long gone cold, next to a matte black notebook, flipped to the latest page. He picked up the pen, the tip hovering over the paper for a moment before it descended. December 25th, 2008. The pen paused. He raised his head, his gaze crossing the floor-to-ceiling window to the stream of lights on the distant overpass. Then he lowered his head again and added another line. She ran away, but I do not regret it. He leaned back against the sofa, closed his eyes. He knew he had acted impulsively. He knew this was not like him. He had spent 2 lifetimes learning to restrain himself, to guard from a distance, to compress all his emotions into that black notebook, not letting her see. But tonight, when he heard her say, I guess I do, the string that had been taut for 2 lifetimes broke. He opened his eyes, looking down at the few lines in the notebook, then gently touched his lips with his fingertips. That sensation still lingered. He closed the notebook and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. At 7:30 Friday morning, the alarms in dormitory 304 rang one after another. Lin Zhao was the first to get up. She washed up, changed clothes, and packed her bag faster than usual.
Sheng Xiaoyu was still struggling in bed, hitting the snooze button for the third time, while Fang Xiyu had just sat up, her hair a tangled mess like a bird's nest. Zhao Zhao, why are you so early today? Sheng Xiaoyu mumbled drowsily. I want to get a good seat early. Lin Zhao wrapped her scarf around her neck, grabbed her bag, and left the room. The door closed softly, but the faint sound woke Sheng Xiaoyu completely. She sat up in bed, rubbing her eyes, sensing. Although Lin Zhao usually got up early, she never left for class without waiting for them to have breakfast together. At 8:50 m. in the professional course classroom, Lin Zhao sat in the first row by the door. She opened her textbook, placed her notebook beside it, and had already uncapped her pen, looking fully prepared to listen attentively. When Gu Yanzhou entered through the back door, he paused for a moment at the threshold. His gaze swept across the entire classroom and settled on the figure in the front row. He was used to sitting right behind Lin Zhao, but today she had deliberately chosen the first row. His Adam's apple moved slightly, yet he didn't walk forward. Instead, he turned and sat in his usual seat by the window in the last row. Shen Ruotang had taken the day off. Sheng Xiaoyu sat by the window in the third row, her eyes darting between the front and back rows several times. Something was wrong. Very wrong. When had Lin Zhao ever sat in the first row? She usually sat in the middle of the third row with Shen Ruotang. Today, not only did she take the first row, but from the moment she entered the classroom until now, she hadn't turned her head even once. Sheng Xiaoyu held her textbook upright to hide her face and secretly texted Fang Xiyu, "Don't you think Lin Zhao is acting weird today?" Fang Xiyu's reply came quickly, "A little bit, yeah." Sheng Xiaoyu sent another message, "Gu Yanzhou is acting weird too. Doesn't he always sit right behind Lin Zhao? Why is he sitting so far away today?" Fang Xiyu replied, "Don't overthink it. Just focus on the lesson." Sheng Xiaoyu put down her phone and flattened her textbook, but she couldn't help stealing glances at the front row. Lin Zhao's back of the head faced her posture as straight as a new elementary school student. In the back row, Gu Yanzhou was flipping through his textbook, looking no different from usual. During the break, Lin Zhao was the first to stand up. She hugged her textbook and notebook and hurried out of the classroom. No one knew where she went until the bell rang for the next class, when she rushed back. When the bell for the last class rang, Lin Zhao stuffed her textbook and notebook into her bag with lightning speed, didn't even finish zipping it up, and headed for the door without looking back. When Sheng Xiaoyu chased after her, Lin Zhao was already gone from the hallway. She stood at the stairwell, hands on her hips, catching her breath, then pulled out her phone and texted Lin Zhao, "Where did you go? Not having lunch together?" After a long while, Lin Zhao replied, "Sorry, Xiaoyu. I need to go to my mom's shop. You eat without me." Sheng Xiaoyu stared at the message, her brows furrowing. Lin Zhao never used words like sorry in her replies. She was always straightforward and blunt. The overly polite tone of today's message sent a chill down Sheng Xiaoyu's spine. She turned around and saw Gu Yanzhou coming out of the back door. Sheng Xiaoyu opened her mouth to ask something, but Gu Yanzhou had already walked past her. Lin Zhao hailed a taxi at the school gate and headed to Lang Xiafang. As she pushed open the glass door of Lang Xiafang, she saw Li Lan sitting at the octagonal table across from a young woman with a resume spread out before them. When the young woman saw Lin Zhao enter, she stood up politely and nodded. "This is my daughter Lin Zhao," Li Lan said with a smile. "Zhao Zhao, this is Xiao Yang. She's here for an interview as a shop assistant." Xiao Yang gave a slight bow, a hint of nervousness in her movements. "Hello." "Hello," Lin Zhao replied politely. Lin Zhao took off her down jacket, draped it over the back of a chair, and sat down beside Xiao Yang. She picked up the resume and glanced over it. Yang Qi, 22 years old, high school diploma, a few years of experience as a supermarket cashier. Lin Zhao gave a slight nod, then looked at Yang Qi. "Why do you want to work at Lang Xiafang?" "I used to work as a cashier at the supermarket, but there was no room for growth and I couldn't save any money." Yang Qi paused. "Plus it was shift work, 3 night shifts a week. Yesterday I saw the job posting and thought that working here would at least give me a regular schedule and maybe I could learn some skills from Andy Li." Lin Zhao nodded after hearing her explanation. Wanting to improve is a good thing. She looked up at Li Lan, who smiled and took over. "All right, Xiao Yang. You can start tomorrow. There isn't much work here, mostly watching the shop, organizing stock, and helping customers choose fabrics. In your free time, I'll teach you some basic stitching techniques, and you'll get the hang of it gradually." Yang Qi's eyes lit up, and she quickly expressed her thanks, her voice filled with genuine joy. "Thank you, Sister Li. Thank you, Xiao Lin. I'll work hard." After Yang Qi left, Lin Zhao put the resume away on the table. Li Lan took the teacups to the sink to wash them, drying her hands as she came back. "That girl seems quite honest. I'm not bad. Can't tell much yet, but we should still keep our eyes open." Lin Zhao paused. "I'll do a background check anyway." Li Lan nodded, not objecting. "I'm going to grab a bowl of noodles at the alley entrance," Lin Zhao said. "Didn't you have lunch at school?" "No, I came straight here after class." "All right, go ahead." Li Lan sat back down at the octagonal table and continued flipping through the copy of Su embroidery stitch patterns that Shen Ruotang had given her. At the noodle shop, Lin Zhao ordered a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. As she ate, her mind was racing with a question. It wasn't about the newly interviewed Yang Qi, nor about Gu Yanzhou. It was about Shen Ruotang's birthday tomorrow. She took out her phone and checked the calendar again. No mistake. Tomorrow was December 27th, the Shen Ruotang's birthday. She was thinking about what gift to give this good daughter. Shen Ruotang didn't lack anything. Her only hobby was boxing. On her own birthday, Shen Ruotang had given her a pair of boxing gloves. She couldn't possibly give the same gift, could she? She had to think of something different. Lin Zhao lifted a strand of noodles with her chopsticks and sent it into her mouth, her mind still working at full speed. Making something by hand would be nice, but what could she make in such a short time? Embroidery might not be feasible.
What about a cake? There was no oven at home. That was simple. She could make a crepe. In her past life, she had honed her baking skills to perfection, all thanks to that damn Gu Yanzhou who loved sweets. Lin Zhao shook her head at the thought. At 7:30 Saturday morning, before the sky was fully bright, the kitchen light in Yunxia Yuan was already on. Lin Zhao casually tied her hair into a low ponytail, rolled up her sleeves, and spread out all the ingredients on the counter before her. Cake flour, eggs, butter, fine sugar, a carton of whipping cream, and a golden pillow durian she had specially picked at the supermarket. Yes, after wandering around the supermarket for a long time yesterday, Lin Zhao had finally decided to make a durian crepe cake for Shen Ruotang. The nonstick pan was preheating over low heat. Lin Zhao poured the batter into the pan, a flick of her wrist spreading a thin crepe. 1, 2, 3. She worked swiftly, laying each finished crepe on a silicone mat to cool. She made 20 crepes in total, using up all the batter. Then she began whipping the cream. After the cream was ready, she started processing the durian flesh. The golden creamy pulp was carefully extracted and gently mashed into a smooth paste with a spoon. The kitchen was filled with the unique sweetness of durian and the rich aroma of cream. Lilan, rubbing her sleepy eyes, walked into the kitchen and saw Lin Zhao spreading cream on one crepe, layering another on top, then evenly spreading the durian paste. That smells amazing. Lilan couldn't help leaning in for a sniff. Mom, you're awake. Lin Zhao looked up and smiled. Then she picked up a piece of pastry skin, placed a small spoonful of durian puree and cream in the middle, folded the edges to form a square, and set it on a plate, handing it to Lilan. Here, durian pancake. Lilan took the pancake and bit into it. Delicious. Want another one? There's still some pastry skin left. Lin Zhao had used 16 pieces of pastry skin for the cake, mainly limited by the 6-inch size, otherwise she would have used all 20 pieces. They'll have one more. Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. Lin Zhao smiled and turned the remaining 3 pieces of pastry skin into pancakes, using up the leftover cream and durian puree. Mother and daughter stood in the kitchen eating and chatting as the sky outside the window gradually brightened. Lilan swallowed the last bite. They'll head to the shop first. Remember to have lunch yourself. Lin Zhao nodded. Okay, drive safely. Lilan left the kitchen to freshen up. Lin Zhao put the finished durian milk crepe into a custom cake box and placed it in the refrigerator to chill. She picked up the blank card taken from the box, pinched her chin, and thought about what to write. She carried the card back to the bedroom, sat at the desk, pulled out a piece of scratch paper from the drawer, and began sketching ideas with a pencil. It was almost 11 o'clock when Lin Zhao remembered to invite Shen Ruotang. She quickly dialed Shen Ruotang's number, and the receiver was picked up after just one ring. Zhao Zhao. Shen Ruotang's voice came through the phone. Free for lunch. I'd like to treat you to a meal. I want to stay home with my dad today. Another day, eh? Then he'll come over. It'll be a good chance to see how Uncle Sean is recovering. Send me the address. Well, alright, I'll send it to you later. After the call ended, Lin Zhao was already changing clothes. Once dressed, she checked her phone. Shen Ruotang had already... Lin Zhao took the cake out of the refrigerator carefully, placed it into the insulated bag she had bought yesterday, then picked up the bag and left the apartment, hailing a taxi downstairs. The car drove all the way to the city center and finally stopped at the entrance of an upscale residential complex. Lin Zhao glanced up. The location, the property management. The Shen family was truly wealthy, and this was just one of their vacant properties. The security guard at the gate was very diligent. Registration was required, and entry was only granted after Lin Zhao waited there for several minutes before successfully entering the complex. Fortunately, the signage inside was clear, and she easily found Building 9. The elevator went all the way to the 29th floor. When the door opened, Shen Ruotang was already waiting at the entrance of 2901. You're here. She stepped aside to let Lin Zhao and her gaze falling on the insulated bag in Lin Zhao's hand. What's that? You'll see soon enough. Lin Zhao gave her a mischievous grin. The apartment's living room was spacious with a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the Huajing skyline. Shen Ziyuan sat in a wheelchair, a camel-colored cashmere blanket covering his knees, facing the window. Dad, Lin Zhao is here. Shen Ruotang walked over to the wheelchair, bent down, and whispered softly in Shen Ziyuan's ear. The corner of Shen Ziyuan's mouth twitched. His right hand still rested on the wheelchair armrest, fingers slightly curled, but his left hand could already lift, slowly waving in Lin Zhao's direction. Hello, Uncle Shen. Lin Zhao placed the insulated bag on the coffee table, then walked in front of Shen Ziyuan and crouched. Uncle, you're my idol. I saw your episode in the documentary on ancient architecture restoration. The concept of new life for ancient architecture you proposed greatly inspired me. She looked up, her eyes clear and sincere. A vague sound came from Shen Ziyuan's throat. Unintelligible, but the corners of his mouth lifted. Lunch was packed from an upscale restaurant downstairs by the caregiver. As Lin Zhao helped set the tableware, she thought to herself that Shen Ruotang was right not to hire a Livian nanny. At a time like this, any outsider could become a breach for Chen Milan. The caregiver only handled daily care, and meals were brought in from outside, minimizing unnecessary comings and goings. Shen Ziyuan needed help eating. The caregiver deboned the fish, cut the beef brisket into small pieces, and fed him spoon. He ate very slowly but swallowed each bite. Occasionally he would glance at Shen Ruotang, and then at Lin Zhao, his gaze carrying a paternal scrutiny. After lunch, Lin Zhao opened the insulated bag and took out the durian milk crepe cake. What day is it today? Lin Zhao asked knowingly. Shen Ruotang paused for a moment, then looked down at the date on her phone. You forgot your own birthday. Lin Zhao placed the cake in the center of the dining table.
Happy birthday, Shen Ruotang. Shen Ziyuan suddenly lifted his left hand, fingers trembling slightly as he pointed. His lips moved several times before finally squeezing out a faint but recognizable syllable, Tang. Tang. Shen Ruotang crouched down, holding her father's hand. Dad, I know what you want to say. You used to buy me a cake every year. She placed her father's hand in her own palm, then looked up at Lin Zhao. Thanks, Zhao Zhao. Lin Zhao divided the cake into portions for everyone, including the two caregivers. Shen Ruotang took hers, scooped a bite, and put it in her mouth. The sweet fragrance of durian mingled with the creamy smoothness on her tongue. How is it? Lin Zhao asked. Delicious. Plenty of fruit, pure animal cream, and the sweetness is just right. Shen Ruotang took another bite, chewed a couple of times, and the corners of her eyes curved. Where did you buy it? I made it. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow at Shen Ruotang, looking smug. Shen Ruotang stared at Lin Zhao's smug expression, almost doubting what she had heard. You made it. She picked up the cake and brought it closer to examine it. It looked no different from what you'd buy in a store. Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Another slip-up. Her baking skills from a past life were already etched into muscle memory. When she made the pastry skins that morning, the movements were fluid and effortless, completely forgetting that she was now a 19-year-old college student who shouldn't be so skilled. Just learned it. She picked up the water glass on the table and took a casual sip. My mom loves sweets. I originally planned to make it for her, but today I used you as a test run. As she said this, she deliberately reached up and scratched her ear, forcing a slightly embarrassed smile. Shen Ruotang looked at her with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. You know I can cook, right? Lin Zhao added another line. Cooking is all interconnected, just a matter of drawing analogies. Shen Ruotang raised an eyebrow, seemingly accepting the explanation. She scooped another bite of cake into her mouth, chewed, and let out a contented sigh. Delicious. Shen Ziyuan sat in his wheelchair, his left hand lifting slightly, pointing at the cake with vague sounds coming from his throat. The caregiver leaned down and asked a few questions. Shen Ziyuan blinked once. The caregiver scooped up a small bit of cake and brought it to his lips. Shen Ziyuan slowly melted the bite of cake in his mouth, fine smile lines forming at the corners of his eyes. His cloudy eyes turned toward his daughter, then toward Lin Zhao, as if using his gaze to convey thanks instead of words. Lin Zhao smiled and nodded in response. Then she stood up, pulled a hand-drawn greeting card from the insulated bag, and handed it to Shen Ruotang. The card was made from a palm-sized square piece of cardstock. On the cover, a chibi version of Shen Ruotang was hand-drawn with markers. High ponytail, boxing gloves, a punching pose. The expression captured vividly. Flipping it over on the back was Lin Zhao's congratulatory message. From disciple Lin Zhao, wishing master boundless blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountain. Shen Ruotang stared at the line for a few seconds, first stunned, then burst out laughing. The laughter was soft but clear, completely different from her usual restraint. What are you writing? She laughed while flicking the card with her finger. You are wishing a 19-year-old boundless blessings and longevity as enduring as the southern mountain. What's wrong? That's my heartfelt blessing. You know, when I was thinking about what to give you, I really wanted to make you a longevity peach cake, Lin Zhao said with a serious face. Next year your disciple will definitely make master a longevity peach cake by hand, with a big longevity character written on top. Shen Ruotang was so amused by Lin Zhao's words that she burst into hearty laughter. Even Shen Ziyuan curled his lips slightly, a low raspy chuckle rolling from his throat. After a moment, Shen Ruotang took the card into the bedroom. I'm going to buy a frame to mount the card you gave me. Lin Zhao and Shen Ruotang accompanied Shen Ziyuan to bask in the sun on the balcony, chatting and laughing together. At 2 o'clock, the caregiver pushed Shen Ziyuan back to his room for a nap. I haven't sparred in a while. Want to go? Shen Ruotang asked. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Sure. Master, you haven't taught me boxing in a long time. Let's go then. Shen Ruotang turned and took her coat from the rack. How's the combo I taught you last time? Not great. It's been a while since I practiced. Alright, I'll take a good look at it later. Shen Ruotang squinted, a meaningful smile curling on her lips. After giving a few instructions to the caregiver, the two left. The boxing gym was still that upscale private club. When Shen Ruotang emerged after changing, Lin Zhao was already warming up by the ring. She was practicing shadow combos, her movements much more agile than 3 months ago when she first learned, but her power delivery still seemed a bit off. Relax your shoulders. Shen Ruotang stepped behind her and pressed her hand on Lin Zhao's tense trapezius. Power comes from the waist, not the shoulders. Lin Zhao took a deep breath and adjusted her stance. She lowered her shoulders, twisted her waist, and threw a punch. This time her fist struck the pad Shen Ruotang held, producing a dull thud. Much better. Shen Ruotang raised the pad a little. Again, left hook followed by a straight punch. Lin Zhao executed another combination. Sweat trickled down her temples, but she didn't wipe it away, gritting her teeth and continuing to punch. Shen Ruotang held the pads for her for over an hour. From basic combinations to defensive counterattacks, from footwork to dodging timing, she broke down each element, explained it, practiced it, and reviewed it again. Lin Zhao's punches grew heavier and steadier from the initial wavering. By the end, every time her fist hit the pad, Shen Ruotang could feel the vibration in her palm increasing significantly. Stop. Shen Ruotang removed the pads and gestured with her chin toward the edge of the ring. Rest. They leaned against the ring ropes. Lin Zhao took the water bottle Shen Ruotang handed her, unscrewed the cap, and tilted her head back to gulp down half of it. Water dripped along her jawline, and she wiped it with her sleeve.
You were hitting pretty hard today, Shen Ruotang remarked. Lin Zhao paused in the middle of screwing the cap back on, then resumed, as if nothing had happened. Was I? Shen Ruotang turned her head to look at Lin Zhao. Something on your mind, Oi? Lin Zhao didn't answer immediately. She stared at the sweat-soaked bandages on her hands, her breathing still uneven. She took a deep breath and said no. Shen Ruotang held her gaze for a couple of seconds without pressing further. All right, but if you need a sounding board, I'm always here. Lin Zhao looked up, meeting Shen Ruotang's eyes. They were calm, without scrutiny or coercion, just a quiet gaze like a deep, still pool. Got it, master sounding board. Shen Ruotang left before 5 o'clock. Lin Zhao wanted to keep hitting the bags, so she stayed alone in the gym practicing on the heavy bag. At 6 in the evening, Lin Zhao exited the boxing gym and hailed a taxi on the street. She leaned back in the rear seat and rolled down the window a crack. The cold December wind blew and brushing against her still flushed face a cool sensation. Her arms and shoulders still ached from the workout, and her knuckles were slightly red from the gloves. She looked down at her hands. Shen Ruotang had said she was hitting harder than usual. She knew it herself. Today, every time she threw a punch, all she could see was Gu Yanzhou's face. Gu Yanzhou's face leaning down under the street lamp. Gu Yanzhou's eyes burning with fire when he said, I heard. The warmth of Gu Yanzhou's lips when he kissed her. With every punch, she was hitting herself. Hitting the version of herself that knew she shouldn't get close, but kept falling deeper. Hitting the version that admitted to liking Gu Yanzhou in front of Xia Minji. Hitting the version that chanted, don't fall for him, like a mantra, yet her own heartbeat betrayed her will. She rested the back of her head on the seat cushion and closed her eyes. The car was quiet save for the low hum of the engine and the wind howling past outside. The taxi driver's radio was playing a song from 2008, similar to Love, its gentle melody, seeping into her. Lin Zhao opened her eyes and gazed out at the neon lights flashing by. The lyrics sang, lately you and I have been feeling the same way. Something akin to love. She let out a faint smile so light. At 8:30 that evening, Shen Ruotang had just settled Shen Ziwan and was flipping through legal documents from Lawyer Zhou while lounging on the living room sofa. Her phone vibrated on the coffee table. She picked it up and glanced at it. Gu Yanzhou, Shen Ruotang, happy birthday. Shen Ruotang raised an eyebrow and typed back thanks. Court hasn't accepted it yet. Waiting for results. After sending the message, she waited a long time, but no new messages appeared on the screen. She continued reviewing the legal materials prepared for the shareholders' meeting. After another, while Gu Yanzhou's message came, did Lin Zhao say anything to you? Shen Ruotang stared at the line, her eyebrows slowly rising. She shifted her position, crossed her legs, propped her chin on one hand, and lazily typed with the other. Say what? After sending that message, she waited again before the other party replied. This time Gu Yanzhou's message was long. So long Shen Ruotang thought he was writing an essay. He said that the night before last in the small garden, he heard Xia Minji confessing to Lin Zhao, heard Lin Zhao say probably yes. Then after Xia Minji left, he came out from behind the tree and kissed her. He said Lin Zhao pushed him away and ran. He said he sent her a message but got no reply. He said Lin Zhao sat in the front row during class yesterday and didn't even look at him. Shen Ruotang held her phone, watching the long text appear line by line. She was stunned for about 3 seconds. Then she burst out laughing. She flopped back against the sofa, holding the phone with both hands in front of her face, laughing until her shoulders shook. What the heck? She exclaimed to the air, then kept laughing. She laughed until her eyes watered, then dabbed the corners with her fingertips and took several deep breaths to calm down. She reopened the chat and started typing. Haha, are you two filming a rom-com? Gu Yanzhou, you've been hiding it well. Usually as quiet as a gourd, but then you eavesdrop on a confession and go straight for. You're quick on the draw. Don't be scared, keep charging. After bombarding him with several messages, the other side went silent. Shen Ruotang imagined Gu Yanzhou's flustered expression on the other end. She leaned back on the sofa, unable to suppress the smile on her lips, and added, don't worry. If she really hated you, she would have thrown you on the ground with that move of yours. Remember, I taught her how to throw. This time Gu Yanzhou replied quickly, really. Shen Ruotang chuckled and typed back, of course. Lin Zhao is stubborn, but she's already fallen for you. Go ahead without worry. Just as she sent it, her phone vibrated again. Gu Yanzhou, thanks. Shen Ruotang typed, what are you thanking me for? I've had my eye on you two for a while. But your direct approach is indeed bold. Oh, just don't overuse it. It might backfire. Just as she was about to send it, Gu Yanzhou sent another message. She's ignoring me now. I'm a bit scared. She sent the previous message and added, don't panic. Give her some time to figure things out. But you should still show up around her often. Just don't cross any lines. Gu Yanzhou got it. Shen Ruotang put her phone on the coffee table, stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. She suddenly recalled the way Lin Zhao had thrown punches in the ring earlier. Everyone heavy and forceful, as if fighting. So Lin Zhao was fighting herself. In the following days, Gu Yanzhou indeed did exactly as Shen Ruotang had instructed. Those days he truly did nothing. He brought no coffee, served no food, sent no messages asking Lin Zhao why she hadn't replied. He simply appeared before her, never drawing, near, never testing, like a great tree rooted in place. Yet Lin Zhao knew in her heart that this was harder to bear than his closeness. Each night, lying in bed, she would close her eyes in the darkness, and unbidden her mind would conjure that kiss. When Gu Yanzhou's lips touched hers, her heart pounded like thunder, numbing her chest. That kiss was featherlight and fleeting, like a snowflake falling on her lips, melting before she could feel it. But she remembered every detail, the shadow of his lashes as he leaned in the warmth of his palm, cradling her nape, the faintest sigh in his breath when he pulled away. And then she thought of Zhou Yanting in her past life. Whenever Zhou Yanting kissed her, he always chose the perfect moment. He never kissed her without an audience. But Gu Yanzhou was different. When Gu Yanzhou kissed her, there was no audience. He had merely heard her say, probably, from behind the tree, then walked out and kissed her. In that moment, he was not performing for anyone. He had simply lost control. This thought made Lin Zhao turn over in the dark and bury her face in the pillow. This was what she feared. She was not afraid that Gu Yanzhou was unkind, as she was afraid that he was too good. She feared that once she acknowledged this flutter in her heart, she would give herself away completely, just as she had in her past life. She dreaded repeating the same mistake, becoming someone else's appendage once more. But Gu Yanzhou was not Zhou Yanting. This thought grew clearer and more indisputable by the day. Gu Yanzhou never said sweet words. He never asked her to respond to anything. That day in the small garden, he had kissed her, and then she pushed him away and ran. He did not chase after her. He did not force her to take a stand, did not press for an answer. He merely retreated to his former distance, as if nothing had happened, continuing to guard her from where she could see him. This was Gu Yanzhou, always approaching, yet always restraining himself. Lin Zhao pulled the blanket higher and closed. She thought perhaps what she feared was not repeating the past, but admitting the truth. Admitting that she liked him, admitting that before this boy, barely 19, she had no retreat. Admitting that her soul, which had lived more than 30 years, had been shattered by a 19-year-old youth in the most clumsy of ways. December 31st, Wednesday. On the day of the Jingshan Huajing Group shareholders meeting, Shen Ruotang took leave again. Lin Zhao sat in the classroom, her phone placed in the drawer. She knew what today's shareholders meeting meant to Shen Ruotang. She listened attentively during the morning classes and filled several pages with notes. Cheng Xiaoyu secretly observed her several times, noticing that today she did not intentionally sit in the front row, nor was she the first to rush out of the classroom after class. She simply did as usual, attend class, take notes, and after class check her phone. It was not until noon, when Lin Zhao was queuing for lunch in the cafeteria, that her phone finally rang. Carrying her tray, she quickly walked to a window seat, set the tray down on the table, and answered the call. Ruotang. Shen Ruotang's voice came through the receiver, carrying a faint weariness, but more so a suppressed excitement. We won today. Lin Zhao's fingers tightened slightly around the phone. What's the outcomes? Shen Milan's motion failed to pass the vote. Shen Ruotang's voice was steady, but every word landed solidly. Zhou Lu laid out all the evidence of Jiang Hongyu's bribery, the re-examination application, and the notice of acceptance for administrative litigation on the table. That appraisal report in her hands can no longer serve as a valid document. In fact, it could become evidence against her. Lin Zhao leaned back in her chair and slowly let out a long breath. In Tianqing Real Estate's vote, Gu Huai's voting power delegation hasn't been fully revoked yet, but her lawyer has sent a formal letter. Seeing the situation, the other shareholders did not express their stance on the spot either. Shen Ruotang paused. The look on Chen Milan's face when she saw the court's acceptance letter was truly something. Lin Zhao could picture that scene. The war isn't over yet, Shen Ruotang said, her voice returning to its usual calm. Chen Milan won't give up that but this round she lost. Lin Zhao didn't answer immediately. She recalled the way Shen Ruotang threw punches in the boxing ring, light and swift, each strike fast and heavy with a fierceness that seemed to burst through the air. A win is a win, Lin Zhao said, her voice softer than usual. Between her and Shen Ruotang, words were rarely needed. As soon as afternoon classes ended, Lin Zhao stepped out of the teaching building to find the sky already dark. She walked along the campus path toward the north gate, unconsciously quickening her pace as she passed the basketball court. Ever since Christmas night, she had taken a detour every time she passed that small garden, preferring to walk an extra 5 minutes rather than go through that sycamore-lined path. The red carpet at the entrance of Lanqiu embroidery shop had been taken down, replaced by a dark gray non-slip mat. When Lin Zhao pushed open the glass door, Li Lan was organizing the day's accounts behind the cash register, while Yang Qi was cleaning the shelves. Zayazayo's here. Li Lan looked up, her eyes curving into a smile. Wait till I finish this entry. No rush. Lin Zhao sat down beside the octagonal table and casually flipped through the book titled Atlas of Suzhou Embroidery Stitches. Around 6 o'clock, Lu Xiaoqi poked her head in from the flower shop. Sister Li, are you done? I'm hungry. Almost. Li Lan closed the ledger and tucked the calculator into the drawer. The four of them turned off the lights, locked the door, and walked side by side toward the hot pot restaurant at the corner of the street. On New Year's Eve, the old street was livelier than usual. The trees lining both sides were festooned with colorful lights, and every shop door bore a red poster wishing Happy New Year. The hot pot restaurant was steaming. The window booths were already full, so they found an empty table in the corner. When the spicy broth was brought to the table, Lu Xiaoqi untied her scarf and hung it on the back of her chair. The last day of the year, the four of us get to cross over into the new year together. Li Lan smiled and poured her a cup of tea. We really ought to celebrate properly. The shop is up and running, business is stable. These past few months have felt like a dream. A dream or not, you earned it all. Lu Xiaoqi clinked her teacup against Li Lan's. Next year both our businesses will surely be even better. Yang Qi also raised her cup. It will definitely be better. Lin Zhao, who was swishing tripe in the hot pot, watched the three of them chat animatedly about their plans for the next year. After dinner, it was almost 10 o'clock when she got home. Li Lan took a shower and went straight to bed, as she had been exhausted lately and slept early. Lin Zhao came out of the shower, leaned against the headboard, and listened to the occasional sporadic crackle of firecrackers outside the window. She took out her phone, and the time on the screen jumped to 2358. She opened the chat app and sent messages to a few friends. Cheng Xiaoyu replied fastest Zhao Zhao. Why didn't you come to the New Year's Eve party? I was so handsome tonight. They'll send you. Lin Zhao replied sorry Xiaoyu, I stayed at the shop with my mom tonight. Cheng Xiaoyu replied instantly forgiven great filial. Lin Zhao grinned at Cheng Xiaoyu's message. Then Fang Xiyu replied with Happy New Year and a smiley face. Shen Ruotang replied Happy New Year my good apprentice. Finally Lin Zhao's finger paused over Gu Yanzhou's chat. Their last exchange was still from a few days ago. Her thumb hovered over the screen, her heartbeat involuntarily quickening a few beats. She took a deep breath and typed 4 characters then sent them. Happy New Year. Almost instantly the screen lit up. Gu Yanzhou Happy New Year. Lin Zhao stared at those 4 characters, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifting. An instant reply. Had he been waiting by his phone all this time? She didn't reply again, set her phone on the nightstand. In the distance someone set off fireworks, a small cluster of golden light exploding in the night sky, then vanishing into the darkness. Just then Lin Zhao thought once more of the way Gu Yanzhou had kissed her. Her heartbeat quickened again, unbidden. January 1st, New Year's Day. Sunlight slanted through the gap in the curtains. Lin Zhao was still cocooned in her blanket when her phone vibrated loudly on the bedside table. She fumbled for it, squinting at the screen through half-lidded eyes. Cheng Xiaoyu. Hello. Lin Zhao's voice was Lin Zhao. Cheng Xiaoyu's shriek erupted from the earpiece, startling Lin Zhao so much she nearly dropped the phone. Your team won. The Qingyu Cup. National second place. Lin Zhao sat bolt upright. The blanket slid from her shoulders, and the cold air hit her, making her shiver, but she was wide awake now. What a... Check the official website. They posted the announcement at 10. I just saw it. Second place, Huajing University Parasitic Symbiosis Lin Zhao Shen Ruotang, Gu Yanzhou. National second place. Cheng Xiaoyu was still shouting on the other end, but Lin Zhao could no longer make out what she was saying. She threw off the blanket, jumped out of bed barefoot, rushed to the desk, and opened her laptop. Her fingers pressed the power button several times before hitting the right spot. In the few seconds it took to boot up, her heart pounded like a war drum. The screen lit up. She opened the browser, typed the Qingyu Cup official website address, her fingers trembling slightly on the keyboard. The moment the page loaded she saw it. 2008 Qingyu Cup National College Architectural Design Competition Final Rankings. First place, University of Technology, Riverside Rebirth. Second place, Huajing University, Parasitic Symbiosis. Third place, University of Architecture and Technology, New Life on the Plateau. Lin Zhao stared at the line for second place, reading it carefully 3 times to confirm. National second place. She stepped back half a step, her calf hitting the bed edge, then dropped backward onto the mattress. She buried her face in the blanket, laughing muffledly, her shoulders shaking. In her past life, she had drawn so many diagrams for Zhou Yanting, won so many awards. Every trophy engraved only with Zhou Yanting's name. While she was merely a tool behind his name. In this life her own name was clearly etched on the winner list. Lin Zhao, 2.5 months. From the Old Town survey in late September to the final submission in early December. She did it. They did it. Cheng Xiaoyu was still shouting on the phone. Hey, Lin Zhao, you still there? Xiaoyu. Lin Zhao sat up and brought the phone to her ear. Moi. Lin Zhao gripped the phone, suddenly at a loss for words. Thank you. Cheng Xiaoyu, as cheerful as ever, said, what are you thanking me for? I didn't help you with the drawings. Lin Zhao curved her lips, her eyes stinging slightly. Happy New Year. Cheng Xiaoyu paused for a moment, then burst into Happy New Year, Lin Zhao. May everything go smoothly for you in the new year. After hanging up with Cheng Xiaoyu, Lin Zhao hadn't even put down her phone when the screen lit up again. A message from Fang Xiyu popped up. Lin Zhao, congratulations to all of you. National second place. Amazing. Lin Zhao replied with a smiley face and typed a few words. Thank you, Xiyu. Happy New Year. Fang Xiyu's response came back instantly, a long string of exclamation marks and blessings ending with, when I come back, I'll bring you some cured meat from my hometown. My mom makes it really delicious. Soon after, Shen Ruotang's call came through. Zhao Zhao, did you see it? Yes. Lin Zhao tucked the phone between her ear and shoulders, slipping on her slippers as she headed toward the bathroom. Where are you now? At home. I was reading the news to my dad when I saw the announcement. Shen Ruotang's voice was wrapped in laughter. When my dad heard we won, he smiled so happily. After hanging up, Lin Zhao smiled at her reflection in the mirror. Just before 11 she packed up and took a taxi. During the New Year holiday, the old street was livelier than usual. Shops along the street were adorned with red lanterns and colorful lights. Pedestrians carried New Year goods and bouquets, and children ran along the sidewalk holding candied hawthorn sticks. The glass door of orchid embroidery was polished to a sparkle. 2 pots of kumquat bonsai sent by Lu Xiaoqi stood at the entrance, their branches laden with golden fruits shimmering auspiciously in the sunlight. When Lin Zhao pushed open the door, Li Lan was sorting newly arrived silk threads on the shelves. Yang Qi stood on a ladder hanging a newly finished Suzhou embroidery screen on the display wall. Mom's sister Yang Qi, good morning. Zhao Zhao's here. Li Lan turned around, her smile warmer than the sunlight streaming through the window. Yang Qi climbed down the ladder, dusting off her hands. Xiao Lin, Happy New Year. Lin Zhao took off her down jacket and draped it over the octagonal table. Before she could mention the award, the glass door was pushed open from outside. Lu Xiaoqi leaned against the doorframe, holding her signature white enamel mug. Xiao Lin Zhao. Her voice was lazy, tinged with the morning's hoarseness. Took second place in the Qingyu Cup. Impressive. Lin Zhao blinked. Sister Lu, how did you know?
I overheard two young people in the flower shop talking about parasitic symbiosis this morning. Lu Xiaoqi took a sip from her mug, unable to hide the amusement in her eyes. Your project, you mentioned it before. I looked it up and sure enough it was your parasitic symbiosis second place. Lin Zhao, you're really something. Lin Zhao felt a little embarrassed, rubbing the back of her head. Lilan put down the silk threads and turned around. What's second place? The Qingyu Cup National College Architectural Design Competition. Lu Xiaoqi answered for Lin Zhao. Your daughter led the team to national second place. Lilan froze for 2 seconds, then spun around, nearly dropping the threads. National second place. Lin Zhao nodded. Lilan set down the threads, walked up to Lin Zhao, and cupped her face in her hands. My daughter won national second place. Her voice trembled as she said it, but her eyes were dazzlingly bright. We'll go out for lunch today, my treat. Lilan pinched Lin Zhao's cheek, then said to Lu Xiaoqi and Yang Qi. Great. Sister Li, I'm definitely ordering the most expensive dish. Lu Xiaoqi teased with a laugh. Yang Qi chimed in, yes, we have to go. Zhao Zhao, call Shen Ruotang and Gu Yanzhou. Tell them Auntie is treating. Lilan was overjoyed. The three of you worked hard on the competition. We need a good celebration. Lin Zhao called Shen Ruotang and told her about the invitation. Shen Ruotang chuckled on the other end. Auntie is too kind, but since she's treating, you'll definitely come. My dad is in good spirits today, we'll bring him along. Lin Zhao hesitated. Is uncle okay with that? It's fine. The caregiver will come along. Don't worry. Shen Ruotang's voice carried a hint of lightness. Lin Zhao smiled. Alright, see you tonight. After hanging up with Shen Ruotang, she dialed Gu Yanzhou's number. It rang twice before he answered. Hello. Gu Yanzhou's voice came through the earpiece as deep and steady as ever. My mom is treating us to dinner tonight to celebrate the Qingyu Cup Award. Ruotang is bringing her dad. You should come too. There was a brief silence on the line. Okay, Gu Yanzhou said. What time? Where? 6:30. The Cantonese restaurant on the old street called Taranju, just across from Orchid Embroidery. Without any further pleasantries, they ended the call. Lin Zhao tucked her phone into her pocket and headed back into the shop. At 6:10 in the evening, the street lights of the old street had already been lit. Tao Ran Residence is the oldest Cantonese restaurant on the street with a modest facade and 2 large red lanterns hanging at the entrance, while a calligraphy note reading congratulations and prosperity is affixed to the glass window. Lilan had reserved a private room on the second floor featuring a round table that could seat 10 covered with a white tablecloth. Lin Zhao, Lilan, Yang Qi, and Lu Xiaoqi were already seated in the room discussing the menu. Shortly after, the door to the private room was pushed open. Shen Ruotang entered pushing Shen Ziyuan's wheelchair. A check blanket was draped over Shen Ziyuan's knees, and his complexion was noticeably healthier than the last time they met. A caregiver followed behind carrying a thermal bag. Ruotang is here, Lilan said, standing up to greet her. This must be Mr. Shen, right? Shen Ziyuan raised his left hand and slowly waved it in Lilan's direction, a slight smile on his lips producing a vague but identifiable sound from his throat. My dad said congratulations, Shen Ruotang translated for her father. Lilan's eyes became misty. She walked in front of the wheelchair, bent down, and gently held Shen Ziyuan's hand. Mr. Shen, congratulations. These 2 kids are wonderful. Shen Ziyuan blinked once. The caregiver pushed the wheelchair next to the round table, adjusted its position, and placed the thermal bag on the low cabinet beside. Shen Ruotang sat down next to her father, pulling the blanket up to cover his knees. The last to arrive was Gu Yanzhou. As he opened the door, the light in the room perfectly illuminated his face. Everyone turned to look at him. Lin Zhao smiled as she raised her eyes, and Lilan stood up with a smile. Little Gu has arrived. Lilan welcomed him. Come sit down. Gu Yanzhou politely greeted Lilan. Hello, Aunt Li. Then he walked in front of Shen Ziyuan and nodded slightly. Hello, uncle. Go sit over there. Shen Ruotang patted Gu Yanzhou, gesturing for him to sit next to Lin Zhao. Gu Yanzhou scanned the room with his gaze. He then walked to the empty seat on Lin Zhao's right, pulled out the chair, and sat down. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes darted back and forth between Gu Yanzhou and Lin Zhao, a meaningful smile appearing on her lips. Everyone is here now. Lilan stood up, holding her teacup. Tonight's meal is to celebrate Zhao Zhao Ruotang and little Gu for winning second place in the Qingyu Cup nationwide. Let us toast with tea instead of wine. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses, the clear sound of clinking glasses resonating in the room. Soon dishes began to arrive, one after another, filling the round table in an instant. Lu Xiaoqi picked up a piece of white-cut chicken, dipped it in ginger scallion oil, and chewed a few bites while her gaze shifted between Gu Yanzhou and Lin Zhao. Little Lin Zhao, what was the name of your proposal again? Parasitic co-construction. She placed her chopsticks on the edge of her bowl and picked up her enamel cup to sip some tea. That's a good name. New and old, living together, mutually dependent, just like being in a relationship. Lin Zhao, who was peeling shrimp, paused at the remark. Sister Lu, architecture and romance are 2 different matters. She placed the shrimp shell on the plate's edge, trying to keep her tone calm. How can they be 2 different matters? Lu Xiaoqi tilted her head, her braids slipping from her shoulder. Look, old buildings are the framework, new structures are the flesh and blood. Neither can do without the other. Isn't it just like 2 people being together? One strong and one weak won't work. They need to support each other. Sister Lu makes a good point. Shen Ruotang chimed in, a faint smile appearing on her lips. When we were working on the proposal, Zhao Zhao mentioned that the core of parasitism is not dependence, but coexistence.
This concept of coexistence when applied to architecture refers to structural logic, and when applied to human relationships, it becomes emotional logic. Right, Gu Yanzhou? Gu Yanzhou, who was pouring tea for Lilan, slightly paused his wrist at her words, the spout of the teapot lightly tapping the edge of the cup, producing a faint crisp sound. He set down the teapot without looking at Lin Zhao or Shen Ruotang, merely lowering his head to sip some. Lin Zhao's ears began to burn. She kicked Shen Ruotang hard under the table. Shen Ruotang, unfazed, continued to pick at her food. Lu Xiaoqi took in everything, her smile deepening. She lifted her enamel cup and leisurely blew on the steam. Little Lin Zhao, in your parasitic architecture, there must be a connector between the new structure and the old wall, right? They can't just be adjacent, there needs to be something to hold them together. She paused for effect, her gaze meaningfully sweeping. This connector can't be too rigid, otherwise it will crack the old wall, nor can it be too soft, or it won't hold. It needs to be a balance of strength and softness, just right. Do you all agree? Sister Lu. Lin Zhao set down her chopsticks, turning to look at her, the redness in her ears spreading to the edges of her ears. Why are you so interested in my proposal today? I've always been interested, Lu Xiaoqi replied, taking a sip from her enamel cup, her eyes filled with mirth. It's just that I figured out some small details today. What are you all talking about? Lilan asked curiously. Oh, nothing much, Lu Xiaoqi laughed, waving her hand. Just feel that little Lin Zhao's proposal is well done. The more you ponder it, the more interesting it becomes. Yang Qi, who was sitting next to Lu Xiaoqi, had been silently eating from her bowl. She glanced at Lin Zhao, then at Gu Yanzhou, a subtle curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Lilan, however, did not notice the subtle expressions of these people. She was happy today, continually smiling as she served dishes to everyone. Little Gu, try this char siu, it's the restaurant's signature dish. She picked up a piece of char siu with a good balance of fat and lean meat, and placed it in Gu Yanzhou's bowl, then turned to Shen Ziyuan. Mr. Shen, this steamed base is very delicious, would you like to try it? As dinner approached its end, most of the plates on the table were nearly empty. Lu Xiaoqi held her enamel cup, discussing the details of a joint event between the two stores during the spring festival with Lilan. Yang Qi was diligently taking notes nearby, occasionally chiming in with suggestions about material preparations. Shen Ziyuan's caregiver had already packed up his thermal bag and was leaning slightly quietly, asking if he wanted to rest first. Shen Ruotang put down her chopsticks and lifted her head from her phone screen. By the way, her voice was not loud, but her tone suddenly became more serious. There's an additional notice below the announcement. Have you all seen it? Lin Zhao turned her head at her words. Are you talking about the qualification for implementation? Yes. Shen Ruotang placed her phone on the table. The top 3 proposals will qualify for implementation and connect with developers for investment and construction. The organizer will hold a developer meeting on January 10th. She paused, her gaze shifting from Lin Zhao's face. Longyan Architecture is the sponsor of this competition. Gu Yanzhou's voice remains steady, as always, and it is currently the largest developer in Long Country. At the meeting, they will most likely prioritize selecting projects. Lin Zhao lightly tapped her fingers on the edge of the table. Longyan Architecture. She was very familiar with that name from her past life. Longyan had consistently been in the top 3 of the national real estate rankings. Their presence could be seen in landmark complexes across major cities. If they could secure Longyan's investment, parasitic co-construction would no longer just be a student competition proposal, but a real building that could be constructed, seen, and used. This is a good opportunity. Lin Zhao placed her chopsticks on the edge of her bowl, her tone measured. But collaborating with a developer of Longyan scale, I wonder if the 3 of us freshmen can handle it. Yes. Gu Yanzhou glanced at her. They are nothing but merchants who want to make money. As long as the plan is solid enough, the logic tight enough, and the implementation path clear enough, they won't deny its value just because of shallow experience. Shen Ruotang nodded, picked up her cup, and took a sip of tea. We can persuade Longyan the same way we persuaded Gu Huai. We just need to supplement some data that the other party cares about. This amount of work is nothing to us. Lin Zhao looked at the determined light in Shen Ruotang's eyes and couldn't help the corner of her mouth curling up. Ruotang, you're becoming more and more like a businesswoman. Shen Ruotang raised an eyebrow. My dad taught me. After saying this, she turned to look at Shen Ziyuan, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Dad, do you think this plan of ours is worth investing in? Shen Ziyuan raised his right hand with difficulty, slowly clenched it into a fist, and gently stuck up his thumb. Thank you, Dad. Shen Ruotang reached out and covered her father's hand. Shen Ruotang took her father back home at 8:30. When the dinner party completely ended, it was almost 10 o'clock. Back home, Lin Zhao changed into pajamas, let her hair down, and sat leaning against the headboard. Her phone was on the bedside table when the screen suddenly lit up. A message from Cheng Xiaoyu popped up. She tapped it open. Zhao Zhao. Check the department forum. That post has become hot again. Then another message. Someone posted a screenshot of the Qingyu Cup award list, and the original poster replied that parasitic co-construction is plagiarized. They also said they have anonymously reported it to the Qingyu Cup organizing committee. Lin Zhao stared at those lines on the screen, a smile lifting the corner of her mouth. Finally, it has come. She had been waiting for this moment for so long. She opened the department forum and indeed saw that rumor post pushed back to the top of the homepage. The main post had been updated to its 4th version. Underneath the original cliches of irregular methods and questionable eligibility, a new screenshot of the Qingyu Cup award list had been added. Parasitic co-construction was circled in red with a line of bold black text beside it. Can a plagiarized work win 2nd place nationwide? The judging standards of the Qingyu Cup are questionable. The comment section had exploded. Plagiarism. Any solid proof? Poster stop being cryptic. Show the evidence if you have it. I knew it. How could a freshman win second place nationwide? It must be plagiarized. Upstairs, don't rush to take sides. Wait for solid proof. Already reported to the committee. Then let's wait and see the result. Last time at the exchange meeting, Professor Chen personally praised the proposal, saying it was at a level that could be shown directly to clients. Now it's said to be plagiarism. Isn't this reversal too fast? Lin Zhao scrolled down one by one, her expression growing calmer. She logged out of the forum, put her phone back on the bedside table, then lay down flat and closed her eyes. In the darkness, a slight curve slowly lifted at the corner of her mouth. That USB drive. The one Fang Xiyu gave to Gu Yanzhou in mid-December. It indeed contained the final draft of parasitic co-construction. On the surface, it was exactly the same as the version she presented at the exchange meeting, elaborated at the seminar, and submitted to the Qingyu Cup organizing committee. The Zhou siblings probably thought they had won, but they didn't know that this plan was specifically designed for them. Lin Zhao turned over and pulled the blanket up a little. The fish had finally taken the bait. Now all that was left was to reel in the line. January 4th, Sunday. The first day after the New Year holiday, Huajing University resumed regular classes. According to the holiday adjustment schedule, today was a makeup day for Friday's classes. As soon as Lin Zhao entered the teaching building, she saw Xian Minji leaning by the windowsill in the corridor. He was wearing a dark gray thick coat, holding a craft paper bag in his hand. When he saw Lin Zhao approaching, he straightened up and smiled at her. Congratulations, classmate Lin Zhao. He handed over the craft paper bag. I've compiled some case materials on parasitic architecture and old city renovation from both domestic and international sources. I thought you might need them for your upcoming discussions with developers. Lin Zhao took the paper bag and looked down at the thick stack of printed papers inside, each page marked with key data and a senior thesis. Don't overthink it. Xian Minji put his hands back into his pockets, his tone open and honest. I just think your proposal truly deserves to be realized. I also used these materials when I worked on Box Alley. Rather than letting them gather dust here, it's better to share them with you. Lin Zhao looked up and met his eyes. Thank you, she said. These materials are very valuable. We'll make good use of them. Xian Minji waved his hand and turned to walk toward the other end of the corridor. After a few steps, he turned back, the signature carefree smile on his lips. By the way, I'm already very satisfied with making it into the top 10. Being able to compete on the same stage with you. It's been worth it. After saying this, he strode away and disappeared at the stairway. Lin Zhao stood in place holding the craft paper bag and gently exhaled a puff of white breath. Xian Minji was someone who could take things up and let them go easily, a worthy opponent. On the path of architecture, perhaps they would continue to walk together in the future. Lin Zhao walked into the classroom holding the craft paper bag. As soon as she put down her backpack, Fang Xiyu leaned over from the back row. Lin Zhao. Her voice was very low, one hand tightly gripping her phone. I just saw Gu Yanzhou at the dean's office door. Lin Zhao's movement of untying her scarf paused. He was holding a file bag and walked into the dean's office. Fang Xiyu spoke quickly, her breathing a little rapid. I heard him telling the academic affairs teacher that he wanted to file a real name report accusing you of competition plagiarism. Lin Zhao folded her scarf and placed it at the corner of the desk, asking calmly, what else did he say? Fang Xiyu bit her lip. He also said, he has submitted a report to the Qingyu Cup organizing committee and he hopes the school will immediately start an investigation. After saying this, Fang Xiyu nervously watched Lin Zhao's expression. Lin Zhao just nodded lightly. Very good, finally it came. She had been waiting for his real name report. I see. Lin Zhao pulled out her textbook from her backpack, opened it, and placed it on the desk. Xiyu, thank you for telling me. Aren't you worried? Fang Xiyu's voice rose half a pitch, then she quickly suppressed it. Xiyu. Lin Zhao turned her head and looked into her eyes, a faint smile lifting the corner of her mouth. The thing I gave him, I know exactly what it is. Fang Xiyu stared at Lin Zhao's calm eyes, froze for a few seconds, then slowly loosened her grip on the phone. Then, what do you need me to do? Nothing. Lin Zhao opened her notebook and picked up a pen. Just wait. Fang Xiyu nodded and didn't speak again. Shen Ruotang was listening nearby, completely confused. She quietly tugged at Lin Zhao's sleeve and asked in a low voice, Lin Zhao, what exactly happened? Lin Zhao had never told Shen Ruotang about this matter, mainly because her family issues were already enough to distract her. Lin Zhao explained everything to Shen Ruotang. After listening, Shen Ruotang looked at Lin Zhao with a shocked expression. Are you confident? No problem, don't worry. The class bell rang. The professional course teacher pushed open the front door, placed the lesson plan on the podium, and started calling the roll. Lin Zhao held her pen and drew a few auxiliary lines on her notebook, glancing sideways at Gu Yanzhou's empty seat in the front row. Gu Yanzhou didn't come to class. He was probably still busy at the dean's office playing the role of righteous accuser. Just after the second class in the morning ended, the counselor pushed open the back door of the classroom, swept her gaze across the room, and then precisely landed on Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao, Shen Ruotang, Gu Yanzhou. Her voice was not loud, but her tone was serious. The three of you come with me to the dean's office. The classroom fell silent instantly. Students who were packing their backpacks stopped moving. Those looking down at their phones raised their heads. Even the study committee member flipping through handouts in the first row turned around. The counselor didn't say more as she turned and stood in the corridor waiting. Lin Zhao closed her textbook and packed it into her backpack. Shen Ruotang also stood up from her seat, met Lin Zhao's eyes, and gave a slight nod.
Gu Yanzhou walked over from the back row, his steps, steady expression unchanging. The three of them walked side by side behind the counselor, their steps, without any hesitation. The Academic Affairs office was on the third floor of the administration building at the far end of the corridor. When Lin Zhao pushed open the door, the scene inside was more imposing than she had anticipated. The Dean of Academic Affairs sat behind his desk, a man in his 50s with gold-rimmed glasses, a file folder spread open. Beside him sat Professor Chen, the department chair, holding a thermos. The counselor stood by the window, arms crossed, brows furrowed. Zhou Yanting stood in front of the desk, his back to the door. Hearing the door open, he turned around, his gaze lingering on Lin Zhao's face for an instant before swiftly shifting to the file folder in front of the dean. Everyone is here. The dean adjusted his glasses, his eyes sweeping over the three people standing at the door. Come in. Lin Zhao led the way with Shen Ruotang and Gu Yanzhou walking side by side behind her. The three stood in a row before the desk about a meter away from Zhou Yanting. The dean picked up the file folder and pulled out several printed pages, placing them on the desk. Student Zhou Yanting has submitted a formal report to the Academic Affairs Office accusing you three of plagiarizing his design for the Qingyu Cup award-winning work Parasitic Symbiosis. He paused, lifting his eyes from the printed pages and slowly scanning Lin Zhao and the others. The university places great importance on academic integrity. Today we called you here to hear your side of the story. Professor Chen set his thermos on the desk. The thud of the base against the wood was especially clear in the silent office. I don't believe it, he said bluntly. I have witnessed every step of these three students from the proposal to the final draft. I refuse to believe they plagiarized. Professor Chen, I understand your trust in your students. Zhou Yanting said, his face slightly stiffening before adopting a wounded expression. But facts speak louder than words. The creation time of my design file is October 1st. He took a USB drive from the folder and plugged it into his laptop. He opened the BM file. The file properties clearly displayed the creation date 202-5100-1142-307. Lin Zhao froze at the sight of the timestamp. He had actually tampered with the BM file's creation time to October 1st, while their team's original file had been created on October 20th. Zhou Yanting opened another folder containing various subfiles. This is a record of my creative process from topic selection and research to sketches and model building. Every step is documented. I request that the university restore justice for me. The dean took the mouse, clicking through each file, his frown deepening. Then he turned his gaze toward Lin Zhao and her teammates. Student Zhou's materials show timestamps earlier than your final submission date. What do you have to say? Lin Zhao stepped forward half a pace. Sir, we have evidence too. She took out her laptop, booted it up, and opened a folder. This is the complete record of our group's creative process from late September to early December. All our design files were stored on a cloud collaboration platform with timestamps and edit logs for every operation. She opened another folder. These are our seminar meeting records. From September 27th to December 4th, 47 meetings in total, which can be verified through the library management system. I also hope the university will restore justice for our team. She paused, turning to Zhou Yanting. Student Zhou, I should remind you that copied files lack revision history. She then looked back at the dean. File creation times can be manually altered. I urge the university to conduct a thorough... The dean removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. On the desk, two laptops sat side by side, screens glowing. One belonging to Zhou Yanting, the other to Lin Zhao. Let's end today's discussion here. He put his glasses back on, slowly scanning the four students. Both parties' materials will be examined by a dedicated technical team. Until the investigation results are released, I ask everyone to cooperate with the university and refrain from discussing this matter through any channels. He paused and looked at Zhou Yanting. Student Zhou, your report has been formally accepted. If proven true, the university will see justice done. However, if any falsified evidence is found, you will face disciplinary action accordingly. Then he turned to Lin Zhao and the others. The same applies to you three. The university will not wrong an innocent student, nor will it tolerate any violation of academic integrity. Zhou Yanting lifted his chin slightly. I trust the university will reach a fair ruling. Lin Zhao did not look at him. We will cooperate with the investigation. Professor Chen stood up, thermos in hand, and paused at the door to glance back at Lin Zhao and her teammates. The counselor lowered her voice to the four students. Go back to class for now. They walked out of the administration building one after another, all silent. Zhou Yanting suddenly stopped, standing on the steps, looking down at Lin Zhao with a faint wry smile. Lin Zhao, he said, his voice not loud. You didn't have to push yourself so hard. A girl like you, studying, teaching, becoming a teacher, marrying well, that's more than enough. Why bother competing with boys in the architecture field? It's so exhausting. Lin Zhao halted. Shen Ruotang beside her had already furrowed her brows. Gu Yanzhou stepped forward half a pace, but Lin Zhao raised a hand to stop him. Zhou Yanting. Lin Zhao's voice was calm. Fuck you. She turned and walked away after speaking. Zhou Yanting, stunned that she had cursed, froze for a moment. You fuck. Stop. Gu Yanzhou stepped directly in front of Zhou Yanting, his eyes like blades of ice. You looking for death? He spat out each word. Gu Yanzhou. You're nothing but your family background. Your luck won't last. Zhou Yanting gritted his teeth in fury. Lin Zhao turned and yelled, don't argue with the dog. Let's go. Gu Yanzhou and Shen Ruotang immediately followed. The scale of the investigation panel was larger than anyone had. The Dean of Academic Affairs personally led the investigation. Professor Chun joined as the representative of the Architecture Department. The counselor followed throughout. 2 technicians from the university's Information Center handled data verification, and an external digital forensics expert was even brought in. Over the following days, the investigation team's evidence collection proceeded under strict confidentiality. The 2 laptops and the black USB drive were transferred to the Information Center's data analysis room, where technicians compared each file's timestamps, creation records, and modification logs line by line. The library's management system was accessed to cross-check the seminar room reservation records against the meeting timeline submitted by Lin Zhao. The Qingyu Cup Organizing Committee also received a request for assistance from the university and began coordinating the submission records and original versions of the entries. News spread through the department like wildfire. In lecture rooms, over cafeteria tables, in dormitory corridors, everywhere people were discussing the case. Some said Zhou Yanting's report must have solid proof. Others insisted that the quality of Lin Zhao's work exhibited at the exchange event could not have been plagiarized. On the afternoon of the 4th day, all involved students simultaneously received a notice from the Academic Affairs Office. January 8th, 2000 M. 3rd floor meeting room, Administration Building. Investigation results announcement. On one side of the long conference table sat the entire investigation panel, the Dean of Academic Affairs in the center, Professor Chun, and the counselor. On either side, the 2 technicians and the external expert arranged in a row. Before each lay a bound investigation report, the cover stamped with the university's red seal. Lin Zhao, Shen Ruotang, and Gu Yanzhou sat on the left side of the table. Zhou Yanting sat on the right. After 4 days of technical verification and multi-source evidence collection, the investigation panel has formed a conclusive report regarding the plagiarism allegations against the parasitic symbiosis design. The dean's voice was steady and grave. He opened the report in front of him, his gaze above his glasses, pausing on Zhou Yanting for a moment, then falling on Lin Zhao. Before announcing the conclusion, the panel would like both parties to provide necessary explanations or cross-examination regarding the findings from the technical verification process. He paused. During the comparison of the BIM models, we discovered a notable detail. He nodded to the technician beside him. The technician stood up, walked to the projection screen at the front of the conference room, and connected a laptop to the projector. The screen displayed 2 side-by-side BIM model windows labeled Zhou Yanting's submitted version on the left and Lin Zhao's team's submitted version on the right. This structural data discrepancy requires an explanation from both parties to the investigation panel. The technician circled a specific area on the screen with his finger. It was an inconspicuous auxiliary support structure inside the model located between the eastern wall and the newly added. From the appearance, the 2 versions of the model were almost identical, with every component's size, angle, and material marked with utmost precision. Lin Zhao stood up and walked to the front of the screen, her voice not loud. Please have the technical staff pull up the load parameters for both versions. The image on the projection screen switched to the parameter panel. 2 columns of data were displayed side by side, and all values were completely consistent. It wasn't until the technical staff scrolled to a parameter labeled Auxiliary Support 3 that the discrepancy finally emerged. Professor Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He set down his thermos, leaned forward slightly, and fixed his gaze on the number projected on the screen. Zhou Yanting's face was indistinct under the projector's light, but his fingers tightened sharply on the edge of the table. In our submitted final draft of the Qingyu Cup, the correct value for this parameter is 1, 0. Lin Zhao pointed at the line of data, her tone steady. While in the so-called original manuscript submitted by classmate Zhou Yanting, this parameter is set to 1, 15. She turned around to face the investigation team. Please have the technical staff import classmate Zhou Yanting's version into the structural analysis software and run a simulated load. The technical staff nodded and quickly operated the software. About 30 seconds later, a red warning box popped up in the center of the screen. The simulation results indicate that the auxiliary support has triggered a stability warning under full load conditions. The technician's voice carried no emotional inflection. The reason is that the load coefficient is inflated, leading to an overestimation of the actual bearing capacity of this support. If construction proceeds with this parameter, there is a serious safety hazard at this node. The conference room fell silent for about 3 seconds. Professor Chun. Lin Zhao turned to Professor Chun, her gaze steady. You are an expert in structural analysis. I would like to ask you a question. Professor Chun nodded slightly. Would a designer truly capable of independently completing this competition proposal make such a fundamental error as inflating the load coefficient by 15 in their design? Moreover, this error appears precisely in an inconspicuous auxiliary support, while all other core parameters of the proposal are correct. Professor Chin removed his glasses and placed them beside the report. He stared at the red stability warning box on the screen, fell silent for a moment, and then uttered a sentence that froze the air in the entire conference room. If this designer possesses the professional ability to complete the overall design of this proposal, such an error should not occur. He paused. At the very least, during the strength analysis of the proposal, anomalies would have been detected. Zhou Yanting suddenly stood up, the legs of his chair scraping loudly against the floor. What does this prove? His voice was notably louder than usual. It's just that you plagiarized my proposal and corrected this parameter. Zhou Yanting. Lin Zhao's voice remained calm. Just keep making excuses. Lin Zhao took out her phone from her pocket, dialed a number, and activated the speakerphone. The dialing tone rang twice before the call connected. "See you, are you available now? Please come to the third-floor conference room of the administration building." A girl's voice on the other end responded crisply, "They'll be there shortly." The moment Zhou Yanting heard that name, his shoulders stiffened. His gaze was fixed on the phone in Lin Zhao's hand. When Fang Xiyu pushed open the conference room door, she was carrying a large plastic bag. She slightly bowed to the teachers of the investigation team, then walked to the conference table and stood beside Lin Zhao. As her gaze swept over Zhou Yanting, her footsteps paused momentarily. Zhou Yanting was staring at her, his lips moving as if to say something, but she quickly averted her gaze first. "Classmate Fang Xiyu." Lin Zhao turned to the investigation team. "She is my roommate, and also the intermediary for Zhou Yanting in this incident. She is willing to provide all the evidence to the investigation team." Fang Xiyu placed the plastic bag on the conference table and began taking things out one by one. First were 5 brown paper envelopes. She arranged them in chronological order. "This is the money Zhou Yanting gave me from October to December in 5 installments, totaling 7,800 yuan. Then there were 2 pieces of clothing. One was a cream-colored cotton coat, and the other was a light green sweater." Fang Xiyu neatly folded the clothes and placed them beside the envelopes. "These are the clothes Zhou Yanting's sister, Zhou Yanwei, sent me." Finally, there was a stack of printed paper, each page densely packed with text message records. Fang Xiyu spread the printed paper out on the table. "These are all the text message records between Zhou Yanting, Zhou Yanwei, and me. The original records on my phone have not been deleted and can be compared at any time." She pushed a text message record toward the investigation team. It was a message Zhou Yanting sent on December 12th, before December 19th. "Everything must be in hand. Otherwise, the truth about your third-place finish in the freshman design competition will appear simultaneously in the department's forum and the counselor's email. You know the consequences." The conference room was so quiet that one could hear the ticking of the second hand on the wall clock. "Fang Xiyu." Zhou Yanting suddenly turned to her, his voice sharp enough to break. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who knows if these envelopes and clothes are your own purchases? That text message record can be faked by anyone. Were you bribed by Lin Zhao? You all colluded to frame me." "Classmate Zhou." The director of the academic affairs office removed his glasses and looked at him with a stern gaze. "Please remain quiet and let classmate Fang finish speaking." Zhou Yanting opened his mouth, but that glare pinned him to his chair. Fang Xiyu recounted the entire process of her being bought off, her tears silently streaming down her face. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand, took a deep breath, and turned back to the investigation team. "Teachers, I take full responsibility for what I have done. Regardless of how the school handles me, I accept it." The entire conference room fell into a long and heavy silence. 2 technical staff members were comparing the original data from the phone with the printed text message records. Professor Chen leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, his brow furrowed. The counselor's lips were pressed into a thin line with complex emotions churning in his eyes. The director of the academic affairs office took off his glasses and slowly wiped the lenses with a cloth. "Classmate Fang Xiyu." He finally spoke, his voice a few tones heavier than before. "The information you provided will be thoroughly verified by the investigation team. It is not easy for you to stand here and say these things today." He paused. "You can return to class for now. We will wait for the school's notification regarding the follow-up matters." Fang Xiyu bowed and turned to leave. After the 2 technical staff members finished verifying, they whispered a few words in the ear of the director of the academic affairs office. The director of the academic affairs office flipped to the last page of the investigation report, picked up a pen, and wrote a line in the conclusion section. The sound of the pen gliding over the paper was particularly clear in the quiet conference room. He set down the pen, raised his head, and fixed his gaze on Zhou Yanting. "Classmate Zhou Yanting, do you have anything to say?" Zhou Yanting's face turned ashen and his legs went weak as he collapsed heavily to the ground. After the investigation concluded, the director of the academic affairs office instructed them to return home. Lin Zhao and the others had barely stepped out of the conference room when they suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind them. "Lin Zhao." Zhou Yanting rushed out of the conference room, his eyes reddened, veins bulging on his forehead, and his face twisted almost beyond recognition. His fist was already clenched tightly. "Bitch, stop right there." Gu Yanzhou had turned around, stepping in front of Lin. He raised one hand, firmly blocking Lin Zhao behind him. But Shen Ruotang was quicker than him. She swiftly darted out from beside Lin Zhao, stepping forward with her left foot, lowering her center of gravity and slightly turning her right shoulder. Her movements were devoid of any